To have clean elections, there was a decision taken to change the currency so that it would make it difficult for politicians to buy the votes from the electorate. What would be your reaction to Tinubu supporters who think that that singular policy was directed at them so that it would make it difficult for them to get people to vote for the APC?
Why would it be difficult for the APC and not for other parties? If it affected APC, it must affect PDP, it must affect Labour, it must affect all the other parties. The one thing leaders must know is that they need to be careful of what their supporters say. They need to discern carefully, otherwise they will cause problem between them and other leaders. So, if the Naira redesign policy was to give us cleaner elections, was it only one person that was going to the election? Was it only one party that was going to the election? So if it affected one party, it must affect all the parties. And no doubt, President Buhari still keeps saying that, do you know that in that election, 9 governors who wanted to go to the Senate couldn't win their elections? Do you see governors ever failing elections?
The retirement
home. Well, we failed during that election. So we had cleaner election. It was not targeted at any single politician or any party, but we had cleaner election. And do you also recall that even during that time, kidnapping stopped? Because if you kidnap anybody and you ask for ransom, there was no cash to bring. I remember that in Kano, was it the APC secretary that was kidnapped? Day 1, day 2, day 3? Nothing. Nobody answered their call, nobody brought a dime. When the captors were tired, they just slapped the man 3 times and pushed him out. Bad market. Because there was nobody answering them because there was no money to bring.
Was the president fully briefed? Because there's still this brouhaha in the polity about whether or not the president was properly briefed, whether or not the then CBN governor had the capacity to push forward this policy. Were we prepared for that Naira redesign?
Yes, I was privy to most of the things that happened as build-up.
Yes.
To that redesign. How many times Godwin Emefiele came to meet with the president, meetings they held, which I sat in, and had to issue statements and all that. So I guess the policy was properly enunciated.
Yes.
The actual implementation may not have been as seamless as it should be, but the enunciation was good, and the president was convinced that it was the way to go.
Yeah.
If you read this book, he spoke about it.
Are any of you who are the members of the media team of Buhari surprised that sometimes when you read the papers or you listen to current members of this administration, it would seem that the government of Buhari is being vilified by members of the same party? I still remember the current National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, talking about how this administration inherited almost nothing in terms of kind of economy, and some of them saying things like, oh, the country was run aground for the last 8 years by President Muhammadu Buhari. I mean, the shocking thing for many people is that both Buhari and Tinubu are from the same party. And we're surprised that from the same party would come such harsh words about the former president.
Well, I ascribe it to limited knowledge. If you have limited knowledge about something,
yes,
what should you do? Try to understand it.
Yes.
Try to read up, try to get information. But if you begin to speak without having done that, your shallowness will come out. So it was limited knowledge that made some people say what they said. And do you know the response of President Buhari to us privately? Said, leave them. Everything is documented. That's what he said. So everything is documented.
So he's not worried, he's not fearful if there's a probe?
Not at all. During this launch, he was talking about the importance of documentation. That was what he meant. He said nothing was done under the veil of secrecy under his administration. and everything is on record. So those who said what they said, if they had sought to look at the records, they would have been better educated, and so would not have said what they said.
Did the president have a preferred successor in that last election?
He was neutral. One, if you had a preferred successor, the power that resides in the office of a president is so enormous, nothing will have stopped
That person from emerging.
Nothing will have stopped.
So when the former Senate president was pushed forward and it was implied that it was President Buhari's choice, that wasn't true at all.
There was a statement that came saying the president hadn't endorsed anybody. Okay.
He didn't endorse his vice president either.
Not anybody. He just said, please go to the primaries, let the best person win. Whoever emerges.
And he received many visits from everyone who was aspiring.
Oh yes, that's the right thing to do. He was a father of the country. So a good father should create a level playing field and bless anybody aspiring.
But you know that all those who were coming to tell him were obviously coming to tell him because, they thought...
They were endorsed.
Yes.
Well, maybe they didn't know President Buhari enough. Those of us that know him know that he's such a fair-minded person. If he does something and he thinks he has wronged another person in that process, no, he would rather not do it. He's a person who is always mindful of the last day when Allah will ask him questions and judge him.
Yeah.
This is what he told me. You get to see it in that book later. When there was talk about lopsided appointments in the country, particularly in the area of security, the day he called me to announce Lawal Daura as DGDSS, he had removed Itai Ekpeyong from South-South. So I said, Mr. President, tongues are wagging that you are appointing too many people from the north. You have removed a man from South-South. Why not replace him with another person from the South-South? He now told me that when he's going to fill positions like that, a committee is set up, a search team is set up, and they work. At the end of the day, they come with 3 recommendations. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
With number 1 being the best, number 2 second best, number 3 also appointable. Most times, 90, 95 out of 100 in 8 years, President Buhari will always approve number 1. And what he told me that day was, if somebody has come first in that exercise, and because of his religion, or because of his ethnicity, or because of language, or because of anything, and I bypass him, appoint another person, Allah will judge me on the day of judgment.
So it didn't matter what part of the country you were from, you were the next in line.
If you were the best in the exercise, it didn't matter where you came from. And like I said in the book, that's a bit ahead of its time in Nigeria. Because Nigeria not only would look at everything from the area of where you hail from, they will look at it from religion. So President Buhari didn't countenance all that. He just went for the best in any exercise.
Let me bring you back now to your relationship with the late Chief of Staff, Abba Kyari. I was shocked to read that there was a fractured relationship between yourself and him. Did he perhaps favor someone else for your post?
Fractured will not be my word. Frosty will not be my word. I'll just say not convivial. We didn't have that kind of relationship that you would think a special advisor would. His successor, Professor Ibrahim Gambari, I had a better relationship with him.
Yes.
Because the day he resumed, he said, Femi, just take me as a big uncle.
Yeah.
And anything I needed to discuss, I went straight to him. The late Abba Kyari didn't have that kind of disposition. He was a bit aloof. And you are the way you are. You can't help it.
Yeah.
If that was the way he was made, no problem. What you probably have read about my relationship from him were the excerpts people took from that book, which was not complete. For you to get a complete picture of my relationship with him, read the entire chapter, A Tale of Two Chiefs of Staff. When you read it, everything will fall into place. The video just took
what will sound good, what the readers will like, and what will reverberate, and
will latch on.
Will latch on to. If you read the entire story of my relationship with him, how I mourned him when he passed on.
I know.
I genuinely felt it when he passed on, because I would have wanted him to finish with the administration and
because it got me thinking that were you an outsider when Buhari brought you in? I think if not the first appointment, the first 2-3 appointments that President Buhari made.
Yes.
And a lot of people were shocked. I wasn't, but we all knew your relationship with the then General Buhari.
Yes.
So I thought, okay, was it that he considered you to be an outsider brought in?
I wouldn't think so, because he just needed to know what was the background between me and General Buhari, who later became President Buhari, and then he wouldn't consider me an outsider. As far back as 2013, when my mother died, President Buhari came to attend the commendation service we did for her in Lagos, a Christian service, and he stayed all through. So I was still active in the media during the campaign, but I was giving support from the outside. And that was what I thought I would give even to the administration, support from outside.
Yeah.
But eventually when I was invited to come, it took me a while to decide to go. You will see that the very day I had to resign my appointment as Sun MD and President Guild of Editors, I began to cry, because I didn't want to leave uncertainty for uncertainty. I had never worked in government before. I didn't know how it would be, and but because it was President Buhari, that was why I went.
You made a point that you never worked in government before. Is it that the opportunity never came? You didn't actively seek it, or you just were not interested?
I was not interested. And I remember that one of my active readers in the media, Jafet is his name, he sought me out one day. He came to the Sun and said, I want to meet the person who writes this thing week after week. So he came and we got talking. And then he asked me, would you ever serve in government? I said, no. Straight, I said, no. Then I thought about it again and I modified my position. I said, well, I can serve in the government headed by Muhammadu Buhari. That was what I told him. That was my conviction then. Any other person apart from Muhammadu Buhari, I wouldn't have taken.
So now, if you're called upon to serve, like in your home state or Osun State, for instance, would you be open to that?
After 8 years, you get tired, don't you? After 8 years, I felt I had done my bit. Out of 200 million Nigerians, I had served for 8 years, more than my fair share.
And you also call it a thankless job.
Well, they call it so, but me, I wouldn't call it so. You remember, if you read that book, you will see the encounter between me and the Sultan of Sokoto. He had known me before I took on the assignment. He called me Kuli Kuli after my email address. So, the very week I was appointed, he came to the villa, he saw me, he said, Kuli Kuli, this job you are come to do, it's a thankless job. He said, with your predecessors, it has been a thankless job. He said, but with you, it shall not be so. And I said amen to it. So today, I don't see it as a thankless job. It was a tough job, no doubt, but not thankless.
I remember when you were appointed and you coined that phrase, wailing wailers. Your strict loyalty to President Muhammadu Buhari. I've always wanted to know your reaction to critics who said that statement, wailing wailers, was unbecoming of a presidential spokesperson.
There's a perspective. Perspectives are free. They have the right to it. But the truth about the wailing wailers was that it was directed at the PDP and Olisa Metu, their spokesman.
Yes.
In the first few months in office, you find that President Buhari could not do anything right. Anything he did, Olisa Metu will issue a statement. If it rained heavily, he will issue a statement. If it didn't rain at all, it was Buhari's fault. If he saw a wall gecko in his house, Buhari turned to that wall gecko. And all that. One day I now said, what is this? I now did a tweet that these people, they are forgetting that they have lost power. And they will be out of power for a long time.
Yes.
Wailing wailers. That was my tweet. Now, it was directed at Olisa Metuo and his party. But anti-Buhari elements online say, oh, he's abusing us, he has called us willing whalers. So they appropriated that tag to themselves. If they decided to appropriate it, I left them. They were welcome to take it.
Welcome back to my concluding moments now with former special advisor to former President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina. Alright, so two major issues that made Buhari trend. I mean, very, very major issues. One, Jubril Al-Sudan, and of course his purported wedding to the Humanitarian Affairs Minister, Sefia Omar. I mean, they even printed invitations. We heard Professor Shimbaji when he gave that anecdote at the launch saying, you know, he wanted to sue people who he felt had defamed him, and the president said, at least they didn't print IV for you. People were even calling column. Column normal. So I want to get a feeling of what happens in the villa when issues like this come up. Give us a real look into how the president reacts to those sort of stories in conversations with you. Because I know you've told me that he reads the papers voraciously and you brief him every morning on, you know, issues that you
By
think
10 a.m. he wants to see.
he wants to know what is going on. So what was his reaction to that Jubril Al-Sudan first?
Well, the Jubril of Sudan was foolishness. It was completely obtuse. He left the country in January on a medical trip. He came back in March, went again in April, and came back finally in August. August 19 to be precise. The day he arrived, I remember that the then Chief of Defense Staff, General Gabriel Olonishaki, was giving out his daughter in wedding. So I went to attend that wedding, and naturally I was in Agbada and cap. Before I left for church, I had got a message that he would be arriving that day, that I should inform Nigerians. So I issued a statement. From the church, we went to the reception. I left the reception about 3 o'clock.
Yes.
The president was to land at 4, and I didn't feel I should go back home to change before going to
So
the
you went to
so
the airport?
I went to the airport.
Yeah,
If you still recall the tape of that day, you will see that when he shook me, we were laughing. And what did he say when he shook my hand? He said, Adesina, this is the best I've seen you dressed. So you made it complete today. And by the way, we clapped to him and we laughed. Now the question is, if he was Jubril, will he even recognize me? Will he know I'm Adesina? Will he know how I normally dress?
Yes.
So that just knocked out the story of Jubril for me.
Yes.
Anybody that said it, I knew was being foolish. How do you think the man that was in the villa was another person and his wife would not know? He says I saw him every day.
How did that story start, and how did it get entrenched to the point that people believed?
And you know it came from Nnamdi Kanu.
Right.
Yes, he was the one that started it.
That the real worry is there.
Yes, and you know that Nnamdi Kanu has a large following. Everything he says to some people is the gospel truth. So they received it, they believed it, but those of us that know. And you know, before the president himself left government, he responded to it.
Yes.
He said, daughter getting married on a certain day at a certain venue.
Yes.
It was so widespread. And I went to his office and said, oh, so I see that a wedding is coming up in the family. He said, where did you get that? I said, social media. He said, don't mind those nuisance.
There was no way.
No, not at that time. Yet, they had appointed a venue, named one of his daughters, and everything was false.
The other funny one was his purported wedding and people turning up at the Central Mosque on Friday for prayers.
Yes.
And everyone assuming that the wedding was going to hold. And they all turned up.
Yes.
Even though they were not directly told by the president that I will be getting married.
That shows you how fertile the imagination of some mischief makers can be. When the president was ill and he was in London, and after he had come round and he was recovering, I remember he placed a call to me one Saturday. And he said, Adesina, thank you for holding out against the mischief makers. He said, I see everything you do. I watch. He knows that there are plenty of mischief makers in the country. That purported wedding was a product of mischief makers. Recall that the DSS arrested one man whom they paraded, who did a tape purporting that the president was going to marry the finance minister.
Yes,
Zainab. So that's just part of it. And then they say that of the humanitarian affairs minister too. Just concoction.
Those were funny times. Did the former president have any regrets?
I have attempted to answer this question before, and the media twisted it. That I said he regrets so many things.
Yes.
And my answer was that there is no human being who does everything right all the time. You can't claim that everything you do 100% all the time. No, there will be some shortcomings with the benefit of hindsight. But regret is a very strong word. What I would say is that President Buhari did what he considered was good for Nigeria at any given time. With the benefit of hindsight, he may feel, oh, maybe this one I should have done this way or this way or this way. But regret would be a very strong word. Why did he apologize for some things? Because maybe he felt it rubbed some people down the wrong way. So, regret would not be the word, but he just felt maybe this could have been done better. His guiding principle was to do the best thing for all Nigerians at all times, to the best of his ability.
One of the things that Nigerians are disappointed about is that they thought in President Buhari coming in as a former general that the issue of insecurity would have been tackled more than we saw. Yes, when he came in, Boko Haram was controlling some areas and some local governments in the northeast and all that, but we subsequently saw many incidents, the Buniyadi incident, we saw the Chibok girls.
Buniyadi was before him. Chibok was not even under him.
It was under Jonathan.
It was under Jonathan, and he recovered a large number of the Chibok girls. Dapchi was under him, and within that week, majority of the girls were recovered except about 3 or 5, including Leah Sharibu.
In terms of that insecurity, could he have done more?
He did his best. What I'd like you to recall is that before Buhari came, every day in this country, bombs went off 5, 6, 7 places. Daily. In fact, we, our friends of Ruben Abati, used to even jest that Ruben already had a template for his statements on bombing. He just would change the time and the date. Because there could be 7 bomb blasts in one day.
Yes.
He would just fit in the venue and the time to differentiate it from the last one he issued. But by the time Buhari left, did you still hear bombs? No, you didn't hear bombs. Schools were being bombed, markets were being bombed, motor parks were being bombed, lives were lost in hundreds. He had made tremendous progress on the security front. It was not fully accomplished, but a lot had been achieved. Those who live in the Northeast will say it better. I remember that in his last year in office, February of 2023, we went to Yobe. We were in the palace of the Emir, who told us that previous years nobody could stay in that palace. Everybody had evacuated, including himself, the Emir. He said they put $1 billion in that palace. Nobody but you were to go in there to say you want to take that money. because Boko Haram was sitting there. But by that time, the emirs had returned to their palaces. Orientation camps for NYSC that had been shut down had resumed. Roads that were impassable had resumed. President Buhari did a lot in terms of combating insecurity. It was not fully accomplished, but that is why governance is a continuum. Wherever one government stops, another one continues.
No government can do everything.
I've never seen that government.
Chapter 21 of your book, you talk about the official trips. Total trips made by President Buhari were 94, 19 trips in 2016, 2023 and 2021, 5 trips each. 2022 trips. I wondered why you only did 2 trips in 2020.
2020?
Yes.
No, it couldn't have been 2 trips. The only year that the trips were limited was 2017, the year when he had his medical challenge.
Yes.
And then 2020 was the COVID lockdown, that year too.
Yes, that's why.
Yes.
That's why.
You know, COVID came December 2019, 2020 was the year of lockdown. From January to August, September, there was nothing happening internationally. Even the UN General Assembly that we used to attend every September was done virtually. So the world was locked down.
What do you say to critics who say, well, 94 trips in 8 years, but nothing to show for it?
Well, it's a language they like, the critics. Nothing to show for it. They will see Second Niger Bridge, still nothing to show for it. They will see Lagos Ibadan Expressway, nothing to show for it. They never see anything. They will see local Oweto Bridge, nothing to show for it. That's their language.
What do you consider to be President Buhari's legacy projects? The projects that will stand him out in years to come?
Infrastructure first. Do you know that Bonny never had a road? The Bodo Bonny Bridge is on as we speak. In the first time in the history of Nigeria, Bonny will be linked by road, and history will have it that it was under President Buhari. Second Niger Bridge, President Buhari. Local Oweto Bridge that links North Central has cut travel time by about 3 hours. It was under President Buhari. Lagos Ibadan Expressway, since it was made in 1978, had never been done all over again. Now it is there. I remember reading a tweet by Dele Momodu, who is one of the Buhari critics.
Yes.
He said he left Oshogbo and he was surprised to find himself in Lagos in about 2 hours. That was the same journey that would take you 6 hours before Buhari. Because Lagos Ibadan Expressway, you can do it in 1 hour. So those are things to remember President Buhari for. And then that's in the area of infrastructure. There are many others. But for me, one very important thing that Nigeria should never forget is that the economy was diversified. Our economy had been mainly monoproduct, oil. All governments before Buhari had paid lip service to diversifying the economy. They never got it done. But under Buhari, oil that used to account for about 90% of GDP began to account for just 9%. Because Agric had taken the large chunk, ICT had taken another large chunk. Oil, there was a year oil accounted for just 9% of the GDP. So, if Buhari hadn't come and placed emphasis on agriculture that way, you know what would have happened? Particularly during the lockdown, the whole world was shut down. If you wanted to import food, nobody would sell to you because they needed the food in their own countries too. And cash was not available.
There was no movement.
No movement. Exactly. From Thailand, how would you move it? If he hadn't placed emphasis on diversifying the economy through agriculture, how would Nigerians have survived? There would have been riots everywhere. In Venezuela, an oil-producing country like Nigeria, they were crossing the border to look for food because oil was the only thing they had. But because Nigeria had diversified the economy, we had rice, we had beans, we had maize, all the grains we were not importing again. So I think that will stand Buhari's regime in good stead, that really Nigerian economy became diversified and oil was no longer the mainstay of the economy under Buhari.
And what would you say to those who say that he shouldn't claim the second Niger Bridge as his achievement because it wasn't started by him?
Oh, really?
It was started by former President Goodluck Jonathan.
From the ask Minister Fashola, he will tell you how that project began from scratch and how it ended. Buhari is not tussling with anybody. Do you know that a lot of projects that were started by his predecessors, he completed them? That shows you that...
Is there anything wrong with completing projects?
Exactly. You know, PDP was, I don't want to say foolish, unsmart. PDP was unsmart enough to say, it is our project that is completing. Is there anything wrong with that? Is that not why governance is a continuum? The second Niger Bridge from scratch was a Buhari project. Minister Fashola told me, and I recall he told you in a documentary you did, that when he was appointed, President Buhari called him to the office and said, there are 3 or 4 projects I want you to do for me. 1, second Niger Bridge. 2, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. 3, Enugu-Onitsha Expressway. And 4, Abuja-Zaria-Kaduna-Kano Road. He said, give me those 4 projects and you can do whatever you like after that. That's President Buhari for you.
Well, you talked about Dr. Reuben Abati earlier on, and I remember when his term was over as special advisor, he had written this article when he said, when the phone stops ringing. So I wanted to ask you, now that you've left office as special advisor, has your phone stopped ringing?
There's no difference. No difference between how I received calls when in office and how I receive now. In fact, when my phones begin to ring back to back, my wife will say, don't they know you are no longer in government? There's no difference, really. Because before I went into government, my phones were very busy. In government, very busy. Out of government, still very busy.
All right, so on a final note, I want to take you back to November 2015. You were coming on a trip from Malta.
Going to
Malta with President Buhari. You talked about wind share. I'm just imagining all of you on that flight. Were you all giving each other the look as if is this the end?
This is how that plane is structured. There were 3 compartments at the tail of the plane. You had the security people and some media people. They sit there. In the midsection, you had the senior aides there. I usually also would sit there. The president had his own cabin, but to keep the president company, they will invite 1 or 2 senior aides to sit with him. So on that day on the trip to Malta, I was sitting with him in his cabin. It was an uneventful flight. When we were about landing, the pilot announced that we were to land and all that. Suddenly, as the plane was about touching down, it began to go zig-zag, zig-zag. We were looking at one another. When it now touched the tarmac
with force,
it was going to turn around to face where it was coming from. The president said, what kind of landing is this? And then the pilot came to us from the cockpit and he said, Mr. President and distinguished passengers on board, what we just experienced is what is called wind shear, when the direction of the wind suddenly changes. And that was how it happened. We'll fly according to the direction of the wind. So when that direction changes, it swings the plane. Yes. The plane almost turned back to face where it was coming. It was really a tough one. But we thank God that the pilots were experienced.
That was scary.
It was. But President said to say, what kind of landing is this?
I mean, imagine if you are the pilot or the president, you don't really want anything.
No, that's why it must be the best set of...
Are there Nigerian pilots flying?
They are all Nigerians. Most of them are from the Air Force. We have a sprinkle of some others who are civilians, but most of them are from the Air Force. I want to tell you that it's a big relief that we finished the assignment, we finished it well, we finished it in one piece, we finished it with our names intact. It is good.
And the FCC is not coming after you just yet.
Not even, you said just yet. It will not happen because it was a media office. Like I said in my book, in the first 5 years, we didn't even have a budget. So what will the FCC come to look at? What will they come to look at? So, and the way I was brought up, my father inculcated it in us. Honesty is the best policy. He got us to recite it as children. Honesty is the best policy. If there had been a budget of billions in my office, everything would be accounted for. That is the way I was brought up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adesina, for speaking with me today. Thank you for watching.
Thank you.
I'm Angela Ajitumobi.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't.
Hello and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is a news update. President Bola Tinubu has pleaded with Nigerians to be patient with his administration, assuring them that the country is transitioning from darkness to dawn. In an official video released by the State House on Wednesday, Tinubu acknowledged the country's ongoing hardship due to the removal of fuel subsidy and the floating of the naira. He noted that Nigerians' pain was compounded by what he described as an avoidable lag between the subsidy removal and his helpful plans for the country. The Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, has bemoaned military takeover in some West African countries, saying that it has created unintended consequences and threatened democratic values in their region. He spoke at the 42nd Ordinary Meeting of the ECOWAS Committee of Chiefs of Defense Staff in Abuja on Wednesday. General Musa said the threat of military takeover must be destroyed, adding that it negates the core values of responsibilities of the military profession. He added that in democratic countries, the military must uphold democratic values in line with the principle of their constitutions. Also, the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Abubakar, and his Foreign Affairs counterpart, Yusuf Tuga, challenged the service chiefs from the regional bloc to tackle terrorism through effective collaboration to combat illicit movement of small arms and light weapons in the West African sub-region. The meeting held at the defense headquarters in Nigeria's capital city, Abuja, and had regional security as one of the agenda at a time the bloc is considering the establishment of a force that will counter security challenges. Nigeria's Foreign Affairs Minister, Yusuf Tuga, says the federal government won't accept any foreign interference in the aftermath of the violence that trailed the End Bad Governance protest in the country. He stated this on Wednesday when he met with the members of the diplomatic corps in Abuja, warning that the government will not spare anyone funding the protest, both from within and outside Nigeria. Ambassador Tuga stated that the past few days have seen bad narratives on social media, which are currently threatening the peace and stability of the nation. He, however, assured diplomats in the country that the Nigerian government remained committed to protecting members of the diplomatic corps as well as Nigerians in line with international laws. The meeting was also attended by the Minister of Information, Mohammed Idris, representatives of the National Security Advisor, the Inspector General of Police, lawmakers, and others. The Department of State Services, DSS, says it is currently investigating 7 Polish nationals arrested in connection with the violent and bad governance protests in Kano. The spokesperson of the DSS, Peter Afunanya, revealed this when the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, held a meeting with members of the diplomatic corps on Wednesday. Reacting to questions, the DSS representative explained that the Polish nationals were picked up over the display of foreign flags during the protest in parts of the northwest. According to him, those picked up are being investigated, further assuring that their arrest was not a targeted attempt at Polish nationals. The meeting was attended by Minister of Information Mohammed Idris, a representative of the National Security Advisor, the Inspector General of Police, and the Chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Foreign Affairs. The Foreign Affairs Minister highlighted the federal government's efforts to enhance socio-economic development, which he says had resulted in the reduction of the country's debt servicing spending from 90% to 68%. He added that the government had initiated other interventions to ensure food security, create jobs, and promote investments. The End Bad Governance protest turned bloody in Kaduna State on Tuesday following the killing of a teenage boy by a soldier in the Samaru area of Zaria. The late 16-year-old boy Ismail Mohammed was said to have been shot by the soldier inside his father's house while the security operatives were enforcing the 24-hour curfew imposed by the Kaduna State government following a violent protest that broke out in Zaria and Kaduna on Monday. Confirming the incident in a statement, the Director of Army Public Relations, Major General Onyema Nwachukwu, said the soldier involved in the killing of the teenager has been arrested and is undergoing interrogation. According to him, the incident happened when hoodlums blocked the road, setting fires and brazenly attempting to attack the troops, prompting a soldier to fire a warning shot to scare the hoodlums away, which unfortunately led to the death of a 16-year-old boy, Ismail Mohammed. Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Tuarid Lagbaja has sent a delegation led by the General Officer Commanding 1 Division, Major General Landa Saraso, to visit and commiserate with the deceased family. Organizers of ongoing nationwide End Bad Governance protests in Osun State have announced the immediate suspension of their peaceful demonstration till further notice. This followed a security information, a dialogue with the Osun State government, as well as honoring Osun Oshogbo Cultural Festival celebration slated for August 9, 2024, as promised by the protesters earlier. Addressing journalists in Oshogbo, the state capital, Adetunji Ajala noted that the decision was done having considered security information in order not to endanger the lives and properties of the residents. Ajala hinted that if the government fails to accede to their demands, despite the protest being suspended, their next line of action will be communicated in no distant time.
Having been addressed by the state government, where we presented the national and the state demands, which the coalition have put together along other leaders in the state, and also with the importance of the global Osun Oshogbo Festival that is coming up in Oshogbo, in order not to endanger the life of our people and to ensure that we still give the government the privilege of doubt to look at our demands, and whereby we give room for engagement, we have come to put this protest on hold while we will communicate all other protesters as to next line of action. This is done in good faith to ensure that the life and the property are secure in Osun State.
The Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Olayemi Cardoso, the Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, and the Minister of Petroleum Oil, Henneken Lokobiri, are currently being investigated by a Senate ad hoc committee over an alleged economic sabotage in the Nigeria petroleum industry. The trio appeared before the committee led by the chairman and the leader of the Senate, Senator Opayemi Bamidele, on Wednesday. During the session, Bamidele asserted that there would be no room for grandstanding, warning that no one would be exempted from security or scrutiny rather, in the ongoing investigation, which included determining the level of compliance of the NNPCL's direct sale and direct purchase arrangements in line with the provisions of the Petroleum Industry Act, including the extent of transparency and accountability in the scheme, etc. Meanwhile, the spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Rotimi Akin, has stated that the monthly salary of the lawmakers is 600,000 naira as against the 900,000 naira as speculated. Akin clarified in a statement issued on Wednesday in Abuja as he affirmed the commitment of the House members to the 50% deduction in their salaries to reduce hardship. He said that a member who displayed his salary on a television program was an exceptional case because he assumed office through a court decision many months after the onboarding process was concluded. He said the House remained committed to the resolution passed on July 18, 2024, which mandated a 50% reduction in the salaries of members for 6 months. He added that the delay in the implementation was due to necessary administrative procedures and coordination with financial institutions. He added that instructions for adjusting salaries had since been issued and would be enforced moving forward to ensure its pledge is fully realized. He called for patience and assured the House's steadfast adherence to its pledge and sustained efforts to earn the trust and confidence of all Nigerians. The Group Chief Executive Officer, GCEO, of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company, NNPC Limited, Mele Kyari, says personnel of the company have nothing to do with substandard importation of petroleum products into the country. He spoke on Wednesday in Abuja when he appeared before a Senate Opayemi Bamidele-led ad hoc committee over alleged economic sabotage in the petroleum industry. Kyari said as the GCEO of the company, he has faced undue media attacks from persons doing everything to create the impression that NNPCL is sabotaging the nation's economy. According to him, the company is faithful and will not lie to the country. He further said that the oil and gas industry is bleeding and that there are things he knew but could not talk about in public until the time comes. He asked the committee sessions to be televised live going forward for all Nigerians to monitor. Zamfara State Commissioner for Budget and Planning, Malam Abdul Malik Gajam, has strongly refuted claims that the state government budgeted 19.3 billion naira for the purchase of kitchen equipment in 2024. Gajam expressed disappointment at the misleading report published by an online platform which claimed a review of the state's budget document had revealed this allocation. The commissioner provided a detailed breakdown of the 19.3 billion naira budget, clarifying that these funds were allocated to projects under the Ministry of Education and not for the kitchen equipment as falsely reported. Gajam stressed that the current administration under Governor Lawal is focused on reducing the abuse of public funds and blocking leakages contrary to the unfounded claims. The Zamfara state government firmly denies the allegation and urges the public to disregard the fake news intended to mislead citizens.
To react to something that is half-baked information and half-baked story. And this is the breakdown of that 19 billion naira that they have used to. And now, mind you, the reason why I told you they did half page, there was a performance column under that. It was 0. So none of that money has been spent. 1 kobo has never been spent under that 13 billion that you have said. And the document is out there. Anyone could challenge, could go and check. If you look at the performance, first quarter, 0.00%. If you look at second quarter, 0.00%. If you look at first quarter and second quarter performance of that 19 billion that they have put is 0.0 now. Now you ask us, why? Because 500 million naira, 510 million naira, under that program code, the program code, the economic code to charge on that is named purchase of canteen and kitchen equipment. Now, most of these things that I'm going to tell you, they are part of this name of this program, economic code. That is the economic code that you would charge. So it's just a nomenclature. So it would show, it will make it easier for anyone to read. Now you can go back and request the full information of this budget if you want.
From other parts of Africa, the Security Council reached a unanimous decision to adopt a resolution that empowers the UN mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, MONUSCO, to support the Southern African Development Community mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo, SAMMIDRC, by enhancing coordination, sharing information, and in offering technical assistance. Michael Imran Kanu, permanent representative of Sierra Leone to the United Nations, said the draft resolution also seeks to create a conducive environment for the implementation of ongoing regional peace efforts, including welcoming the recent ceasefire agreement that was brokered by Angola between the governments of DRC and Rwanda. The initiative for the resolution came from Sierra Leone and France. Nathalie Estival-Broadhurst, who serves as the Deputy Permanent Representative of France to the United Nations, outlined several important aspects of this package of peacekeeping mission. Niger's military junta announced on Tuesday that it has cut diplomatic ties with Ukraine, claiming that remarks from Ukrainian officials demonstrated support for factions involved in the fighting in neighboring Mali, which led to the deaths of many soldiers and Russian Wagner fighters in July. This action follows Mali's decision on Sunday to end its relations with Kyiv, prompted by comments from the Ukraine's military intelligence about the clashes in northern Mali, where Tuareg rebels reported killing at least 84 Wagner mercenaries and 47 Malian soldiers. In a broadcast statement, spokesperson Abdurrahman Amadou announced that Niger had chosen to sever its connections with Ukraine immediately in support of the Malian government and its citizens. On Monday, Ukraine expressed disapproval of Mali's decision to end diplomatic relations, describing it as a hasty and ill-considered action, and dismissed the allegations of Ukrainian support for international terrorism. The UN declared on Tuesday that the humanitarian crisis in Sudan is a complete disaster as the nation suffers from nearly 16 months of conflict between opposing factions. Edem Wosoronu, the Director of Operations and Advocacy at the Office of the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, criticized the blockade of essential supplies that endangers the lives of malnourished children in North Darfur, Sudan, as an entirely man-made crisis and a shameful stain on their collective conscience during a Security Council meeting on Tuesday. Stephen Omolo, the Assistant Executive Director of Workplace and Management, announced that the Famine Review Committee has determined that famine exists in the Zamzam camp located near El Fasher in North Darfur. He mentioned that they cautioned that 8 organizations were being prevented from reaching crucial areas of the country where food and other vital supplies are needed. However, he noted that these warnings have gone unheeded. Outside Africa, thousands of UK riot police on Wednesday stood ready to deal with more potential outbreaks of violence, which erupted more than a week ago after 3 children were murdered. Far-right groups have planned demonstrations in more than 30 locations, with immigration lawyers and buildings hosting asylum seekers set to be the primary targets, according to a post on messaging app Telegram leaked to the British media. The government has said 6,000 specialist police are being readied to deal with England's worst disorder in over a decade, which has seen hundreds of arrested people and more than 100 charged. The violence broke out after 3 girls aged 9, 7 and 6 were killed and 5 more children critically injured during a knife attack at a Taylor Swift dance class in Southport, northwest England. False rumors initially spread on social media saying the attacker was a Muslim asylum seeker. The suspect was later identified as 17-year-old Alex Rudukombana, born in Wales. UK media reported that his parents are from Rwanda. Despite the police statement, initial disturbances in Southport centered around a local mosque, and widespread violence has rocked England and Northern Ireland since. Prime Minister Keir Starmer, late Tuesday warning, said that anyone involved would face the full force of the law, including those inciting violence online. In business news, the guidelines for the suspension of customs duty and taxes on imported food items are to commence next week, the federal government announced on Tuesday. In July, the federal government approved a 150-day duty-free window to allow for importation of maize, husked brown rice, and wheat as part of measures to combat rising food inflation across the country. The initiative was based on the implementation of the Presidential Accelerated and Stabilization Advancement Plan. Speaking at a meeting of heads of security agencies in Abuja on Tuesday, the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adeniyi, said the implementation of the policy would commence once the guidelines are ready. He explained that the delay experienced in the implementation of the policy was to ensure that interests of all stakeholders, including farmers, were considered. The custom boss urged Nigerians to be patient, adding that some of the imported items already in the country would be cleared without duty and taxes. The Nigerian government has unveiled its Series I domestic dollar-denominated bond with a plan to raise at least $500 million from local and international investors. According to a recent auction circular, the government targets $1 billion in subscription in this round of auction. Meanwhile, this auction comes at a time when five of Nigeria's Eurobonds were ranked among the worst performers in the Bloomberg Index of Emerging and Frontier Sovereign Debt. The detailed breakdown of the bond program showed that it has a total size of up to $2.0 billion, which can be upsized depending on the issuer's discretion. The bond is 5-year tenured, offering a medium-term investment opportunity for investors looking for stable returns. And finally, sports news. Nigeria sprint icon Tobi Amusan won her qualifying heat in the women's 100 meters hurdle on Wednesday to secure the spot in the semi-finals at the Paris Olympics. The 27-year-old, who set the world record in the semi-finals of the 2022 World Championships, led the pack in heat one, securing her spot in the semi-finals with a blistering time of 12.49 seconds. Following closely behind her is Alicia Johnson from the USA, who finished the race in 12.61 seconds. Janique Brown from Jamaica also made it through, clocking in at 12.84 seconds. In Heat 2, Jasmine Camacho Queen from Puerto Rico dominated the field, qualifying for the semi-finals with a leading time of 12.42 seconds. Close on her heels was Saint December of Great Britain, who also made the cut by finishing in 12.72 seconds. Poland's Pia rounded out the top three, securing her semi-final spot with a time of 12.82 seconds. In Heat 3, an exceptional display of speed and technique resulted in a thrilling finish. Masai Russell from the USA and Nadine Vesser of the Netherlands crossed the finish line simultaneously, both clocking a remarkable time of 12.53 seconds and securing their places in the semi-finals. Serena Samba Mariela from France was hot on their heels, finishing just a hair behind them in 12.56 seconds to claim the third qualifying spot. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thank you for being there.
Menstrual cycle is a way the body of a woman releases tissues that is no longer needed in the body. Every month, the body of a woman prepares for pregnancy. The lining of the uterus gets thicker as preparation for nurturing the fertilized egg. There are 4 phases of the menstrual cycle, which is menstruation, the follicular phase, ovulation, and the luteal phase. Common menstrual problems include heavy or painful periods and premenstrual syndrome, PMS. In an interview with the family physician, Dr. Nwachukwu Chukwuemeka, he gives a deeper explanation of the menstrual cycle.
Menstrual cycle is defined as a time clock within a female or a woman of reproductive age, especially from puberty, where there is a production of the eggs in your ovaries, and then the preparation of the womb to receive this egg, hoping that it will be fertilized, and then the discharge of this egg when it is not fertilized, or the growing of this fertilized egg into a baby. Okay, so now that cycle takes usually a month, and this cycle usually a month averagely, so it seems to take 28 days. However, there are variances, so we give a normal phase of plus or minus 7 days, meaning that it could span from 21 days to 35 days. So that's why it varies for women. So the menstrual cycle is the period from the release or the preparation of the eggs in the ovaries to the release of these ovaries down to the womb, and then it is discharged, and you all see it as blood.
Dr. Chukwuemeka explains why some women go through pains before or during the cycle, which makes them use hot water bottle to soothe it before they will be relieved for some time.
Painful menstruation, which can be described as dysmenorrhea, is possible because, first, during the movement of the eggs, there are lots of hormonal activities, and it has seen first to be either due to the tubes, the contractions of the tubes, especially when you're talking about before the period, especially in ovulation. So there's usually ovulation pain, which is milder than the menstrual pain itself. So the contraction of the fallopian tubes is a milking movement, milking the eggs through the tubes into the ovary. Okay, and then when it gets into the ovary, it stays for approximately 24 hours and then begins to degenerate. Before then, the womb is preparing a space, a bed for this egg to be implanted if it's fertilized. But while it's doing that, it's not implanted. And so that brings me to the stages of the menstrual cycle. So there is the proliferative stage, which is the stage at which there's production of many things. And then there's a secretory phase, which is the phase where the egg is expecting to, to be fertilized, and then also expecting to either become a baby or it is discarded. All right. So when that happens and this egg is not fertilized, the uterus begins to contract in order to expel it. That contraction is usually painful. Imagine your fist very tight. Okay, especially for a woman who hasn't given birth before. That's how tight her uterus is. Very small and tight, compact. Now, within that fist is a slit, a tiny slit that allows for this egg. Now, when this fist is going to contract on itself, the pain will be heavy compared to a woman who has given birth before. So there's a lot of space, and contractions, is a little milder. So that's why the painful menstruation gets better with childbirth. Okay, however, that is the typical case. There are atypical cases where the painful feeling increases even with age and childbirth. All right, but majority of the times it gets better in childbirth. So whether the use of the hot bottled waters or the use of drugs, the idea is that you're trying to reduce the level of tension this uterus go through to milk out all the blood, all the mucous layers that it has produced.
Doctors advise women to keep the calendar dates to help monitor their menstrual period to ensure balance. However, they are advised to see their physicians when there is an imbalance in the calculation of their menstrual cycle.
For imbalances in times of menstrual flow for many women, it's in the normal context. I said that the normal is 28 days plus or minus 7. Now, what that means is that you have a range from 21 days to 35 days. But ideally, there shouldn't be an excessive gap between the days. So when someone says, I have a 28-day cycle, what that means is it shouldn't exceed some days from that 28 days. When they cannot calculate it, there is an underlying pathology. There's a problem. There are few problems that have been identified or itemized. One of them is when people have pelvic inflammatory disease, what you call the urinary tract infection or the toilet infection. What happens is that those infections they alter the flow between 1 month and the next month. So when women are not able to calculate, they may need to see their physician to identify what exactly is causing the disparity, the long-term disparity. But if there are a few days, then you shouldn't say you don't know. If they're probably 2 or 3 days apart, then it's still within the range. Okay, but when they are like 1 week apart, 5-7 days apart, then there's an underlying condition. Or when it comes too early, there's an underlying condition.
Overaged pain in some women during the menstrual cycle needs to be investigated, and if there is no problem, then it could be a change in their system.
Many women feel unbearable menstrual pain at their older ages, which is very atypical from the normal. So the response to such is that they need to be investigated properly. They need to, it's very atypical, and if they're investigated and there is no reason, then they may be let low like that, or have some hormonal replacements done for them. But if they're investigated, there are certain things that can be the cause. One of them is, like I said, could be a fibroid. Another could be what we call the endometriosis. Okay, endometriosis is the presence of tissues, uterine tissues, in another part of the stomach. So whenever the stomach is beginning to experience that firing impulse, that tissue, wherever it is, it could be in the womb, it could be in the stomach generally, it could be on the broad ligament, that tissue also fires, and then they feel the peppery sensation at that point. Okay, it could even still be a PID, pelvic inflammatory disease. Now, this condition happening at an older age is very possible, but must be investigated and properly treated. However, if investigated and nothing is found, then it can be classified as an atypical situation. And more often than not, hormonal play.
Medication during the menstrual cycle must be recommended.
First of all, it's not very ideal to openly, prescribe, and then, because what you do is that you validate certain things in the public. People should really be investigated. People should see their doctors, and then he knows what. But yeah, the use of Felvin has been made public already. It could be right and could be acceptable. However, it comes with a side effect, which is intensifying stomach pain in ulcer patients. So it simply means that an ulcer patient cannot use Felvin, or it can cause ulcer because it's an NSAID, non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug, which means that it can potentiate the possibility for an ulcer. That also means that if a patient has ulcer, it's contraindicated. If a patient can have ulcer, it's contraindicated as well. Now, there are many analgesics that are available, simple analgesics ranging from paracetamol. All right. The problem is that many times we want the very hard one, ranging from paracetamols to some of the codeines, sometimes depending on how heavy the pain is. More importantly is the use of relaxants. So there are smooth muscle relaxants, some of which we call hyoscine, that we popularly know as Buscopan. These can be used as well to relax it. But beyond that, there are many other treatment plans for painful menstruation. So these simple things can be used as well.
Statistically, painful menstruation can be experienced in about 45% to 70% of women. From puberty to before conception, it can be seen in about 60% of women in that age group. Then, as they get older, it reduces. In the world population, menstrual pain is experienced in over 5,000 women to about 1.5 million in different locations. It is more prevalent in Africans than the Caucasians.
On the Justice Court, the plaintiff is suing his baby mama for the access to his daughter.
All rise. Court in session. Honorable Judge Fumi Asaolu presiding. Please be seated. Your Honor, this is consolidated case of Ifedola Ifedayo Blessed and Olani Solomon, and Olani Solomon versus Dola Blessed. Artist
Ifedayo.
Ifedayo.
Okay. So what is on ground? You sued yours. Are you married?
No.
Okay, you sued him and he sued you.
Yeah, he sued me first.
That's what I'm saying. He sued you and you sued him.
Yes, ma'am.
So, since it's first in time, let him narrate. You defend that case, then you move here. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Olane Solomon. I and Ifedayo, we've been living together as an husband and wife for the past 6 years.
You've been cohabiting together as a couple?
Yeah, as a couple for the past 6 years. But what I noticed in her is that she's hot-tempered. And she doesn't listen to advice. And she's arrogant. So, actually, she's lazy also in terms of house chore. I've been helping her because that is her weakness. I don't use it against her. I help her a lot in doing house chore. Now, the issue started last year, June, when he had an affair with a guy that lived in the third house to my house. So the guy was like bullying her that if you do not let me to do more, I will cast you to your husband. I have nothing to lose. You are the one that will lose your home. So with that, she allows the guy to go often and often. Maybe along the way, she wanted to back out.
How did you discover all this?
She told me.
Okay.
So she wanted to back out, but she don't know how to back out because the guy was like, if I call you, I will not come and meet me anywhere I am. I'll tell your husband. But because she cannot continue with that guy, she opened up. She called me in one afternoon that I want to confess. And I told her that, okay, you can go on. And she said she had an affair. No, she said that if she tell me that I will send her away, that I should read Bible to swear, that I won't send her away if she told me what she did. And I said that I won't. And I swear with Bible. And she told me. So I was like, okay, I met you a virgin. I disvirgined you. And since then, you've been living with me. Okay, this guy now have done this. Look into my eyes and tell me how many guys that have climbed you. How many body counts do you have with my surname? She was crying, panicking. Please. I said, say it all so that I can forgive you. If I want to forgive you. Because even the one you said, if I don't want to forgive you, I won't forgive you. So it's better you tell it all. And she counts till 15. I can use Bible to swear. She counts till 15 in my own house. Fine, the deed have been done. But that doesn't... Fine, you've done it. But you are still my wife. You still bear my surname. No problem. And she used Bible to swear that she won't do it again. That anytime she did something like that again, all the curses in the Bible, he said it with tears. And me and my daughter, Podua.
How old was your daughter then?
Then she was 4. That was last year, June. Fine, July, August, September 9. From September 9, the marriage have not been sweet again. And what happened is that I work in a filling station then. And towards that September period, there was scarcity. Fuel is not flowing. So that day, I called her that, babe, please, you need to go to your mommy's place because of your work. You know that in your mommy's place, there is a car that used to took your mom and your sisters because they work in the same office. Your mom and your sisters, there is a free car that take them to the office. Please, you will join them. I will just for 3 days because my manager told me that they'll be bringing goods. That night was on Saturday. They are going to bring it on Wednesday. So I told her to go. So by Wednesday, when I work, I call you to come home so that's how we'll be roughing it. So she agreed. But that same day, around 4 p.m. in the evening, we had an argument. So I was like, tomorrow you are going. If you go, I will have rest of mind. and I'll even pray. I need to pray, I will pray. So but the argument continues. So the same, he called her mom immediately. Hello, mommy. Solomon started again, oh. I was like, why will you be calling your mommy on the issue that you can even settle? If you have an argument in the midnight, you call your mommy. If you have an argument in the day, you call your mommy. Why are you like that? So our mom called us that we should come the next day. And I said, okay, no problem. But I would say, fortunately, my manager called me that very night that they brought the goods, that I should resume on Sunday. And I told her that they've brought the goods, no need of you going to your mommy's place again. But they said that we go on Sunday because our mom have called her to come. Okay, fine, go. Then I went to work. Please, let me just... And when I came back from work on Sunday, I asked her that, what is the discussion you and your mom had? So she said that, I should not worry, that it's just a normal, that you did not need to see anything. It's okay, no problem. So that week, I saw that she changed, as in, if I tell her something, as in the bad vibe, now as in it's increased. If I say A, if you want me to go, tell me to go, this and that. Babe, what you are talking is quite different from even. Are you threatening me? Is it because you know how much I love you? Because I always proclaim my love. I don't have friend. I don't have, even because of Awala, the place I'm living, this is my 3rd year there. She left my home December. My mom did not use one day like this to come to the house just because of her. None of my blood brothers came to that house just because of her. I'm backing my family and I'm embracing you. Anytime I go there, they'll be telling me this and this and this. See, I've married her. That is my cross. I can't have 2 wives because you know that I have a call. Do you want my first wife to be a choir and my second wife to be an usher? No. I have a call. I love my wife and I want her the way she is. I will pray God will change her. So that week, on the 15th of September, that was Friday, that same week, that was Friday. She just woke up, dressed up. I'm going to work, but I'll be coming on Sunday. Sure, as in, I don't get. What's the meaning of that? My friend wants to do wedding. You didn't tell me anything. You woke up this morning and you are telling me that your friend wants to do wedding. That you are not coming, you are coming on Friday. Even if you are going today, this night, we are having bridal shower. Tomorrow, after the party, all of us want to do party after party. As in my own house. She now said that, in your house, how? Even if I call my mom will just make jest of you. Who are you? You that, hey, you. I was like, oh. So definitely, they've said something about me the time she went there. Because the bad vibe, it was so much. But I'm holding myself. So.
Ifedayo, calm down.
So she went.
Okay.
So she went to the party. And after that, on Saturday, I called and lumber throughout, switch off. Okay. Sunday morning, I dressed up for church. She took my daughter to her mom. I dressed up for church. I went to church. When I get back home, I met her at home. And I went inside to lie down to go and study my Bible. Because after church, there are some verses that I can't read while preaching, just to not miss the message. So I went back in. As I was reading my scripture, before I went to church, I posted something on status that God bless the woman that give me joy. God bless the woman that give me peace. Can't love you less. That's what I posted. And I went to church. When I came back, I was lying down on the ties, reading my Bible. She was outside. She just came in. I remember something. And she sat on my head, started slapping my head. This is the Bible. This is the word of God with me. I swear, I have no woman in my life. I am preferring to you. I am preferring to you. And she stand up. She now went to cry. I'm the one giving you problem. I'm the one giving you issue. Every problem is me. And you have changed. You don't even argue with me again. You're just looking at me. She started crying, and I go ahead and that you know I've changed. I need to change. Hey, but it's easy for you to change now. It will be easy for you to just bring your mind to one place that this is your home. You have nowhere you are going. This is your home. And things will be fine. No, that is why I'm not giving you joy. The person that wants to give you joy, the person says, I stay on mountain. that you need to go and pray at the mountain and make the woman there. The woman is there. Maybe because I'm giving you problem. That is why I'm not giving you joy. Maybe if I miss the man of my own, I will give the person joy. I was like 6 years. Now we want to go and be praying about, are you compatible or not? Tuesday, the same thing. Wednesday, this we are not compatible. That we are hearing is too much. You both need to go to the mountain to go and pray. Maybe you are both compatible. And I answered her, Mom, this is 6 years. Is it now that we want to go and pray for compatibility? If there is something we need to fix, you help us in fixing it. So she was like, destiny is the key. Destiny is the key. 6 years, you guys have been struggling. No money, no car. We have not built house. So you have not built house. Destiny is the key. Fine, destiny is the key. I called my mom. My mom, they say destiny is the key. 6 years in marriage with all my sufferness on her. I was like, let them do what they want to do. Because that is my own mom. My mom doesn't argue. Fine. She now said that she will be leaving my house. It remained a week for that month to go. So he stayed with me for that 1 week. Let's stay together. September 30th, I will leave. Okay, no problem.
The plaintiff, Olale Solomon, and his baby mama cohabited for about 6 years. Solomon claims that Blessing made an open confession to sleeping with other men while under his roof. Eventually, the two lovebirds separated, and the defendant is currently pregnant for another man. The plaintiff alleges that access to his daughter has been restricted since Blessing moved out of his house. He is in court to seek redress. Judge Fumi wades into this matter.
You need to highlight your point.
So,
we have two cases together.
Yeah.
So highlight what you are addressing. Let her respond so that she can narrate.
Now, she now went, as in she left the house on 30th. After 3 days, she called me. One of us said that you used Jazz to marry me. Me? You? No, as in, no man, if you see us, you can't say like that. He said, it is what the affair said. And instantly, I called her mom. Hello, ma. Hear what your daughter said. Even if you cannot marry each other again, she has a daughter with me, and with that, I can be an help to her, and she can also be an help to me if you not marry each other. So I told her mom like that. Her mom said that that is what she had. Sorry, and I blocked her. So whenever I want to talk to my daughter, then I do call her mom. Her mom give my daughter a phone. I talk to my daughter. So along the line, after 3 weeks, she started calling me with different number. I didn't pick her number. She now chatted me with another person's number that she now wrote everything. I'm sorry. I went to one pastor. They said we can marry. I'm coming back home. Please forgive me. And I called my mom that this person said that she's coming back home after Jazz. My mom said that, just wait a little bit. Let me hear from her. So she started begging. And later she now told me that she's pregnant. I said, who wants the pregnancy? As in, who is the September? Her mom called me that she wants. Okay, I will go. I will follow you. Let's go. So as we got there, our mother now took a message. The message said, hello, Wale. I will suffer you with the baby that I'm carrying. When I born him, I will not you will not have access to him. My own name is Solomon. And he's talking to Wale. You will not have access to him. You will not do this, you will not do that. So, as I would have read everything, you will cry before you see this baby that I'm carrying. My mom said that, ask her who is the owner of the pregnancy. The scan said September. And you have sworn with Bible. Who owns that pregnancy? I don't know. You don't what? You don't know the owner of the pregnancy. That is where she now started. She and her mother now start spitting on each other's face. If that is what you want. So her mother now said that you guys have been sleeping with each other under Solomon's roof. The day you went to wedding that you used 3 days, it's you and the guy that you are together. They said it that day.
Whose mother? He also has.
Her mother. So I was like, wow, that's fantastic. The wedding I told you not to go. So you went there with another guy, and the guy took you home and used 2 days, and you still came that Sunday to come and be beating me, to come and be stressing me. When I wrote, God bless the one that gave me joy. Ah, God. But you use Bible to swear, I don't know, it's work of Satan. It's just that I don't know what pushed me to him.
So what happened thereafter? You have to run.
Yes, thereafter, December 30th, December 31st, I told her to go back to her mom's house. When she gave birth to the baby, we will do DNA tests. And
when was that?
That was December.
This last December?
Yes.
Okay.
Move to your mommy's house. When you give birth there, then we will do the DNA test and know the owner of the child. What I want to say is that now, I've not seen my daughter, and I've been calling her mom. Her mom have not been picking my call. I've been calling her mom. Her mom have not been picking my call. I call her number switched off. I call her uncle. Her uncle did not pick my call. So my brother asked me not to. Her brother now called me. Her uncle now called me that, why am I disturbing her younger sister? The voice call is here. Why are you disturbing my younger sister? Do you know that you're not the owner of that pregnancy and you are disturbing her?
And that is in.
Yeah.
The basic issue highlights. I only have 2 things. From all these stories you've been narrating, there's only 2 things you have said. Access to the child.
Yes. Not access to the child. Ma, I need to. I want a full custody. And her husband, her new husband, how the guy hates my daughter.
You know what? Let me tell you one thing. What do you want to show me there?
The evidence that the girl cannot stay with her.
Let me see. Wait, you are not letting that play.
These are all their chats here. The lady, but I highlighted. So my daughter cannot stay with her.
Yes, but you told me to write it.
Who? No.
You told me to write it.
You will speak. Just.
Ma, and again, my daughter cannot stay with her mom because she wrote to me here also that she said, please don't call my mom again. I know what I'm saying.
Let me have it. Did I ask you to read it? Are you conducting your own case?
I circled that one too.
So, the point is, she said you shouldn't call her mom again. That people you think to be your friend are your worst enemy. So what's the point you are trying to make out of this?
That she's referring to her mom, that her mom that I'm calling, they are my worst enemy. Then she was begging me that she wants to come back home.
Your defense. I noticed you were jotting. Yes. I really appreciate if you can quickly address those issues so that you can swap the talk.
Okay, ma. My name is Ifedayo. About this child in particular, I have never denied him access, never for once denied him access of this child.
That's your daughter?
Yes, my daughter, our daughter. Right from time, ma. This child, since the time this child was a year till 3 years old, she has been with my mom. We took her to my mom in Ibadan because I'm this type. I work from morning till night. I work from 7 o'clock in the morning. I need to get to my work latest by 8. I will close by 6. So before getting home, it will be around 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. That has been my normal, regular routine every day. So when the girl was 8 months, I started work. We've been together for 6, going to 7 years before we broke up. This child in particular, we tried different daycares to take this child to. They used to tell us that maximum 6 o'clock they've closed. And my work does not allow me to get home by 6 o'clock. So there was even a particular lady, she will help us take this girl home, but it's risky. We did it for like 3-4 months or 6 months. We had to stop. Then I told him, I said, let me take this girl to my mom in Ibadan. His brother knows. Then we took the child to my mom. My mom is also here. She was with my mom for complete going to 3 years. Just within 6 months, the first 6 months of her staying with my mom was the last 6 months that we sent money to her. And in fact, ma, to be precise, not we, I carry over 80% of everything in the house, and it does nothing. I will go in the morning and I will come back at night. Fine, he might be saying it that he's assisting me in house chores. I cannot lie against that. He has told a lot of lies against me, but I will not do that. I will not lie against him. He's a big liar. Fine, I agree to that. He used to help me in house chores, but it's because I will go from morning till night and he does nothing. Is it that he works within 2 months, he will lose his job. He will stay at home for like 6 months before he will see another job again. So directly, indirectly, I will call him most times, please, let me do the dishes before I come back. I will get home. I've gotten home around 10 to 11 before, all in the name of work, traffic. And any money I earn, any salary I earn, I use it to fix everything in the house. I've been doing it for the past 6 years. I don't have any savings. For the past 6 years. That is not even the most annoying part. The highest part of it is that he will beat me. He has been beating me since this child is 5 months. I've been 5 months pregnant with this child. Fine, I might not have evidence or proof that I'll be snapping myself like this and be sure, because I never for once thought of using it against this man. Never in my life. I never knew a day like this would come. I would have been keeping records of the way he used to beat me. I have people that I can call. His brother knows, this man that is sitting down here, I've gone to his house countless times, that he will beat me. This man, he will beat me in his house. He will come and beat me in his house again. Countless times. That even this girl, I will have brought my daughter, but people say I should not do it. I should not create any bad energy between them, which I agreed. Whenever I collect salary, if I'm receiving salary alert, he's receiving. He linked my salary alert email to his mail. Anytime I'm receiving salary like this, he will also receive. He will receive the alert straight. He will call me. The money you collected, this is what we are going to use it for. This is what we are going, and I will never disagree. I will pay house rent. Ma, I have evidence here. The little evidence I have here, ma. I will pay house rent. I will fix bills. I will do everything. I will buy him clothes. Ma, the clothes on him, I bought it. This clothes. His friend used it as wedding. Ma,
your husband.
This man is a liar. This man is a liar.
This matter continues to unfold as Judge Funmi continues to cross-examine both parties in the next episode.
If your baby daddy is denying paternity of the child to avoid upkeep, or you suspect misattributed paternity situations, submit your case online at www.thejusticescourt.com for a prompt resolution of the matter.
I wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life. I tried to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own as an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and we have the shoes here, which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, while working. I'm Osa7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
The silent motoring and energy transition revolution that the Nigerian middle class is yet to plug into. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics. The profound improvements in EVs, that is electric vehicles, with longer lasting batteries that can now go up to 600 kilometers per charge, the little or no environmental pollution that the ICE, that is internal combustion engines, in conventional vehicles emit, which has made governments in environmentally responsible societies to set dates for the elimination of ICE vehicles on their roads. The increased productivity that EVs, which are smart objects like your smartphones and can be leveraged as Internet of Things tools by owners to galvanize increased productivity even while they are on the road. Far more importantly, the dramatically falling price of EVs, the average price of EVs sold by BYD, the world's largest EVs manufacturer, in China last year was $12,000. Indeed, there are Nigerian manufacturers that are now advertising tear rubber, quote unquote, that's the newly assembled EV, SUVs, and ILOS type trucks for half of the prices of, say, Japanese or American equivalents. The unfolding EV good news for the Nigerian motoring public does not stop at the competitive pricing level. The Rural Electrification Agency, RADDC, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Osanipin, and literally live in the studio with me is the President CEO of Saglef Incorporated, a U.S. electric vehicle manufacturing company with a new assembly plant in Imota, Ikorodu division of Lagos State. Dr. Olugbenga Sam Fale. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. DG, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
It's never too late to say congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
We wish you all the best in your tenure. We want to believe that you will leave a legacy that will be so profound that the world cannot discountenance. But how would you want to start? What would you want to tell us about electric vehicle technology and the position of NADDC?
Electric vehicle, that is one of the new energy vehicles that is available world over. And globally it's been embraced. Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria is gradually embracing it because that's the future of the mobility. Electric vehicle is the future of mobility, that's certain. And we are already embracing that because of many reasons. Number one, the climate effect of emission. An electric vehicle, especially when it's battery, is zero emission. So it is attractive for anyone and for Nigeria to embrace it. So, and apart from that, maintenance costs. You can see the parts, the engine parts that an IC vehicle will have, they are into thousands. But electric vehicle has only auto traction that power the vehicle. Then with the battery. So the number of parts you have to change at interval regularly are very, very limited. So you can drive the maintenance cost by almost 70%, reduce it by 70%. So also the fueling part of it, the cost of fuel is going up. And with electric vehicle, when you compare the cost of charging, that is the cost of energy, and the cost of powering ICE through AGO or through PMS, you know that the cost compared to EV is so high. So EV also reduced that one dramatically, and that's enough advantage or enough benefits that will attract motorists to patronize or move to migrate from ICE to EV.
Thank you very much.
We are also embracing that.
I'll come back to you, DG. Doc,
yes.
You know, with you, you are a medical doctor.
Yes, I am.
And one way or the other, how did your love for electric vehicle, how did it start? Before we even get into what inspired you becoming an industrialist, setting up an electric vehicle assembly plant in Nigeria all the way from the US. Let's give it a human face first.
The short version. Honestly speaking, I was just one of those kids that could never make up their mind whether I wanted to be a doctor or an engineer, honestly. The last day of JAMB, my dad called me and said, you know you have to submit this form today, right? Pick one. So after listening to him, I said, okay, let me pick medicine. But it so happened that after I finished medical school, I went to the US and specialized in internal medicine, also specialized in clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology, in healthcare. And I've always been a big believer in the danger to our planet of climate change. So I've always understood the need for renewables. So me being partly also just an entrepreneurial, guy, I felt that there are avenues in renewables for entrepreneurship. Just that was my segue into tech, and I just basically kept looking into this. I've been involved in the real estate business and other endeavors in the US, and I just felt, along with my partners in Saglev, who actually makes electric vehicles in the US, also a Nigerian like myself, we just got together and said, look, you can make an EV company, I will make an EV company. There's no point doing this separately, we'll do it together, and that's really how Saglev came about. But we thought that it was in the emerging markets where the opportunities are.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the DG and I'll come back to you on some very interesting. I really want to know how, when we live in the diaspora, we have a very rustic, very backward perception of Nigeria, many of us, because we cross-feed ourselves some misinformation about Nigeria. I'm sitting there thinking, because I once lived in the diaspora, I'm thinking, okay, how did you then cross that Rubicon of believing that electric vehicle would ultimately be accepted in the Nigerian market? But let me go to the DG for the next step. DG, I just want to know, we know that Ria and Naseni at the last COP28 signed an MOU with a Chinese concern, an international manufacturer entity that is setting up plant now in Nasarawa State. And there is no way that lithium-ion battery could be made in Nigeria that some Nigerian entrepreneurs would not think, about time to harness the inherent opportunities of electric vehicle manufacturing or components manufacturing in some respects. What would be the strategy? I think I have a confession to make here, and the confession, Mr. DG, is that I was one of those in my capacity as a director of a company that consults for the NADDC. I was one of those that wrote the curriculum for electric vehicles. So an average Nigerian watching now may not know that there is a detailed curriculum for electric vehicle, from how to transition the average roadside mechanic to working on electric vehicles, to somebody who is doing a PhD program, say in a formal academic environment. So, but this is not about me. This is about you as the person that wears the authority of the NADDC, intimating the Nigerian public with the opportunity. So I'm sitting there wanting to ask you, how is the NADDC planning to unshake the opportunity of this domestication of one of the major components of electric vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria?
Thank you for the question. Number one, you will know that electric vehicle, the major component in electric vehicle is the battery. In fact, battery accounts for between 40 to 50% of the cost of an electric vehicle. So what that means is, if Nigeria is investing in production of electric vehicle, in production of battery, it literally means that gradually we are investing in manufacturing of electric vehicle in Nigeria, because by producing the battery itself, we have contributed up to 40% of the component. That is contributed about 40% of the component. That means the component, the battery can give us 40% of the total cost of the vehicle, which is local components, increase in our local component. So that is very vital. Producing battery in Nigeria is vital. And again, apart from it increase our local content component, we can be able to drag down the cost of manufacturing a vehicle and an EV vehicle. And if you can do that, it means we can translate that one we can transfer that one to the buyer. That means the cost of acquiring an electric vehicle in Nigeria can also go down. We really appreciate that, and we hope this big investment can start yielding result by producing battery for Nigerians. One, what other thing we are trying to do, just as you mentioned, the curriculum developed, which we call National Occupational Standard. That standard is being critiqued and the validation has been done. By the time we are through with it, it's going to serve as the basis for training Nigerians, the artisans, and different level of training, either the artisan, the fresh graduate, and those people that already have the experience in EV, those people that want to manufacture EV, those people that want to work on EV. So we know that we get to a point where we need to bridge the gap in the knowledge. That is the people that will be working on the EV. And we need them to acquire the basic knowledge or have the basic expertise in handling that. That's why we came up with this NOS, National Occupation Standard, which we have critiqued and which the validation has been done. So this also will help in increasing the awareness, as well as help people to adopt, help citizens to adopt EV usage faster.
Thank you very much, DG. Doc, before I went to DG, I made a remark that I would want you to respond to. You know, the misinformation in our diaspora, technology and social media is now helping to bridge the gap, but about the time that you must have started flirting with electric vehicle, social media was not big then. And for you to have thought that, okay, I want to go into this and I want to take it to Nigeria, you must be a very adventurous visionary.
Well, actually, I have to confess, there's no point. I used to be the typical diaspora that is totally scared of Nigeria. I think counting, I think I've been in the United States now about 32 years or so, something like that. And out of that 32 years, if you add all the days I've spent in Nigeria, it's probably less than 8 weeks, even, well, maybe now 12 weeks total before I started this. So, but again, due to social media, due to just being inquisitive, I participated in trade missions from companies. You know, I just happened to have an interest in entrepreneurship generally. So I came to Nigeria, met with the U.S. consulate, U.S. ambassadors, all those people. They taught us a lot about Nigeria. At that point, I started realizing that, look, the story that you get and the story that is the truth, there's a gap. I'm not, you know, I'm just saying that there is a mismatch. You know, but when things happen, it gets blown out of proportion. And yes, there are some problems and there are some concerns. The security issues are there. Corruption issue is there. But at the end of the day, look, I was educated here. And I tell people that at the end of the day, you know, when I got to the United States, I had colleagues who were owing $300,000-$400,000
from medical school.
From medical school, and my own debt was zero. So at the end of the day, as a diaspora person, you can think up, down, left, right, center. You still owe the country something. The country invested in you. You know, and again, the joking part of it is that, look, you're going to eat burger to the point where you can't even stand it anymore. You are going to want swallow. You're going to want all these things.
The emotional persona in you would naturally, at some point, beckon you in the direction of home.
So, but things are changing. People are seeing, and you know, all my friends are shocked that I'm here. And I, as a matter of fact, I do live here for the most part, and I do go home maybe 2, 3. In fact, I shouldn't use that word because I go to the United States 2, 3 weeks a time, do meetings, attend to urgent businesses and all that, and then I'm back here for the last 2 years. That's how it's been. So I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the U.S. So this is changing. I see a lot of friends who are saying, wow, I cannot believe you are doing this because you used to be one of the worst. So you know, again...
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on how your flirtation, and now that has become a lifelong and I hope transgenerational love with EV started. I'll come back to you because I really want to give this a human context and also use the experiences of people like you to hold the Nigerian middle class. The Nigerian middle class is still reticent.
Definitely.
You know, all those ifs and so, but you were at the very emergence of electric vehicle motoring. You had a kind of experience that an average Nigerian maybe. Let me go back to the DG. The NADDC, I must state, is one of the national treasures that I want to believe has been changed media-wise. I don't suppose many Nigerians even get to know the strategic importance of the NADDC in the quality of the motoring experience they get. Many Nigerians don't know. How do you intend to engage the Nigerian public and let them see, especially the Nigerian motoring public, and let them see the whole gamut of things you do to protect them by the quality and standard of the vehicles you allow to be imported into Nigeria and assembled in Nigeria, the quality and standard of the motoring experience they enjoy that many don't know, that even far beyond Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NADDC, is the first line of quality assurance when it comes to vehicular objects coming into this country. What are your strategies, Mr. DG?
Yes, thank you for that question because it's something that we really we know we are addressing it because a lot of Nigerians are not even aware of the existence of the council, and a lot of Nigerians are not aware of what we are doing and what we have achieved. So it's part of what we are doing. We have started some campaign, and in the next few weeks, we notice that we start telling Nigerians what we have been doing, and what we have achieved. So especially in the area of CNG and EV, and generally what our mandates are and what we have achieved in the last few years. So just as you mentioned, apart from tests and standards that we have established, working with Standard Organization of Nigeria, we've done a lot. And even apart from that, we are trying to work on ensuring that the material used for local parts or local components meet the standard before you now process the material to become parts. And for that also, we have started building. We have a material test center in Zaria, and we have component parts test center in Enugu that will soon be commissioned. Also, we have emissions test center in Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Ikorodu. With that one also will soon come to life. So all this we have been doing in order to ensure that the quality of the vehicle that are coming to Nigeria and the quality of vehicle that are on Nigerian road meet international standard. So also to protect, we are doing that also, especially the emissions center, to protect the environment. So all these we know they are not being known by Nigerians. But again, we are using social media now. We are using electronic media. And then the traditional newspaper, all this we are going to employ in educating Nigerians or bringing our services to the notice of Nigerians. So we will start that in the next few weeks. And Nigerians will know more about what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are about to do again.
I'll come back to you, Mr. DG, especially in the particular area of human capital development and the inherent opportunities that the council presents to the Nigerian youths, especially in the area of human capital development. I'll come back to you. Doc, we will go, we will soon get to the nitty-gritty of how SAGLEV came into being, and why Imota Ikorodu, Nigeria. But I like to always give the human story element to serious, because people can identify in many respects with stories like that. So how did I used the word flirtation initially, but I know you are in love now with, how did it graduate from, okay.
So I want to crave your indulgence to tell you that without the NADDC, I don't want to forget to say this, without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. I think it's important to say that so that people can hear. Without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. So because we did not even know.
In a way, to the NADDC is like also an investment.
1,000%.
Investment.
Yes.
Conduit.
Yes, because
foreign direct investment conduit to Nigeria.
Not directly the foreign direct, but you see, we have these ideas, and we're in the United States, and we do manufacture cars in the United States, by the way. We have these ideas of what we want to do, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know what the policy is. The NADDC is who has guided us step by step to where we are. They are the ones that have pointed out to us. Now, it's a very interesting story of how we got here. As you know, we started out in Ghana.
Yeah.
And the things that happened in Nigeria fuel-wise started. It was the NADDC that said, okay, you guys...
Now you have a competitive
you guys,
business environment.
Yeah, because every time they would talk to us, we would tell them, but Nigerians have pretty much free petrol. We don't know that they are ready for EV. it was at that point they literally called us up and said, look, guys, give the excuse again, because that excuse is not valid anymore. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Very important point.
Yes, very important point to make sure you give.
But ultimately, the removal of subsidy.
Yes, did it. Yes.
And presents the business opportunity that speaks to the fact that now the alternative energy.
Yes, some of that, because you have to understand that while petrol was 50 naira a liter in Nigeria, it was over 850 naira a liter. Today, petrol is 1,340 naira a liter in Ghana. It's even more expensive in Abidjan. So it's not a matter of the business case. Even if petrol was 50 naira a liter, you would still have the benefits of using an EV.
Environmental.
And we can go into talking about all of environmental, the cost of
smart
the ease,
technology.
Yes, the ease of repair, the ease of maintenance, and the reduction in the total cost of ownership. You have all these benefits in the EV. But now going to your question, yes, the reason, you see, I can relate to how Nigerians feel now that, there's no charging. You know, Nigeria has been a country that has suffered tremendously under the lack of power. We still are in this conundrum. So anytime you mention anything electric, the first thing in Nigerian is just natural. The human mind tells you, no, it's not possible. But however, every step that I've seen here, I went through it in the United States. To give you a story, very close friend of mine was the very first person that actually acquired a Tesla. My classmate, we've been classmates actually since primary school. So that's why I tell you
What year was that?
This was in 2012. The very number 27 Tesla that came off the lines, we drove that car. But I want to tell you this. When he picked up that car in Nebraska to get to Atlanta, okay, it took 4 days.
The two of you?
Well, I was smart enough to let him do that problem. I escaped it because somehow, he's an anesthesiologist, I'm an internist, so his time is more, so I escaped that. But I knew he was picking up the car, and we were all excited to see to test drive this thing. But incidentally, 4 days to move from Nebraska to Atlanta because you have to stop. There are chargers, but at that time, the charging system was very immature, even though there were Tesla superchargers. But to drive from Nebraska to Atlanta, the path. So I can relate because I lived it in the United States where there was, this is early 2012, where you have an EV, but you can't charge. So when people are telling me there's no charging, so again, I want to assure Nigerians that you see what we went through in 2012, in 2 to 3 years, you're not going to even remember all those things because all those problems are actually already being solved. I've driven an electric vehicle here a year and a half. Every day.
A fleet, actually.
Well, don't tell people I drive a fleet of EV. But
because I know you are a couple.
Yeah.
You've been to my office a couple of times.
Yes.
I have a confession to make. When it was about setting up Saglev factory in Imota, Ikorodu division, one of the companies where I'm a director actually selected young Nigerian technicians. We call them automotive mechatronics technicians. We trained fundamentally. They are still in training because they want to expose them to global standards. So they are still in training. But having said that, I think it's imperative. Journalistic ethics demand that I make that revelation. So
yes. So again, what happens is I can relate. But the good news is that in a very short time, this Tesla supercharger was all over to the point where you could easily drive that car pretty much nationwide on electric charge. Now, I actually right now hardly drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. I don't. 80% of all the charging for electric vehicles will actually happen at home.
Repeat that.
80% of electric vehicle charging, period, in this country, in any country, is going to happen at home. It's like that in the US, it's like that. So there are other little areas where you have to make some adjustments.
Doc, you know the irony for me. I'm sitting here thinking, most of us, notwithstanding whatever may be our perception or the reality of public power utility, most of us don't sleep in the dark. We make arrangements.
Exactly.
And the same power with which we sleep can also
charge your car.
I'm not going to romanticize it. Charging equipment are still relatively expensive. We will get back to that. Let me go to DG.
DG, okay.
All right. That is where we go in the direction
yes.
DG, thank you for still keeping this good time with us. Like I said, when I was going out the last time I was with you, I know that the council, that's the NADDC, has a robust human capital development program that crisscrosses from hand-holding the average roadside mechanic. We call them the Baba Mufus or the Eshobes, and holding them from ignorance to being able to work with modern vehicles that are largely computers on wheels. Don't even let's talk about EVs now. A modern automobile are computers on wheels. You have vehicles now averaging about 7 ECMs, electric control modules, some far more. We know that apart from training those artisanal mechanics, you have programs that mentor people, undergraduates in universities. You are partnering with some tertiary institutions. That is actually why you have the emission facility in the Southwest in a tertiary institution in Lagos State. Lagos State University of Technology now, former Lagos State Polytechnic. How do you want to tell an average young person interested like he was in flirting with technology? What do you want to tell an average young person on how the NADDC can usher them into realizing their dream of being automotive mechatricians, or indeed somebody that works on or that can dabble into the world of EVs? Your floor.
Okay, let me start from known to unknown in for this particular question. When I say known, is from ICE. How did we manage, or how are we managing the ICE maintenance? Currently, we realize that even the ICE vehicle are changing. Some of the technicians, the ones we call mechanics, the technicians, some of them trained about 20, 15 years ago, and the technology has really changed. So what we have done is to organize training for the technicians across the country. And as of today, we have trained over 10,000 Nigerian youths. We have trained over 10,000 artisans. And in training them, we ensure that we move them from the type of vehicle they started with. We introduce the new vehicle, the new technology, and we let them keep abreast of the happenings and the new technology that we have in auto now. So we've done the training across Nigeria. We have what we call sector skill council. So we have this sector skill consists of almost 17, 18 different agencies or people that have experience in different areas of auto, lecturers, people that are assemblers, artisans, all these people, we brought them together, and they form what we call sector skill. And they develop a curriculum that we are using to train all the artisans. We train artisans that we call the roadside. We train fresh graduates in Midas so that they can design parts, they can design different things using Midas technology. So we've done all this for both skilled and unskilled artisan and skilled professionals in auto field. And that's what we intend to also do with the electric vehicle. We realize that electric vehicle, you need to be abreast with the current technology concerning that. And that's why we have started by first of all developing the curriculum, because that curriculum is going to be the guide for everybody that want to play parts here, that want to play role here. Just as you are mentioning, you discussed with Doctor. Doctor was trained as a medical doctor, but today is now playing a major role in production of electric vehicle in Nigeria. The same way, because of the interest and because of expertise he has acquired outside the classroom. The same way we are doing with EV. There are some people that we acquire this experience not in the 4 walls of university, but we want them to be grounded. And that's why we have come up with this National Occupational Standards concerning that develop the curriculum for EV. So we have done that, and any moment from now again, we will be embarking on nationwide training of youth. We are already in the process, and we are going to introduce our youth to the common things in EV, the common things, because in EV you don't have plenty parts. So we need to let them know how do you charge, what's the different kind of charging connectors that are available, then all the little details that they need to know, and then how can you maintain an electric vehicle. These are things we are going to do. And in doing that, we are going to partner with people that are playing in that field. We are going to partner with professors, engineers. We are going to partner with engineers that are practically professional engineers, and also the vehicle assemblers or vehicle manufacturers. All these people, we bring them together, and we are going to organize those training and let Nigerians know how to handle EV vehicle. When we did the ICE, after training, sometimes we give them some, we like call it take home, like a diagnostic machine, for example. And with diagnostic machine, I was in one state recently, and when they were talking to us, one of them mentioned that we have been able to move them from analog to digital mechanics. So the same way we are going to do in EV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where you left it, you've moved past, the anxiety, the initial anxiety level. Now,
yes. So just picking up from where, so those anxieties that you had about charging, those are normal. It actually has a name. It's called range anxiety, because you are worried, where am I going to charge? I have 400 kilometers, but 400 kilometers is a lot. It's a lot. So
one way 400 kilometers will take you to Asaz.
Yes, actually, I'll throw out some data shortly to make people really understand what 400 kilometers is. But having said that, what has happened is every concern that I see people having, I've lived through this. I can relate to it, and I understand, how these are very legitimate concerns. But the good thing is that people also need to take comfort in the fact that these are problems that other people have gone through, and people have actually walked their way through solving this. For example, charging. I have a charger at home. It costs, let me just throw out some numbers. If I were an Uber driver and I have our smallest product, for 4 hours you get 300 kilometers on that car. It costs 2,500 naira to charge that car. If you have the same vehicle in internal combustion car, 10 to 12,000 naira to fuel.
Per day?
Per day. Now, and you are not going to finish that because when we've been here on the ground collecting data for going on 3.5 years now, Uber drivers don't even drive 200 kilometers. So you will not even finish that charge. Not only that, if you have a car that has a 300 kilometer range and you are in Lagos, you are not going to charge but more than once a week, guaranteed. I don't charge more than once a week if I'm within town. So it's remarkable. It really relieves.
You mean if you're doing inner city driving?
Yeah, because don't forget that the entire, everywhere we go to in Lagos is about 22 by 24 kilometers. It fits in a box of 22 by 24. We don't drive a lot. We're just spending all our time in hold up. In Abuja, they drive a little bit more, but it's not a whole lot. So, yeah, people need to, but again, these concerns are valid, and our job is to actually make people understand, yes, your concern is valid, but now look at it this way. We have to educate the public, which is why we need the media. We have to partner with the media very tightly to educate the public and make them understand, because the truth is that the gas station is at home mostly, not where it's just, you have to just look at it a little bit different. You don't have to
go and be queuing.
No, you don't have to. And again, people talk about cost. Let me throw out some numbers to you. This is not a commercial. We just want to talk about EVs. So, an electric charger comes with, by the time the EV is anywhere upwards of $25,000-ish, it will come with its own charger 100%. Even if it were lower than that, and I'm just throwing out a number, a charger that you would put at home, you can easily get for $300-400. And
charge your vehicle at home?
Yes, the charger itself. And we have trained technicians that will install it for you. So some of the lower vehicles, the more affordable vehicles, may not come with a charger, but you can easily have a charger by us installed for you at home. It's not expensive. Not only that, what we have done as a company is we have actually provided a charging platform. We have already signed contracts. This is not a commercial. People can find out there are malls already in Lagos where we have banks of chargers. So that if you are a rideshare driver and you don't have a home where you can install a charger, you don't have steady power at home, well, you can park your car, charge it for 4 hours, and you can park it at 8 p.m. at night. By 12 midnight, your car is charged, and you are ready for your next day's work. 2,500 naira versus 20. Because if you're using a mid-size, it will be 20,000 a day. So,
sport utility vehicle?
Yeah, yeah, much more. So, our story is not just about an EV. Our story is very much about jobs. Because don't forget that a lot of the rideshare drivers quit because they can't afford to pay 10,000 naira a day. They quit driving because, how do I know that? Part of our testing, we started ordering rideshare rides by ourselves. We just wanted to know. Apart from paying rideshare drivers to get data, we were actually entering rideshare in Lagos before we even started using our own cars for the drivers.
Rideshare or ride-hailing?
Ride-hailing, the same thing. Rideshare, ride-hailing. There is the difference between American English and...
Okay, because rideshare, what we understand rideshare to be in this part of the world is that we live in the same neighborhood.
And then we share. Yes.
We go in the same direction.
Yes, but
we
to
don't
us,
really want to be wasting this thing.
To us, it's just the same thing. The same difference between boot and bonnet.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
English.
But English. It's just English. Yes. But on a more serious note, we find out that these drivers benefit. It is about jobs. It is about making a living. It is about a guy who is spending so much on a vehicle that the vehicle itself, he cannot afford it. Now, by the time you give him a piece of equipment that the cost of maintenance is 50 to 60% less. And I tell people, look, I cannot compete with a Tokunbo car. But where I beat the Tokunbo car is this. Before your Tokunbo car reaches your hand from the port, you are spending money. Because that car has already spent 200,000 miles somewhere. You're already spending money on it.
To be honest with you, I was shocked about 2 weeks ago when I saw the advertisement gallery of one of the local EV assemblers. And I saw a sports utility vehicle, a typical sports utility vehicle that if you're looking at it, ostensibly, it speaks to the design, the look and feel of a Japanese or North American sports utility vehicle assembled in Lagos, and the cost is about half of an average Japanese sports utility vehicle that goes for, say, 50 million naira.
Yes.
And I was thinking, so can it cheap buy? Honestly, I was
well, you'll be surprised. So one of the things, actually, one of the hardest parts we had to figure out was how do we get these cars affordable to even come and do this in Nigeria. That was very difficult. We had to use my contacts, my partner's contacts, because he does manufacture cars in the United States, to find the right vehicle at the right price. And when we were coming, we had specific vehicles we wanted to compete against. I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
But given the paranoia that is now pervading Europe, because I was reading an article in the Economics magazine about 2-3 months ago, and Europe is alarmed now that EVs from a particular country are literally sweeping out, and they come with the best of smart technologies. You know, Internet of Things technologies, like you may even forget your smartphone at home, and the vehicle will serve as your smartphone, will make you run your office businesses, will make you run things at home. Maybe you forgot to put off the cooker. Let me go back to the DG for his epilogue. Mr. DG, we just have, as the person that personifies the standards for vehicular objects in Nigeria, the person that personifies the institution that also sets standard for how young Nigerians are trained to become specialists, auto maintenance technicians and engineers. How would you want to sign out from this show today? We know we're looking forward to many other opportunities for you when we have issues relating to automotive standards. But how would you want to sign out today, sir?
I want to sign out by assuring Nigeria that Rome was not built in a day. Just as Dr. Falaye mentioned, we have to start from somewhere. And with what we have on ground, we can really even scale faster than some of these developed worlds when it comes to EV adoption. First thing, we have to first of all disabuse people's minds, because by providing the right information to people, because there is this knowledge gap. A lot of Nigerians, just as you said in the beginning, did not know or still don't know that you can actually charge an EV car at home, because depend on the size of the battery. Some of the car you can use AC or alternative currents to charge, just like the way you charge your phone. The same way you can charge your vehicle at home. And if you want to use fast charger, some of the assembler of EV, some of them have fast charging devices, which you can still use outside. I was at a place one day, and I was there with electric vehicle, with EV vehicle, and a top person that you would think to know about electric vehicle was Marvel. I was asking, am I sure this is real electric vehicle? And I said, yes. I have to take him and explain everything before he could believe that truly we could put electric vehicle on Nigerian road. So this is first thing we need to address. Bridge the knowledge gap. Let Nigerians know this is possible. Despite the fact that we have power challenges, but we know despite the power challenge, we still charge our phone. We still use electricity at home. We still use electricity in our offices. The same can be done here. Again, on building the infrastructure, we know that some of the reason why the adoption is slow in Nigeria is the non-availability of infrastructure. And we know once someone has to start it, and that's why we are happy with Saglev for starting it, and many others that have done a lot in pushing for adoption of EV. Because some people will say, oh, if I bring in infrastructure, we don't have the vehicle. And the people that want to buy the vehicle will say, I want to buy the vehicle, but there's no infrastructure. That means we have to start either by providing the vehicle, then investor will come and invest in infrastructure. Or we first of all start with infrastructure. But what we are doing is that we are building gradually, and that is a very good thing. Again,
Thank you very much.
He has mentioned something about cost. We know, I'm assuring Nigerians, the cost of ownership, the cost of owning an electric vehicle is far, far cheaper compared to cost of owning an ICE. Because we are only looking at cost of acquisition. We are not talking about cost of maintenance. We are not talking about cost of powering it. But when you bring the three together, acquisition cost, cost of maintaining it, and cost of powering it daily, you will realize that electric vehicle is far, far cheaper.
Thank you very much, Mr. DG. Thank you so much. We look forward to engaging you some other times, especially when it comes to enlightening our motoring public. Thank you. Doc, I really want to use this opportunity, your signing off opportunity, to let you speak to the Nigerian diaspora. I've got friends who make sure, and as an ex-diasporian returnee like you, I've got friends who make sure that their parents sleep in, they make sure that their parents don't sleep in darkness every day. They make sure that they have a car for mommy and daddy that should take them around. Many of them actually have cars parked in Nigeria, and many of them are not even aware that they are returnees like you, assembling electric vehicles in Nigeria. Because I know if many of them were to be aware that the assembly vehicle there are EV assembly plants in Nigeria, you know what? I don't want mommy to go and be queuing when there is a fuel shortage, or daddy to go and be queuing when there. So what do you want to, looking at your camera?
So what I want to tell the diaspora is that Nigeria that you see today is a totally different country. Okay, when I left, there was virtually no middle class. There's actually a bigger middle class in Nigeria. Going back to mommy and daddy, believe me, you do not want mommy and daddy to drive a car that is going to give them problem, and the mechanic is going to, be their best friend. The solution is to give them actually an EV, because now you're solving that reliability problem, and you're also solving the power problem, and then you're also solving the sending driver to go and drive, to go and queue in the gas station. But more importantly, I want to put your mind, as Bola and I were saying before the program, there is an actual investment opportunity for diasporans, because we all have cousins who need help and they reach out to us. But there is now an opportunity to invest in the renewable industry, and specifically electric cars, because now somebody can actually make a living using an electric car in ride hailing, using an electric car in mobility, using an electric car in mass transport. There are employment opportunities, but it goes back to that old saying of teach people how to fish rather than not giving them fish.
For a meal.
Yes.
Teach a man how to fish,
Yes.
and you feed him for the rest
Yes,
of his
exactly.
life. Thank you very much, Doc. It's quite wonderful having you here. Maybe because I'm an automotive person with one eye. This is where we'll be wrapping it up for today. I am Bola Oba.
My name is Yetunde Adefolahan Odejayi. The fourth in line from my late parents, Reverend Jacob Adeshoga and Grace Folorunsho Badejo of blessed memory from Ijebu-Igbo. I was born and grew up in Ilesha, the old western region, now Osun State. Exciting days with great reminiscences. First, I am Yetunde because I was born shortly after my late father lost his mother. So, all respects for my father's mother were automatically transferred to me, as it was believed she was the one who came back. I remember I was so pampered by the late Mr. Oke, my teacher in primary 1 at Imesile, to the extent that my mother resisted and insisted I must repeat that class. Those were days when parents were less sentimental in ensuring their children had sound academic footing. Good old days. I think of our unblemished dedication to service, our disciplined lifestyle of waking up at 5 a.m. for morning prayers, engaging in household chores, arriving school early, eat lunch at 3 p.m., serve siesta for 1 hour, read till 7 p.m., and prepare for dinner by 8 p.m. Submit your assignments and essays for my father's scrutiny. Prayer time 9 p.m., bedtime 10 p.m. That was the routine. Good old days. We are who we are today through God's grace and because of those strict upbringing and high moral values impacted on us, not only by our parents, but from schools, places of worship, recreation, and even from our immediate community. I recall when Bami would be passing by and just order any recalcitrant child who had frustrated his parents to start living with us. At some point, we were over 23, living on a meager salaries of 2 teachers, Bami and Mami. Now, I stop to wonder, can we relive those old times again? Will our children believe us when we tell them our salaries at some point were not more than 36 naira a month as a teacher in a modern school in Ijebu-Igbo? The great concern now is to wish for a brighter future for the upcoming ones and join in this drive. Our children must not also refer to this era in future as good old days. We can change the narrative. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
welcome to Timeless Conversations today. My guest is a gentleman who is an epitome of altruism. All the while that I've known him, he has always done stuff just for the common good of everybody around him. In fact, to the extent that I see him as Dr. Selfless. I say Dr. Selfless because he's a medical doctor by training. Please welcome with me Dr. Dokun Adedeji. He prefers to be called Dokun Adedeji.
That's right.
Welcome.
Thank you very much.
We also call him Papa. Now, let's talk about you as the person. As much as possible, I will make you talk about things you don't want to talk about. You don't like being the focus. But how would you not be the focus when you are the firstborn of your family?
Yeah, truly I'm firstborn, but sometimes the firstborn also can be silent in the sense that others outshine him or something. But I've lived my life like this. My kid brothers and sisters looking up to me again, and also my parents having so much trust and confidence in my leadership ability over my kids. And I think that has helped me in other things that I've done or been able to do.
Okay. Your family is from Igbaroke.
Yes.
In Ondo State.
Yes.
Were you born there?
I wasn't.
But you also have a very strong connection to Igbaroke.
Oh, yeah.
Igbaroke.
You know, the thing, when my father retired and we were living in Lagos, after a while he got tired of living in Lagos, he moved to Igbaroke, and then my mother joined, and they were living there until they died. So we had no choice than to keep visiting them until my mom died some months ago.
Yes.
So, and they have their house there, which is still there. And we're also close to some of the things they do there. And the current Oba, we're also close to him. So, in a sense, because of my parents, we had to be going regular, and that was how I got a bit close
to Igbaroke. Now, but let's talk about your family life, your early childhood. What did your dad and your mom do that was useful, helpful in turning you guys out the way you have turned out?
You know, I like that because we learned. And then my mom actually did not work because my father said her responsibility was us. And she also took it like that until when she decided to work, then she was doing just some trading, got involved in a lot of things. So she had time to be with us. My father too managed to find time to go. And banking then, it's not like today. It's like cutthroat and then all kinds of stuff. My father still had time. So whenever he came back, I remember in those days, we would sit down as a family, we were talking generally about things. And those things that we used to talk about had been some sort of the things that have guided the way we all have grown up. About values, about systems, about how people should connect with other people and how they connected with us and how we saw them connecting with just ordinary people.
Okay. So what was the decision to send you to school back in, that was Ado-Ekiti?
I remember.
were you that stubborn?
No, I wasn't. You see, we were living in Lagos. I did all my primary school and all those in Lagos. And my parents felt that they wanted me to have a kind of rural background with education being the primary focus and also the Christian nature of it. So I did a variety of exams, I passed them. When I now decided I was going to go to some particular, they said, sorry, you are going to Christ School at Ado-Ekiti. And I think it was the best choice for me as well.
Okay.
And living Lagos, the glamour of Lagos and all the rascality, to then go to Christ School, that was backwater kind of a thing. And then, although again, I got there meeting some friends of mine who also came from Lagos with the same parental leaning that we want you to go somewhere and learn about other people, other things aside from Lagos.
Okay.
So it was fun.
What did that do to you? Apart from the fun aspect of it.
No,
being away for the first time?
Being away for the first time was tough. I remember the first time that we were on holiday, I was to come home. I think my dad couldn't send someone to pick me or something, so I had to come by public transport or something. So for me, it was jarring, never done that before. And also what it helped me to do was to meet a lot of people from different backgrounds. And in those days, it doesn't matter whether we were Christian or not. I mean, I met all kinds of people. And also, it allowed me to settle into education and also gave me the opportunity of going to some extracurricular things that had built my life today. It was a very good experience for me.
So, what led you to decide to read medicine?
To read medicine? To be honest with you, and I try to be as modest as possible. I was good in all the subjects. I was very good. I was one of the best in my class, in my school at the time. So for me, and again, you know, those days, if you were not a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant, and truly, if I didn't read medicine, I would have read law.
Okay.
And so I decided to read. And again...
So it wasn't like your dad insisted you were to read? Because, you know, it was like in those days, they would say, this is what you read.
You see, I think my family had been lucky with the kind of parents we had. None of us was mandated or corralled to read a particular, it was by choice. And I think some of the things that guided me, I remember when we were living in Ibadan, and I was to make a choice. I remember my dad's friend, two of them very well. One was Professor Femi Williams. He was pathologist in in UCH. And then I was Professor Shofora, who was also in UCH. And they were my dad's very close friends. They used to come. And I saw Professor Williams. I remember him very well. He would wear black trousers, white short sleeve with a black bow tie. And I liked that. He was very well, and very intelligent man. And from school, I passed all this. I just said I was going to read medicine.
So you wanted to become another Femi Williams?
In a sense, in terms of the way it was sartorially presented and very intelligent and very professional.
You also dress very well too, sure you know.
Oh, I thank you.
Yes.
No, people say that, but
yes.
It's just by nature, I like to be simple, but I like to be, I'm very meticulous about the things that I do, even dressing, even writing, whatever I do. So people find a bit of trouble with that. I was too particular about things, but it's just my nature.
So it's been how many years since you left Ife? I mean, yes, since you went into
medicine.
Medicine, yes.
I left medical school, I think must have been about 38 years now.
Yeah, that's almost 40 years.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And I practiced medicine for quite a while until I got tired, and whilst I was in Cadbury. So, and incidentally, you know, things sometimes work in ways that you don't understand, but that you desire. After being in medical practice as a medical director in Cadbury, then I was getting tired of medicine. I said to myself, I would rather do something else. So in the process, Cadbury then had an issue. And then the MD, then a white man, thank God for white men, I mean for this reason, he called me and said, we talked about something in the company because of the issue. All the directors had gone, and they want me to move to human resources, to head human resources. I said to him, hey, I'm a doctor. So he said, no, we know. But we know that you can do it. We will give you all the practical background that you need, experience, and then we put it. So he said, okay, they'll come in, let me have an interview with the other directors who are white too. I keep mentioning the white thing because I'm not sure if the MD was black or Nigerian, whether they'll give me that opportunity.
That's a deep one.
Honestly.
We will interrogate it.
Oh, please, let's do. You know why I'm saying so?
Yes.
This was a man, they brought him because he had retired, they brought him from the UK.
Okay.
Wallace Garland. I remember his name very well. Cadbury had problems, some white people had come on the board. Alistair was there, Mike was there, and I think, and also Wallace. So he walked to my office, actually in the clinic. He had been looking for me, I wasn't there. So then he came, he shut the door and said, Doko, I want us to have a chat. I said, what is it? He said, we've been thinking about something I've discussed with them in headquarters in Birmingham. We want you to become the head of HR. I said, look, I'm a medical doctor by profession. He said, we know. But we have seen things in you that can make you that make us believe that you can handle it. So, but he said what they will do then is try and give me practical background and all this and all the training required. I said, okay. And he said I would think about it, that he will call me. So he got back to me, he called me and said, will I be available for an interview on Friday? I said, okay, fine. Then he called back and said, no, tomorrow. So I met the other directors, two of them, Mike, the other white man, then the South African, white South African, Alistair Gore. So we had the interview, and then 2 days later he called me and said, look, they've agreed that I should be moved to human resources, that if I don't like it, I should let them know I'll come back to medicine.
We'll come back to it. Let me just say that, don't you think that attitude was more from where they're coming from than because of their skin color?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
If I alluded to white, it was
Yes.
because they were white then. I think it's them.
Yeah.
It's just their way, the attitude of giving anybody a chance who can do something. Not necessarily because of the skin color.
Okay, fine.
It is not unlikely that there could be some Nigerians with such disposition, but at that time there was none, in my
Okay,
periphery.
fine. Okay.
So I think it was more. It wasn't because of the, some also came, they were terrible, white guys, but not necessarily because of their skin color.
So what was that experience like, switching from the clinic being medical director to becoming HR director?
Honestly, it was enlightening. It gave me a wider berth in understanding. But you see, what had also helped me was the fact that as a doctor, I was dealing with human beings in a clinical sense of morbidity.
Yeah.
But when I moved to it, I was now dealing with human beings in a social environment with their working relationship and all that department. So it was just a shift, but it's still about people.
Okay.
But I think it deepened my interest in people and gave me a better understanding of what trips people, how they live their lives, and what affects them. It was very good for me. And after a while again, I got tired. I said I wanted to leave.
We'll take a break. We'll be back to continue. It's still Timeless Conversations. Our guest is Dr. Dokun Adedeji. We'll be back. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji as our guest today. So you were saying you got tired and you thought, let me go.
You see, it's an interesting thing about what had happened to me. When I was in the clinic, I had the liberty to to practice medicine the way I always loved to practice. I had everything. The company gave me the latitude to have the things that I required to practice. And so it was a different experience for me from working in the private sector. And so when after a while, I just saw, I come here, I treat people, I do this, I can't wake up the dead. So I said to myself, I'd like to have a different experience. You know, the thing that helped me, as the clinic was under the HR department, so I was attending top managers meeting and all those. So I was making contributions to our discussions, and I said that, look, this is something that I didn't think I was going to go to HR until that opportunity came. So when it came, you know what? I was even in the clinic. I was involved in some NGOs where I put so much time and interest even whilst working. And so I began to say to myself, and I came with the experience of what Bill Gates said. Bill Gates said when he called his colleagues and said, look, when he becomes 50, he was going to retire. And he began to do other things that gave him satisfaction and opportunities to do other things. So I said to myself, I've worked in the clinic, I've been HR, I've done my bit. I would like to spend the rest of my life doing things for other people and doing things that I enjoy, not necessarily for money, but for satisfaction. And so after a while, I told the company that I would like to leave. So they said, well, I said, I just was tired. There was no way I would become the MD of the company. I mean, going by what I can see, because I'm limited in that scope. And I'd rather, now when I can still do stuff, go and do things. And they said, okay, fine. So I left. And since I left, I've been involved in the NGOs that I mentioned that are now I superintend over it, and it gives me absolute satisfaction. And the peace it brings to me, I can't quantify it. So I thought I made the right decision.
So it's like you turned the page.
Oh, yes.
In your life's story.
Oh, yes.
And decided I'm going to be more into NGO, social service, as it were. Now, the NGO is the Christ Against Drug Abuse Ministry. That's CADAM.
CADAM.
What informed its formation?
You know, sometimes I remember when I won an award, and the chairman of the company, because I won the chairman's award in Cadbury, which was an international award, Cadbury staff worldwide. So the chairman asked me, he said, Doko, what gave you this desire to do this thing? That I said, honestly, I don't know. I just think it's my nature. It's not the same thing. What happened was, I never smoked before, never drank before. One day in church, the pastor just said, look, we're starting a new ministry called Drug Addict Rehabilitation Ministry to cater to the people that have been on drugs, maybe in the hospital at home. They didn't have any intention of turning to anything else, so I joined. So once I was there, it then began, not because of my medical background, but it was just my nature. So when we were there, I began to suggest to people that, look, going to the joints and meeting this addict, just talking to them was not it. They even said to us that, look, we want you to take us out of this and then put us in a place where we can get rehabilitated. That was what began the journey. So I then got very involved in it. We then built our centers, began to admit people, and we went to see people turn around. There are quite a number of them. There are still a lot of them that are drug-free, living productive lives. So that was my interest.
And what year was this?
The ministry actually
Yes.
was founded by Pastor Deyemi. I think he founded the ministry in 1991.
Okay.
And then I joined the ministry in 1992.
So that's like 1991 today. That's 30 years
Yes,
ago.
and then
so you've
29.
been with it.
I've been in the ministry for about 29 years.
29 years.
And since I retired in 2010,
yes,
this is what I've been doing full time. Even I wasn't paid. But that was not until now Mommy Joe now set up a board. The board said, no, you couldn't have been doing this all these many years and then we don't. So they said they'll give me some allowance. But the allowance is not even the important thing. But the fact that it was touching people's lives, people's homes, people's families, and parents.
Let's talk about not just the testimonials yet, but the drug abuse situation in Nigeria. I know it's a global thing, but let's situate it within our own area.
Lekon, one of the greatest tragedy for me, or pain for me, is the issue and our attitude to substance abuse in Nigeria. Why do I say that? Since I got involved, we've been shouting at what I'm seeing that will envelope. When initially, some years ago, they said Nigeria was a user nation, a transit nation. People carry through Nigeria. I remember telling one of the top echelons of NDLA, was actually the chairman, and we're joking that then we were even a user nation. So they didn't believe until 2013, when NDLA finally agreed that we're a user nation. Then I cautioned again, a year or thereafter, that we're not just a user, we're manufacturing. Everybody said, no, no, it can't be. Where am I going to? In 2017, a survey was done by the UNODC. The report came out in 2018. The global prevalence, the global average prevalence use of substance abuse globally was 5.6%. In Nigeria at that time was 14.4%, translating to over 14 million Nigerians between ages 15 and 64 that had used drugs the previous year. And let me say this, that survey probably did not take into cognizance people who do it in the office, people who do it socially, these were people they thought that were doing drugs on a regular basis. This year, the country representative of UNODC said that figure is close to 20 million. And you know, the thing that people also need to know is this. Out of every 4 substance use abuse disorders, 1 is a female. In Nigeria, the preponderance of use in Nigeria in the population is age 25 to 39, which is the economic productive years of any nation.
Yeah.
In Nigeria today, over almost 12 million people use cannabis.
Marijuana?
Marijuana. And I can tell you, Leko, there is no area of this country that does not have a drug joint.
Freeze. Marijuana. They say that the marijuana grown in certain parts of Nigeria, right, is the best in the world. When you say is the best in the world, is there any economic opportunities derivable from that? Because I recall that even Governor Akeredolu is calling for the legalization of marijuana production.
You know why I'm laughing? Incidentally, Governor Akeredolu and I were classmates at Ayetoro.
Yes.
We're very good friends. He knows this is what I do. I disagree with him completely. You see, anybody who talks about legalization of marijuana are blinded to some facts. We know, as a matter of fact, that the marijuana grown in Nigeria, the component, THC component, that is the terrible one that affects the mental and disturbs people, is very high. You see, the marijuana grown abroad for the legal uses are modified. So they're modified to the extent that the THC component is not as heavy as it is here. To say that the best in Nigeria is a fallacy. Nigeria is the 5th highest producer of marijuana in the world. Now, the thing about this is, we are not in a state yet, and I don't know when we can get there, when we can sort of decide that this is what we use marijuana for. So legalizing it will be a tragedy. It will take us down slope. And I'm glad that General Marwa has spoken against it, as many of us are against it. We need to be very careful. Yes, economic benefits are there, because we know that within marijuana, there are over 100 and something substances or compounds in it. And some of them are used in the manufacturing, they're used in building, they're used in hair industry,
hair production,
beauties and all those things. They're also used in medicine. But one thing that people forget, even the medical marijuana is not an answer to many of the conditions we use them for. In infantile epilepsy, for instance, which sometimes it is used, it is not everyone that has infantile epilepsy that benefits from marijuana. And we have also known that regular drugs that are used for those conditions are far more efficacious than even marijuana. Trying to legalize it and under the guise of the legal use is just to make it into something that becomes acceptable if we're not careful. Marijuana will join the class of socially acceptable substances like alcohol and cigarette, and it's becoming like that in Nigeria surreptitiously.
Yes.
Because a lot of people use marijuana. And you know, one thing that I'd like to say is this. There are varieties of marijuana, various kinds that people are now using in Nigeria. They call it loud, they call it Arizona, they call it Colorado. They are not marijuana at all.
What about the one they call skunk?
Skunk is different.
Okay.
Skunk is, let me take that and then I'll go back.
Yeah.
Skunk is a combination of marijuana, dry leaves of pawpaw, and then cocaine. That is why when people begin to use skunk, they begin to have a tendency towards addiction because of the cocaine element.
Okay.
And then they all, you see, and it's more expensive. They give a reason to say, oh, because it's higher in potentiality, and that's why people use it, and it's more expensive than ordinary marijuana. Maybe ordinary marijuana, 5 rounds may cost about 100 naira or thereabout. But skunk, a pinch of skunk may cost you 2,000 or thereabout. But if I go back to Colorado and Arizona, we know that in those substances, which is not marijuana in itself, the marijuana component of them is about 10 to 11%. The rest is made of chemicals and herbs. And that is why when you see people use it, they can go berserk. Yeah. They will begin to. It is the element, it is not the marijuana because it's very low. It is the chemical component. They are synthetic marijuanas. And that is what is common to them. And why people use them is because the smell does not have the peculiar smell of marijuana. So if you use it at home, parents may not know. But what brings it out is the effects and consequences. And those are things, we need to do something about the substance.
You know, you said that marijuana, unfortunately, was becoming, or sadly was becoming, surreptitiously a socially acceptable drug. I recall that growing up, joints where they sold or smoked marijuana were not very much welcome within residential areas, right? But these days, sadly, people smoke marijuana on the street, openly, even people in uniform.
You know, that, you see, the thing is, dealing with the issue of substance abuse in Nigeria needs strategic thinking and implementation. And to be honest with you, I'm glad that General Marwa has come to become the chairman of NDLEA. He was chairman of PASIDA, and in the process, he met with a lot of stakeholders. So he had a very good understanding of what the issues are. And I think it's beginning to unfold. My fear is I hope they give there's a political will to help him and also the resources. In the sense that one of the things we must begin to do in Nigeria is look at the NDLEA proper. The law setting it up has to be reviewed in my own understanding. Is too omnibus. What they expect to do, this. If we don't begin to particularize their area of attention, yes, it's good. They can be doing the interdiction, catching people and all the rest. But we need to place emphasis on demand reduction. If we don't do that, because one of the things that the Europeans have understood is this. They give us a lot of gadgets to catch people at the airport. You can't carry the drug. So what happens to the drug that doesn't go out? They get domesticated. And if they get domesticated, it allows accessibility and availability on different scales. So people can get it, they can use it. So the thing we must begin to look at now is how do we look at this thing? As you said, I doubt if you walk down this whether you won't find where you can buy it. And it's not limited to motor. You see, the wrong impression we've always had. We thought people who do drugs are motor park boys, rascals. It's not true. Big people, I mean, some experiences we are seeing lately have shown us that big people do. If you want to see some of these things in some areas of secluded areas of Lagos, highbrow areas, is to watch during break time. When you see, what do they call, yuppies, leave their offices in suit and everything, you see them drive to a house. They're not going there to have, just sit down. There's something that's going to happen there. Many of the parties today that are highbrow are drug fed. So we need to be aware, and you probably also have noticed or seen from when they has done, many of the cookies, many of these things are bought online. People are making drugs and putting them in food materials and selling them to young people. And so that's why we need to worry. And when you talked about tackling it and about the availability, look, whether highbrow or anywhere in Lagos, there's no place, there's no joint.
You know, that's something that's very scary. You said there's possibly nowhere in Nigeria, no part of Nigeria where there is no joint, drug joint. What I have found is that even the drug of use, the preferred drug of use, differs from region to region.
Absolutely.
So that's like a hydra-headed problem.
Good. You know, you've just touched on something that I'd like to elaborate. You know, in CADAM, we sat down and looked at the spectrum of the things available, and then we came to a classification. 4 groups. The first one is socially acceptable, alcohol and cigarette. Go and check today There is no alcohol you will not find in sachet. And why do they put it in sachet? The man who cannot buy the bottle can buy the sachet. The sachet is about 20 naira. So when you go to the joint, you see them buy like 2 of them, using them, release the amount, put it out, and then begin to use the drug of that day. And then so it allows students to buy it. And then let's go to the next way, which is the illicit. Illicit classification, which everybody knows. Heroin, cocaine, marijuana, skunk, and all of them. And all of them. Illicit because they're illegal. You can't carry them on your person and then take them, you'll be caught. And then the third one is prescription drugs. Something like tramadol, something like Refnol, something like Valium, something like injection pentazocine. These are drugs that are prescribed in hospitals for moderate to severe cases of pain. One of the things we're beginning to find that is scary, and I'm talking very responsibly because they are being called to come and intervene. There's a particular drug called injection pentazocine, which is you can get on the counter. They call it Fortwin. It's a painkiller, which is usually used for sicklers, which has been corruptly used carelessly for sicklers. If you give pentazocine to someone, in 5 minutes the pain will disappear. It will say, hey, there's no pain. So it's become common because you can get it everywhere. Doctors, nurses are also beginning to abuse it. And also things like pethidine, drugs you can get in the hospital. I mean, Refnol is a drug of prescription that people get. Most of these, all these drugs that I mentioned, you can get them across the counter in Nigeria, prescription. So that's the third category. The scary one is the fourth category. We call them miscellaneous. Why do we say miscellaneous? Because you can't classify them as drugs. Petrol, nail polish remover, gum, Evostick, something like toilet fumes, pit latrine, or if a non-flowing gutter, the stuff are taken and built it into a mold and put fire to it, and then they inhale it. You see, this is not localized to Nigeria. I saw it in Kenya when I visited Kenya some years ago. Some young, you know when you see people go to dung hill to begin scavenge, you watch some of them. They will sit down, put fire to it, and stand around it. The fumes that come out produce something like methane, which is also something that they inhale. So that is why we should worry, just as you said. If I can't afford cocaine, I will afford something in that category that gives me the same effect in lesser category. And then lizard dung. People will gather the white part of the lizard dung, grind it, and then put fire to it or sniff it. Oh no. And also, in around Pakistan, Eastern Asia, they use scorpion. They will kill scorpion, dry it, and then use it to see. In Nigeria here, there's something called gegemu. You may not know it. People in the villages know it. There is a natural growing plant that they plant behind the house to drive snake. It has fruits. How students knew that it could get them high, I don't know. It was one of the universities that I went to in Nigeria, in Southwest, that told me they will pluck the leaves, they will boil it as if they boil vegetable. You can't take the fluid neat, extremely potent. So they put it in bottles. When you go to parties, they'll be giving you a bit. The fruit, they will pluck it, dry it, grind it, either sniff it or put it in alcohol. So when you talk about, so there are different areas. We know that in some places, they put some of this in AC.
What?
So when people, oh yes, AC vent. So that's why you see them, they have their closed parties. They can do this, so they get high.
But what does that getting high do to them or do for them?
It's a, I will call it an escape mechanism without they knowing it. Because what they mean is, when I do this, truly, there's a high that comes with sniffing or taking this thing. And the high is ephemeral. What do I mean by that? You take it, it makes you feel, oh, I'm on top of the world. Your problems, your pain seem to disappear. But it's like a Mexican story. a man carried a lot of load on his head, and he said, let me rest. He put it and he sleeps. And when he wakes up, what does he do? He picks up his load. It's the same thing with addiction. It gives a kind of freedom. I've taken it, I feel hard. But the problem you are running away from, they don't disappear because you've taken something.
No.
When you wake up, you pick up your problem.
Right away.
So unless people begin, you see, there's a lot of work to do if we're getting people to understand why they should not get high at all.
I'll come back to that. Lot of work to do. Let's just take a short break now, and then we'll continue. We're going on a break now. Welcome back from that break. It's still Timeless Conversations with Dokun Adedeji, my guest. Yes, we're talking about drug abuse, the prevalence of drug abuse, and you were alluding to how it is so widespread, the 4 categories. What's the way out?
You know, honestly, I'm not as pessimistic as some people think about this issue of substance that we can't get out. We can get out.
Yeah.
But it takes complementary effort. And for us to understand that it is not NDLA stuff or NAFDAC stuff alone, you know.
Okay.
It's about all of us. And I'll tell you how and why. To start drugs, many times we find out it starts from the home. I'm not saying that every home that has a problem, their children will take drugs. No. But it gives them there's something.
There's something. There's
that
a gravitation.
Absolutely, that then pushes them to take it. The thing is, primarily, that I say today is parents must be parents again. You and I grew up in a society that it takes a village to train a child.
Yeah.
Your neighbor can first of all push you by the ears and bring you to your parents.
No, flog you mean?
And flog you.
Yes.
And then still bring you to your parents and parents will
flog
you.
Yes.
It doesn't happen today.
Yeah.
Parents go to schools to beat up teachers. What are you telling the child? He can get it with Blue Mother. Many parents don't know their children.
Yeah.
Because they are in economic pursuit of happiness, in quotes. Everybody wants to work. Everyone to be like the Joneses. You see, there's something that I tell people. You know, in psychology, there are 3 psychological components of the human person. The id, the ego. Many of us, no matter the level we get to, still suffer from deficit in ego. And the ego is, who am I? Many of us don't know who we are. We have not sat down to say, who am I? What is my purpose on earth? I didn't just get born because I want to be a part of a number. There has to be something for me particular or specific that I need to do to excel in that makes me feel confident about who I am. That is why you see people want to be like somebody else.
Yes.
You know, Wole Soyinka says something, he said, a tiger does not need to proclaim his tigritude.
At all.
A tiger is a tiger.
Yeah.
And you know, people forget that no matter your disposition, you are also prone to success. There are very good barbers, very good tailors, very good different things, but the society has shifted focus. And generally we all have lost focus, even the church. What does the church talk about today? Money.
Prosperity.
Prosperity. How can you prosper when you have not labored? And then the kind of teaching that the Bible says is not the application of what the pastors say today.
Oh no, you actually you hear church members say that, oh, that brother is driving a Mercedes-Benz.
I claim it.
Claim what?
Claim what?
Did you claim the problems that came with it?
With it? And do you know how he got his Benz?
Yes.
You know, until we train our children, as I said to you, my father used to sit with us and talk. My father never talked about money. Money is good, but he talked about values. And you see, I think Yoruba say when you are on the road, you are pursuing money or something, and you meet honor on the road.
Yes, no. So you better take the honor.
You better take the honor because money will come with the honor.
Yeah.
But you see, we are pursuing money at the detriment of honor and value. What is wrong with our society today? Look at it. We blame the young people for this. It's not true. What did they see? What examples? Who are the role models for young people today? absent. The people they see are the hooligans that the media will promote, put them on pages and flash them up. Do they talk about people like Dr. Kolade?
Yeah.
Do they talk about the lady who found money at the airport and returned it? Or there was a boy I read lately in Uniben who did something and the dean had to recognize it. The guy couldn't pay his school fees. He found money. He returned it that would have paid the school fees. Do we talk about them? Does social media carry those kind of stories? No. We carry the story of somebody who just, all these Yahoo boys.
Yes. Somebody who came into huge money all of a sudden.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
And then nobody, even parents. So when you look at the issue of drug, it's all those things. So if we're going to deal with it, we have to deal with it in a manner that parents understand what their roles are, and then the society also knows. You know, the problem with society is we're too quick to judge. We never give second chances to people. People that you read about, biographies and everything. If the world didn't give them second chances, look at Obama.
Yes.
If you read the story, you will know this is a classical story of somebody who would have missed it. Look at who he became.
Yeah.
We don't talk to her today about those things. I just read a book lately called Beautiful Things on drugs, written by Joe Biden's son, Hunter
Yes.
Biden.
Yeah.
If any parent read that book, they should have a different paradigm shift as to how to deal with their children. In all the issues and all the years of addiction, Joe Biden and his wife Jill never derided this boy, never denounced him and threw him out of the house. They just said, we will stand with you. And he wrote it in the book. Those were some of the elements that kept him. So the society must begin to understand these vices grew out of our own situation. We all together must work together to help these people.
I know that there's a huge prevalence of drug use amongst the very young generation, especially university students. What's the relationship between CADAM and the universities? Both private and...
Most private. Usually, our relationship is stronger with private universities, and particularly the Christian universities.
Okay.
One started with us and saw the result, and the others learned from them. And we also now wrote in order to help the students, because many universities, out of ignorance, were expelling students. The final year. And we say to them, that is counterproductive, which is one of the things that General Marwa is now talking about. The first attempt in helping should not be punitive. We should not punish users because they are victims. So that is double jeopardy. So we wrote to the universities and said, look, we will be willing to help you. Come and visit us and see what we do. Let them come. When you catch them, we will help them with rehabilitation. We will certify them. They'll go back to school. Then if you watch them, many of them have graduated. So
from university?
Oh, from university.
That's
yes,
very
I
good.
know quite many are doctors and nurses and even pilots today.
Fantastic.
That graduated from us. So that gave them, and Nicola, why don't we try? This is not to say that every one of them they sent to us do that. 2, 3 still fail, and then they expel them because they have tried enough. But they have seen a measure of success.
So you're saying the first step is not...
It's not rustication. It's not punishment. Even if you're going to punish, let it be a lesser level. Let's say we suspend you for a semester. Go to so place or wherever you choose. Go and get rehabilitated. Bring a certification that you have stopped. We will take you back to school. We will, because what schools today check at random.
Yeah.
So they are not called if you do well. And they'll be watching. Because what we say to them is when they come and finish with us, let a lecturer who has understanding be watching over them, report to the lecturer maybe once in 2 weeks. How are you doing? Look at it, but don't begin to check them out. Maybe this guy. No, that's not the way.
But then there's the other side of checking. When they check randomly and they find some of the chemicals in their bloodstream, like THC, for instance, which I found out can last about 30 days within the system. I mean, what does that mean? And there are other sources of getting THC?
You know, the interesting thing is, if you invest, you know, these guys are smart.
Yes.
Catching out the university authorities. Some university authorities test, but they don't catch anyone, depending on what the children, what these boys use.
So you don't say boys only.
No, girls. Oh, girls.
Yeah.
No, you'll be surprised that this is not limited to the men folk. Women do as much drugs as men. So I use boys because in a general sense.
Yes.
So the thing is, if you find it true, you find it. But it doesn't mean that the person is on a regular use.
Okay.
Because if you use cannabis, if you don't use it within the next 2 weeks, you can still test positive. And but you know, some of the things we are telling universities, do these things with caution. Because there are some natural tablets prescribed in hospital that can make you have a false positive result.
Okay.
With this test. For instance, let me give you. If you take Aleve, Aleve is an analgesic.
Yes.
If you take it, if they test you, they'll find THC. There'll be a false positive for THC. And so just like other drugs, there are a few, we call them non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs.
Okay.
Some of them can give you a false positive for THC. So you can't then find THC and say, oh, surely this guy, you must interrogate the fact. First of all, test and find results. Don't say this is what we found. Do you do this? Do you do this? So that you do not put the university in a difficult position. Because if the university now suspends, and then somehow the student can prove that it doesn't use drugs, if they then do
subsequent tests,
then it becomes a problem for the university. Then nobody will trust your judgment.
So there's a need for caution.
There's a need for caution. And you see, one of the things we also told the university, who catches someone to take for test? You need to be careful. There must be, the security can catch, but they must hand over to someone with more authority and understanding who can then say, we'll do this. If you don't do that and it becomes the security who can just take, then they will make mistakes. And what we also told universities, all this noise about drugs, they don't grow in the universities. They got brought in.
Yes.
Some of the staff of the university are culpable. In the kitchen, in the laundry, the marijuana,
the dispatch person.
Yes, all those things are people who can bring this to this. There's one particular student I saw last week who said to me that within his school, I won't mention the university, it's a Christian university. He said in their school they use Colorado. So I asked him why. He said in the test kit of the university, Colorado does not show. It's not detected. So they use it on a grand scale. To get it within the campus from people who sell it as students starts from 2,000, 2,500 to 3,000. So he now has a friend who is in a public institution who brings it, who gets it from outside for about 500 naira. So he brings it to him. But that guy was coming one day to supply it. Both of them got caught. He was tested, it was negative, although he uses. The other person who brought was positive because he uses other things. So he was suspended or expelled. So we said to him, we will rehabilitate him and do a letter to your university that this is this, and then give you a second chance. But public institutions don't really care. If you come, I mean, you can imagine that population in some of these public institutions, how would they be bothering themselves? But they have to bother because they are producing people for the outside market. The same way the workplace needs to begin to bother today in terms of the people they employ. Because if you are not careful, you will employ them into your system and they begin to grow within your system. And the drug they take does not have to be some, it can be an innocuous thing. If you see somebody in the office, for instance, who is taking a particular beverage, put it on his table, the same bottle or container for like 3 hours is not, it must be strange to you. Or somebody has a flask. You know, there's this singer who sang one time, water bottle.
Yes.
Those things are not just street water bottle. Nobody goes to a party carry water bottle.
Yes.
So you must know that there's something in it. So I'm talking about this because we must begin to be observant of the current practices in our environment to help us take decisions.
But this whole situation looks so bleak. Is there a way out?
Oh, of course there is.
You are optimistic?
I'm optimistic. Look, let me tell you my basis for optimism, particularly now.
Yes.
And I must confess, having met General Marwa and worked with him a bit, I have a feeling, I'm strongly optimistic that if he is allowed to take the time and strategy as he wants to do, with the available resources, and then with his motivating his work staff, we will get results. It will be, but it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. What do I mean by that? It won't happen by magic. It will happen because we join up to work with him, and it's every facet. You said something the other time in questioning me. Even within the law enforcement agencies, they are greater users of drugs than the average society. I've been to joints where I saw them in uniform, take off their cap and they're shacking up. And that's why we have those accidents at the checkpoints and all those things. The custom must be involved in the interdiction. You know when people import, was it end of last year, somebody imported some containers of tramadol. If they were not caught at the port, they would have gone. When they said the number of tablets counted, if they were distributed across every Nigerian, each of us will have 2 to 3 tablets. You can then know the magnitude. But I can show you, if that thing had walked past them, within 2 weeks they'll be importing another set.
Another one, yeah.
So each component of society, you know, I mentioned parents, I mentioned schools, I mentioned the workplace, then the church.
And the mosque too.
And the mosque, the religious body. You know why I'm particular about religious bodies? They see a lot more people than any component of our society. So if the pastors know about drugs, they talk about, not in a judgmental sense, oh, if you take drugs, you go to hell. You are making the boys continue to take. Something has to take me to somewhere. Don't use that. We must use love and empathy and drive it home. And when they come to talk to us, it must be confidentially maintained. They might even say, don't tell my parents. Then don't call their parents, because their parents give you shoes when they travel, you call them money. Then you destroy, and the others will never tell you stop. It cuts across, the confidentiality must cut across every facet of the society. The church, the workplace, the schools, and everything.
Now, to ask you a final question, how is CADAM funded?
I thank you for asking me. It is one of the most difficult aspects of our operation. And I must say this, if not for Mommy Gio, we would be struggling like anything. She visited us and saw our center in the rudimentary stage when we were. She said, and this is a rehab center. No wonder when I tell people to come, they don't want to come. They say Bujero, and that is like
a ship pen.
Yes. So I said, Mommy, but what will we do? We've talked to everyone that we can talk to, no help. She then left, then called me. That was how she began to release money to us until we built a good center. She then spoke to...
I should come there. I haven't been there in a while.
Oh, you should come. And one of the things I even want to do, interest big Nigerians. Let them come and visit. Then they can take a decision how they can help us. Not necessarily if they want to give money. They can build certain centers. They can give us equipment. They can give us vehicles. The things that we need. They don't have to give us money, so they don't say some people want to chop their money. But it's a place for people to visit. Even when people want to have ceremonies like a poker birthday, they can say, every form from it I give to this center, or come and help us. But finance is a major issue. The church gives us money, which today is like what we use to pay salaries to buy food, because the program is free. The program in Ekpe is free. We don't charge a dime for it, and they spend a year. We house them, we clothe them, we treat them, we do all those, so we feed them. So we need help. If we get help, we'll be on top of it, we will do much more.
So, call for help.
Call for help.
Talk to the...
I wish today, if anybody watches this, you go to our website, www.kadamonline.org. No, sorry, www.kadam.org.ng. That's our website.
Yeah.
And then our phone number is 0817103, I think 9895. Our phone. Our office is in Ikeja, Agidingbe, 5 Yusuf Close, off Sadiku Street, off Amara, behind Zenith Bank. Come and visit with us. If you come, you talk to us, we'll take you to visit. You will see these people in flesh. You see the faces of addiction. And then you can see there is hope. That's why I'm happy. And I'm pleased to say to you that it's not all bleak. It looks bleak today, but there's light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Thank you.
Papa. Thank you so much. My guest today on Timeless Conversations has been Dr. Dokun Adedeji, an altruistic person, totally selfless. It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
very
we'll
much.
follow up on what Kadam is doing. We'll come there.
We'll be glad.
We'll come
be
there.
glad.
We'll come there. Maybe we can do a special one.
I think you
on
should.
Site.
I think you should,
On
and
site.
maybe also get
Yes.
somebody like General Mara to talk to and.
Yeah, we'll reach out to him. We'll reach out to him. Thank you very much for watching. See you some other time. Bye.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
He suffered equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 they pay.
There are two words I think shouldn't go together: sibling and rivalry. Siblings presupposes relationship, it's family, brother, sister. Then rivalry, unhealthy competition. How can they go together? And yet the reality is that there is sibling rivalry, and there has always been from the time of Cain and Abel. And so I ask myself, how did it arise? Abel was a different kind of person from Cain, and the suggestion is really that he was loved more. So did that create an undertone that led to Cain taking his life? But Abel himself was also a generous person. So it comes from two sides: who we are and how we're treated. This is what we're going to be talking about today in the lounge: sibling rivalry. The usual, dare I say, suspects are here. Ebu, Omoye, Saudat. But we have a guest today, Shirley Ann Bello. And she has 11 siblings. So how do they live together? Amifoma Idigwe. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the lounge. It's TW Conversations, and you know that we talk about things that don't necessarily concern women, but people. And sibling rivalry is a very, very tricky subject. It's very sensitive. And I know that growing up, we knew the people we considered to be mommy or daddy's favorites. And I don't know how that shaped us, and that's why we're here to have this conversation so that we can reflect on those things together. So, Shirley Ann, you have 11 siblings, and you are the fourth.
Yes,
so it means you have 6 other siblings, 6 younger siblings, which is more siblings than I have. And I know what it was like growing up with that many. I have 4 siblings, right? Tell us a bit of what growing up was like.
Well, I would say it was like every other regular family, to be honest with you, you know, because when people hear so many siblings, 11, everybody's like, how do you live? Do you climb the car and all that? Do you have space inside the car? How many cars do you use and all that? It's not that, honestly, it's not that scary. I would say it's like every other normal family, you know, maybe just twice, you know, but it's the same thing. Contrary to what people believe, we're actually all really close, very, very close. So growing up, we used to do a lot of things together. We were each other's friends. Of course, everybody had their own friends, but we did mostly everything together. So we just grew up with that togetherness mentality, that whole family thing. So. Yeah, that's basically that. I don't know.
What causes rivalry? Yeah, what causes rivalry amongst siblings?
I think that, first of all, we're born a certain way. Some people are more sensitive than others. Some are more jealous than others, or envious, or whatever word you want to apply. Some need more love and care than others, and that's from...
I didn't need no love and care. I thrived on no love and no care. And so one day I said to my mama, Mama, I know you love me, but I want you to show it some more, please.
You're not serious. So there's one, your own side, and then there's the side of how people treat you, or how you perceive they're treating you. I think it's easier in a family with lots of people for there not to be obvious favoritism. I think that in a family with just 2 or 3 people, maybe it's more noticeable. I suspect. That's what I think.
Rivalry normal?
Is it normal?
Is it a normal thing?
But it has to be normal. They're people, first of all, before your siblings. Okay. You're people. Yeah. And so you have reactions and emotions like other people. It's just that because you're blood relatives, we think that the things that apply to other people shouldn't apply to you, but it will. And if it's a polygamous home, then there's an introduction right there of we're slightly different and competition. The basis of rivalry is competition. It's just, it's unhealthy. It's like, I have to be better than you. And so there's that competition that goes on. And sometimes parents themselves promote it. Because they think it's the way to make their children competitive in the real world. And so they do it by giving gifts to particular ones when you've done well. And so you create something that is often unhealthy.
So I've been thinking about my siblings. I have 2 older brothers, an older sister, then a younger brother. And I'm checking all the relationships. And so my sister and I are right next to each other. There's 2 years between us. And I really wanted to be like her a lot, in a lot of ways. I wanted to be like her. And we just, I don't know how, I don't know what my parents did or didn't do, but we just never compared ourselves to one another. However, there were times when I felt treated badly because, you know, for example, as a middle child, you're never correct, you know. If I had an argument with my older sister, then I had no respect. But if my, you know, beat my younger brother for being disrespectful or something, I was taking the law into my hands. Or if we had, you know, an argument, my father would say, oh, for example, my dad, I remember once, my younger brother said to me, I was an idiot or something like that. And I go stomping to my dad's room. I said, Daddy, Nosa called me an idiot. My dad said, my dad is the king of sarcasm. My father says, are you an idiot? No, I'm just asking you a question. Are you an idiot? Of course I'm not an idiot. I said, so why are you angry? Is that all? You know, I expected the rod to come down. And one day I remember crying to my mom, when am I ever right? When am I ever correct? When is it never my fault? You know, if it's this one, then this is it. And if it's no, sir, then... And my mom, yeah, you know, my mom just never, you know, she just ignored me. But that happened, and we've grown up and we're adults, and it's not a big deal. Like, we know how to handle one another. But
it's very difficult for you not to have a favorite, especially when you have that one child that you don't have to wake up, and that one just goes to brush their teeth, get ready for school, and you have that one that you have to really threaten before they get up. You know, so that happens. Then you have one that maybe looks like you and has taken the good part of you, and you look at yourself and say, yes. Then you have that one that's taking your bad habits, and you hate it because whenever the person does that, it reminds you of your weakness, you know. But then again, that is an individual child. And if that child is not validated, the person is going to hate or not like their sibling, and that is going to affect that child. And it does affect.
Sorry, a situation where the children are competing for the parents' attention or love, you know, that tends to happen. And when that happens, it means that, it's like a rat race, you know, if you knock that person down, then, and so you have a chance to help your sibling and you don't. Because if you help them, then they shine, and it rubs off your shine.
But what happens is, I think that also comes from parents comparing children.
Yes.
Okay? So in my situation, I have 2 boys. I always call them the gentleman and the joker. I promise you, this is what they're like. The older one is very proper. You know, my friends would always say to me, Ebon, you just switch when you're talking to your children. Like, he's very proper. You know, he does everything. He's the one that will wake up, brush his teeth, do the other. But the other one, he's a joker. He just laughs at everything. He makes everyone laugh. And if you can't see those 2 as individuals and celebrate the richness and the beauty in each of their, of their personalities, then it's going to be like, oh, why can't you be more than like the other one? And that causes rivalry. When you're comparing children and you're saying, why don't you be like this person or that, that causes rivalry.
Yes,
you know?
I think personality has a lot to do with, whether or not siblings would compete against each other and all that. One thing you find is parents don't necessarily have to spend the equal amount of time with every single child, because you find that every single child has a personality trait that either requires you to spend some time with them or not. There are some children that are really independent and can do 1 or 2 things on their own, and they don't even need that much time. They don't need that parent's attention for that period of time. But there are some children that actually need some extra support or some extra guidance. And so as a parent, I think you have to be able to know who needs your time at a particular time and who is good the way they are.
But the problem I have with that is that I think it's a bit of a fallacy, because even children who appear independent need love, yes. And even those who do, and I'm not talking about love, I mean, they need that attention. They may not appear to. And I say that because there's some children who are independent, yes, but they need the validation that comes from an older person. And but they'll always get on with it, and they'll always leave you to tend to the others.
Definitely.
But it's a burden.
Yeah.
And there's a tendency to load that child with responsibilities. And that child will feel that, no, it's too much. And they may not voice it. They may not know to voice it, but it'll come out at some point, because what it means is that they're not being allowed to be enough of a child. And that has its own consequences. And there are resentments that might simmer. Oh, you have more time for the others. Because I do things on my own, you think I don't know enough. And I liked what you said about your children and what you call them, because I have 2 sons as well. And I call one a country gentleman. I mean, he's the kind who can live in the country and walk the dog and have elbow patches, you know, on his, yes. And the other one is a city gentleman, bowler hat and umbrella, go to the men's clubs, you know what I mean? But they're just 2 different kinds of people. And they need to be pushed in different ways. I always say that parenting is individual. It can't be a general rule. So I admire your mother, because parenting is individual. A particular way of parenting for a particular child. And that is why I think there's sibling rivalry. When parents don't recognize that and treat the children as if, oh, you're all the same, there's no templates.
Okay, so what I mean by time doesn't mean that you wouldn't spend time with a child. Okay, so for instance, if there's a child who knows how to...
an example with your siblings.
Okay, so... I have a sibling that's maybe, okay, if I have a sibling that's really good at math, for instance. Now, if he needs to solve a problem, for instance, if he needs help with a problem, my mom would help him with the math problem. But my sister might not be as good as math as my brother. So she would need more time from my mom than my brother, who is really good at math. So that's actually what I mean with time. You know, it's not, like, she will need to spend 3 hours, as much time. So that's what I mean when I talk about
I hear you, but I'm talking about time in a different context. You know what I mean? Because this time you're talking about is different. It's activity-bound.
Break. And we'll come back to delve into this subject even deeper. Don't go away, it's TW Conversations. Welcome back to The Lounge. It's TW Conversations, and we're talking about sibling rivalry. Now, here's a story, and this is a sharp deviation from the point, and I would like us to find our way back to sibling rivalry. Here's a story. A friend of mine talked about how when her mother was terminally ill, she was a primary caregiver at about 15 or 16, and she was alone. And she was making all those hospital visits. She was caring for her mother. We're talking toilet runs, bathing, and all that as a child, you know. And her mother had siblings who lived in the same city, who never came to help. And she, you know, she was very resentful. And she was, so, you know, it was a group of people in a conversation. And I was thinking, would there ever be a time when my sister is so sick and Omorefe will be left to care for her on her own? And like, how would my relationship with my sister or any of my brothers deteriorate so far that I wouldn't be able to, I wouldn't even be, not even say I'm not able to, I wouldn't be there. And somebody said something that struck me. He said that your relationship with your siblings is something you have to cultivate the same way you cultivate your friendships. The fact that you're born in the same family doesn't mean that you're going to care for each other just because you were raised, because you're all different people. And he made the point that you had to actually actively work at being even friends with your siblings. Who agrees with that?
That is very true.
I absolutely agree.
Blood relationships. But after that, there is a relationship you need to develop. There's some siblings who don't like each other.
True.
You know, it's not about rivalry. They just don't like each other.
Because they're used to each other. You've known each other all your lives.
It doesn't matter. I have 2 girls, and I don't know if this sibling rivalry thing is different when you have the children of the same gender or from different gender. But I have 2 girls, and when they fight, I always consciously tell them that Jasmine loves Raima, Raima loves Jasmine. I tell them, I consciously tell them, so that they would know. And I tell them that you are blood. You must look out for your sister more than somebody else. You know, if you don't, you have to tell them. No, you love them. I have to tell them all these things because I'm not the only one bringing them up. They're going to see other things outside. So I have to tell them that you have to love your sister. You will love your sister. She might have done something wrong to you right now, but you love your sister and she loves you. And you're supposed to look out for you. So when they're going out, I call them, apart from, oh, don't make sure nobody touches you here, don't go to this corner here. Look out for your sister, make sure that you get her food to eat. Make sure that if you look for her, you don't find her, you look for her wherever she is. You love her, you must protect her, you must fight for her.
But aren't you putting pressure on the older
I don't care what the
sibling?
pressure is.
No,
You
but
must,
that
no,
also-
two of them. I tell the younger one and the older one. You must love. It
I
is
even have
there.
an issue. You can bring your children up that way, and you're a very wealthy parent, and then you die, and they start struggling and fighting and killing each other over property. What's that? How does that happen? So were they pretending before? Because they were supposedly close, but all of a sudden, which means that at the end of the day, personal self-interest sometimes. So we must teach our children to be generous of themselves to their siblings and to be content with what they have. I mean, I know there are parents whose children don't know what they have because their parents don't want a problem later on. Or that's why there are wills, because there's an understanding that there may be issues.
Yes.
There are families where when the parents die, all of a sudden somebody becomes an ogre and wants everything and doesn't want to give the others anything. And that's why they're administrators. But you have to ask yourself, so what happened? Weren't they brought up together? Weren't they brought up closely with values? And there are siblings who don't see each other often. But whenever there's an issue, they will come together to solve that problem.
Who is going to do that? Whose role is that? Is it the parents? Is it the parents that are supposed to make sure that happens?
Eventually, there's only so much parents can do after a while. After a while, it's your responsibility to develop a relationship with your siblings, and which means that there's a sense of, with siblings, there has to be the love that is beyond what I want.
Yes.
It's not always there. So what is it that will put it there? Yes. What is it that we can do to put it in our children?
Okay, so in my case, I think the parents have a huge role to play with bringing the family together and bringing in that love. Because, truth be told, at the end of the day, siblings will fight, siblings will have disagreements, but it is that love that binds them together.
Okay. Tell me about any type of rivalry that, I mean, you've talked about how you are all each other's best friends, but I'm sure that you weren't best friends all the time.
Of course.
What are some instances where you've disagreed, and how have you resolved those conflicts?
Okay, so, well, first of all, there are girls and there are boys. I think there's one instance where maybe if we want one sibling wants to watch TV, for instance, maybe wants to watch a football match, and then the girls want to watch something else. So it's always like, okay, it's always like, who will get to the TV first, And then you find out, okay, the boys always get to the TV first, and they have to watch their match first, and the girls are like, no, we want to watch our musical, or we want to watch our movie. 6 boys, 6 girls.
Wow, even.
Yes. It's an even battle. So yeah, before I continue that statement, I actually want to say something. So from when we were young, from when we were small, my parents actually have always tried to create this togetherness with everyone. My dad always liked us going out together, doing things together. And my mom always taught us how to share things. So for instance, when she comes back from work and she buys something, she'll be like, oh, bring a flat plate and knife. And everybody knows that, wow, something is coming, we're all going to share something. So she brings it and then she shares and all of us take a piece. And then sometimes if someone wants more, someone can say, okay, I'll just give you some of my own or something. So from a young age, we learned to share things. And then even if we have disagreements about who has this and who has that, my mom will be like, okay, do you know what? Can you use this for a while and then let this person use it? So basically, from a really young age, we were taught to kind of have compassion for each other, and then coupled with the fact that we used to hang out a lot together. So back to the football and the musical or football and movie. So in that instance, we learned to come to an agreement. Okay, we know that 7 o'clock is your match. So we'll try not to disturb you. We'll try our very best not to disturb you. But that after this match, we must watch our own movie, So yeah, so there are instances like that. But when you kind of have grown with this innate, will I say compassion or love? I just like saying love. It's more of love because at the end of the day, you will definitely fight. But what still kind of like stops it or brings you together or makes you try to reason, be realistic or whatever is, okay, this is my brother, this is not my friend.
But what it means is that you're saying that the principal responsibility lies with the parents to create that environment.
Well, I think from the beginning, I think from the beginning, the parents have to start.
I agree.
Yes.
But I'm saying the next step I'm going to, because we have to be realistic. We wouldn't be having this conversation if there wasn't sibling rivalry.
Of course,
and if
exists,
something
definitely.
didn't cause it.
Yes.
Life then happens.
Yes, of course, definitely.
Life then happens, and then you remember the times when you felt you were hard done by one sibling or the other, by one parent, and then how can it be dealt with?
As an adult.
As an adult, I think
how can it be
it
dealt
also
with?
depends on you as well as an individual. First of all, people are different, personalities are different. You have to understand who you are as a person. You have to understand who your sibling is as a person. If you're an extrovert and you like to talk and you like to, you like people around and you like, I don't know, how will I put it? And then you have a sibling who's mostly to himself, and you're definitely going to have clashes.
What I'm going to say to that is, again, I'm playing forgive me for using that expression, devil's advocate, right?
Yes, yes.
It's an assumption that I'm thinking about it. I'm not thinking about it. I'm just living my life every day. And there are these issues that bother me.
I'm not going to
How am I going to deal with it? Because the truth is, there is a lot of sibling rivalry, even in families that seem to be near perfect.
Yes, of course, yes.
So what is it we're not getting?
I would suggest that if a person who's fully grown has no, need to report to their parents' authority and whatnot, I think that it's a good idea to have a conversation with your siblings about how you feel.
Yeah.
I feel daddy always, for example, daddy always paid you a lot more attention and he neglected me.
I totally agree.
I think that mommy gave you more money.
Yes.
I feel that you had all the, and I think that you were born at a time when when I was born, this is how, and this is why I don't.
And I totally resent it.
Yes, I don't like it.
Very difficult because I know that a few months ago I was having a conversation with my sister. We're 2 girls and 3 boys, and I consider myself a middle child because the second girl, the firstborn is a girl, and the second girl. Then I have 3 boys after me. So I see myself as they now have their firstborn, and they now have the 3 boys that they want. So I'm just there,
the extra thumb.
trying to, I'm here, notice me, So, and I remember I used to tell my sister, I'm like, they treat me differently, don't you see? She's like, no, nobody treats you differently. And about 2 months ago, we sat down, we now had this conversation, and we were not really close because I really was the middle child because I saw things and I used to pull away, So it's either I'm hiding behind the curtains or I'm doing stuff, because I just didn't want my mom to be upset with me, so I'd rather not be where she will see me because I used to feel as if every little thing she'll pick on me.
Yes.
And what if I pick this and she shouts, if the other person picks it, she doesn't even see it.
Yes.
So I used to overblow.
Yes,
So 2 months ago when I was having a conversation with my sister and we're now reliving so many things that happened, and she was like, oh my God, I never really saw it that way. No wonder this. No wonder that. So she now saw it differently,
Let's talk about the musicians, P-Square. They're twins.
Yes.
They're twins. And a lot of the time I ask, this must be a PR stunt. I don't want to believe that it's actually true, but these things do happen.
I think in that scenario, they've grown up. You're in an enterprise. And I think what has happened there can happen with any 2 friends who go into business and then get married. I think that is where the dynamics change.
With their family.
No, they're there. They're in a business.
Third parties involved.
Third
Third
parties
parties involved,
Yeah.
or do you think they themselves they're about grown themselves? Do you think?
Third parties make a difference, change
Absolutely.
the whole equation.
The
When
dynamics.
siblings get married, depending on who they get married to, things can change. And that's the truth of the matter.
That's the truth.
And then things that you didn't talk about, which is why what you said about talking about it is really important. I'm the second child, but the first girl. And I always felt that I had more responsibility than the others. To do things and to make sure things happened and that everybody was taken care of. And I remember at some time just thinking to myself, this is just too much responsibility right here. But the truth is that if you're the responsible child, the lot falls to you. And if you're the irresponsible child, you're the one who doesn't get given any responsibilities. It's like even at work.
Yeah.
If you do the work well, they're going to give you more work. If you don't do, they won't give you.
It's left to you to be who you are.
So at the end of the day, I think one, conversation, two, allow that indeed they're all different. And allow that somebody can love you without being the same as you.
Yes.
And that you can love a person you don't like.
Yes.
And you can like a person you don't love.
So what are your final thoughts?
My final thoughts are that I think really we should all learn to talk to each other. We should find a way to say it when it happens and not let it just fester. Yes.
Oh, wow, this is so... Yeah, for me, I think that as parents, you know, I think it really does start there. And as parents, we need to focus on what's important when we're raising our children. Allow them to focus on the things that matter, which is, you know, the bond with each other, and not so much material things, because I think when that comes into play, it really brings, a lot of rot as well.
I want to talk about the parents as well. We should validate our children. Let them learn compassion, but also look at them as individuals. You treat them as individuals. And very importantly, see them and validate them. Everybody, you love them and you validate them and you say it, let them hear it, let them know it without a doubt. That you see them, you love them, you validate them.
Yes, I think so too. I think from the beginning, it's the parents that, actually have most of the work to do. It depends on what you instill in your children. If you instill the right virtues in your children, then, it eventually sticks on. They say the first 1,000 days of a child is really important. So if you start early, then you find that in the long run, when they get older, things like contentment, like you said, the material things are actually what does affect sibling rivalry most of the time. You're sharing TV, you're sharing bathroom, you're sharing so many things, So I would say if the parents could start early, the children, it would be easier for the children too.
This is so serious. It's a serious matter.
Serious because it's a really sad thing. It's not something you want to see.
Especially when it comes to sharing of, maybe properties. And,
So we've come to the end of this conversation. I'll say this as an adult who is in that, situation. I'd say, remember that family is a big deal, and the place that you should feel the most safe is with family. So mend those broken bridges and be friends with family. Imagine how beautiful that would be. Thank you for watching Sibling Rivalry. We'll continue this conversation on the social gram, So all the handles are right here on the screen. Talk to us. Let's have this conversation all over again. Take care. Bye. Bye.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here. Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
On Plus TV News Now tonight, look beyond present. Tinubu's speech empty. Federal government should stop giving excuses. Governor Bala Mohammed. And Niger and Ukraine sever ties over recent remarks. Good evening and welcome. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. This is the News Now. The Chief of Defense Staff, CDS, General Christopher Musa, has bemoaned military takeover in some West African countries, saying it has created unintended consequences and threatened democratic values in the region. He spoke at the 42nd Ordinary Meeting of the ECOWAS Committee on Chiefs of Defense Staff in Abuja on Wednesday. General Musa said the threat of military takeover must be destroyed, adding that it negates the core values and responsibilities of the military profession. He added that in democratic countries, the military must uphold democratic values in line with the principles of their constitution. Also, the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Abubakar, and his Foreign Affairs counterpart, Yusuf Tuga, challenged the service chiefs from the regional bloc to tackle terrorism through effective collaboration to combat illicit movement of small arms and light weapons in the West African sub-region. The meeting held at Defense Headquarters in Nigeria's capital city, Abuja, has regional security as one of the agenda at a time the bloc is considering the establishment of a force that will counter security challenges. President Bola Tinubu has appointed 30 individuals to serve on the Governing Council of 6 federal colleges of education located in Kebbi, Benue, Edo, Ebonyi, Bauchi, and Sokoto states. The presidency announced the appointments on Wednesday in a statement signed by Tinubu's special advisor on media and publicity, Ajurin Gilali, titled, President Tinubu appoints Governing Councils of Federal Colleges of Education. At the Federal College of Education Technical, Yauri, Kebbi State, he appointed Ismaila Gadaka as chairman of the Governing Council. Members include Abdul Hakim Adegoke, Pam Ishaya, Abubakar Fakai, and Zara Usman. At the Federal College of Education Technical, Isu, Ebonyi State, Tinubu named Mohammed Takori as chairman, while Dauda Onikwede, Victor Danzaria, Solomon Ayuba, and Mario Owumi will serve as members. Baba Homsuk will now serve as chairman of the Governing Council of the Federal College of Education, Odubo, Benue State, with Kayode Ajiboye, Rex Ogbonna, Jude Ngaji, and John Vico as members. Tinubu also named Aisha Tahir as chairwoman of the Governing Council of the Federal College of Education, Jamare, Bauchi State. The council members are Doreen Udechuku, Barrister Yaji, Mustafa Shehu, and Joshua Adewale. At the Federal College of Education, Gideon Madi, Sokoto, he appointed Abdullahi Adamu as chairman, with Olatunji Akimbiyi, Mohammed Malala, Saleh Audu, and Lami Ogwogo as members. The Federal College of Education Technical, Benin City, Edo State, also received Tukur Jikamshi as chairman of its governing council. Members include Abdullahi Loko, Asimiyu Alarakwe, Abubakar Bello, and Christopher Okaiben. The president anticipates that the new members of the boards of these institutions will serve with dedication and commitment to improving the standards of the learning in the nation's federal colleges of education. Stakeholders in the education sector have thrown their weight behind the establishment of a National Commission for Polytechnics in the country. They also supported the establishment of the technical and vocational institutions across this country to address issues of youth restiveness and the Japa syndrome in the country. They gave the support when they appeared before the House Committee on Federal Polytechnics and Higher Technical Education to make input into the proposal of the 3 bills to establish vocational training centers in Kano and Lagos, as well as the National Commission for Polytechnics.
That all these 3 bills are very timely, important, and relevant to the situation we are facing today in Nigeria. I therefore convey to you the Ministry's full support for the 3 bills. And I also want to offer to you what the Minister has asked me to convey, that the Ministry is available if there are some minor tweaks, minor fine-tunings to be done on the 3 bills. The Ministry is ready to provide the technical support to fine-tune and conclude the bills anytime you are ready. But so far, so good. We are proud of the bills, we identify with them, and we are committed to their implementation.
If Nigeria had positioned its skills agenda 20, 30 years ago, nobody will be demonstrating on the streets, as we have seen in the last few days. People would have been properly upskilled. There are a lot of opportunities locally and globally for skills, but Nigerian youth are there roaming about, crossing the Sahara with a lot of danger, dying in the Mediterranean Sea. So this vocational training institutes is a very positive move, and I'm very hopeful that other states will also require to have their own, because this can be seen as another layer of tertiary TVET education.
The stakeholders also said the establishment of a National Commission for Polytechnics will help address discrimination that polytechnic lecturers face, as well as degree dichotomy. Earlier, the speaker, who was represented at the event, and the chairman of the committee said the hearing will help the committee facilitate the process of enacting the legislation that will bring the much-needed improvement in the socio-economic development of the country.
We said effective policy formulation on standardization and quality assurance in the polytechnic sector. The commission will bring about that. 2, concentration on promotion on technical and skill-based education as it affects the polytechnics only. Because I pity even the ES and the MBT. They are overburdened. You know, coordinating technical colleges, monotechnics, IES, polytechnics, in fact, about 200 to 300 schools. So once the Polytechnic Commission is there, I believe they will concentrate on the polytechnics, and that will reduce, the burden on the MBT.
Today's hearing aligns seamlessly with the legislative agenda of the 10th Assembly and an enhancing educational framework within Nigeria. We recognize that in the increasing competitive global environment, it is imperative that we equip our youth with relevant skill and knowledge. The proposed agency and institution will serve as a beacon of excellence, providing qualitative education that meet international standards while also tailoring to meet our local needs.
As you may be aware, the objectives of this establishing vocational entrepreneurship and skill acquisition institution in Nigeria is to train technicians and middle-level personnel that would serve as catalysts for a rapid industrialization and development of the real sector of the economy. Therefore, the need for all stakeholders here present to be dedicated and committed in the efforts of improving and developing our educational sector by being objective, constructive in our inputs and opinions on all contending issues on the bills.
The 3 bills seeking stakeholders' input are a proposal to establish a vocational and entrepreneurship institute in Okota, Oshodi in Lagos State, a federal vocational and skill acquisition college, Yankaba in Kano State, and the bill seeking to create the National Polytechnics Commission in Nigeria. President Bola Tinubu has pleaded with Nigerians to be patient with his administration, assuring them that the country is transitioning from darkness to dawn. In an official video released by the State House on Wednesday, Tinubu acknowledged the country's ongoing hardships due to the removal of fuel subsidy and the floating of the naira. He noted that Nigerians' pain was compounded by what he described as an avoidable lag between the subsidy removal and his helpful plans for the country.
This period may be hard on us, and there is no doubt that it's tough on us. But I urge you all to look beyond the present temporary pains and aim at the larger picture. All our good and helpful plans are in the works. More importantly, I know that they will work. Sadly, there was an unavoidable lag between subsidy removal and these plans coming fully online. However, we are swiftly closing the time gap. I plead with you, please have faith in our ability to deliver and in our concern for your well-being. We will get out of this turbulence, and due to the measures we have taken, Nigeria will be better equipped and able to take advantage of the future that awaits her. For example, we shall fulfill our promise to make education more affordable to all and provide loans to higher education students who may need them. No Nigerian student we have to abandon higher education because of lack of money. Our commitment is to promote the greatest good for the greatest number of our people. On principle, we shall never fall. I assure you, my fellow countrymen and women, that we are exiting the darkness to enter a new and glorious dawn. Now, I must get back to work in order to make this wish come true. Thank you for listening, and may God bless Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Nigeria's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, or Minister of Foreign Affairs Yusuf Tuga, says the federal government won't accept any foreign interference in the aftermath of the violence that trailed the End Bad Governance protests in the country. He stated this on Wednesday when he met with members of the diplomatic corps in Abuja, warning that the government will not spare anyone funding the protest, both from within and outside Nigeria. Ambassador Tuga stated that the past few days have seen bad narratives on social media which are currently threatening the peace and stability of the nation. He, however, assured diplomats in the country that the Nigerian government remained committed to protecting members of the diplomatic corps as well as Nigerians in line with international laws. The meeting was also attended by Minister of Information Mohammed Idris, representatives of the National Security Advisor, the Inspector General of Police, lawmakers, and others. The Department of State Services, DSS, says it is currently investigating 7 Polish nationals interested in connection, or arrested rather, in connection with the violent and bad governance protests in Kano. The spokesperson for the DSS, Peter Afunanya, revealed this when the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Tuga, held a meeting with members of the diplomatic corps on Wednesday. Reacting to questions, the DSS representative explained that the Polish nationals were picked up over the display of foreign flags during the protests in parts of the Northwest. According to him, those picked up are being investigated further, assuring that their arrest was not a targeted attempt at Polish nationals. The meeting was attended by Minister of Information Mohammed Idris, a representative of the National Security Advisor, the Inspector General of Police, and the Chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Foreign Affairs. The Foreign Affairs Minister highlighted the federal government's effort to enhance socio-economic development, which he says had resulted in the reduction of the country's debt servicing spending from 90% to 68%. He added that the government had initiated other interventions to ensure food security, create jobs, and promote investments. The End Bad Governance protest turned bloody in Kaduna State on Tuesday following the killing of a teenager by a soldier in the Samaru area of Zaria. The late 16-year-old boy, Ismail Mohammed, was said to have been shot by the soldier inside his father's house while the security operatives were enforcing the 24-hour curfew imposed by the Kaduna State government following a violent protest that broke out in Zaria and Kaduna on Monday. Confirming the incident in a statement, the Director of Army Public Relations, Major General Onyema Nwachukwu, said the soldier involved in the killing of the teenager has since been arrested and is undergoing interrogation. According to him, the incident happened when hoodlums blocked the road, setting fires and brazenly attempting to attack the troops, prompting a soldier to fire a warning shot to scare the hoodlums away, which unfortunately led to the death of the 16-year-old boy, Ismail Mohammed. Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Tuarit Lagbaja has sent a delegation led by the General Officer Commanding 1 Division, Major General Landa Saraso, to visit and commiserate with the deceased family. Meanwhile, the Kaduna State Commissioner, Minister of Internal Security and Home Affairs, Samuel Aruwan, has said the 24-hour curfew imposed in the state is still in place. This was contained in a statement issued by the Commissioner and made available to newsmen, which said the curfew remains in place and is being actively enforced by security agencies, contrary to the rumors that it has been reviewed. The Commissioner enjoined the citizens to observe the curfew strictly and to shun rumors or unverified reports. He maintained that reliable and accurate updates will be duly communicated to the public through official channels. Organizers of the ongoing nationwide End Bad Governance protest in Osun State have announced the immediate suspension of their peaceful demonstration until further notice. This followed a security information, a dialogue with the Osun State government, as well as honoring Osun Oshogbo Cultural Festival celebration slated for August 9, 2024, and promised by the protesters earlier. Addressing journalists in Oshogbo, the state capital, Adetunji Ajala noted that the decision was done having considered security information in order not to endanger the lives and properties of the residents. Ajala hinted that if the government fails to accede to their demands, despite the protest being suspended, their next line of action will be communicated in no distant time.
Having been addressed by the state government, where we presented the national and the state demands, which the coalition have put together along other leaders in the state, and also with the importance of the global Osun Oshogbo Festival that is coming up in Oshogbo, in order not to endanger the life of our people and to ensure that we still give the government the privilege of doubt to look at our demands, and whereby we give room for engagement, we have come to put this protest on hold while we will communicate all other protesters as to next line of action. This is done in good faith to ensure that the life and the property are secure in Osun State.
The Edo State government and the state chapter of the All Progressives Congress are at loggerheads over allegations of orchestrating unrest in the state. At the press conference on Wednesday in Benin, the state capital, Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, Chris Neherkare, said APC has resorted to a devious plan by orchestrating civil unrest in the state. However, the Director of Publicity, Edo State APC Governorship Campaign Council, Orobosa Omojo, in a statement described the accusation as incessant noise meant to cover up Governor Godwin Obaseki's alleged economic corruption committed against Edo people. The governorship candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, in the forthcoming governorship election in Edo State, Dr. Azami Azena, has said the End Bad Government protest that took place across the country was caused by hunger and frustration and not sponsored by any political parties. Azena made the remark to our correspondent, Akpomejero Friday, in an interview in Benin City, the state capital. Pastor Azena said he was not against protests, but he was against the killing, destroying of private and government properties in some parts of the country, which didn't say good, as no one will be celebrating violence.
A few days ago was not sponsored by opposition party or any political party. It was sponsored by hunger. Though no one will be celebrating the violence that took place in the midst of the protest. Protest is legal. Protest is constitutional. Protest is allowed. But anarchy, violence, and destruction of goods and killing of souls is not part of protest. That I totally condemned. But I want to say that what happened is a shameful thing, and it's something that we should not pray that it should happen again in our country. No good, reasonable parents will be waiting for children to protest before you give them food. For crying out loud, they are not asking for anything. They are asking for food. End bad governance, there is hunger. So if our governors, our presidents, from presidency down to the local government, parents and leaders indeed, I think they should listen to the yearnings of the people. I kick against the government who have allowed the citizens to come to the street before they could listen and to listen to the yearnings of the people. To me, every sensible human being should know that the country is hard. Protest ought to be the last option of the citizens. And I think they have used every other option before they went to the street. So we should not wait for the last option to come before we start looking for what to do. Put these persons together. They have leaders. Listen to them and then reverse what they ask you to reverse. And the country will move forward.
Pastor Azena said when elected as governor of the state, his administration is going to give full support to local government financial autonomy as they are closer to the people at the local level.
Who believes that local government should be given their autonomy? Let them become an autonomous government so that they can able to cater for the commoner, because they are the closest to the people. Just the way people will say politics is local. Also, human living is local. And if you cannot localize human living, there is no way you can ever affect human lives. Like this government, people will say this state governor have not done anything, have not tried. I'm not supporting him. I'm not against those speaking against him, but I would like to be at the middle. Why will I be at the middle? One, if you watch some of his projects, they are for urban areas. So, it's affecting few than the majority that live in the local area.
Governor Amadou Fintiri of Adamawa State has advised the protesting youths in the state to engage in agriculture, which he deems a prospective remedy to combat hunger and poverty. The governor in the public address reaffirmed his government's commitment to spearheading a youth-to-farm initiative aimed at addressing protests against hunger and achieving food security in the state. The ongoing nationwide End Bad Governance demonstration has served as a wake-up call for both the state and federal authorities. In Adamawa, the protest unfolded peacefully, allowing commercial activities to flourish. During a statewide broadcast, Governor Fintiri praised the youths for conducting themselves in accordance with the law.
As you can look, the market is dry. Even as of today, the market is dry. People are afraid to buy goods, and all the villagers are afraid to come to the market to buy goods. People are indoor, watching what will happen. By and large, the business was done for the few days we have in the strike.
Thank God, by the grace of God, the protests they go on small, but our market they move small.
The governor said the key to alleviating hunger lies in taking agriculture more seriously, a goal his administration is diligently pursuing. He outlined some of the strategies implemented by his government.
Even though the protest might be unpopular, especially with the way and manner it is carried out in some states across the country, the message is clear and the demands are genuine. None of us can deny the fact that there is no hunger and there is general poverty in the...
Among the measures taken to tackle youth unemployment is the empowerment of over 30,000 youths and women through the Fintiri Wallet Scheme, which provides 50,000 naira each to beneficiaries. Additionally, another 10,000 individuals have been selected to benefit from this program, while more than 100,000 youths are undergoing training in essential ICT skills to make them employable.
We have been very proactive by constituting a food security committee with a mandate to aggressively drive a youth-to-farm campaign. The committee is working around the clock to ensure every local government has a demonstration farm of minimum of 300 hectares, where our youths will be trained on modern agricultural practice with inputs freely provided. We have procured 123,381 kilograms of rice seed, 5,000 cartons of assorted herbicide, and other inputs. Very soon, we shall flag off the sales of this fertilizer and other inputs at a subsidized rate of 50% to intending farmers.
The All Progressives Congress in Rivers State has decried the destruction of its secretariat, accusing the Rivers State government of sponsoring protesters who allegedly perpetrated the act. The All Progressives Congress Caretaker Committee chairman in the state, Tony Okocha, who made the allegation while briefing journalists in Port Harcourt, said those who vandalized the party secretariat threatened to come back for another attack. Okocha further said the vandalization of the secretariat of the main opposition party in the state was orchestrated by people with vested interests who, he said, are intimidated by the party's rising profile in the state.
Our secretariat was attacked yesterday, and they left us with a note that they are coming back again. We had information that they have been paid to destroy our party secretariat. And who is paying them? they are being paid and sponsored by the government of Rivers State, whose interest, as far as this matter is concerned, is to make Rivers State at the epicenter of protests. Somebody asked me, how would I link it to the governor? That about what is happening in Kaduna and all that. I said, those areas are volatile already. And you see, the only person who is enjoying the entire thing in the whole state is the governor and his convoy. I am aware we are briefed, and we thought it was just a child's play. How meetings were held at midnight in this state to make Rivers State epicenter of protest in Rivers State for obvious reasons. One reason is that they felt that they need to get at Mr. President. That Mr. President does not seem to be supporting them. And so there cannot be peace here. That's one. The other one is that they had planned to humiliate the Senate President. If you see the placards, if you see what they carry, they say Senate President must resign.
The Caretaker Committee chairman called on security agencies to beef up security around its party secretariat.
Our demand is that the security agencies, whose responsibility it is to protect life and property, should beam their lights, the searchlight, on that structure. We need heavy security because it is clear that there is an attempt to destroy the place. I don't know whether INEC had registered simplified or same party. I don't know if they have. But we are APC, registered political party, a party in government at the center. He should not see us as enemies. We have said this all the time. Our business in this system is to oppose him. We will not clap hand for him. We will not. We will oppose him, we will demarcate him, so that we will take over the reins of governance.
Reaction: the Rivers State government in a statement denied sponsoring protesters to attack the APC secretariat, saying that it is not in the character of the present administration to embark on such ugly venture. Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed has faulted President Bola Tinubu's nationwide address to Nigerians in the wake of the End Bad Governance protest. In his speech on Sunday, Tinubu called on protesters to cease their demonstrations and open room for the dialogue, saying there was no going back on the removal of fuel subsidy. But speaking on Wednesday during the flag-off of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) campaign for the local government election in Bauchi, Mohammed said the federal government should stop giving excuses to Nigerians. The spokesperson for the House of Representatives, Rotimi Akin, has stated that the monthly salary for lawmakers is 600,000 as against the 900,000 naira as speculated. Akin clarified in a statement issued on Wednesday in Abuja as he reaffirmed the commitment of the House members to the 50% deduction in their salaries to reduce hardship. He said that a member who displayed his salary on television program was an exceptional case because he assumed office through a court decision many months after the onboarding process was concluded. He said the House remained committed to the resolution passed on July 18, 2024, which mandated a 50% reduction in the salaries of members for 6 months. He added that the delay in the implementation was due to the necessary administrative procedures and coordination with financial institutions. He added that instructions for adjusting salaries had since been issued and would be enforced moving forward to ensure its pledge is fully realized. He called for patience and assured of the House's steadfast adherence to its pledge and sustained efforts to earn the trust and confidence of all Nigerians. The interactive session with stakeholders in the oil industry by the Nigerian Senate Ad Hoc Committee investigating alleged economic sabotage in the Nigerian petroleum sector turned into a forum for accusation and counter-accusations on Wednesday in Abuja. Amid pervasive allegations of sabotage in the petroleum industry, the Senate raised questions over $1.5 billion approved in 2021 for the turnaround maintenance of the Port Harcourt refinery with little or no results. In his opening remark, the Senate leader and chairman of the committee, Opeyemi Bamidele, had pleaded with the stakeholders not to resort to blame games, but to show calm and understanding. But Group Managing Director of the Nigeria National Petroleum Company Limited, Mele Kyari, in his submission, exonerated his company, saying it is not responsible for the importation of adulterated products into Nigeria. Kyari particularly said the substandard products are actually smuggled into the country.
The essence of today's meeting is one, for us to be able to meet with the stakeholders and to be able to also make you to be a part of our agenda setting, and most importantly, to be able to appeal to all stakeholders. In the meantime, by saying, let the accusations and counter-accusations, stop. We understand the concern of Nigerians. A lot of Nigerians are concerned about ensuring that do not kill local initiative and local investment to allow them to survive. Just like a lot of Nigerians are also concerned about ensuring that we do not consciously inaugurate a monopoly, which will not serve overriding public interests and which will not be consistent with global best practice standards. All these are issues. But in the meantime, while we work with you to address all of this, we call on all our stakeholders.
See what's happening in the media. Targeted personal attack on my person, on the institution. And we all know how this works. They are deliberate, they are calculated, so that create the impression that the NNPC Limited and our leadership are doing anything to create economic sabotage in our country. It is far from it, Mr. Chairman. This company has grown, Mr. Chairman. We're proud to say this. From a lost company for 43 years to a profit-making company today, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it is very clear from everything you have said through this investigative hearing that you can see the majority of the issues you have raised have nothing to do with the NNPC Limited. Yet, everybody believes, by sheer misinformation, which my minister has highlighted, the NNPC is responsible for creating any economic sabotage in our country.
In his own remarks, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Olawale Edun, said the increase in the crude world stabilized the country's foreign exchange market while expressing confidence in the leadership of the ad hoc committee to conduct an unbiased and impartial investigation.
There is a commitment to dealing with these issues, and the focus also remains in the oil and gas industry in improving incentives. Already, Mr. President has signed some executive orders which have meant that oil and gas investments, particularly the gas sector, have started to flow back. We saw a $500 million investment just a couple of weeks ago, and we are told that about $7 billion. There was a $500 billion investment already made and around $7 billion on the sidelines waiting for the correct investment environment. We are committed as a country to ensuring that we'll complete the rehabilitation of those refineries so that we can reduce the level of import that we need to be able to serve the needs of Nigerians. We're also committed to supporting Dangote refinery. We are committed to supporting the modular refineries, and we have been resolving whatever issues that are brought to our attention from time to time.
The session was also attended by Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, Gbenga Komolafe, and representatives of Customs Services, Navy, Association of Local Refiners, Dangote Group, and others who assured the committee that they would wait for the appropriate time to tell their own side of the story to the Nigerian public.
And we count on support of the committee, the regulators, and other stakeholders to ensure that the refinery succeeds, because if it does, aside from the other obvious benefits like FX generation, job creation, and the rest, most importantly, there is the psychological benefit of giving Nigerians and Africans in general the confidence that we can succeed. We can build big things and make them successful.
It is pertinent to know that the value chain in the downstream should be sustained to allow other investors to continue to play their role effectively. This will go a long way in protecting those who have invested in the oil and gas sector. If man, as a body, sir, would like to use this medium to solicit the support of the Senate to ensure that there is a level playing ground in this sector of the economy.
The chairman of the dissolved House of Representatives Joint Oil Committee, Honorable Ugo Chinyere Ikenga, has passed a vote of confidence on the Speaker of the House, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, for the dissolution of the probe committee. The honorable member, who is representing Idiato North and South Federal Constituency in Imo State and House Committee Chairman on Downstream Petroleum, Honorable Ikenga Ugo Chinyere, also debunked allegations that he gave $1.7 million to the House leadership to secure the committee chairman position. He said these in a statement issued in Abuja on Tuesday by his Chief of Staff, Ernest Njesi, that the allegations were a false, nonsensical, belated attempt to provoke and divert attention from the endemic corruption in the oil industry. Ugo Chinyere says that Tajuddin Abbas and Deputy Speaker Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu's all-inclusive administration style has kept the 10th House stable in the last 1 year with their approach to governance, which has played a pivotal role in fostering a sense of inclusivity within the Parliament. The Senate has raised questions over the $1.5 billion approved in 2021 for the turnaround maintenance of the Port Harcourt refinery with little or no result. The upper chamber lamented that it is unfair and wrong to treat government businesses or public companies as an orphan while private businesses are flourishing and thriving. The Senate leader and chairman, Senate Ad Hoc Committee to investigate the alleged economic sabotage in the Nigerian petroleum industry, Okoyemi Bamidele, raised the questions at a session with stakeholders in the industry at the National Assembly Complex, Abuja, on Wednesday. The session was attended by the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Wale Edun, Group Managing Director, Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited, Mele Kyari, Chief Executive, Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, Gbenga Komolafe, and the Chief Executive Officer, Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Farouk Ahmed, among others. The Federal Executive Council had approved the plan by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources to rehabilitate and turn around the Port Harcourt refinery with $1.5 billion under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari. Despite a huge investment, the government-owned refinery is yet to function effectively, a situation that compelled the country to depend almost entirely on the importation of petroleum products. At the session with stakeholders on Wednesday, Bamidele expressed concerns over the dysfunctionality of the government-owned refineries despite investments to carry out turnaround maintenance. From Zamfara State comes the report that the Commissioner for Budget and Planning, Malam Abdul Malik Gajam, has strongly refuted claims that the state government budgeted 19.3 billion naira for the purchase of kitchen equipment in 2024. Gajam expressed disappointment at the misleading report published by an online platform which claimed a review of the state's budget document had revealed this allocation. The Commissioner provided a detailed breakdown of the 19.3 billion naira budget, clarifying that these funds were allocated to projects under the Ministry of Education and not for kitchen equipment as falsely reported. Gajam stressed that the current administration under Governor Lawal is focused on reducing the abuse of public funds and blocking leakages, contrary to the unfounded claims. The Zamfara state government firmly denies the allegation and urges the public to disregard the fake news intended to mislead citizens.
To react to something that is half-baked information and half-baked story. And this is the breakdown of that 19 billion naira that they have used to. And now, mind you, the reason why I told you they did half page, there was a performance column under that. It was zero. So none of that money has been spent. One kobo has never been spent under that 13 billion that you have said. And the document is out there. Anyone could challenge, could go and check. If you look at the performance, first quarter, 0.00%. If you look at second quarter, 0.00%. If you look at first quarter and second quarter performance of that 19 billion that they have put is 0.0 now. Now you ask us, why? Because 500 million naira, 510 million naira, under that program code, the program code, the economic code to charge on that is named purchase of canteen and kitchen equipment. Now, most of these things that I'm going to tell you, they are part of this name of this program, economic code. That is the economic code that you would charge. So it's just a nomenclature. So it would show, it will make it easier for anyone to read. Now you can go back and request the full information of this budget if you want.
After a series of accusations and counter-accusations, the Edo State government on Wednesday said it received a few trucks of rice from the federal government. Chris Nehikare, Commissioner for Communication and Orientation, disclosed this at the press briefing in Benin City. The Edo State government, the state chapter of the People's Democratic Party PDP, and the All Progressives Congress APC had been at loggerheads over the allegedly looted rice at the Aurora community in Uhumwonde local government area of the state. The missing consignment included 30,000 bags of rice from the Dangote Foundation and 20 trucks of rice from the federal government. Nehikare said the federal government also gave directives on how to share the trucks of rice received. Olu Martins had on Monday claimed that the state government was yet to receive from both the federal government and the Dangote Foundation. Martins, however, described as false and heartbreaking the statement accredited to Senator Adams Oshimole, the former governor of the state, that the Dangote Foundation gave 30,000 bags of rice to the state government. The lawmaker representing Adamawa Northern Senatorial District, Senator Amos Yohana, says the federal government alone cannot solve the problems of unemployment facing the nation. He stated this in Mubi Town during the graduation and empowerment of over 140 persons trained on various skills acquisition with working tools. The training, which was in collaboration with the senator representing the zone and the National Productivity Center, is aimed at taking unemployed youths out of the streets as well as making them employers of labor. Speaking at the occasion, Senator Yohana said the initiative will address the problem of unemployment, changing the beneficiaries not to take, or charging rather, the beneficiaries not to take it for granted. He explained that the federal government alone cannot resolve the problem of unemployment in the country. The lawmaker also disclosed that he has distributed fertilizers among the farming communities in his constituency, in line with the President Tinubu's Governor Fintiri's policies.
Yeah, to keep those things and learn more, continue to attain more skills on how to use those tools, and to also to continue to train others so that they will expand, because that's the only way to be self-reliant. People are running all over saying they are looking for a job. The only way to go to succeed, even in the developed world, where they are today, is self-reliance. Government work is only for a few people.
Some of the beneficiaries shared their experiences on how the new skills learned will help them, while some community leaders appreciated the lawmakers' gesture.
We started by first and foremost to give them the farm inputs that will improve on the yields on the farms. These places where we are farming, they've been there for hundreds of years and they are being degraded. So we have to go to modern way of farming, and one of it is to bring in some fertilizers and herbicides and insecticides.
The senator also commissioned a borehole at Michika town, promising that the same gesture would be extended to the School of Nursing or School of Health in the local government.
The inception and with the organizing of this program, we have learned trades that we can help our community, our immediate community. We can also train people based on the training given to us.
Learn something and to be independent of ourselves, especially we youth.
This program will help us in different aspects of our life in terms of skills that we acquire here.
This program, we are happy with the program, and I want you to continue on this note.
Concerned by the rising spate of building collapses across the country, experts from the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers have advised government at all levels and Nigerians at large to imbibe the attitude of involving professionals to address the rising issues of building collapse in the country. The newly elected branch chairman of the institution, Ali Kainde, and other members who lamented the involvement of quacks in handling sensitive building projects in the country made the appeal in Ilorin, Kwara State, shortly after being elected alongside other executives to pilot the affairs of the body. After the ravaging cholera and other diseases claiming lives, building collapse is yet another dangerous trend claiming lives of Nigerians. A trend the newly elected chairman of the Kwara State branch of Nigerian Institution of Surveyors and Estate Valuers, Ali Kehinde, promised to correct by reorientating government at all levels and Nigerians at large. On the institution's election, the national official who supervised the election, Adekunle Adedoye, said it was free, fair and credible, conducted in an atmosphere of unity.
Our advice is just simple. It's not a science rocket. When you put round peg in round hole, you get good results. But wherever you put round peg in square hole, that is why the program starts. You see, it is only in Nigeria where government does not recognize professionalism. But when it comes to the issue of housing, everybody becomes an expert. So, but they are forgotten, and we are going to remind them that there are some people that are trained in estate surveying and valuation profession. We are going to advise governments, work with them tirelessly to make sure that our experiences are given to them at no cost, so as to move the state and Nigeria at large forward.
What I will employ the federal government or the government in general is that they should engage professionals and they should adopt professionalism in building.
The institution, however, assured of its readiness to work with government at all levels with a view to ending the trend of building collapse to create a safer society devoid of avoidable risks.
Everything was fantastic. Everything went very well. Rancor-free, no issue. There's unity in their branch. There's harmony. There's peace.
I'm going to continue from where this administration that just wandered up stopped.
While I was in office, the challenges is how to carry people along, to mobilize them to do the needful and follow the rule of the top of our institution.
What I'm going to do differently now is to ensure that we publicize the image of the institutions.
Still ahead, thousands of police on standby as UK brace up for more riots. Details when we return.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
An African girl somewhere is sitting at home, accompanied by dreams that seem so far away. Africa is one of the continents with the highest out-of-school percentage in education, and girls are at an early disadvantage. The sub-Saharan Africa records about 18 million out-of-school girls. This gender gap extends to the tech space with a projection of only a 33% global female workforce representation in tech firms for 2022. Let us help change the stories and numbers. Africa Agility's Project Train a Girl campaign is working to help train African girls in tech. You can donate as little as $2 or 2,000 Naira to help a girl in tech get her heels in the door. Visit www.africaagility.rallyup.com/PTAG to donate.
From other parts of Africa, the Economic Community of West African States Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Ambassador Abdel Fattah Musa, has stated that the withdrawal of Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso from the regional bloc will lead to unintended security consequences. In January, the three military-led West African nations announced their immediate withdrawal from ECOWAS, accusing the organization of becoming a threat to its member states. Speaking at the 42nd ordinary session of the Committee of ECOWAS Chiefs of Defense Staff in Abuja on Wednesday, Musa stressed that their withdrawal would inevitably undermine coordination and cooperation in combating terrorism, human trafficking, and transnational organized crime. Musa called on the ECOWAS defense chiefs to finalize the planning for the deployment to stabilize Sierra Leone and the operationalization of ECOWAS logistic depot at Lungi in the Republic of Sierra Leone. The Nigerian Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru, called for the development of new military strategies to ensure peace and stability in the region. Outside Africa, thousands of UK riot police on Wednesday stood ready to deal with more potential outbursts of violence which erupted more than a week ago after 3 children were murdered. Far-right groups have planned demonstrations in more than 30 locations, with immigration lawyers and buildings hosting asylum seekers set to be the primary targets, according to a post on messaging app Telegram leaked to the British media. The government has said 6,000 specialist police are being readied to deal with England's worst disorder in over a decade, which has seen hundreds arrested and more than 100 charged. The violence broke out after 3 girls aged 9, 7 and 6 were killed and 5 more children critically injured during a knife attack at a Taylor Swift dance class in Southport, northwest England. False rumors initially spread on social media saying the attacker was a Muslim asylum seeker. The suspect was later identified as 17-year-old Alex Rudakubana. Born in Wales, UK media reported that his parents are from Rwanda. Despite a police statement, initial disturbances in Southport centered around a local mosque, and widespread violence has rocked England and Northern Ireland since. Prime Minister Keir Starmer late Tuesday warned anyone involved would face the full force of the law, including those inciting violence online. In business news, the guidelines for the suspension of customs duty and taxes on imported food items are to commence next week, the federal government announced on Tuesday. In July, the federal government approved a 150-day duty-free window to allow the importation of maize, husk, brown rice, and wheat as part of measures to combat rising food inflation across the country. The initiative was based on the implementation of the Presidential Accelerated and Stabilization Advancement Plan. Speaking at a meeting of heads of security agencies in Abuja on Tuesday, the Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adeniyi, said the implementation of the policy would commence once the guidance or guidelines are ready. He explained that the delay experienced in the implementation of the policy was to ensure that the interest of all stakeholders, including farmers, were considered. The customs boss urged Nigerians to be patient, adding that some of the imported items already in the country would be cleared without duty and taxes. And finally, sports news. Nigeria's sprint icon Tobi Amusan won her qualifying heat in the women's 100 meters hurdle on Wednesday to secure a spot in the semi-finals of Paris Olympics. The 27-year-old, who set the world record in the semi-finals of 2022 World Championship, led the pack in Heat 1, securing her spot in the semi-finals with a blistering time of 12.49 seconds. Following closely behind her is Alicia Johnson from the USA, who finished the race in 12.61 seconds. Janique Brown from Jamaica made it through, clocking 12.84 seconds. In Heat 2, Jasmine Camacho Queen from Puerto Rico dominated the field, qualifying the semi-finals with a leading time of 12.42 seconds. Close on her heels was Cindy December of Great Britain, who also made the cut by finishing 12.72 seconds. Poland's Pia rounded out the top 3, securing her semi-final spot with a time of 12.82 seconds. In Heat 3, an exceptional display of speed and technique resulted in a thrilling finish. Masai Russell from the USA and Nadine Vessar of the Netherlands crossed the finish line simultaneously, both clocking a remarkable time of 12.53 seconds and securing their places in the semi-finals. Serena Samba Meriala from France was hot on their heels, finishing just a hair behind in 12.56 seconds to claim the third qualifying spot. And that's the news now. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Thanks for being there.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them.
If no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 when they pay.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar, your hangout for all genres of literature. I'm so excited to be back here with you to talk about books and poetry. So what have you been reading? I want to hear all about it. Today at the bar, we'll be visiting India through the pages of a book so well written that has garnered a few prizes, most notably the Man Booker Prize in 2008. It has also been turned into a movie. This genre is satire. I think authors fall back on satire to tell us some hard truths. Laughter mitigates the pain of our sad reality. So grab that cup of tea or your glass of wine and let's get lit, all right? So I'll see you right after the break. Welcome back to the Literary Bar. Drum roll, please, as I present my all-time favorite, The White Tiger by Aravind Adiga. This book won the prestigious Man Booker Prize in 2008. Adiga was born in India in 1974 and attended Columbia and Oxford universities. He was a former correspondent for Times Magazine. He lives in India currently. Since the publication of The White Tiger, he's written other notable works such as The Last Man in Tower and Between the Assassinations. I love him so much, I have the second one. Our protagonist in this book is Balram Halwai. His parents were too poor and despondent to name him, so his teacher named him Balram. His caste determined his name and ambition. Halwai is a sweet maker, but the reality of their life was bitter, abject poverty. Balram was such a clever student that a school official called him the White Tiger, a species of tiger that is seen once in a century or more. He goes from brilliant schoolboy to a cunning but loyal driver, then a murderer and an entrepreneur with a philosophical bent. Balram became a sociopath that generously offers you his shoes for you to walk in. This book is written as a letter addressed to a visiting premier of China, Premier Jiabao, to India on an official assignment. For 7 nights, Balram reconstructs the story of his life, highlighting the effects of corruption in government, official whitewashing, the caste system in India, and social inequality, political brigandage, we call here area boys, area fathers, and injustice. From the education inspectors to hospital administrators, politicians, institutional corruption, the whole city is washed out in the effects of bad leadership and mismanagement. Balram also has a disdain for religion because none of the numerous gods, he named about 3,000 gods, and then the Christian and the Muslim god, none of them were able to save him or his mother. The slum landlords wreaked havoc in the region and defined the trajectory of his life with devastating consequences, as you'll find out at the end of the book. Recently, in India, in real life, 2 women were partially buried alive over land dispute in Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, in India. And also, we are very much aware of the Ambani wedding that happened. About $600 million was invested in this wedding in a country where the people are suffering from total, abysmal poverty. One defining metaphor in the book is the rooster coop, a story that outlines the relationship between the timid, loyal, but disposable servants to their unappreciative masters. After his master tries to make him take a fall for his wife's drunken car accident, Balram realized that his loyalty was misplaced. Thus, when his master tried to bribe another corrupt government official, Balram literally struck his master dead, and escaped with the loot to start life as an entrepreneur. He is also reliant on the voracious appetite of the insatiable corrupt police officers to operate freely in the society. I'm going to read some excerpt from this book when we come back. So join me. Refill that cup and join me. I'll be right back. I'm just going to give you some very little excerpt to tell you more about this character that tries to define what corruption has done to him. If there's any other way to define Balram, it's just to tell you that corruption breeds its own. When leaders or people in power choose not to do the right thing, the wrong thing comes back to bite them. And this is how he describes his life as he was taken out from school. If he could write his story, he'll call it the autobiography of a half-baked Indian. That's what I will call my life story. Me and thousands of others in this country like me are half-baked because we were never allowed to complete our schooling. Open our skulls and look in with a pen light, and you will find an odd museum of ideas, sentences of history or mathematics remembered from school textbooks. No boy remembers his schooling like the one who was taken out of school. Let me assure you. Sentences about politics read in a newspaper while waiting for someone to come into an office. Triangles and pyramids seen on torn pages of old geometry textbook, which every tea shop in the country uses to wrap its snacks in. Bits of all Radio India news bulletin, things that drop into your mind like lizards from the ceiling. In the half hour before falling asleep, all these ideas, half formed and half digested and half correct, mix up with other half-cooked ideas in your head. And I guess these half-formed ideas bugger one another and make more half-formed ideas. And this is what you act on and live with. Take a look around you, everywhere you go, in this country and all around. The people who suffer the most are the ones who were not allowed the basic needs, the fulfillment of basic needs and human rights, which is education. Look around you. We're here in Lagos. Everywhere you go, there are children hawking. They have very minimal education. But the problem, which we do not realize at this time, that these children will grow. And then what will they become? What will we become when they take over the streets? When they start to control?
My name is Teresa Precious. I am an event planner, a cake specialist. I'm also a natural juice specialist as well. I deal with fruits and I try to make people live healthy lives. And business is just pretty starting up, like coming back, resuscitating after a very long break of like 5 years. And that happened because I got trafficked, and the connection came through my friend. So how it all started, so after school, I started baking even before I left secondary school. And so when admission was taking so long, and I was really eager to go back to school and all, so I started doing events, started serving at parties, following vendors to events, and I started liking the job because I'm kind of like talented in the arts. So everything event looked like fun and work for me. So I decided to build a career in that, irrespective of going back to school. And then I started training up. I naturally just have recipes in my head for cakes, and maybe when I wake up, I'll go write out what I saw either in my dream or what I thought about, and when I try it out, it always comes out nice. So my mom encouraged me to build up that career too, and that it was going to be a fruitful one. So at that point, there's this friend of mine that we kind of like, she's a bit older than I am, but we kind of like grew up together. She was always there for me because I had a child immediately after school. She was always there for me, always helping me out. So she said, since school wasn't working, then we should just venture into business. And looking at it that I was the first of 5 kids and I already had a child, school might be a little bit tight at that moment because my parents were really well to do, my mom actually, and because my parents are separated. So we used to make ice blocks and ice cubes together. We make ice blocks, we make ice. She was the one working there. So, but after her normal daily job, we now go in the evenings. So we had to take permission from her boss first. So we go in the evenings, we make ice blocks and ice cubes. We take to bars, restaurants, clubs, and most weekends when we get jobs as well, we get to supply ice blocks for events. So it started making me meet people. I started coming out more often, and people started liking my kind of person, like you're very intelligent. So sometimes my friend would just say, come, let's go to so place. She might not say anything, but we are certain that we're not living there without a new job to do almost every weekend. So it made me start becoming very outgoing, and I did meet lots of people. So I knew that I was only going to do that for a short while. And then on one of the occasions, we had a very long discussion, and she was like, she's just going to be here for a meantime. She was really building that up for me to like find a basis for me to start my event management career. And I took it that she was doing me a really good favor. So not too long from then, she introduced me to a friend who brought a job, and they wanted me to plan a particular event. It was going to be an opening, which I did, and it was fine. It came out well. It was quite big, so for me it was like a major big job for me, and I was happy at the pace at which I was, pulling up the shots, and they were really looking perfect. So one of the guys who attended the event, a friend to the convener of the event, to the owner of the event, was like, whoa, I like your industrious, I like your person, you're smart, you're outspoken, and you know how to do almost everything and do it well. Like, how do you do it? And I was like, well, it's just me, that's just the way I am. And he got really interested, and we exchanged contacts, started talking, and sometimes he just calls me, hey babe, what's up? What's your plan for the weekend? Any event? And I'll be like, yes. And he's like, okay, drop location. He'll just come around, just come and check up, like to see what's up, and always commenting, always checking up on me. So for me, I felt it was like a good thing to just have someone who you've not known from Adam, become close, check up on you, and they're after your progress. And after like about 6 to 8 months of that constant checkup, he then just dropped the suggestion one day, like, he doesn't know how I'm going to see this, but there's a traveling opportunity, and he feels this should be the in thing for me, since I already have plans to further education. Already I had started NCE. I was in my 200 level. I started NCE, but it was a bit tight. So most times when it's like that, he's always like one of the people I call, like, what's up? I'm having challenges with fees, or my friend and a couple of other friends. They'll be like, every time you have to call me either for fees or for feeding or one thing or the other. I feel this is an opportunity for you. If you can take it up, you should go to Malaysia. You're going to be working in the hair factory, because at that point, apart from making cakes and planning events, I just got talented with playing around weave-ons, and then I just started making wigs even without even knowing that wig was going to become something that's going to be in vogue. So when they saw it and they're like, this is really beautiful, like, how did you come about this? I don't know, I just see things and I do them. So he said that this is really good. So if you're going to a company where you're going to be working with attachment, weave-ons, and then you could get another job where you can work in a restaurant, maybe as a pastry chef or as an assistant baker, where you can shuffle in between both duties, make cool cash, and say in about 6 months you must have saved up enough. And then I was like, I don't have money. I know traveling out now, most especially going to Malaysia now, should cost so much. And it was like, no, that even if I don't have cash, I shouldn't worry about it. I'm like, how are you going to do that? And he was like, I should just leave all of that for him, that all he needs from me is my consent that I'll be willing to go. I said, but not without you telling me how you're going to go about it. And then he did explain that there are agents who are into traveling, and they help people travel either to go to school or to work. But then if you do not have money, there are people who are like investors, and what they do is to invest their money on you to travel. And then when you get to your post country, you start working, maybe like your first 3, 4, 5 months working, your salary will be used to pay them back whatever they have spent on you, but though it will be maybe either multiplied or there'll be an addition. And then he was like, I think if you are that hardworking, this shouldn't be a problem for you. So I sat down and thought about it, like, okay, so how much are we looking at here? And then he did a plus or minus $3,500 then, and then if I was going to pay back, I was going to be paying back like $7,000, and I was like, okay, how much are we talking about in Naira? He did the conversion, and then he did made me understand that I shouldn't even look at that money, that I'm going to be getting dinars, and that dinars is way higher than Naira. So, and he was like, don't worry, this is like the best opportunity for you. I know you're strong, I know you're hardworking, and you're very fun to be with. People love to be around you, so definitely you're going to make good friends who would even give you stipends, and you probably might not just have to pay back with all your hard-earned money. So the idea was to go work and come back to set up better or to finish up school so I can get a job. And I was like, okay, sounds good. And then he said he was going to, if I was ready, then he will now tell me the remaining processes. But then I have to look for like 4 extra people to make us 5. I was like, okay. And so these, my other friends, they also know this, my particular friend, Mary, that introduced me to the agent. So somehow, you know, there's no how now, friends, girls would definitely meet. And I really don't remember how my other friends got to know, but they also got to know about the traveling because he also became friends with them. But because anybody can meet anybody anywhere, I didn't really try to know exactly how they also met this same person. But then the other thing I remember was that we were all talking about this whole traveling thing, and my other friends were like, they were already 2 sisters and 2 of their friends, so we're 5 of us. And then we started talking about it, so they were like, we're going to get at least 50K first. The 50K was supposed to be for like our passport and some other little things that we would need right here before moving, but the traveling expenses was going to be covered by the investor, the invisible investor. So I for like a month we were on it, trying to get cash, running around, and several times they did say we're going to meet one person tomorrow. They could just call up today and say, okay, we're meeting the main travel agents tomorrow, we're meeting this tomorrow, and then we go. So they asked us to bring passports, pictures, so we should come for medical tests and all that. So on the day we went to Ikorodu to meet this other set of guys. That was the day we met a magician. So he is also part of the crew. And the magician happens to be the transporter. So he did mention that when it comes to things like this, that he normally advises young ladies not to tell anyone. And that the reason why he would tell them not to tell anyone is because they will definitely discourage you the moment you tell them someone is paying for your traveling. That families don't believe that somebody anywhere can just decide to pay for you to travel, go work and come back. So at some point he actually did some magic. So he said he was going to show us what he does for a living in Malaysia, and that he had just come back, but he has decided to rest. He wants to stay back in Nigeria to take care of his family, and that this is what he does for a living in Malaysia and some other countries where he goes to. And then he brought out stuffs. sand, salt, handkerchief. Then he did turn the sand into, he did turn salt into sand, and then turned the salt again into a bird. So seeing that, we, it just blew us out kind of. And he also said that if we wanted to really go and we were certain that we were not going to tell anyone, we needed to like swear an oath and all of that. So they were going to make some concussion with new notes. So all of this is just to be secure that we're not going to be telling anybody. And at that point, I was really not very down with everything, but one thing just kept sticking in my mind, which is, as far as I'm going to make myself better, as far as I'm not going to be leaning or calling or having to trouble family and all of that. And it was an opportunity for me to at least like do something tangible for myself. So I didn't really see anything, though I had doubts. I had very big doubts. So after that, they said they were going to let us know when we'll be leaving and how we will be leaving. We don't need to take anything, maybe just a bag or just maybe like a pair or 2 pairs of clothes, that when we get somewhere, we'll be going for shopping, we'll get clothes, and we'll get every necessary thing that we needed. So when he started mentioning that you don't have to tell anyone, so for me, I found it very difficult that, okay, I'll be leaving my child for my mom and I won't be able to describe to my mom where exactly I'm going to or what I'm going there to do. And why would someone say, it's supposed to be a good news. So why would someone else say, don't tell your family, because they probably will not like the sound of it or they will discourage you. For me, I feel that should be a good news and you should share. So, but he made us to believe that when you do that, they will discourage you and you might end up missing an opportunity of a lifetime. And another thing that got me thinking was the fact that he did mention that a lot of girls do go and they come back, they get to do big things for themselves. He also mentioned that apart from working in salons, restaurants, that some people go there to hustle. So when I heard the word hustle, I actually did ask that, what's the meaning of hustle? And it was like, regular hustle though. I'm like, no, the way that word sounds to me, the way you're saying it, looks like there's a different meaning to hustle. And then he now expatiated and said, some girls do go there just to go and work in brothels and come back. I'm like, okay, so hearing that started making me think like, okay, does it mean that there is something he's not saying? So then I now asked clearly, what exactly are you taking me to this country to go and do? He now asked, what did you tell your friend you want to do? I said, no, I didn't tell him. He suggested that since I am good in these areas, so I can work in a restaurant and then also work in a hair factory. And he was like, so that is what you are going to do? So I said, okay, and waited for the day they were going to call. So on the day he called, that's the initial guy that told me about the traveling opportunity. He called and said, okay, so get ready by next week. We are moving by next week Sunday. It was supposed to be a Sunday. I said, okay, no problem. And then on getting to Ikorodu, I found out that my other friends weren't there. So I asked, what's up, what happened with the other friends? And it was like, they couldn't come up with even money for their passports, which was 50K. I was like, oh, because I saw one of them that morning and I was like asking her, babe, how far? She was like, that she's not sure that she's going. That's the one that has a sister. And that again, that their mom told them that it's not a good journey, that they shouldn't go. And that if she would advise me that I shouldn't go, for their mom to say it's not a good journey, I was like, why at the dying minute? So to me at that point, I just thought that, okay, maybe this is why these guys were always saying don't tell anybody. So I just went because I'd already packed my bag. So I went to Ikorodu, and then on getting to Ikorodu, we passed the night in Ikorodu. They said we were waiting for 2 other people to join us, and the next day he took us to Agbara. On getting to Agbara, it's a lady's house, and I met the owner of the house and about 3 other ladies. So he said, so this is the person that is your real travel agent. She's the one that is paying for you. She's the one that is helping you to travel to the person who sent money to her. And I said, okay. So what I told my mom when I was going to leave, I told her that I was traveling and that it was going to take me maybe like 6 or 8 months to come back. And she was like, what kind of a travel is that, and why are you staying so long? So I told her that it's a friend that is helping me out, and I really do not have to do so much just to pay for my passport. So she was even the one that even gave me like 35k out of the 50k that I gave those guys. And when I explained to her that it's a friend, and she already knows the guy, so the guy as in became very close. During one of our school parties, my mom's school party, he actually came around. He comes, like everybody now knew him. So when I mentioned his name and my mom, okay, she didn't see a reason to question, because this is someone that everybody has come to know very well. So she was like, okay. So that day I told her was the day she gave me the money, and she was like, okay, if you say that is what you want to do. But then she now asked what I was going to do about my school. So I said, already I had missed the exam for that semester, and I already had missing exams from the previous semester. So when I come back, I'll sort it out. So she was like, okay, if that is what you want. But then she wasn't really like okay with it. She kept asking questions upon questions and questions upon questions. I'm like, at least you know the person that is actually working on this for me. So if there is anything, you can always ask him. So that was the last conversation I had with my mom. And at that time, there was a very big issue in the house. I was not in good terms with my stepdad and my mom. We had issues. So for me, it was just, I had had it to the truth, and I wanted to just leave the house. So, and that was it. And I left. So my mom asked, so how are we going to be feeding this child? How are we going to be doing this? How are we going to be doing that? I told her not to worry, that at each point, I would always know what to do. So she didn't really bother me so much about the child, because she was still little. She was just 5. At least she would be able to still feed her and do some other things. So that was how I left my daughter with my mom and left. So on getting to that house, seeing 3 other ladies, and then the lady in question that owns the house, she was like, okay, so first she gave me rules that I was not comfortable with, and no talking to anybody. You're on your own here. It's just you and your destiny. Like, it's just you and your destiny here. No friendship. The only business you're here for is for you to be taken to the country where you're going to. She too, she just came back. She's going to be joining us like in a month's time, and all. So she said we're moving in 3 days. So in 3 days, nothing was happening, and then I was forced to ask questions. Like, I've been here for 3 days. Nobody's going anywhere. What's happening? So she was like, we're waiting for 2 more people. I'm like, that was the same thing these guys said the last time. They're waiting for 2 more people. You're also saying the same thing. So she almost snapped out, like, I'm questioning her too much, I'm pestering and this and that, and that I should just take her word when she says we're waiting for 2 more people, or if I was the one that was going to pay the money. So I kept quiet. So that day was a day to my birthday that year, March 2nd. So I felt, okay, since I'm still around, let me just go home. So I went home, saw my mom, saw everyone, just got stuff. So my birthday, that was on my birthday, I went home, and like my mom was like, what happened? You've not gone? And like, we're waiting for 2 more people. And then my mom now aired out, like, are you sure this thing is really genuine? And are you sure that you're not doing the wrong thing? She kept asking questions. So she asked me to call the guy that night. so that she can confirm from him. So, but I called that night, his number wasn't going through. I told her that I didn't want to stay too long so that I can get back home, get back there on time. And that was how I left. So 2 days after, we were ready, and the lady asked her brother to take us to the park. So already, while the magician guy was talking to us a few days earlier, he had mentioned that we were going to go by road to an extent, and that the reason we're going by road to an extent is to avoid wahala from immigration and all of that. And to me, I was just wondering, but why are you trying to avoid these people if this is genuine? But I couldn't really ask too much questions. So he said we're going to go by road to a particular extent. So when the guy said we're going to the park, it took us to a park at Yanopaja, and then we entered Kano. So I now asked, why are we going to Kano? Then he said, that's the first place we are going to. That's where I will meet the people that will now take us to where we're going to. So at this point, we're 4 ladies and the guy. So he stayed with us at the park. So I tried eavesdropping to maybe just hear something, because I became very worried. Like, am I sure I really want to continue? I can't just go back home from here and just run away. So I started looking at a means at which I can maybe even just abscond from this guy's hand, but right opposite us. So at a point, I acted like I wanted to go buy something, and then I noticed that he was walking behind me, and I was like, okay, so this guy is watching me, I can't run away. So at a point, I just waved the thought of running away and felt like, as far as I'm going for a good cause, let me just go and do what I got to do and come back home. So we left. Getting to Kano, I was on my phone at that point, and the lady did mention to me that when I get to Kano, she gave me a particular number. When I get to Kano, or if we are being stopped on the way, or maybe we're being arrested or hijacked on the way by any of the security officials, that we should call the particular number. So at the point where I think it was NDLEA that stopped us, and they were like, where are we going to? And to me, I just said, they said when they asked us, we should tell them we're going to Kano. And if they ask us who are we going to meet in Kano, we should mention a particular name, which was what we did. And they did let us go. So getting there, I called the number, the man did come and asked us to stay somewhere, and picked us, took us somewhere else. And I was like, okay, so what next? And then he said, he now mentioned the lady's name. She wasn't that sent us to him, right? I said yes. So he told us, yeah, enter the car. And he drove off. So we drove for like 3 hours. Getting to where we were, to me it was like, why are we here? This place is looking deserted and all. So I started looking out. I remember looking out and I saw Sabongeri while we were driving. I saw Sabongeri. And I remember that at some point I heard about Sabongeri before, and I think I remember it being like an outskirt of Kano or so, thereabouts. So I was like, okay, but why are we going this far? I couldn't really ask the man questions because he wasn't even going to answer. And from there, they hipped us. The place he took us to, we met some other women and men there. And they wouldn't even allow you to say anything. They were just pushing everybody in. People must not see us and all that. So they like a hut, like it was a small hut, and there were people around. So they were trying to hide us. So at that point, I started becoming very scared, because why are you hiding us? Why are we having to rush into somewhere? You don't want people to know we are here. If they know we are here, they're going to come and take us away or something.
But worry for that. All rodents and reptiles, so they disturb the dad.
I'm a graduate of Political Science Social Studies from Adini Rogosaya College of Education. I graduated in the year 2020.
See, as of now, I'm looking for other jobs that I can match together to meet up with responsibility.
One time I remember trekking from Oriental Hotel to Eco Hotel, dropping my CVs at every place, dropping my CVs at different restaurants, different bars, different hotels, just hoping for something.
Pius is a graduate of computer science, but he drives an Uber for a living in the city of Lagos. Although underemployed, Pius is considered a tad lucky because 41% of the labor population with bachelor's degrees are without employment.
I got several jobs. When I go for the interview, I'll pass it. They'll say I'm too young, they want an older chef. And then so things like that were very, very frustrating. They almost pushed me off the edge. I was almost at the brink of going to call my friends and be like, okay, let me learn this year with you. But I just decided to keep pushing. Then I heard about this Uber thing. I got my first car. I was driving for somebody. I was supposed to be paying the person 25k a week. But sometimes when I walk, the car was having so much issues. If I make maybe 20, 30k in a day, the car, I'll end up spending like 27,000, 25,000 on fuel. So I couldn't keep up. I had to go for another car to another car before I finally found this one. And this one I'm driving to own the car and I'm almost done with it.
Presently, 1 out of every 3 Nigerians that are able to work are unemployed. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, 23.2 million Nigerians are out of work. That is almost the entire population of Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Gambia combined. While Nigeria's youth population has increased much in the last 1.5 decades, the available economic opportunities are shrinking. Nigeria is facing an increasing youth bulge with over 123 million young citizens, but there are just not enough jobs for these youths.
From 2015 to date, I found myself jobless. Now presently I'm managing a job, electrical job, which I invested my money and went to go and acquire some skills, which is providing money for me now.
Instead of me searching for a job, my father just advised me, instead of you working somewhere, killing yourself, you know what the country is now, just go into this. And I thought of it, I started making research, then I started doing my father's business. And that was how I started selling ads. I sell ads here and there.
Up to date, if I see a job, I will work, but if the pay is meaningful, because now they can't give me a job that will be earning like 45,000 or 50,000, because now through my electrical job I'm doing now, I earn more than the salary I think they will offer me now.
The dire unemployment situation, which some believe is more severe than reported, has been made worse by the coronavirus pandemic, which has led to shutdown of businesses. The adverse effects of this rising unemployment rate in Nigeria are becoming enormous and far-reaching.
Where there is unemployment, there is psychological desperation in itself, the sense of not having something to do. Then you also have the cogent economic consequence of not having money to spend because you're not working. This economic consequence then falls into a sociological consequence, which is a criminal side, because if people cannot fend for themselves, they either beg or steal or engage in any kind of disruptive criminal act. For these reasons, for these three reasons of psychology, sociology, and economic reasons, it is very important that we take the issue of unemployment very seriously.
When you are not able to meet your basic needs when you that were able to put food on your table, you're now struggling. You that you were able to give somebody 5,000 naira, you're the one that is now begging 5,000 naira. It affects your sense of worth.
The unemployment problem is compounded for those living with disabilities who have to deal with extra hurdles, people like Christiana, who is a visually impaired business owner and tutor in Lagos.
We have this misconception that when there is no sight, there is nothing you can do. But in my own case, it's not like that. But one of the problems that we have is like people never had that trust with people living that disability that they can deliver it. And at the same time, people look down on us, low esteem, and there is discrimination and stigmatization that you cannot deliver.
The problem of exclusion is also gendered, as the numbers show. While the rate of unemployment is high, women are the worst hit. In stock terms, there are 30% more unemployed women than men. Women face barriers that men don't have to deal with.
So the woman who's at home and who's caring for the children or who's the natural carer, would we say that that person is employed or not? I would dare say that they are employed. Now, we may have as high as 10%. Like I said, I think it's more. We may have a lot more women not employed in the formal structure as we know it, either within the corporate world or perhaps down the line of entrepreneurship. And there are very many different reasons and factors for that. But the starting point usually has to do with, the girl-child education, as we know, based on our culture and based on the long-standing statistics that we have that show that the girl child is not as educated. We don't take the same opportunities for the girl child as we've taken for the boy child due to cultural nuances. Traditionally, we believe that we should, educate the boys and not the girls. So let's go further up the pipeline. You do have girls who on graduation start and compete as well as the boys in terms of their careers, in terms of paid employment, and we're seeing a lot more of them now in terms of entrepreneurship. However, what tends to happen over time is, again, they tend to drop out when it's time perhaps to have a family. So it's really down sometimes to the choices that are made. And what we must do to try and balance things out is make sure that the choices that are open to women are actually more. So what are those things making them drop out? What are, for example, the reasons why midway through your career, you have to make a choice to say, I need to focus on my home? What then can employers do to ensure that these women are given the opportunities? How can we expand the choices such that I can manage my home, manage my career, still look after my children? And sometimes it's very simple things like, do we have the facility for childcare?
Unemployment in Nigeria is not just about availability of jobs, but also about the education system producing the right type of manpower in the right quality and quantity to industrialize the country. State actors and stakeholders say many Nigerian youths are not employable because their skills are largely divorced from labor requirements.
I think, in my view, reviving our technical and vocational education and training systems, it's not optional. As a matter of fact, it's where we must go, pari passu, our other academic institutions like universities and co, such that you find that we have a lot more focus around disciplines, around trades, around disciplines, around specializations. We are in I'm in a room now, and I'm in your station, where journalism is a profession, right? But then there are also certain skill sets, whether it's graphics, whether it's creatives, that work very well with your industry. Now, not all of the skill sets that you need in this radio house or require a university degree. So a lot of them can be honed, right from even as maybe senior secondary or even post-secondary through different diploma programs and things like that. Now, that's what we must do in terms of our skilling process, so that you have what you call a multiple pathway to your aspiration in life.
Vocational training is the key, is the answer. Germany, all industrialized nations, they all depend on these skills training. They have a robust, developed infrastructure for skills training. And so we cannot, no economy, no country can really move forward without having a developed structure, a developed ecosystem, a developed environment to train people, to send people for internship, or to train people, intern people, and eventually create employment for people. Because eventually it is those people who are trained, it is those people who have gone through internship, it is those people who have become employable who eventually becomes employers themselves.
But where are these vocational schools? There are just about 123 government-approved vocational schools across Nigeria. Aside this, there is also a certain stereotype that discourages students from enrolling in such schools.
The reason why some people don't like vocational work, depending on the area of specialization, you have to, when you want to work, you have to change your wares, and some don't like dirty work. Like me, I'm a plumber. People don't really know. Once I'm done in site and going home, people don't really believe that I'm a plumber, because maybe my stature or the way I look, so people don't really believe unless they see me while working on site.
So unfortunately, the number of people who are applying, to learn skill and all of that is still very low in number. And I actually understand why it is low in number. When you operate in an environment that glorifies certificate over skill, when you operate in an environment where the skilled workers are not properly paid, when you operate in that environment where there is no glory in having skilled work, of course, the youth will not be interested in that. But when you operate in a society that celebrates certification without adequate work, and that do not pay people living wages for their skills, then of course there's going to be very low interest in that particular field of work.
In the absence of white-collar jobs, many youths have turned to the informal sector, earning a living with small businesses and creating employment also. Presently, these small businesses account for 96% of businesses and 84% of employment in the country. Despite the significant contribution of SMEs to the Nigerian economy, the sector is still struggling with growth.
For me, there are three things. The first one is infrastructure. Power, for example, access to markets. When you are an SME or a member of the informal sector, if you are producing something in small quantities, after you've paid your rent, you've bought your raw materials, you have your equipment, you of course have to supplement power, because we don't have stable power in the country. So I think that's one of the major issues. Another issue is double tax or multiple taxation. A lot of businesses, there's no clarity on who they should be paying what taxes to. So for example, I once worked with one of the mobility startups in Lagos in the bike hailing space. And whilst we were, trying to speak with the LIRS, for example, about personal income tax or some basic tax from the drivers, we were obviously also having to deal with the unions, with their daily levies and all of that. So therefore, things like that will stifle businesses and informal sector players.
Although the informal sector may be having an influx of educated youths as players, there is also the snag of these graduates being majorly unequipped for entrepreneurship.
The world is moving from theoretical-based learning to case-based learning, where you sit and you study case studies, you study practical lessons about scenarios, right, for business. I think it was Obasanjo, regime that tried to introduce entrepreneurship studies as one of the general GES courses or general studies courses. And, you look at the syllabus of that course, it's the same theoretical stuff, right? So there is nothing that prepares them properly for the challenges, for the realities, for the type of dynamics that they will be facing if they go out into the business world, right? If you look at the Igbo apprenticeship culture, it's an amazing learning point, because everything does not have to be. All your learning, your education doesn't have to come from the classroom, right? It does not always have to come from the classroom. So I think if government was serious enough, right, I would expect that the SMEDAN, for example, should have put in some type of structural support for the Igbo apprenticeship model, so that we can replicate those models across various societies.
The government acknowledges there is a bulging youth population with overwhelming unemployment figures. They, however, also insist they are addressing the problem.
The government has been consciously and in a deliberate manner trying to address the issue of the youth bulge. It's not just about the numbers. It's also about what are the needs of the variegated strata of the youth population. First, education is key, because education is power. Education is the greatest weapon against poverty. So the government has committed so much into education. There's emphasis on technical and vocational education, on the skills that you have.
Nigeria has not lacked special intervention programs. There are many of them. Yet, there are many unemployed youths, as these intervention programs have failed in dropping the increasing unemployment rates. Critics argue that these programs are unimpressive.
For the intervention, or rather the interventions of the government, I'm going to score them high on intention, and I'm going to score them low on performance or on result. High on intention because the act of rolling out a lot of intervention schemes, like the N-Power, You Win, and the various ones, including trader money, all to activate employment, shows that there are people thinking, there are people of good intention out there. But the method to which they've approached it and the results they're getting makes me score them low on it, because in 2021, it is not the role of government to be creating jobs for people or to be doling out money for individuals to grow their businesses. What the government needs to do are three, really, is to overall create an environment that allows employment to be created. Who create employment is businesses. So the government needs to create an environment that allows business to thrive and create employment, and thus doing, fight unemployment.
Government will tell you, BOI, CBN, all of these guys, they'll tell you that we are providing interventions for MSMEs, so we have this 10 billion, we have this 100 billion for MSMEs, and then they will give you the guidelines, and then in the guidelines you will see that they need you to be registered with CAC, they need you to have a bank account, they need you to have a business plan, they need you to have a financial statement. Look, that already by design excludes majority of those in the MSME space.
To bridge its unemployment gap, experts say Nigeria will have to create 5 million jobs annually for the next 10 years. Is the Nigerian government ready to tackle this problem? If Nigeria is to turn its large youth population into an advantage, then Nigeria has to rapidly reduce the disastrously high rates of youth unemployment.
You see, luckily and unluckily for us, we are an underdeveloped country. And most of what we have, what we need, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough schools. We don't have enough hospitals. We don't have enough, almost anything. I can't think of anything that we have enough of. That problem of scarcity of assets should become the solution to our problem, in the sense that We should just sit down and try to create what we lack. To create what we lack, we need to think of what is needed. Why is it that we're not producing, and why is it that we're not consuming what we produce? Why is it that there is no urge to produce? Why are we having more pastors and politicians than manufacturers? If we want to boost Made in Nigeria, for example, I think we need to sit down and say, the first thing we need to do is perhaps create 5,000 production managers as a pilot scheme across the country, so that each one of them will go to different areas and specialize in one sort of production or the other. I repeat, I'm insisting on production, knowing fully well that where there is production, accountants will be needed, photographers will be needed, salespeople will be needed. The core of progress since the Industrial Revolution lies in production.
They really need to go fast because boys are not smiling, and then it can lead to early bloodshed. Early bloodshed in the sense that there will be serious competition. Boys need to smile again. Boys are willing to get their hands on anything just for this bar. And the government, if they are this slow, they will not be able to withstand what will come.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to the Literary Bar, your hangout for all genres of literature. I'm so excited to be back here with you to talk about books and poetry. So what have you been reading? I want to hear all about it. Today at the bar, we'll be visiting India through the pages of a book so well written that it's garnered a few prizes, most notably the Man Booker Prize in 2008. It has also been turned into a movie. This genre is satire. I think authors fall back on satire to tell us some hard truths. Laughter mitigates the pain of our sad reality. So grab that cup of tea or your glass of wine and let's get lit, all right? So I'll see you right after the break. Welcome back to the Literary Bar. Drum roll please as I present my all-time favorite, The White Tiger by Aravind Adiga. This book won the prestigious Man Booker Prize in 2008. Adiga was born in India in 1974 and attended Columbia and Oxford universities. He was a former correspondent for Times Magazine. He lives in India currently. Since the publication of The White Tiger, he's written other notable works such as The Last Man in Tower and Between the Assassinations. I love him so much, I have the second one. Our protagonist in this book is Balram Halwai. His parents were too poor and despondent to name him, so his teacher named him Balram. His caste determined his name and ambition. Halwai is a sweet maker. But the reality of their life was bitter, abject poverty. Balram was such a clever student that a school official called him the white tiger, a species of tiger that is seen once in a century or more. He goes from brilliant schoolboy to a cunning but loyal driver, then a murderer and an entrepreneur with a philosophical bent. Balram became a sociopath that generously offers you his shoes for you to walk in. This book is written as a letter addressed to a visiting premier of China, Premier Jiabao, to India on an official assignment. For 7 nights, Balram reconstructs the story of his life, highlighting the effects of corruption in government, official whitewashing, the caste system in India, and social inequality, political brigandage, we call here area boys, area fathers, and injustice. From the education inspectors to hospital administrators, politicians, institutional corruption, the whole city is washed out in the effects of bad leadership and mismanagement. Balram also has a disdain for religion because none of the numerous gods, he named about 3,000 gods, and then the Christian and the Muslim god, none of them were able to save him or his mother. The slum landlords wreaked havoc in the region and defined the trajectory of his life with devastating consequences, as you'll find out at the end of the book. Recently, in India, in real life, 2 women were partially buried alive over land dispute in Rewar, Madhya Pradesh, in India. And also, we are very much aware of the Ambani wedding that happened. About $600 million was invested in this wedding in a country where the people are suffering from total, abysmal poverty. One defining metaphor in the book is the rooster coop, a story that outlines the relationship between the timid, loyal, but disposable servants to their unappreciative masters. After his master tries to make him take a fall for his wife's drunken car accident, Balram realized that his loyalty was misplaced. Thus, when his master tried to bribe another corrupt government official, Balram literally struck his master dead, and escaped with the loot to start life as an entrepreneur. He is also reliant on the voracious appetite of the insatiable corrupt police officers to operate freely in the society. I'm going to read some excerpt from this book when we come back. So join me. Refill that cup and join me. I'll be right back. I'm just going to give you some very little excerpt to tell you more about this character that tries to define what corruption has done to him. If there's any other way to define Balram, it's just to tell you that corruption breeds its own. When leaders or people in power choose not to do the right thing, the wrong thing comes back to bite them. And this is how he describes his life as he was taken out from school. If he could write his story, he would call it the autobiography of a half-baked Indian. That's what I would call my life story. Me and thousands of others in this country like me are half-baked because we were never allowed to complete our schooling. Open our skulls and look in with a penlight, and you will find an odd museum of ideas, sentences of history or mathematics remembered from school textbooks. No boy remembers his schooling like the one who was taken out of school. Let me assure you. Sentences about politics read in a newspaper while waiting for someone to come into an office. Triangles and pyramids seen on torn pages of old geometry textbook, which every tea shop in the country uses to wrap its snacks in. Bits of all Radio India news bulletin, things that drop into your mind like lizards from the ceiling. In the half hour before falling asleep, all these ideas, half formed and half digested and half correct, mix up with other half-cooked ideas in your head. And I guess these half-formed ideas bugger one another and make more half-formed ideas. And this is what you act on and live with. Take a look around you, everywhere you go, in this country and all around. The people who suffer the most are the ones who were not allowed the basic needs, the fulfillment of basic needs and human rights, which is education. Look around you. We're here in Lagos. Everywhere you go, there are children hawking. They have very minimal education. But the problem, which we do not realize at this time, that these children will grow. And then what will they become? What will we become when they take over the streets? When they start to control the neighborhoods where we live in? Area boys, area fathers. And then what do? We build up bigger fences so that we can protect ourselves from them. But they'll meet us on the street and wait. And this is what Balram is talking about. Children like this who are denied their fundamental rights, while corrupt government officials, corrupt teachers, corrupt medical officers, all of us, our hands steeped into the cookie jar, stealing the things that are needed to provide a good environment for our children like Balram. But they grow and they turn into these people that we are afraid of. Balram is an area boy whose cunningness led him into the bigger society. But what happens when he comes in contact with rich people? They suffered along with him, but eventually, as he talks to us about his life, we saw how the slumdog landlords came around and deprived his family of their rights, of their lands, of their properties. Like I said earlier, in Rewa today in India, we're still reeling from seeing women half buried because somebody insisted that the land that they leased should not be for them. In our villages here in Nigeria and all around Africa, I think in Kenya, women, old people are being branded witches so that their lands can be taken away from them, even by their family members. We know very well in our society that when you take away somebody's land, you've taken their right to personal development, even sustainable agriculture that they can feed themselves and their families with. But then again, like I promised, I'm just going to read excerpt because I don't even know what to tell you and what not to tell you. But first of all, before I forget, this book is so simply written. Like I said, it's a satire, and it is just something for you to dig yourself in. If you read further in the book, you see the case of the rooster coop, where poor people are subjugated to the extent where they do not even feel comfortable rising because they do not feel that they have any other hope, just staying where they have been pegged in. So I'm encouraging everyone to dig deeper into this book and find out some certain truths. And if you have a driver, there is a place where Balram describes his life as a driver, how he connives with the mechanics to make sure that they defraud you. And he says at some point that you find a mechanic that is going to support your ambition, and two of you will plan and tell your boss, Oga, this one has spots, we need to change hydraulic, my sister remember this, the hydraulic, contact, battery, all of this, they keep telling you that you have to replace. So those are some funny parts. The entire book is supposed to make you feel, empathize with this criminal to the extent where you know how culpable you are in not letting children or letting members of the society thrive. We know what we're going through in Nigeria at the moment, and it is a scary prospect because corruption has defrauded all of us of a certain kind of future. No matter the amount of money you have, one day, the streets will judge you. And I hope that when the streets will start its judgment, what are you going to say? Are you going to be guilty or not? But there is collateral damage when we don't do the right thing. Like I said, there's so many good parts to read in this book. I'm not going to talk too much about it, and because it's been published over 12 years now, so you can actually find it. You can order it online, or you can find it in a bookshop around you. So I will ask you to make out time and find this book somewhere and read it. I just gave you an intro into who Balram is, and I hope that when you read this book, you will speak up for the injustice. And if you're an employer, please try to treat your staff right. They are human beings just like you. The worst part of this book, and which is where this young man lost it, is where his employer's wife hit someone on the road. Because he's so poor, the family felt him disposable and decided to pin this crime on him. He was made to sign that he was guilty of a crime he did not commit, and at the end of the day, he was supposed to go to jail for this. Fortunately, he didn't. It was at that point, coming face to face with the fact that the loyalty he had placed in with this family meant nothing to them, and they were willing to throw him away, lock him up for a crime he did not commit. And when he chose to end the life of his boss, he did it without any sense of remorse. And he goes on to say, what if you were me? What would you do? It's my life for their life. So, like I said, I can't talk about this book too much. I love him so much that I have read all his 3 books. At some point, I'm going to share the other one. So you can see I'm a fan. He has 3 books and I have 2 here already. So we'll take a short break. And when we come back, I have this poem that is almost similar to this, but it is Nigerian written. Thank you. See you shortly.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Okay, welcome back to the Literary Bar. I hope you were drinking along with me. I've just been talking and talking and talking. Do you know that I want you to come here to the studio and sit next to me? So if you're an author, if you have a book that you really like, this is an open invitation. Please join me here. Nothing will give me greater pleasure than to have you here. So now, let's come home to one of the most brilliant minds that we have the privilege of calling our own. Augustus Taiwo Taisholari. He was a Nigerian educator, a social critic, and a philanthropist. He established the famous Mayflower School, Ikenne. Taisholari was born on the 20th of August 1922, and he passed away on the 27th of July in 1994. So this is an honor of his 30th memorial anniversary. I'm going to share this poem with you, May Your Road Be Rough. But before I give you excerpts, I want to just give you a little backstory. My teacher in secondary school, Mr. George Igelegbai, made us read this long poem because someone had taken umbrage at the sentiments expressed by Taisholari in the poem. This poem was originally published 60 years ago on the 1st of January 1964 as a New Year message. But a lot of the people did not pause to read and understand it beyond the first sentence. Now with the hardship that we're all experiencing, I dare to share these wise words filled with subliminal messages to encourage us all. It's a really long poem, but I'll read some excerpts and I hope you'll check it out online and read it thoroughly. May your road be rough. I'm not cursing you. I am wishing you what I wish myself every year. I therefore repeat, may you have a hard time this year. May there be plenty of troubles for you this year. If you're not sure what you should say back, why not just say, same to you. I ask for no more. Our successes are conditioned by the amount of risk we are ready to take. The big fish is never caught in shallow waters. You have to go into the open sea for it. The biggest businessmen make decisions with lightning speed and carry them out with equal celerity. They do not dare delay or dally. Time would pass them by if they did. The biggest successes are preceded by the greatest of heart burnings. You should read the stories of the bumper pilots of the World War II. The Russian pilot, the German pilot, and the American or the British pilot suffered exactly the same physical and mental tension the night before a raid on enemy territory. There were no alternative routes for those who genuinely believed in the victory of their side. You cannot make omelets without breaking eggs throughout the world. Where there is no pain without pain. Jawaharlal Nehru has put it so well. I am paraphrasing him. He wants to meet his troubles in a frontal attack. He wants to see himself thrust into the aperture between the two horns of the bull. Being there, he determines he is going to win, and therefore, such a fight requires all his faculties. When my sisters and I were young, we slept on our small mats round our mother. She always woke up at 6 a.m. She always said prayers on our behalf, but always ended with something like this: may we not enter into any dangers or get into any difficulties today. It took me 30 years to dislodge the cankerworm in our mother's sentiments. I found by hard experience that all that is noble and laudable was to be achieved only through difficulties and trials and tears and dangers. There is no other road. Life, if it's going to be abundant, must have plenty of hills and vales. It must have plenty of sunshine and rough weather. It must be packed with days of danger and apprehension. If therefore you're out this new year, 1964, so let me say 2024, to win any target you have to set for yourself. Please accept my prayers and your elixir. May your road be rough. Initially, we did not understand, because the moment he said, may your road be rough, all our danders were up. And I can imagine what the Christians amongst us will say. Everything, all the prayers we have is always off. Oh, goodness and mercy will follow you. Let everything be sweet. But we know that the reality that even a baby that is born today must walk. Before it walks, will fall down several times. If the baby keeps falling, would we say, do not walk? So I'm just saying, with all the turmoil and hardship that we're going through, that things will certainly get better. And it's going to take you and I to make things better for ourselves. 60 years ago, Tai Solarin wrote this. And throughout his life, for as much as I remember him, he was a man who stood for the poor people. He always fought for us in Nigeria. His sentiments were that you must never neglect the poor, but at the same time, he's encouraging us to work hard. Things are not easy. Things are not likely going to be easy all through our lives, but we must look back and say that, what is my contribution? What is my contribution? I know that we're all up against what the government, the corruption, the injustice, but when we look at ourselves, how much are we willing to invest in the work that's been given to us? A lot of people do not feel like doing the right things. They are not ready to work hard. If you look at the people, Olympics is just around the corner. But if you see what the athletes have to go through to win those medals, which you all come together to hail them, it's because their road was rough. If you ask our parents, the money they have in spending, in taking care of us while we went to school, they worked really hard. You ask the farmer knows how it is to toil hard before they bring out the tubers of yam and bags of pepper and tomato. So we know that things are not easy, but all I'm asking you and I is that we introduce some creativity and innovation in how we're living our lives. Don't let's take the easy road in trying to achieve excellence. Excellence comes with sweat, hard work, but the opportunities are there. So I'm asking all of us, while we're going through this hardship, we should not forget our humanity. And it's not only the government. We are the people that make the government. So I dare say to you watching, may your road be rough, because I know that it's only going to get better. After the rough sails, the sea is certainly going to get smoother, and then you'll be able to fish and get the things that you really need. So please, my brothers, my sisters, may your road be rough, because it's going to get better. And wish me the same thing, okay? Someday, when the story of our time here is written, what will your character be like? All through the centuries, with millions of characters that have lived on earth, a few names have abided over the centuries for fame or infamy. The likes of Nelson Mandela, the likes of Awolowo, the likes of Zeke, all of them have been names of people who have stayed here and contributed to mankind. And I hope that your own name will be written amongst the good guys who try to make life a lot easier for us. Thank you for staying with me. I have enjoyed our time together. So please send in your ideas, send in your book picks, and then most of all, I look forward to having you here with me. So for more, please follow us on Facebook, on X, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa. You can watch us on DSTV channel 408 and on YouTube. So until next time, make your life a great story. I'm Chinedu.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. The next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of a totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Very good morning to you, and thanks for joining us on The Breakfast. My name is Nyamgul Agaji. Welcome to a very wonderful day, the 7th day of August 2024. It's supposedly the 7th day into the End Bad Governance protest, but we thank God that normalcy is returning to almost all the states, apart from the states that are experiencing curfew right now. Normalcy has returned to a lot of other states. Shops are opening, banks are opening, everywhere work is going on as normal. But the message has been passed from wherever you stand to the government and from the government that there is a listening ear somewhere that is trying to do something better and different. Nigeria will be great. Let's anchor our hope on that and make sure that we do everything to make sure Nigeria comes up top as we want it. On the program this morning, we'll be looking at some very hot topics that we'll be dealing with. Nigerian government moves to revamp textile industry is a top trending issue. We're going to be discussing that in a bit now. But like I said, we are going to have two top hot topics, and then the top trending issues will be discussed, and then we'll go to the papers to see what the papers are talking about, what made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies. So let's begin with the top trending issues. The first one here is that Nigerian government moves to revamp textile industries. Now, the federal government is mulling a revamp of the textile industries in Nigeria to leverage on its job creation potential. To this end, the Vice President Kashim Shettima hosted a number of stakeholders at the Presidential Villa, Abuja on Tuesday, which included the governors of Lagos and Imo State to draw ideas on how best to go about revamping the moribund industries. Imo Governor Hope Uzodimma said it was germane for those in the helm of affairs to do everything within its power to stimulate the Nigerian economy, hence the buy-in of governors to the project. He said, and I quote, "Like the United Nations cotton manufacturing, the entire production chain of cotton is up to 10 sites, and the whole idea is to leverage on this opportunity to revamp the industries in Nigeria, which many of them are now moribund, particularly in the cotton and textile sector. This is a new opportunity that is creating a new partnership for us to cross-pollinate ideas with experts to bring new skills, new ideas, and new innovations into revamping the industries in Nigeria, and that will create jobs and engage our young men and women that are currently roaming the streets." End of quote. Corroborating Uzodimma, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu urged Nigerians to patronize Made in Nigeria textiles because of the impact it would have on the economy. It's a very, very laudable move by the federal government to make sure there's a revamp in that industry. Textile used to be the in thing in those days. We remember also that cocoa used to be the in thing as well. And the palm, we remember that Malaysia had to come to Nigeria to understudy how successful our palm plantations were. And they went back, and now they are the highest producer of palm oil and everything related to the oil palm. So we are now going back to Malaysia, more or less, to understudy them. People who understudied us are now being the people that we're studying. So if we want to go back to what really gave us a household name in those days, then it is a very good thing. So sometimes you need to go back to your past to reset so that your future will be better. Maybe that's what Nigeria is doing. So we may not be quarreling so much about returning to the national anthem that was in the 60s. If that will reawaken our mentality to the fact that Nigeria needs to grow one step forward and not two steps backward, like one of the musicians sang a lot of years ago. One step forward, two steps backwards, war in a Babylon. This is not Babylon, this is Nigeria, and we are blessed with all the natural resources. I'd like to point out that the fact that the manufacturing hub or the cotton hub or anything you want to call it was in Lagos and Kano or Kaduna or something like that. In the south it was Lagos definitely, in the north Kaduna or Kano. In the past, it doesn't mean that those places may necessarily be the places that we will be thinking about today. Those industries have died. So we should be thinking about proximity to where it can be produced. The cotton raw materials can be produced, and every other thing that will be that the cotton will be used for can be sited in those places. For instance, if we have a good landmass, safe landmass, because right now we're not even looking at landmass, we're looking about the safety of whatever piece of land that we have. If we have good landmass in Bauchi that is safe enough and that we can plant this cotton and harvest it, maybe siting an industry somewhere there to manufacture whatever is going to be manufactured or tap from this raw material in Bauchi State will be the best thing. I remember there's a particular state where a senatorial district, an entire senatorial district produces rice, but when the mill came to that state, the rice mill process came to that state, they took it to another local government that does not produce rice, so that the people who produce the rice will be carrying it to the local government that does not produce rice. And then there was a seeding plant, more or less, for the rice where new varieties and all that would be planted and distributed to the farmers. It was now placed in the state capital, which is like 7 hours from the place where this rice will be needed. So I just wonder sometimes how the government thinks. Is that to show that you are spreading infrastructure, or you want to show people that they are enjoying the dividends of democracy, that you'll take something they do not need to that place, and the people who need it will have to transport themselves to for a 7-hour journey to just come and get the seedlings to come and plant in their farms? It doesn't make sense to any of us. if there is cocoa in Ibadan, for instance, and you have a beverage making company coming into Nigeria, and you take it to Kano, or you take it to Lagos, or you take it anywhere else but Ibadan, it will not make sense for the average man like me, but for government, maybe they know better. So when we're talking cotton, where you find the land to plant it, to get the raw materials, please find it in your heart as well, to place the industry there that will be using these raw materials. It makes for easier production of whatever you want to do and the development of that area. It shouldn't just be you're coming to tap our resources and going to develop somewhere else. That is what is happening here in Nigeria. We produce the crude oil, some other person goes there, produces petrol, brings it to us, produces Vaseline, produces all the things that come from the crude oil and sells it back to us. So if we're gaining 100 naira, for instance, for every crude barrel, then the things that come from other countries to us that we're buying, maybe up to like 1,000 or 1,500. Are we penny wise, pound foolish? Maybe the economists will know how that works for a country and helps them better than producing it themselves and then getting all these other byproducts from it and exporting to other countries. The economists will know that, like I said. But cocoa, or cotton rather, coming back to Nigeria is a good thing. Let's hope that that is just the beginning of the revamp of other things. But one thing I also saw from that report is the fact that our governors are encouraging us to produce in Nigeria and use in Nigeria, and we should stop thinking about Italian-made suit, Canada made this, American made that, French made this and that. So we should be thinking Nigeria. So when we see shoes produced in Nigeria, with leather produced in Nigeria and everything from Nigeria, we should patronize made in Nigeria goods. I'm just hoping that one governor will get up and say, all my commissioners, you know what, I'm going to buy cars for you, but they will be made in Nigeria cars. And whenever we're giving you furniture allowance, we're expecting you to buy from the furniture store that is Nigerian, because I've seen a lot of Nigerian furniture outfits doing wonderful, wonderful jobs. Even some roadside furniture makers are doing very, very wonderfully, but our people are not patronizing them. So it's not enough to just say, use made in Nigerian goods. Let us see you doing what you're saying. I remember Tai Solarin was an activist, and he went about wearing what he felt would show that will mark him out as an activist, and his khaki that he was wearing and every other thing just marked him out, and everybody who wanted to be outspoken began wearing that. I think maybe the senator representing one of the senatorial districts in Edo, a former governor of Edo State, Adams Oshimole, may have borrowed something from him because he was wearing the same safari like Adams Oshimole, only that he went in shorts. So if we want to show people what to do, we have to show example, let people see us and copy from us. So government, make sure that you're stocking your entire government house, like for the governors, your entire government house, you're stocking it with things that are made in Nigeria. We cannot say Nigerian-made things are not durable enough. If you think that, go and ask for a stabilizer that was Nigerian-made. You'll find out that in the entire house, it will draw the entire current into one room. That's just jokes apart anyway. Nigerian things are good enough, so our leaders should show us the way so that we can follow. Because everybody wants to be like the politician next door, so that you can wear Italian-made, you can wear Bangladesh-made, we can wear everything but Nigerian. So let us show by example. Let's lead by example. That's bottom line. Okay, the other thing is that police, military deny firing live ammunition during protests. That is the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Egbetokun, saying that the police, military, and other security agencies did not use excessive force on the End Bad Governance protesters. Speaking at a meeting of security agencies heads on Tuesday in Abuja, the IGP said there were attacks on security operatives deployed to manage the protests. The police and the military, indeed, no other security agency involved in the management or any other security agency involved in the management of the protest has deployed excessive use of force, according to Egbetokun. Instead, Egbetokun said what they had was attacks on security agents during the protests. From the records, there were no shooting incidents by the police. The police or military did not use any live ammunition in the management of this protest. Instead, we have had cases, according to Egbetukun, we have had cases where our officers were injured and are in critical condition as we speak. I will dismiss that as fake news and very wrong allegations. We didn't use excessive force at all. We didn't even deploy the whole of our strength in this protest, even when it turned violent. We have water cannons, we did not deploy. We have rubber bullets, we didn't use. All that we have used in the management of this protest is tear gas and nothing more.
Group of people who started campaign, subversive campaign, waving flags of other countries and openly calling for military takeover of government. This is not a protest, but an offense of treason. The Nigerian police have arrested a number of them, and they will be dealt with accordingly. It is very, very implicating for them to be seen with flags of other countries while on protest. The police and the military, indeed no other security agency involved in the management of this protest has deployed excessive use of force. Instead, what we had was attack on security agents during the protest. From our record, there was no shooting incident by the police. The police or the military did not use any live ammunition in the management of this protest. Instead, we have had cases where our officers were injured critically and are still in critical condition in the hospital as we speak. So I will dismiss that as fake news. It is not true. It's a very wrong allegation.
Okay, it's funny. So maybe the police and the army will have to explain to the families of those who lost their lives, who shot them. Because, okay, let's believe that the police did not use force. Let's believe that the police and the army did not use live bullets in those rallies. Some other people shot these over 15 people we're hearing that died at the protest. Let's know who killed them. Do your investigations and give us the results. Because we've heard this before. During the NSAS, the police denied it. In fact, we had a former governor turned minister who became a detective and found bullets that nobody else found in a place where there was not supposed to be a bullet, where everybody combed the place and didn't find anything. He found the bullet himself, and everybody began to call him a PI or an investigator or something. Well, at the end of the day, we found that the NSAS, we even had a commission of inquiry, and people are being compensated. People are being retrieved from mortuaries and all that, and there was still that narrative that there was nobody shot and killed at the toll gate. No matter what it is, the police should do their investigations and prove to Nigerians that they didn't fire live bullets at the protesters, and let us know those people who did, because this is the argument that we're having. In fact, now they have arrested people because they were waving the flag of Russia, so to speak. Someone has come out with an argument that it could have just been the illiteracy of the tailor who was making the flag of the Nigerian Armed Forces, because it has the same colors and he just mixed them up. That could be an argument that could be taken to a court and all that. So it's not enough to just arrest people and say they were calling for another government to come and do us. Maybe these people were actually calling for military government, which I do not support, by the way, for military government to take over, which is also a crime. But it didn't go out of the shores of Nigeria to say that they are inviting another country to come. But what I'm saying here is that while you are arresting people for doing bad, also look very critically into what your own people did or they may have done, because there are so many videos, so many videos that will stand as evidence for people like us who do not know what, if we go to the court with, can stand or not stand. We are looking at those videos. We know the timeline of these videos. We are hearing the the background voices in these videos, and we know that the videos are from the protest, at least from what we have seen, unless you come with a forensic proof that these videos were actually doctored and the people that we are told were being killed were not killed, and maybe you find them out and shame them, Nigerians will always believe that you use excessive force on the people. I don't know whether water cannons are worse than tear gas. I don't know which one is worse. None of them has been used on me, and I pray they never use them on me. But by saying that you kept rubber bullets there and you kept water cannons there and only used tear gas, I don't know what it is. Because we have also seen a video where an army personnel was trying to tell the policeman to leave the protesters alone, because he was addressing the protesters and the protesters were listening and trying to follow instructions. But the police came and started shooting tear gas, and that is where all hell broke loose. And you're not talking about this. We also saw videos of protesters climbing on top of the armored personnel carrier, and you said that you were still in charge and there was a maneuver by your driver and all that. So this is just a doctored video. I don't know who carried the people and put on top of the APC while we were seeing on the social media videos and all that. But bottom line is you have to do more to convince Nigerians that you behaved professionally during the protest and that the people that died, you didn't have a hand in it. I'm talking about the security agencies. I'm not saying that the security agencies didn't do well. They did a lot to quell some of these hoodlums behaviors in so many other places and all that. But in the first place, if there is something that you are being accused of, do an investigation before you come out with a statement. Not after 1 or 2 years you come out and apologize or begin to pay compensation for people who died and all that. Our hearts also go to the families of and the victims that are security agents that were affected by this. You have told us that some of them were wounded, some of them were wounded in the course of carrying out their duties. We pray that they recover very fast. But for the families who lost their loved ones, you may need to do a better explanation to that. But the beauty is that right now there is relative calm. If there is a protest, there's a cold protest, like this, they have the Cold War, where you don't have to carry guns and go into the battlefield, but you're fighting nonetheless. There may be a cold protest, but the violence has gone down, and I like that a lot. Every Nigerian is happy that the violence didn't go beyond what it was in a few days at the beginning of the protest, maybe day 1, 2, and 3 of the protest. We thank God for that. We hope that Nigeria stays peaceful as it is right now. Now, End Bad Governance rally, Rivers protesters marched to Wike's home. On Tuesday, that was yesterday, the End Bad Governance protest escalated in Rivers State when a significant number of protesters marched to Port Harcourt and assembled outside Nyesom Wike's residence. Wike is both the former governor of Rivers State and current minister for Federal Capital Territory, FCT. The protesters were captured in a popular video chanting and carrying placards that conveyed diverse messages. After finally arriving at Wike's strongly defended mansion, many of the demonstrators settled on the pavement outside his house with an unwavering yet tranquil resolve. The protesters were blocked from getting close to the property by an armored personnel carrier stationed nearby. We thank God that it didn't escalate to something else. Nobody supports burning of houses, like we've heard that one of the National Assembly members was saying his colleague's house has been burned somewhere, and that is not acceptable. No matter what they are doing and all that, it's not acceptable. But those who are in power should also know that it comes a time where some of these things cannot be held back. We have this protest that notice was given. There may be a protest tomorrow that no notice is given, and that one is always a very, very dangerous one. The vice president is seen in a video. Maybe that was doctored, I don't know, but he's seen in a video which is making the rounds on social media, telling a story about how somebody really high up in the political ladder, the wife and the driver were on their way, and they were stopped by some youths. He called them miscreants, and they told them in Hausa language, which he translated to mean bastards, you are now enjoying while we are suffering. They shattered the window of the car, and it was the wife of this political stalwart and the driver that ran away. It wasn't the youths that broke the car, even though they didn't burn the car or take the car away, but it gets to a point like that. Who knows what will happen the next time? This is not scaremongering. This is just a fact that sometimes when people perceive, maybe it is not even real, but when they perceive that they're being treated unfairly, there are so many things that can be done, and it may not be very good. So all of us should learn a lesson from this protest. All of us should learn a lesson from life itself, that, like they say, I can't remember who made this statement, but as long as the poor do not sleep, the rich will not sleep. That's a paraphrase, not exactly the words, but as the poor are not sleeping and they are hungry and all that, you, the rich, you cannot sleep. And that is why I always say sometimes being a rich man is the same thing as being in the prison. Your gate is higher than the prison yard. Your car, you cannot see outside clearly because it's tinted and armored car. It's just like the Black Maria that is carrying a criminal and all that. So it depends on the mindset that you have in any condition that you find yourself. So our leaders should make our people have the mindset that they have their interest at heart all the time. And so governance will be easier for everybody. We just want a Nigeria that works for us, not El Dorado that is perfect, but a Nigeria that works for us, that we have the feeling that it cares about us. As simple as that. We wish all the people who are in government luck and safety, and we also wish them sense in carrying out whatever they are doing. Just like Solomon prayed for sense, Solomon prayed for wisdom. May this wisdom also be granted our leaders so that they make the right choices, and may the followers be humble enough to understand when the leaders are trying their best to do right by us. Well, that's it for the top trending issues. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll be looking at the papers. Stay with us. Thanks for staying with us. It's now time to go to the press and see what we can lift off the press by looking at the headlines that made it to the front pages of some of our national dailies this morning. We have Mr. Tunde Kolawole, a legal practitioner here in Lagos State, joining us to discuss the papers. Good morning and welcome to the program, Mr. Kolawole.
Good morning, my brother. Thanks for having me.
It's always a pleasure. Okay, so let's begin with the Business NG. Business NG, I'm going to talk something a little bit not business. Police warn protesters waving foreign flags, calling for military takeover, and federal government places End Bad Governance protest sponsors on watch list. Lagosians opt for dialogue as Lagos State government opens new channel for communication. All that is tied to End Bad Governance. And I'd like to just throw into that fray as well the fact that the police has come out to say that they did not use live bullets. So they have no idea where the bullets that killed the people came from.
Well, it's unfortunate that lives have been lost with regard to this last protest. That ought not to be. All over the world, it is considered to be an abomination and an aberration that people in authority would turn or trail the guns, bought with taxpayers' money, bought with the people's money, on the same people who contributed or who paid taxes for those weapons to be bought. The weapons in the hand of the state is supposed to be trailed against external aggressors, and maybe in few circumstances against those who threaten the life of enforcement agents. In the circumstances of the last protest, we didn't see any situation in which, especially in the southern part of the country, in which the protesters threatened the life of any security agent or any public official. So no life ought to have been lost. While the demonstration in Nigeria was going on, a similar demonstration against immigrants was going on in Britain. And to the best of my knowledge, from the documentaries and television I watched, not a single protester was killed in Britain. Rather, the police were watching, rather they were monitoring, and later in the day and at night, they used CCTV camera and other recording devices that they have in them to trace and trace all those who participated in the demonstration and who participated in the destruction of property to their respective home and native places and went there to arrest them. And those people are now being prepared to take it to court for prosecution. That is the way it is. Conspirators without number, like we saw them in the MSAS, people in authority who play God, who order the police, the security agents, to start shooting at other people's children when their own children are in the UK, they are in Canada, they are in USA, and different parts of the world, in Ivy League University. The killing of children in Nigeria has to stop and forthwith. And then the other angle you mentioned, which is that certain persons that were sponsoring the process, that is a plural argument, a humble opinion, an escapist argument, and an argument that ought not to be coming from the authorities. Does anybody need to be sponsored to know that he is hungry? Does anybody need to be sponsored to know that the handling of the Nigerian nation, the management of the resources of the Nigerian nation, is not being done in a very prudent and a very frugal manner? Does anybody need to be sponsored to know that our leaders have engaged in profligacy, they have engaged in observations life at the expense of the ordinary Nigerian people? Does anybody need to be sponsored to know that most of the challenges we have in the country today are man-made, are problems created by our own leaders? So, honestly speaking, the witch hunting of political opponents and branding them as people who are sponsoring the protest and all that should be totally rejected by all Nigerian people. Rather, we should be looking at the situation in which all those who have brought us to our knees, who have ruined the nation, who are inflicting hunger on the ordinary Nigerian people, and who will not allow refineries in Nigeria to work because of the unmerited profits and gains that they make from the dysfunctionality of those refineries. They are the ones that should be brought to book through a kind of what I would describe as a kind of justice and truth initiative in which all those who have brought the nation to this peril should be called to account.
Yeah, so the effort of the Lagos State government to open that channel that people will be reaching them, do you think it's just an exercise in futility, or you think it's going to yield good results?
Well, honestly speaking, it ought to be a welcome development if they were sincere about it.
I think so too.
Because at the end of the day, when you look at what happens around the world, no matter how big a problem is, people issues or fundamental issues like war, at the end of the day, you still have to go to the negotiation table and resolve your differences, solve the problem one way or the other. So to that extent, the initiative of the local Lagos State government is a welcome development. But the question you would ask yourself is this: are they sincere about this initiative that they have initiated? what has happened to the initiative they did in the past. Remember during the NSAS protest, they similarly set up a committee or a panel, which I think was headed by Ebuade Borua or thereabout. I can't remember. What came out of of the formations of that panel? You also would ask yourself, if these people are really interested in dialogue, why is it that again we saw hoodlums, we saw thugs, armed with machetes, with clubs, and other dangerous weapons, going to the protest grounds to attack protesters and what have you? Why is it that certain persons who have been threatening that the Igbos should leave Lagos, why is it that those who said they want to do Oro because certain persons want to engage in protest? Why haven't the same government gone after them? Why haven't they asked the security agency to go and fish out those people wherever they may be hiding and then bring them to justice? An Igbo leader, sometimes ago, was accused of saying that he was going to bring IPOP to Lagos, and swiftly, the Lagos authorities went after and they arrested him, and I think he's still in prison, or maybe he's been granted bail, but somehow he's been prosecuted. So why can't we do the same thing? Fish out those who are saying Igbo people. Fish out those who are saying that they want to do Oro because certain persons want to protest, and also bring them to justice accordingly. You see, so when you see this double speak, when you see this different approaches to similar issues and all that, it sometimes begins to give you worries. And the people who are initiating these things may not be sincere with the Nigerian people or with the Lagos people, especially when you take the antecedents into cognizance. So, but let's give them benefits of doubt. Whoever has information, whoever feels like approaching whatever panel they want to take, can approach it, provided that panel or that initiative will not be used again to start identifying people and then going after them after the dust of these issues, after the dust of this protest they have settled. Because our people will be afraid, especially what happened, taking cognizance of what happened during the NSAS, that it may be a kind of a subterfuge to start identifying and then going after those who participated in this protest. In the NSAS protest, people's accounts were free. Some people have been chased out of the country, they cannot return. Others were attacked, and there were killings. The mortuary was full, and up to now, I'm not too sure that anything concrete has been done with regard to the disposal of those corpses that are in the mortuary and all that.
Okay, away from that, anyway, it's connected because it's to remove hunger from our land. There's still this headline on Business NG. Before we leave Business NG, federal government asks workers to register to buy 40,000 naira rice. So this rice that we heard that designated areas were there, that you can go and get rice for 40,000 naira. Workers now have been asked to register before they can buy this rice. The operative word here is workers, which means workers in the government employ. So if you're not working for the government, there may not be a possibility as far as this headline is concerned. So what do you feel about that? We're kicking out hunger by asking the workers to register first so that they can get this rice.
Well, that's a very good point that you have made. When you look at the percentage of those who work for the federal government, of those who work for the state government, of those who work for the local government, what is the percentage of those people? These are the ordinary Nigerian persons who are in the informal sector, the market women, the media men, the journalists, the lawyers, and what have you. There has been a testament. But again, don't let us wave aside the initiative of the federal government. If they can take it in places, like they say they are now addressing those who are in the formal sector, those who are working for the government, what have you. If they tackle the hunger at the local government level with the workers at the state level and at the federal level and all that, and then can then go a little further thereafter, using market women, using community leaders, using cooperative associations, using societies, using clubs and all that to also address the hunger, where it may, one way or the other, has the problem on the surface. But the truth of the matter is this: we're a country of about 200 million people. And if you are going to be addressing the hunger of about 200 million people, you will require to have an holistic approach to it. I would, in my own opinion, prefer a situation in which the government will engage in very massive food importations and then give it to the channels where distributions of this kind of food usually take place before. That is true, those who import some of these commodities in the past and all that. And ask them to sell at certain prescribed rates that will be very convenient for whether the workers or whether the people in the informal sector, the vulcanizer, the tradeswomen and what have you. Because we are saying this, you will recollect that only the Shagari era, or only the military era, we used to have what you call essential commodities distribution outlets in those days. You go and queue at the offices of the Nigeria National Supply Agency or thereabout. I can't remember the actual names now. And that process became a forum for enrichment, for abuses, and with those who were taking the responsibility of managing those outfits and making life comfortable for the people and getting essential commodities and making it available for the people, started using the forum to enrich themselves and started holding those things and diverting them and what have you. But as it were today, whatever efforts that the federal government, the state government, the local government are making should not be condemned outrightly. We should just watch them and insist and encourage them to do it in such a manner that the intended recipients, beneficiaries of these food items eventually get it at the end of the day, and that the people starting the responsibility of the distribution will not again begin to use it to enrich themselves and also to divert the food items.
Okay, I'm sure why this problem is coming is because we don't have data in this country. And to some extent, you'll know that somebody who registers to get a particular thing cannot come back twice if you are entitled to only a particular number of bags and all that. So, well, let's watch and see. Unfortunately, the import duty waiver that was announced, well, fortunately, that was announced a few days ago on essential commodity like rice and other commodities begins next week. So which means it has not begun, it will begin next week. And we hope that the process will be seamless. But let's say, I have my reservations with those waiver of duties, levies and all that on these food items. You see, so long as the Naira is not stable, so long as the Naira continues to fall, vis-a-vis the dollars, whoever imports those goods and services into the country today will sell at the rate at which the Naira is paid for the dollar. So the people, at the end of the day, might not be benefiting from that waiver because the Naira is not stable vis-a-vis the dollar. And then there's also the essential issue of profiteering. Most times, our importers and our businessmen are not the patriotic type who will sell without selling and then make marginal profit. Most times they want to make a windfall of whatever opportunities that are given to them. It becomes an opportunity for them to become multi-billionaires. Say, for example, the petroleum products. Sometimes a petrol station will be having a whole stock in its bank. And then when they get information that the government wants to increase the price of petroleum products and all that, they will hold it, they will not sell. Immediately the prices are increased and all that, they begin to sell. And they make a windfall. So it is not impossible
And there's no mechanism for the federal government to be able to enforce the prices that these people will sell to the ordinary person in Nigeria. That is why it's very, very difficult for these waivers and levies to make impact, to have a positive effect on the prices at which some of these essential food items will be sold in the market. But like you said, lack of statistics is a problem. In some countries of the world, what people who are living below the marginal line, who are living in poverty, merely do is that they register in certain places and what have you, and then they give them food stamps. And some of these food that they will be given to them are dispatched directly to whatever addresses that the people give without any interface. An agency will just dispatch those food items to these people wherever they may have given as their recipient addresses. But because we don't have such data in Nigeria, that is very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, but do you believe these headlines on Nature News? That one we're talking about was on Punch. On Nature News, they say farmers applaud Tinubu's tax waivers on essential food items. Do you believe it? Because I would think that the farmers will also be thinking about the correspondent waivers on essential farm inputs that they should have used to make their farms and also make some money. Because once these things begin to come into the country, it means that the farmers will be on the losing end. They cannot produce much, and the much that they're producing will not even sell as high as they would want it, because you have farm inputs being so high, and then you are still using this one to plant some food items that may not even sell so high in the market. So while we are rejoicing on the one hand, the farmers may also not be rejoicing because there's no balance, so to speak. But this headline is saying that the farmers applaud the tax waivers on essential food items. Do you believe it?
Well, that is difficult to believe in the sense that you and I will know that the reasons why most businesses collapse in Nigeria and why certain businesses are leaving Nigeria is because of the high cost of production. Recollect that at a time, Dangote went and invested in tomato paste making in this country. That business collapsed because they could not compete with the imported tomato paste. Also recollect that Nestle Food embarked on investment in tomato, puri, wheat, and some of the other raw materials that they use to produce their goods and what have you. At the end of the day, that farming exercise also collapsed. So it's difficult for the local farmers to be able to compete with food items that are being imported from abroad, because the cost of production and the scale of production of the food items coming from abroad is not the same with Nigeria. Here it is labor intensive. Here it is very, very expensive to produce. Here you are contending with electricity. Here you are contending with the transportation and water. So there are a disadvantage. So when we hear that farmers are jubilating because waivers have been granted on certain food items to be imported to the country, we should be wary of such news. I do hope it is not propaganda. A good farmer would rather want to see a situation in which the government will invest in his farm in terms of providing high yield seedling, in terms of investing in tractors and other working equipment, in terms of giving fertilizer to be able to fertilize his farm, and not encouraging the federal government, the state government, and the local government to start importing food items into the country. So, since we don't have the full details of why the farmers are stipulating or are supporting this, we should just take it as something that they are probably looking at, the interim or the short-term gap that such importations are likely to fill. In the long run, it will not be in the interest of this country to continue to engage in massive food production, because that is likely to kill all the famines that are taking place in Nigeria.
Okay. In the wake of the protest, that is before the protest rather, the House of Reps came out and said that they were cutting their salary by 50%, maybe just to make sure that people don't protest and all that. But right now there's this headline which is saying Reps failed to effect 50% pay cut. And this was only on salary. Nobody talked about allowances like newspaper allowance, hardship allowance, wardrobe allowance, and the rest of that. Nobody talks about it. But the paltry sum that was supposed to be the basic salary of them that they said they were going to cut, and they still have not cut it. In fact, they have failed to cut it, meaning that they may never cut it. I don't know how you feel about that.
Well, let's congratulate the people in the House of Reps for taking that step and what have you. But we should also remind them that that is tokenism. It doesn't really address the challenges or the issues.
But they didn't even cut it. They didn't even affect it.
Just like you said, if you cut the salary, what is salary? Basic salaries. What about the allowances? The transport allowance, the newspaper allowance, personal assistant allowance, the
hardship allowance,
the constituency allowances, and what have you. Are they also going to cut that? The answer is no. I would rather want to see a situation like I have always advocated, in which the people in the National Assembly, whether at the local government level, or at the state level, or at the federal level, when the salaries that civil servants are earning, or at worst, they should be paid sitting allowances for whatever job they are doing. This country is no longer rich enough to begin to pay the kind of salaries and allowances that is paid to its legislators. Let's make it a part-time thing. Anytime they go to the National Assembly in Abuja, anytime they go to the House of Assembly at the state level, anytime they go to the local government level as legislators and all that, let them be paid sitting allowances. And if that is not possible, if they wouldn't accept that, let us be paying them the salaries of civil servants. The senators can earn maybe a little more than the permanent secretary at the federal level, Vito at the state level, and also at the local government level. And the best will even, it could also even be that we also have, let them also queue into the minimum wage issue. Whatever wages is designed for the civil servant, let the honorables or the legislators at the state level, at the local government level, at the federal level, also queue into it. They are not a special breed of human beings, and they don't have 2 or 3 stomachs in one person. And like human beings, if they desire to live a good life, the ordinary man is also required to live a good life. The 70,000 naira they have prepared as the minimum wage is not enough to feed their dogs, it's not enough to feed their horses, it's not enough to feed their cats and some of these domestic animals that they keep in their homes. So why would they be recommending it for human beings and what have you? So anyway, we congratulate them for that token concession that they are making, but it is not far-reaching enough. It will not solve the problem at hand. The legislators should either queue into getting only allowances on a part-time basis when they go to the assembly to make laws, or we begin to pay them the salaries of civil servants, the average civil servant. They can queue into from step 1 to 18 that is paid to civil servants all over the country today, using the minimum wage as a benchmark. That is one of the ways that we can free some resources for the development of this society, to fix education, to fix health, to fix the deplorable infrastructure. For God's sake, this country is 200 million people. All this tokenism will not address the challenges, the monumental challenges that we have in our hands.
Well, you're talking about what should happen, but now we are even looking at the fact that what they promised to do, they are not even doing it. 50% of that small salary, they're not cutting it at all. But you're telling us what they're supposed to do. So is it the minimum wage that they will come and collect, 70,000? Mr. Kolawole, Nigerians will tell you they play. Nigeria will just tell you they play. They no agree court salary. Now minimum wage they won't collect.
Look, I have often said this. The people are supreme. The people we have as leaders, whether in the executive arm of government, whether in the legislators, whether in the judiciary and all that, are servants of the people. They are not the ones that should be presenting to the people how much they will earn, where they will live, the kind of vehicles that they will use. It is the Nigerian people that will tell them, that will dictate to them. This is the way and manner.
But who are the Nigerian people? Because the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Policy also office that sets the salaries for people were saying the other time that they are reviewing their salary. The last time they reviewed their allowances and all that, the one they were earning was not befitting of a senator, a National Assembly member in Nigeria. Befitting. There are some countries whose presidents do not earn as much as a House of Reps member in Nigeria or House of the Senate senator in Nigeria, and we're talking about befitting a Nigerian senator or a Nigerian House of Reps member. Befitting in what regards? Is Nigeria a giant of the world, or even in Africa, it's as if instead of being a lion, it has now become a cat. So what do they mean by befitting? So when you talk about the people that they should be the ones that will dictate what they earn, who are the people? Because this revenue mobilization allocation committee, they're speaking seemingly not for the people, but for the same government that we're complaining about.
Yes, that's true. That should not surprise you. The Revenue and Fiscal Mobilization Committee and all that, it's part and parcel of the executive arm of government. Now, what are they? And being executive arm of government, are part of the ruling class. You will not expect them to do anything that is going to be injurious to their class. When they are trying to make this or prescribe whatever salaries and allowances, the legislators, the executive, the judiciary will get and all that. They are mindful that they will also be affected one way or the other if they prescribe very low wages and allowances for these people because it will affect them. So to that extent, they are not likely to do anything drastic that would affect the salaries and allowances of the people we have mentioned. You see, when the constitution was being made, these are some of the things we should have worked into it that should have been part and parcel and order, rather than just merely leaving the decision as regards what certain persons will earn and what other persons will not earn to a committee or a panel in the executive arm of government. It could be cited in the constitution that in Nigeria, being a member of the legislature is going to be on a part-time basis, or that they are going to earn the salaries and allowances of civil servants. If those things have been embedded in the constitution and what have you, there will be no need, or it is impossible for any Revenue and Fiscal Commission to start prescribing the kind of jumbo salary and allowances that they now prescribe for the executive arm of government, the judiciary, and the legislators. They will have no option other than to abide by what is contained in the Constitution. But you and I do know that people who make laws who ordinarily make it for their own benefit and not for the benefit of the ordinary person on the street. Okay. That is why we've been saying things like agitation, things like protest, things like writing petitions to the people in the executive arm of government, the assemblies, and the local government level and all that, are part and parcel of the democratic process, are part and parcel of letting the people who are ruling us, who are in charge of our affairs, know where the shoe is pinching us, and getting them to do the right thing. What have you?
Mr. Kolawole, just a moment. Our time has run out, but I'd just like your thoughts, maybe 30 seconds if you may, on this. I don't know whether to be happy about this or to be sad about this. The headline on the Guardian newspaper says, after apology, APC to reinstate Ndume as chief whip. He has apologized and he's going to be reinstated as chief whip. He was complaining he's standing as a senior ranking member of the National Assembly should make him occupy a better office. He shouldn't take the one that was given to him, blah, blah, blah. Now he has apologized and is going to be reinstated. Like I said, I don't know whether to be happy about this or to be sad, because what he said, if he's apologizing for what he said, what does that mean? Does that mean that what he said was not true, was not strong enough, was not good enough? And I don't know. What is your take, as quickly as possible?
When a man has made a mistake, ordinarily there is no reason why, if he has made a mistake, he should not apologize for his mistake. But the question we have ourselves is that what Ndume said, is it actually false? Was it a lie? Is it not a mirror of what is happening in the society? To the best of my knowledge, if what I read in the newspaper is correct and all that, I don't think there's any reason whatsoever for Ndume to have apologized and all that. And if he was also a man of integrity, he would not have gone out to start apologizing because he wants to get back into the legislature and want to get back his seat. What he should have done is to go to the court and challenge his expulsion and also his removal as the chief whip of the Senate and what have you, and not to go cap in hand and start begging his colleagues for him to be pardoned and then reinstated and what have you. In fairness, if the people who are affected by what Ndume said will reflect on it, Ndume was merely doing them a good service and what have you. Some of the things that Ndume has been saying, is it not what we have now seen in the protests that are just taking place all over the country and what have you?
All right.
So, people should not take political opponents. People should not take criticism as destructive all the time. Sometimes out of this criticism, people should be able to learn and make amends. And people should be tolerant. A nation where people cannot criticize, where people cannot voice out their mind, where there's no freedom of speech and all that, democracy cannot thrive in such an environment.
True, true. Thank you, Mr. Kolawole, for giving us your thoughts this morning on the headlines on our national dailies. It's always a pleasure having you join us.
Thanks for having me.
Have a wonderful day.
Wish you a lovely day.
You too. You too. We've been talking to Mr. Tunde Kolawole, a legal practitioner here in Lagos. We were reviewing the papers. Right now, we'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll be looking at our first hot topic, which is End Bad Governance. Federal government places protest sponsors on watch list. Stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Na 500 naira they collect am.
If you no talk, dem go beat you.
Na 2,500 they pay.
Thanks for staying with us. End bad governance. Federal government places protest sponsors on watch lists is what we are looking at right now. The government, through the Nigerian Immigration Services, NIS, has placed the sponsors of the nationwide End Bad Governance protest on its watch list. This was disclosed by Comptroller General Kemi Nandab on Tuesday, August 6 at Defense Headquarters, Abuja. Nandab stated that these individuals who are in the diaspora would be arrested upon their arrival in Nigeria. We have joining us Mr. Bola Bolawole, a veteran journalist and public affairs analyst. Good morning and welcome to the program.
It's my pleasure to be here. Good morning.
Okay, you've heard me. These people are being placed on the watch list. Let me just get your general take on this.
Thank you very much. It should be expected that the government will take action against those it terms sponsors of the protest that is going on in the country. We should expect it. But the question we have to ask is, what is their offense? You see, by the time you are placing somebody on the watch list, you must state the offense of that person or the offenses that that person has committed. Is it an offense to protest? I don't think it is, because government itself has recognized the rights of the people to protest. And as I have said in some other forum, protest is a feedback mechanism. When people protest, they are trying to tell the government that this is how we feel about your actions, about your policies, about your programs. And it's supposed to be an input that government is supposed to take positively and then reflect into its future actions and policies. So if there is no feedback mechanism in a system, it doesn't allow the government to know how the people feels. It doesn't allow the government to serve the people better. It does also allow the people to participate. And we're in a democracy. It is called participatory democracy. In other words, people must participate in that democracy. How do they participate? They cannot all go to the presidency and sit on the president's seat. They cannot all be made ministers. They cannot all be made senators or House of Rep members. They cannot all become governors or local government chairmen. How they participate is to make their feelings known to the government. And one of the ways that civilized societies make their feelings known is through protest, peaceful protest. And I am happy that government itself has actually agreed that the people have a right to protest, that the protest should be made civil, the protest should be made peaceful, and they have even taken steps to ensure that the police and the other agencies of government, security agencies of government, that they monitor the protest in such a way they give protection to the protesters to make sure that their ranks are not infiltrated. So in as much as government has gone to this level to accept that protests are legitimate in a democracy, in as much as it has gone to the level of making efforts to protect the protesters from being infiltrated, then we need to now ask, what is the offense that makes you to put some watch list? As somebody who has been in this business for quite some time, I do understand, like we say in our journalism parlance, that there is no smoke without fire. Before government can decide that it wants to put some people on the watch list, there must have been a reason for it. Normally, people tend to believe that government acts without reasons. No, government does not act without reasons. Just like we as individuals don't act without reasons. There must be a reason behind the government's action. So what we should try to find out from them, the explanation we should find out from them, is what is the reason? Why are you putting these people on the watch list? Is it because they are protesting or they are sponsoring protests? Or is there something to it that meets the eyes? Is there something government normally have a lot of information at their fingertips. They have more information than ordinary citizens. So rather than condemn what the CG of Immigration has done or has said, we should ask for more explanations. We should ask her to release more information. Why do you think that these people should be put on the watch list? Is it because of one offense or the other? They should be able to tell us. Before you put somebody on the watch list, let the person know the reason why you are putting him on the watch list. Let the citizens know the reason why you are putting him on the watch list, so that it does not look as if you are victimizing this person, so that it does not look as if this is a vendetta, so that it does not look as if you are indirectly trying to muzzle and muffle the voice of dissent, so that it does not look as if you are in one breath saying that you agree to protest, in another breath you are trying to victimize and muzzle the people who are protesting. So all we need to do is ask for explanations. What is the reason? Why are you doing this?
Well, I don't know if even after the reason, a lot of Nigerians will believe, because a lot of times this smoke without fire, they have proven it wrong, because it could just be that they are blowing chalk dust on you and you're thinking that it's smoke because of a lot of things that have happened, and people tend to disbelieve whatever the government is saying. Okay, now these people are, let's even leave that, we might revisit that, but what do you describe, how do you describe the modus operandi of our security agencies? They have come now to say some people are placed on the watch list. As soon as they get into Nigeria, they are going to arrest them. It's as if telling them, stay away from Nigeria or we are going to arrest you. Why not just keep quiet and let those people come, arrest them, prosecute them, and let Nigerians see that you're working? These people, according to the security agencies, they had information that people are sponsoring this protest long before the protest, and the security agencies came out to say that. But they did nothing about it until the protest came, and it turned violent, according to the reports that we are having and all that. And now they're coming out to say, you know what, these people who we know are sponsoring this, we are waiting to arrest them. Who does that?
My brother, there is nobody who does anything without being sponsored. You can't be on this television, you can't have this television house if somebody did not sponsor you. Somebody put down the money for you to buy the equipment, for you to pay salaries and things like that before you can have this business organization running. Those of them who are in government, somebody sponsored them. They put money together before they could contest elections, before they could win. Whether you are the president or you are a National Assembly member or you are governor, some people sponsored you. Money was spent before you got to your positions. The people who are now saying, even the CG, respectfully, I respect her, is going to do a good job. She was sponsored into that position. She was appointed into that position. So people who are doing protests too, some people will sponsor them. Some people will sponsor them with ideas. Some people will sponsor them with money. There is no way you can do a protest without sponsors. When people stage military coups, they are also sponsored. People will provide the money. They will provide the logistics. So to say that some people are sponsoring protests is a non-issue because they have to be sponsored. Some people have to provide the logistics. Some people have to put heads together, do meetings, plan this is how we're going to do it. Some people have to prepare their plan of action. So sponsorship is not a crime. It is given. So they cannot say because some people are sponsoring the protest, therefore that is the reason. That cannot be a tenable reason.
My question is not even whether they were sponsors or not. I'm not even concerned whether they were sponsors or not. There could be sponsors. That's not the thing. I'm worried about how our security agencies carry on with their investigations, with their findings and all that. Don't they put the cart before the horse all the time? Now they have said there were people who sponsored it. If Nigeria had gone into war because of this sponsorship, it could have been because of these people. But they have already now announced that they are going to arrest them before they even set foot in Nigeria, which means they will stay away from Nigeria. And if they're still sponsoring, they will continue to sponsor whatever they want to do. And they keep saying things like this. Sometimes they make pronouncement, we have had credible information that this is going to happen and all that, and they still do nothing about it. In other crimes, I think, or I feel that people do their investigation and carry out what they're supposed to do, even without us having to know. Why do they always have to come to the press and tell us what they are about to do before they even do it?
Yeah, don't say that they didn't do anything, that they had information, they didn't do anything, because you cannot be too sure. They must have done something. It may not be what we expect them to do. We may not know for now what they did. So they couldn't have had those information without processing the information. They may have processed the information. They may not have processed it in the right manner, in the right way. And then some of the things they do, it is because they lack an understanding of media relations. They lack the understanding of public speaking. There is a difference between public speaking and when you are in your official kingdom and you back out others and you do things in the military fashion. Now, take for example what you have just said. They say when they come, they will be arrested. What the difference there is, if she had said when they come, they will be invited. They will be invited for questioning. Why use the word arrest? Why not say invited? If our people in high places have journalism nuances, if they have the nuances of public speak, they will pick their words carefully. They will not use words that will aggravate issues and situations. They will use words that it will be easy for people to see them as civil, it will be easy for people to see them as friends. Now we say that these people with the military, they want us to see police, they want to say police is your friend. But the statements that you make, the actions they are to take, in fact, more even than the action, the statements portray you otherwise. So it is the way that statement is couched that is the problem now, not the intention or the action behind it. If you tell me that you will arrest me when I come into my country, like you said, I will stay away. If you tell me that the reason why you are going to arrest me is because I'm sponsoring, you already give me the impression that to sponsor a protest, to sponsor people who will hear their views for government to know has become a crime, and I will stay away. But if you tell me that, oh, when you come, we will invite you for questioning, we will interrogate you, you will tell us the reason why you did what you did, we will tell you what we think you have done, and then you have the opportunity to explain yourself. Arrest means that your freedom is already abrogated. Arrest means that you are already denied your freedoms. So who wants to be denied his freedom? Arrest means that you will be held and put in detention, and you will not be able to see your family. You will lose your freedoms, you will lose your liberties, you will lose your privileges. So that word arrest, I think they should withdraw it. They should simply say that these people that we suspect are doing this, when they come to the country, we will invite them for questioning. We will put before them the evidence, the facts that we have, and they will have the opportunity to explain themselves. And of course, we are in a civil rule regime. So they will have the opportunity of defending themselves, or having their day in court, even if you have anything against them. You are not the law court. You are not the one that will determine that they have committed an offense. It is a properly constituted court, a court of competent jurisdiction that will say, yes, this is an offense, and this is the penalty for it. It is not in the place of the police, it's not in the place of the customs or immigration, it's not even in the place of the presidency to begin to apportion penalties or people. That is the place of the law courts.
I think we can never say enough when we talk about the need for people in public offices to employ the services of those who know. Public relations is a very dicey occupation. Talking to the people is a very, very sensitive thing. And politicians talk a lot, and they talk some of the things that they shouldn't ordinarily say. And like you said, sometimes the intention could be good, but coining the words that would be right for the people is always a problem. One of my lecturers used to say, and I always quote it on this program, that meanings are in people, not in words. So if you say it in the wrong way, it might bring a wrong idea in the minds of people who ordinarily should support what you are saying. But let's just, before we wrap up, let's look at generally your take on the response of the security agencies towards the process before and after. Or before and during the protest, yes.
Yes, I see a lot of positives in this protest. Number one, I see the positive aspect of Nigerians staring now. People used to say, oh, Nigerians are docile, they cannot complain, they cannot protest. People are protesting everywhere, Nigerians will not. Nigerians, when you push them to the wall, rather than fight back, they will break through the wall to escape. Now we have seen that Nigerians can actually stand up and protest. That is a positive thing. Government now is aware that if we do things that the people do not like, they can come up, they can protest. That is a positive thing. Now, again, we are also saying that government has come to say that where the people have the right to protest, unlike before, when they will say, riot act, they will read the riot act and say anybody who is seen on the street will be gunned down, so and so. But now government has come to accept, to acknowledge the right of the people to protest. That is another positive. Another positive is that government was even begging the protesters, please don't protest, please don't protest, please don't protest. Let us stop, let us stop. It was not like that in the past. Either the government will just ignore you, or the government will bullshit you, or the government will say anything. But now, with this Bola Ahmed Tinubu government, we saw them begging. We saw governors begging. We saw assembly members begging. We saw ministers begging. We saw everybody begging them. That is another positive. And then we also see the positive of even the police inviting the protesters to say, let us negotiate. And they were talking. They had meetings, they had Zoom meetings, and they were talking, and they were trying to plan the protest. That's another positive on that part. So I see a lot of positives in this protest that we have seen. The protesters have said that the protest will be peaceful, but unfortunately, like we always know, there are a lot of areas of the country where there are pent-up grievances, where people had political disagreements, where people were just looking for an opportunity to unleash themselves, not because of this protest, not because they have anything to do with the protest, not because they even understand what the protest is all about. Like a governor told us, he said, many of the people who came, many of the youths were 13, 14 years old. People did not even understand what the protest was all about. If you ask them, they will tell you they don't even know what is happening. They just came out. Some of them came out because they don't like the governor, or because the governor was not the one they voted for, or because of one project or the other. They don't like this emir. I like that emir. That was the reason why people came out and they were protesting. So those are the negatives of this protest. That protests here are hijacked. We have not yet got to the level where we can ensure that protests are peaceful, that they are not hijacked, and that the ideals of the protest are actually carried out. Before 1 or 2 days, you find out that a lot of extraneous factors crowd in, and these kind of things happen. And it makes planning very difficult. It makes planning very difficult for the protesters themselves, because what they planned will be disrupted. It makes planning very difficult for the government, for the security agencies, because what they planned for will also be disrupted. I think that is the stage that we are in now in this country. If the protests had gone as planned, if the plans of the security agencies to give them protection had gone as planned, we would not have seen the violence that we have seen. We would not have seen the loss of life, the destruction of properties that we have seen. And it shows us that we have a lot of deep-seated problems that we have been sweeping under the carpet for decades. And these problems are the ones that are rearing their ugly heads now. The dead bodies that we have been burying over and over again, their legs are now popping up, and that's the problems we are having. So it's going to still take some time before we can get to that level where we can have peaceful protest, where the people can ventilate their grievances and the government can listen. But we are on the right track. With this government saying that we're ready to dialogue, with this government saying, recognizing the right to protest, with the police themselves who will be more civil now. I watched a lot of the protests on television. I went to some of the sites, and I saw that the police were more civil now. Unlike in the past, we would have been talking about dead bodies in their hundreds. So we have seen that they are more civil. So we are on the right path. We only need to continue in this right direction. I believe that a day is coming when it will be possible for citizens to protest, to go about their lawful protests without anybody harassing them. I call the protests, that I said, instead of calling them protests, I call it feedback mechanism. What the people are doing, they are feeding the government back that this is our feelings about this, your policy. This is our feelings about this, your programs. This is what we expect you to do. This is what we expect you to do. And government has come forward with the nationwide broadcast of the president to say, this is what I have been doing. This is what I have done. This is what I will do. This is my hope for the country. Fair enough. You have said everything that you have been doing. You have said everything that you want to do. Now listen to what the people want you to do. It's a different thing for you to say, this is what I want to do for you. It's another thing for me to say, no, this is what I want you to do for me. So listen to what the people also want you to do. Marry the two. Government is supposed to have more information at their disposal than the ordinary person. So yes, they have more information than the ordinary people who are demonstrating. Many of the protesters don't even have information. I read one of the organizers yesterday was asking that they should come and do constitutional review. Can you do constitutional review in 1 day or 2 days? He was saying that everybody should be represented, all 774 local governments should be represented. How can you do that? It shows you that they don't even have clear ideas, clear understanding of how things work. Be that as it may, they have expressed their grievances. It is now left for the government to sit down and say, what are the people saying? How can we marry it with what we are doing? I think that is the stage that we are in now. I think both the government and the protesters should give peace a chance. Government should not escalate issues with threats of arrest, with threats of we'll kill you, we will do this, we will do that. No. And the protesters should also not escalate issues by allowing the protest to become more violent. There is a very, very critical introduction to this protest that is amazing to people, that is astounding to people, which is waving of a foreign flag. That waving of a foreign flag in a Nigerian protest has a lot of meanings. For security people, it is a treasonable act. And when we look at what has happened around us, coup in Mali, coup in Niger Republic, coup in Burkina Faso, the entrance of Russia into these West African countries, that are our neighbors. These West African countries quitting ECOWAS and forming their own organization. You can see that the Nigerian government cannot be expected to sit idly by and not take notice of that. I want to appeal to those who are doing that, if there are people doing that, because it is not all those 14-year-olds that are waving those flags that we can say are the sponsors of that. Maybe that is one of the things that this government is particular about. It's looking as if the goal of the protesters is not just ending of bad governance, it is looking as if it is ending the present government. And no government will sit idly by and expect you to come and overthrow it. So I think we should actually stay within the confines of this protest, what they have told us they want to do to end bad governance, not to end the Tinubu government. I think we should make a difference between ending bad governance and not ending a particular government. Once we are able to do that, and government knows that this protest is not to remove it from power, but to make it to do the right thing, and the protesters keep within that, I think it will be possible for dialogue and accommodation to be reached between the people concerned.
Okay, well, to cap it up, after the speech of the president, just like you have said, the president said the things that he has done and the things that he intends to do, but he should have listened to what the people were telling him that they want him to do. If you were to advise the president right now, what are the low-hanging fruits that you would want him or you would expect him to do to show the people that he actually listened to them?
Yes, I gave this advice to a newspaper house that asked for my opinion yesterday. I said, if I were the government now, the two key areas that the people are focusing on is the devaluation of the Naira. And I said I was surprised that government even went that route at all to devalue the Naira the way it did, because we had the experience of SAP, Structural Adjustment Program, of military president Muhammadu Ibrahim Babangida,
yes.
And that was where the Naira began its slide. So you're a country that is not producing anything, that is net importer. You cannot devalue the Naira. When you devalue your currency, what are you exporting? The commodity you are exporting, you are not even the one producing it. Crude oil, we are not the one producing crude oil. Foreign international oil corporations are the companies are the one producing. So we don't have things we are producing that we will say that will become attractive. So what you do when you devalue your currency is that you increase your debt stock. The quantum of money that you need to pay your debt increases. And then you devalue the lifestyle, the living standard of your people. They now need more money, 2, 3, 4, 4 times more to buy the exact commodities they were buying before, which is what we are experiencing now. So that devaluation of the currency, the quantum of the devaluation is amazing, and government has to do something about it. They have to find something to do about the devaluation of the naira. And the naira continues to slide. As at yesterday, it was over 1,600 to $1. How can you imagine that? How can businesses thrive? How can people survive? What can you buy? Because the naira is becoming worthless. We must not wait until we get to the Venezuelan or the Zimbabwean crossroads before we begin to do something about that. Government must do something about the devaluation of the naira. Secondly, I said government must do something about fuel subsidy. We have removed subsidy, but we shouldn't have been done the way it was done. It shouldn't have been done in one fell swoop, and it shouldn't have been done without adequate planning. But now that we have done that, I said that we should revisit it. Why am I saying we should revisit it? We should revisit it because the gains of that fuel subsidy is not percolating to the grassroots. The people are not feeling it. Now the governors are getting 3, 4 times more than they were getting before, but we don't see the evidence. Where are they spending the money? So all this money that they are giving to the government, to the governors now, they should use part of it to fuel subsidy.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Bola, for your thoughts there on the issue. We'd like to thank you so much for coming on the show this morning. This is where we'll have to wrap it up on this segment. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
We've been talking to Mr. Bola Bolawole, a veteran journalist and a public affairs analyst who joined us to talk about what the security agencies are saying, that they have placed some people on the watch list, and as soon as they set their foot on Nigeria, they are going to arrest them. Okay, we've looked at all those issues. Right now, we'll just take a short break. When we return, we'll be looking at another aspect, which is suspending import duties, taxes by the federal government. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. From the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Thanks for staying with us. It's still the breakfast on Plus TV Africa. Right now, we are looking at the fact that the federal government is suspending import duties and taxes, and people are suspecting that it will lower the food prices. The Comptroller General of Customs, Bashir Adeniyi, has expressed hope that the suspension of duties and taxes on imported food items over some time would help reduce food prices. Adeniyi said, and I quote, "The protest was premised on a number of things, one of them being to end hunger. We discovered that a significant amount of food consumed in Nigeria is imported. Importation takes some time. So one of the things the president has done to cushion the effects of the cost of importation is to suspend custom duties and taxes on imported food items for a period of time. Our guest this morning is Wisdom Chap Jumbo, a public affairs analyst. Good morning and welcome.
Good morning.
Okay, we're hoping you will bring some wisdom into this discussion.
I hope I try.
Okay, now we're talking about suspending tariff on essential food items and all that. What do you think that will do to our economy?
I'm hoping this would help, most sincerely, because it is bad in the market as it is. I'll give you a quick example. Just last week, I went to the market to price a bag of rice. So this is Lagos. The bag of rice costs right now between 75,000 to 90,000 naira, depending on the brand of the rice or the kind of rice that you like.
Until you go to the designated area for 40,000.
Okay, so that's now the cost of it. Now the government has said, oh, we are sending this rice. It's going to cost 40,000 naira. I have not seen it. Have you seen it? Have you been able to buy?
You have to register for it.
You have to register.
Yes, as a worker.
So, all right. So, but the point is, the cost of food items really in the market is a big problem. Aside paying high electricity, the next thing people pay money more these days is food. So, if this can happen, if this works, what the custom is saying, and we can lift those duties off food, that's going to help a lot. Because unfortunately, we import everything we eat in this country, which is not supposed to be so. We are blessed, with a lot of resources, farmlands, and I wonder why we are not, farming and producing what we eat. We try, but not enough, to feed the entire country. So it's a big problem. My second concern also is, the custom boss will be saying this in Abuja. They need to go and monitor those borders. They need to go down and monitor those places so that they're able to see that there's implementation of what we have said and agreed in Abuja. Because the big problem in Nigeria is we say one big thing, one big policy in Abuja. When you go down to where it ought to be implemented, it is not done. The same thing that happened with lifting the import duties on solar items, at some time by the government. But unfortunately, players in the sector said when they get to the ports, they still get to pay a lot of money, to bring in some of this item, which increases the cost, of the products, of course, on the market. So there's one thing to say this thing, and there's another thing to follow through implementation. But the current state of things for Nigerians when they go to the market is very bad. And this is what has contributed to the hunger. It's what has led to the protests that we have seen in the last couple of days. This is what have left Nigerians sad, and worried of their situation and what they are going through. So I think this is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but is that not like taking only paracetamol for cancer? What is the chemotherapy that we're thinking about this thing? Because they're lifting the tariff on food items, which means we are going to import more and keep importing, which, like you said, is not good enough. But there's no corresponding lift of tariff on farm inputs. The fertilizers, the herbicides, and all those kind of things. No tractors are coming in sponsored by the government and all that. So this is a short-term thing. How do you think that will really affect our economy in the long run?
More imports only impact a lot on our foreign reserves. In the president's speech when he gave, he said we have moved from spending 97% of our revenue to now 68%. When we now do more of this import again, what we are doing is impacting more on that foreign reserve, which can even go up more further. So importing is not a good solution for us in the long term to solve the problem. We need to move from a consumption country to a production country. This is the long term that we must focus on. If we continue to be a consumption country, we are only creating we'll be solving a problem for the short term, but we are creating a problem for the long term. So that's why we must move. That's where the country needs to move to, from consumption to production. And the government needs to understand this, So that's why, even though I feel like for the meantime, the suffering is so much, the hunger is so much, we lift the import duties on food so more food can come in. But the government needs to now be strategic, on how do we improve on production, and farming in country, What do we need to do? You know, I was happy I saw the governor of Anambra State, you know, launching a farming initiative in Anambra State where they brought fertilizers and all of that. I mean, I was really glad to see Governor Soludo do that, you know, in Anambra State. Maybe it should be the approach many other governors need to also take on. You know, like a presidential candidate in the last election said, in the north, we have vast lands, you know, that we need to leverage on. We need to utilize. And we can feed ourselves in this country if we make good use of those resources, you know, that we have. We have lands, 1,000 of it. Some countries, if they have what we have as Nigerians, they will not even be where they are today, but they're even prospering more than us that have all of these things. So the solution, the answer to your question, the solution for a long term is we need to move from being a consumption country to a production country. That is where the solution lies in the long term. And this burden alone is not for the president. It's for the state governors and it's down to the local government. You know, we need to work together to see that we're moving this country in that direction. So while the federal government will create the direction for everyone, the state and the local government needs to get working. We have 774 local governments in this country. Who
are just trying to stand on their feet, by the way, because it's just now that the ruling has favored them, that they will be taking their money and doing what they're supposed to do. But my concern is that even if we want to apportion blames to the state that is not working, they're having like 4 times the allocation they used to have, but they're still doing nothing. The federal government seems to be the ones that can only fight this hydra-headed monster. For instance, you're talking about production. Dangote Refinery is a local investor that is trying to rear his head, and the cabals are fighting him. In the power sector, we've heard that there are a lot of people who are fighting because they are involved in generator supply or solar supplies and all that, so they don't want the electricity sector to work. And all that. So this cannot be what the state will fight. Good. So what is the president doing, the presidency, not just the person
we can't leave this huge tax alone for the president. I'll tell you for free, anything that needs to work in this country, it will not work because people are fighting it. Even these import duties, the custom is saying they will raise for food items to come in. Some people within the custom will fight it because they also benefit when people pay all these import duties when they come in. The cabals are everywhere. When things are trying to work in Nigeria, there are people that make sure it doesn't work because they benefit from it. So it's not just a Dangote issue or the issue within the power sector. Even this too, there are people who will be fighting. That's what I said in the beginning.
But in your opinion, does the body language of the president show that he can really try to do something to fight it? I'm saying this because of one thing. In the last administration, when the president, Muhammadu Buhari, came, body language was the in thing. And everybody was afraid. Going to a party to even show off was a problem when he just came, until they discovered that maybe he didn't have his faculties around him. So is the body language of the president giving any indication that the corrupt cabals even have an iota of fear for him?
The body language, for me, my view is the body language of the president is showing, even from his last address, that he is not connected to the people, and he is disconnected in reality of what is happening. So trust me, if we're talking about the body language of the president,
nothing will work.
Nothing will work, because the way it seems he's disconnected from the reality. Maybe they are not giving you a true picture of things, of what is happening. That's why everybody is saying the speech he gave is not for the protest. It's not, you know, it doesn't seem like he has answered the questions of what, you know, these protesters and these young people are asking for. So I'll tell you for the body language of the president is not in line with the realities we have on ground. So therefore, his body language, those cabals and those people may not even be fearing, may not be afraid of what would happen. So the president needs to take this very seriously. And one thing as a leader you need to do, and which is my advice now to President Bola Tinubu, is you need to find a way to get your own answers beyond those people around you. You know, because those people around you may not be giving you the true picture of things. So what is your strategy? You know, beyond your aides and your advisors and ministers, how do you get your own on-ground feedback on what Nigerians are feeling? What is the pulse of Nigerians on issues? So that's where my advice to him, because the way he is moving now we don't think he understands the depth of the issues the country is going through. His body language is not, I'm not sure anybody's afraid of his body language.
So all man, farm for your farm. That's how it is. It's unfortunate that Ndume, that tried to speak the truth, is now apologizing, because I don't know whatever threat he has gone through, whatever promises he has been given.
He's a politician.
He's apologizing now. So
but he said he still stand on his statement.
He don't fall our hand, I beg. Now he's going to be reinstated as the chief whip, so he has apologized.
It's all politics, but we need to give it to Ndume in a way. He tried. It's not the only one. There are a few people who have. But we know this politics, there's a way, you can't be the only one speaking. A lone voice is tough, especially in the legislative. So it needs to be a collective. But we are getting there. We are getting there. It will last for long. We'll see everything will blow up very soon.
Amen to that. Those were the words of Wisdom Chap Jumbo. Everything will blow up. So if you want to blow, stay in Nigeria. You will blow very soon. We'd like to thank you, Wisdom, for coming on the program.
Always.
I wish we had more time. We've been talking with Wisdom Chap Jumbo, a public affairs analyst, and that is how we are wrapping up the show this morning. It's been a pleasure having all of you watching us. Let's do it again tomorrow. Bye for now.
I will take you through this amazingness today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and that I will preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So help me God.
May 29, 2023, President Bola Tinubu assumed office with an announcement that had grave impact on the people. Subsidy is gone. The president exclaimed during his inaugural address at the Eagle Square, Abuja, shortly after he was sworn in as the 16th president of the country. He also promised to lead the country with compassion and amity towards all.
Unfortunately, the budget that I've glimpsed before I assume office, and what I've heard, is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. The fuel subsidy is gone.
Despite the assurance by the president's team that the subsidy removal was not immediate, the announcement sparked reactions across the country. As soon as the decision was made, fuel queues popped up across the country as most filling stations quickly saw an opportunity to profiteer off the situation. As expected, the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited (NNPCL) announced an upward review of its fuel prices across filling stations in the country, setting the stage for a nationwide increase in fuel prices. Also, at the dawn of this administration, the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) abolished the country's multiple exchange rate system and effectively floated the naira. The nation's currency had seen a free fall ever since. Like every other Nigerian, The civil servant is struggling to eke out a livelihood. These decisions by the government couldn't have come at the worst time when he is struggling with high inflation, unemployment and poverty. Even the rich are not left out.
Honestly speaking, I think in Nigeria right now, anybody that tells you that is not feeling the pain is lying to you. Cost of living is very expensive in the market. All the landlord has added money for their rent. Transportation is not like before. So Nigeria is too healthy.
It doesn't be easy. The hierarchy of fare, feeding, no matter how, no matter what, we will survive.
In the wake of all of this, experts say the impact of the subsidy removal on the cost of living among Nigerians is expected to be significant and negative, at least in the short term. According to figures by the National Bureau of Statistics, the inflation rate could rise to 30% by December. Professor Christopher Imomolen is a serial entrepreneur. He speaks of how businesses have been impacted negatively.
And would have been done in a way that, despite the fact that subsidy needs to be removed, because we cannot run an economy where a large chunk of our revenue is being used to pay subsidies, and these subsidies has a kind of racketeering that is not even helping the economy. So if we are going to, which we must do, it must be done in a way that it does not largely affect the economy, which we currently see today. Inflation rate is at the highest rate ever. It's also have a ripple effect even in the exchange rate. We see how the exchange FX has shoot up tremendously just in the space of 6 months. We've had the kind of increment that we've not had since 1960. And this has period effects just from one commodity which the nation is largely dependent on. I believe that before we can totally lift subsidy from the PMS, we must also ensure that we provide power, we provide alternative source of energy for the people. The world today is embracing green economy. It's not something that will happen in the space of 5 years. It will take a lot of time, but we must gradually do that. Everybody have their leadership style. So, but of course, we've seen the ripple effect of that decision on the economy. So we can at this point say that it was not really a good idea that that was announced at that time it was announced. I felt that cabinet should have been drawn up because you need people to help implement policies. Your team, the team should have been on ground. As at that time, there was no ministers, there was no anybody on ground, and just that same day it was announced. It so happened. So that all stations were shut down. It was very harsh. And looking at the fact that we are coming out from a very bad situation where Naira was scarce, people could not have access to Naira, and immediately you were going into, at the time when people were looking for hope, where people were seeking to say, okay, maybe this person could be the Messiah to rescue us from. So that it's obvious. So it's not. It's obvious that that decision at that time was not too good to the economy. It should have been done at the time where you would have consulted, and you cannot consult as a president, and you would have consulted through your team, and that would have been done through after you have set up at least to a large extent your team inaugurated them. Then immediately you start running.
Mukhtar Mohammed is an international finance and economic analyst. Although he supports the removal of fuel subsidy, he sheds light on how the Naira float and recent policies are affecting the economy.
You just tell them that they pay high duty for bringing in those costs of those goods and services. That could encourage them to begin to think of establishing it here in Nigeria. Instead of you telling them you're banned, they'll find other ways to gain FX. And most of these 41 banned items are items that Nigerians generally want to make use of. So you need to also look at that also. So it all depends on the implementation of this policy.
As it stands, the elimination of fuel subsidy has brought both challenges and opportunities. It has led to a 150 to 200% surge in fuel costs. That is about 500 to 600 naira across the country. That is per litre. Food inflation is also skyrocketing.
It's not cheap at all. Many people are suffering. To even get the money to buy food is a problem. And the market also now is very expensive. You are not making it at all. Even you that are selling it, there's no gain on the market these days.
Small and medium-sized enterprises are facing difficulties in accessing affordable power.
Come and tell us, how much did you buy it? How much are you buying it for?
Residents say they cannot afford even alternatives as they are disillusioned by the hack in liquefied petroleum gas, LPG.
We don't really, they should try and help us. The thing is tough, everywhere is hard, but they should, at least gas is what we survive with, we cook with it, so they should try and help us.
So what alternative do you think you will use outside of gas?
Charcoal stove, that's the alternative for me, because here you cannot use firewood inside your house.
The gas 1 kg is 900, so before we are buying it, is it 350? Yeah, so things are cost now, so I think they should help us to reduce it.
As the debate on the merit and demerit of fuel subsidy removal and Naira float continues, how are ordinary Nigerians finding ways to mitigate the impact of these policies on their daily lives? While some have reduced unnecessary trips, others have adjusted their budget and spending habits.
We had to do away with so many things and just do with basic needs, and that is food, water, go and sleep. No unnecessary outings, nothing, because the pocket go tell you now.
The food matter, now that one was pass. Because before, how much be the acre of rice? Not be 120. Now we dey buy at 1,900. 1,900. Just consider the person that get 4 children now. How you want to survive? I beg. Now beg we dey beg them. Make them help us so. This thing too much. Too much. Ororo, ma'am, rice, everything. Wetin happen? Wetin we do them? Make them help us. No smile, nobody dey smile. As I dey talk to you now, I dey vex. Yo, because e no even easy. No water, no light. Fuel wey we dey even dey manage to buy, we no fit buy am. Everything just dey stand still for this Nigeria.
It's not been easy. In fact, it's only by the mercy of God that people are being sustained now. What you buy today, tomorrow it has added. What you buy this morning, by 2 hours time, the price has skyrocketed. In fact, we don't know who to cry to. We are only at the mercy of God now. Our children cannot feed well. Mothers are going hungry because of the children. Because when it's not enough, you have to feed your children first. We don't know who to cry to. All we are begging is that God should come to our intervention.
Persistent inflationary pressures in the economy have accelerated poverty in the country, with purchasing power continuing to slump over the past few months. As a measure to address these difficulties, the federal government had announced a 5 billion naira palliative for each state, including the Federal Capital Territory, to cushion the impact of the removal of subsidy. The fund was shared in the ratio of 52 to 48%. Experts are voicing out their opinions on the workability.
We spoke about student loan. We said September. Nobody's saying student loan. We talk about CNG. So everything is just like ghost. It's as if nothing is happening. And when people start talking, it's look as if maybe we are not against government. We must just talk so that this country will grow. We want this government to succeed. And this is by what we are saying now. If everybody just keep quiet and everybody's nodding their head, no, you are doing the best, and this country will fail, and every one of us fail. So government needs to start looking at the right thing to do, and the people need to also adjust.
Going forward, here are some suggestions by experts on how to cope with fuel subsidy removal in the country. Reduce dependence on petrol-powered generators. Invest in alternative energy sources like solar panels, inverters, or batteries. These can provide electricity and reduce reliance on fuel-powered generators. Use energy-efficient appliances and bulbs to minimize electricity consumption. Adopt energy-saving habits such as turning off lights, fans, and electronics when not in use. Use public transportation or carpooling. Utilize public transportation options like buses or trains, which are generally more cost-effective than driving private vehicles. Consider carpooling with colleagues, neighbors, or friends who travel similar routes. This helps share fuel costs and reduces traffic congestion. Plan your trips and errands ahead of time. Make a list of places you need to visit and tasks you need to complete. Combining errands into a single trip minimizes fuel usage. Utilize online shopping and delivery services for groceries, food, and other items to reduce the need for physical trips. Adjust your budget and spending habits. Review your income and expenses, identifying areas where you can cut down or save money. Prioritize essential expenses and reduce discretionary spending. Consider taking up a side hustle or exploring additional sources of income to supplement your budget. Minimize air conditioning usage and explore natural ventilation options. Insulate your home to retain heat during cooler months and reduce the need for excessive heating. Make conscious efforts to conserve water and electricity, reducing associated costs. Explore fuel-efficient transportation alternatives. Optimize driving habits by maintaining proper tire pressure. Avoid rapid acceleration or braking, and keeping vehicle maintenance up to date. This can improve fuel efficiency. Engage in advocacy and dialogue. Participate in discussions with policymakers, community leaders, and relevant organizations to voice concerns and propose sustainable solutions. Advocate for policies that promote renewable energy sources and support initiatives aimed at reducing reliance on fossil fuels. Avoid long and unnecessary commutes. Optimize your travel routes to minimize distance and time spent on the road. Consider remote work or flexible work arrangements, if possible, to reduce the frequency of commuting. For shorter distances, consider using bicycles as a mode of transportation. Cycling is not only cost-effective, but also promotes physical fitness and reduces carbon emissions. Invest in a sturdy bicycle, proper safety gear, and accessories like bike locks and lights to ensure a safe riding experience. Familiarize yourself with bike lanes, paths, and safe routes in your area. And remember to take a walk. Walking will save your life.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa. 5 panelists, 5 topical issues, no holds barred. We tell it like it is. I'll be looking at protecting minors from predators in this holiday season. Elijah will touch on leadership transitions, global diplomacy, and lessons from Freetown in Sierra Leone is Abdul Malik. He'll be speaking on enabling technology for Africa. Bola will be talking us through the lessons from protests and political dialogues. Inikbe will similarly be highlighting some of the lessons from the Senate President's derogatory remarks that sparked debate on gender respect across Nigeria. Elijah will lead the way right after this short break.
Leadership transitions, diversity, equity, inclusion, global diplomacy, and lessons. As long as poverty, injustice, and gross inequality persist in our world, none of us can truly rest. And that's from Nelson Mandela. Of course, we're in the Mandibas month in July. In a significant move, President Joe Biden has announced his intention to step down, signaling a responsible leadership transition. This decision contrasts sharply with the reluctance of some African leaders to relinquish power, underscoring the importance of democratic principles and leadership accountability. Concurrently, the emergence of Vice President Kamala Harris has invigorated discussions on diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) in leadership, setting a global example of progressive governance. In Nigeria, planned protests are stirring tensions with the presidency, accusing political opponents of fueling the unrest. These accusations suggest a fragile political climate where transparency and dialogue are critical to maintaining stability. Going back to global front, peace talks are gaining momentum with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visiting the US for discussions just about a month after the visit of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. These talks emphasize the need for diplomatic engagement and conflict resolution in maintaining global peace and security. Lessons from these: leadership transition, embrace democratic principles for smooth transitions. On diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives, promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in leadership and decision making for a prosperous and sustainable national growth. On gender equality, ensure respectful treatment and equal opportunities for women in politics. Transparency, foster transparent and open continuous dialogue between the government and the masses and various stakeholders. On diplomatic engagement, the journey to global peace is very tasking and requires intentionality in prioritizing diplomacy for conflict resolution and peace building. Now, my fellow advocates, before we respond to this, let's observe a moment of silence in commiseration with the families of the victims of the plane crash that occurred on Wednesday, the 24th July, during the takeoff at the Kamandus Tribhuvan International Airport in Nepal, where over 18 persons lost their life. May the soul of the departed rest in peace. So I was going to talk about leadership and responsibility. You saw what happened. President Joe Biden, after due consultation, decided to step down. Okay, I'm not running again. Or even if some quarters were saying, if you are going to step down from contesting, then you should actually step down from being the president. Well, let's leave that. But in Africa, we've seen situations where some persons have refused to relinquish power, and then the citizens are helped. There's a question: how have this country fared? There's argument that some of these countries are better off, and there's still argument that they were not better off. So I want to hear your take on this. Let me start with you.
I was actually going to hope that Inikbi would come in at this point. No, but I think the most glaring one we have, the father of them all, is Paul Biya, a man who rules from Paris and all that. The point you would look at is who is supporting this man. They said when you see something dancing on the road, the people beating the drum for him are just, inside the forest and stuff like that. So Joe Biden, the last time we were together, when we talked about this, I said, when people saw that debate, they realized that something was off. And it didn't help that he goes back and comes down with COVID. A man that has integrity will always demonstrate leadership. Because there is no point, if you want to be president now here of this advocate group, and by the time two of us back out, she's willing to walk away, who are you going to be advocating for? So I think the man saw the handwriting on the wall. And the Democrats have always been a group of people who always believe in setting a precedence, in letting integrity grow. That's always been their watchword for a long time. And they like fair play. So if your donors are saying, we're not giving you any money, we're not going to stand by you, what are you going to do? you will leave. If the Republicans come out tomorrow and say, Trump is a convicted felon, 34 counts, we don't want to support him anymore, he's not going to have anybody to work with. So in Africa, we have had one of our former presidents still living who wanted to do third term, and people said you cannot. He didn't stay. We are privy to Babangida's speech of stepping aside. So when the people make enough noise, their opinions will rule the day. So Biden just had a listening ear. That's all. Nigeria now, we have enjoyed democracy since 1999, uninterrupted, and nobody has overstayed. When Goodluck Jonathan, they were like, should it be like this? Or the man said, I know, I like peace. I'm ready to give up. So I think Nigerian leaders, to a very fair extent, have actually done the right things in terms of passing the baton when the time comes for them. So I don't think we can really say, Nigeria. No, we're actually setting a precedent or an example for other African states. So Nigeria is a bit different. When you look about, if you say we have elderly leaders, that is another conversation. But Nigeria, no. Ghana, when the time for transition comes, they go. Yeah. So when you look at Paul Biya, you can look at Rwanda. But when you go to Rwanda, you find that the people actually like Kagame. So I really don't know.
That's sustainable for them. That's the question. They want Kagame. They like Kagame in power. He has been doing very well. But is it okay to have someone?
But he's there at the moment. Okay. And we're not Rwandans. Okay. This is what the Rwandese people want. So...
Yeah, I think I'll basically just dwell on lessons from, President Biden's action. So I think, first of all, what global leaders, or you were asking about African leaders, can learn from this is, understanding and adhering to democratic principles and values. So if our leaders, this is beyond Nigeria now, Africa and, globally, understand adherence or understand democratic principles and values, it would be really, really essential. And then again, I think that from President Biden's action, we can see that he understands that leadership is a temporary service to the people. So it is not a personal, achievement, but a temporary service to the people. So yeah, those things are all.
So like you should always look at the end goal, not your personal ambition.
Precisely.
Leadership transition.
Okay, so my take is that African leaders should have the interests of the people at heart, not just their selfish interests, because I wouldn't want to say Africans are not ready for democracy yet, to understand the rule of law, to understand things, and to follow through. And so understanding that the interest of the people comes first is the first thing they should always consider. That's my take.
All right, thank you very much. So it's up to the people of America to decide who is their president based on what they think is good for them. Continue to advocate with us on our social media platforms, on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG, or on X and Instagram @Plus TV Africa, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous brokers, go to plustvafrica.com/theadvocate. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Okay, Bola Yaya will be next after the break. Do stay with us.
Safety and respect, lessons from protest and political dialogues. It was a sad and bizarre sight in Rewa, Madhya Pradesh, where 2 women were half buried by gravel while protesting road construction, highlighting the dangers faced by protesters and the urgent need for safety measures during demonstrations. Meanwhile, in Nigeria, Senate President Akpabio's remarks to Senator Natasha Akpoti underscored the importance of maintaining respectful dialogue within legislative bodies. Lessons to draw from this. First, protesters' safety needs to be ensured, promote respectful dialogue, and address underlying issues in protests.
So So protest is all about the issues, not the protest
Exactly.
itself. If the protest cannot address the issue, then there is no need for protest.
You know, saying from the Indian perspective, you know, domestic violence is like prevalent in that country where women
Gender
are being
violence,
raped, abused. Just imagine they were having a protest, they ignored them, they did that on purpose and poured the gravel on them. They were half buried, and it was more like detrimental to their health because the women were fainting. They were trying to, and they were reviving them and all that because it was all over the place on
This
internet.
occurred last week actually. I don't know whether you followed the story. Yeah, so and it's gender-based violence. and
Gender-based
it's very
violence. So I would like to know our takes on this, like especially considering women's rights and women's place in the world.
I think India suffers from violence against women. It's prevalent because of how women are regarded, and this is not too far-fetched from how women are regarded in most places. Now, the backstory to this is that these women lease this land, and of course, subsistence farming, it's there in India.
Yes.
It's rampant because a lot of the people there are poor, so you just lease a land. So I think they had a problem with an area father or a family member who said, do not touch this land, it's our land. So whilst the mother and the daughter, or the family, because they have the same surname, were there protesting that they should not cut this road through the land, the guys with the tipper, the truck, came. So what they were saying, no, they wanted to build a road across the land that they leased. So what the people said, pour the sand on them if they do not move. And this is what happens here a lot, because people don't have respect for women and for poor people. I can assure you that if this set of individuals were men and poor, the Dalit is a lower caste in India. They have four, the Brahmin on top and the Dalit at the bottom. They're supposed to be the toilet cleaners and whatever. And in India, not slaves, in India, the caste that you're born under, you're not expected to rise above it. So just stay there.
Wow.
So I'm guessing these women are one of those, or they have to be. Pour sand on them and then let them go. One fainted while she was there because they were half buried in the sand, and then before the people raised the alarm and they called the police. Now, depending on who is supporting the police, justice may never come. What you need to go is, how are women faring under Narendra Modi's in the BJP? And you find that the BJP's party is all about humanity. And you ask yourself, what is the space for humanity under this? And Rewa, under something Pradesh, it's controlled by the BJP. So because this has gained such global momentum, we're going to see that they're probably going to come around. But I'm saying that even here in Igbo land, at least I know that for free, women are not even supposed to inherit land. So if in a family where they have only daughters, or a man dies and then there's land, you find that the men in that community or what will come and torture the woman to say, go, women do not own land in this place. So I'm happy that you said, drawing that example from India, I'm just trying to say that it is happening right here in Africa and in most places. So I think it's for the community and the government at large to make sure that the rights of women are protected. No matter the level where they are.
Yes, it's not like the party not practicing what they preach.
No, they are not.
Protecting women.
No, they are not.
Women are being abused and violated, even raped on trains in India.
Women are being abused and raped everywhere. There are people who will tell you, I will.
It's more rampant and common in India.
That is the same way they are going to say that about us.
Okay, let's just say because the media attention is on them. But let's go to this angle because you raised something. Aside from this issue of women protesters, you said something about caste. The fact that caste system still exists in India is a problem.
I want to tell you that we have caste system in Nigeria. Yes.
But then I'm saying that is a problem.
It is a problem.
Humanity is more important than this.
Yes, and in the way where which again alludes to the fact that, you know, this is primarily tilted against women. In a world where we have, as Nigerians, I'm saying at least, standing on, you know, the law in Nigeria, we have two genders, male and female.
Yes.
You find that it's always the men who have the upper hand in most things. They say, who is talking? It's a woman. There's a cultural practice in Igbo land, in some parts of Igbo land, before Ohaneze will come after me. If 20 women are here from age 10 to 100, the woman will not be allowed to break the kola nut. They need to bring a 2-year-old boy to first touch it, and not, you know, before. So that's how to show you that women are not really expected to do a lot of things. Some things are just.
And it's common in
for
other
men.
tribes too, one way or another.
Yes, so that's
another issue
point.
I think we should not neglect is the issue of protest. Now, you were saying something that protest is about the message. Listening to the message is feedback. Now, we're in Nigeria where this, from August 1, people are clamoring that there should be protests. And some other persons, the presidency is saying, please,
reasons why
don't
people,
protest.
sorry to cut you, reasons, there must be a reason to protest. People don't just wake up from their
So
rooms
my point is,
to protest.
I think the Nigerian masses, the government, we are being distracted from what is the issue.
The issue.
It's not about protest or no protest. How about we focus on the issue? Is there a way the government can talk, dialogue with different stakeholders about, okay, yeah, we acknowledge the hardship, but this is what we've been doing, and this is what we're trying to achieve. And then let's see how to go so as to reduce the rates of violent infiltration.
There is this slogan that when diplomacy fails, war ensues. That's what happens most times. The people have had it to this place that they are no longer having it. You see, things are just moving without regulation, no price regulation, nothing. Even if there are committees or parastatals set up for that, it's not functioning. We are not seeing it.
Is it not people that work in those parastatals? See, my problem with protests and all that, but I, again, having said, I have a problem with the control of it. NSAS protest is rife in our memories, and I think when the government thinks about that, you know, and I was right in the midst of some of the protests, and I saw the looting that happened after the protesters, the official had gone, or when the Wahala started, the main protesters left. Now there's a saying that people go mad in herds, and they come back to their senses one by one. But not everybody. There are people who are disgruntled, fair enough. Things are terribly bad. I mean, sometimes when you sit back and you're almost doing rationing in your homes, you're like, how did we get here? But we know the corruption is there, the bad leadership is there, the lack of integrity, the flagrant abuse of power and looted wealth. We know a lot of people that government has sent to EFCC, blah, blah, blah. They just get a tap on the wrist and they go. And then you open the papers, you see somebody was sent to jail for stealing chicken. And you can direct their looting directly to hunger. But my point is, somebody owns that chicken that you stole. What is going to happen to that person? So if people want to protest, now we live in a country where people still depend on daily pay. I want to guarantee you that if we embark on this now, the people who earn their money daily, and we have a 10-day protest, how are they going to pay those people? Some people have not recovered from the looting. And again, protest is brief. I went to Unilag. So when you call Aluta majors, we are here, you know, and we had a reason, we had a purpose, and we were limited. We could talk to ourselves like, you know, don't destroy this, don't destroy that. When the buses were destroyed during NSAS, what happened after that? If you came out the next, you see people on the streets. Nobody to carry them. Nowhere. Shops were destroyed. How did those people replenish? Then when we finish destroying these things, we now say government, we need funds and resources to build these things back. Yes. So if we can have tactical ways of doing this.
Expressing.
Yes.
those.
It's the looting that everybody is afraid of. It's the we were talking of rape earlier. It's the looting, the raping, the maiming, the murder,
Robbery.
the murder.
advantage
How
of
many policemen were killed? How many civilians were killed the last time? They are not coming back. We keep saying
Like the
Kenya, Kenya,
casualties
Kenya.
are more.
Yeah.
Kenyans, a lot of Kenyan, they've died, and some people are regrouping and trying to follow up this protest in another way. We can even protest with integrity. Henceforth, when we are driving, we are going to drive on the right side of the road.
Better.
We will
Do the
not
right
litter
thing.
our environment.
That's the right kind of protection.
Yes, if we see a government official driving on the road the wrong way, we will
Call
march
them
up and
to
say, no. So we can actually do these things in a better way. My own is, it's that looting and that wanton destruction by people
And,
who
and
feel
shooting too, and they shoot
yes,
them.
yes.
A lot of
So
tragedies.
if you are throwing stones or whatever at a military man or somebody with a gun, what is it going to do?
shoot back.
So, and at the end of that, more problems. So my own protest is, I did a looter. I will not stop someone who's my age then not to do a looter. But I can stand here and tell you, I did not destroy anything.
And
That's
you will not therefore encourage such, but you will rather encourage continuous dialogue with. At this point, I think it's better the.
What's your take on it?
Okay,
on
so
the protest?
just like you said so far, addressing the root cause. So Elijah talked about having a dialogue, right? So if our leaders and then can come out and be accountable, right? What are you doing to address this issue? Because just like you said, there is an issue, and that's why people are fed up. It has gotten to this place, and then they want to come out to express themselves. So if our our leaders can address the root cause and then come out to let us know that okay, this is what we are doing to address this is what we're doing to address that, I think it would help to it would help to reduce, is it reduce now, or it's help to address to reduce how people feel, or citizens feel, how reaction precisely.
And this is the point where I was going to say that earlier this week, the Minister of Information, or last week, the Minister of Information and Culture, Minister of Information and National Orientation, that is Mohammed Idris, right? He was addressing the concern that the youth should not come out and saying those things. I've spoken with the president, he's assuring us. This is the time I'm going to.
You're assuring.
This is
what
the.
are you
This is the time I'm going to call on.
This is beyond assurance.
Please
no longer
come out yourself and address
game of
the issue.
assurance.
Yes,
As
yes.
if,
Let us
young
hear
men
from
and
you.
young men and young ladies, please calm down.
This is what we are
This is what
doing.
we're
This is
doing,
the
and
actions.
this is
The
huge.
actions we're
Youth-led
putting into
group
place
also.
to address
This is it. It's as simple as that.
It's the case of the knee-jerk reaction. Oh, they are going to do this, and then this is what we're going to do. The government has their chance to do the right thing. I must say that I think the government is really trying. But the thing is about, is it medicine after death? Or medicine while whatever? I believe that if we give the government a peaceful environment, they will continue. You can see that, seriously, you can see that the man, look at the president. What else does he have to do other than leave a good name? No, what else? If Nigeria disintegrates under him, is this what his ambition was all about? No. So I think on his own, he has good intentions. But what he promised us was that he was going to have a cabinet of people around him that are going to be people of integrity. So I would ask him, sir, are you looking at the people working with you? Can you stand up and say, I have put the right pegs in the right holes? So if they're just making mouth, just paying lip service to it, there's going to be a problem. People need to see that truly he's walking his talk. His policies look good, but we just want to see that translation from just talk to action. He promised us that he would deliver. So, Mr. President, we are waiting for the fruit that the seed you've been planting to germinate and take root. We understand that he needs time, but I also want to call the leaders of this protest to make sure. We've had Gandhi conduct peaceful protests. We've had Martin Luther King Jr. conduct peaceful protests. And it worked. It worked. You will always continue to point at these men in history for leading peaceful protests and the results that came from it. So if the leaders of this protest will say, my people, don't burn, don't destroy anything. What we destroyed, who are we affecting? It's us now. Those big boys up there, it doesn't touch them. They'll continue to speak English for us.
As much as possible that I like the fact that protest is part of fundamental right of labor, but in my own opinion, considering what has been happening, even what happened recently in Kenya, there's heavily, just like what the Nigerian intelligence and the law enforcement agency were saying that there is a very high probability that this protest will be hijacked if it does happen for political gains and other reckless gains. I don't think, as much as possible, I'm not saying that I'm trying to tell people not to. Right? We can't decide for them, but we are saying that as much as possible, let's promote peace.
Peaceful protests.
Peace and dialogue first. Peace and dialogue. It's not about the protest. Protest or no protest, the issues will still be there. Let's promote dialogue and continuous engagement on how to solve this.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. Am I supposed to? Okay. So with that peaceful dialogue, you're advocating for peaceful dialogue, and everyone's just saying that continuous engagement. And you were saying protest is not the byproducts like casualties and all that. Yes, it's true, because we've seen these things happen before, and it's not really very good. The outcomes really did not turn out to be what we expected.
Hunger, 10 days of people not going out,
those ones living by the day.
Most Nigerians are living by the day.
10 days of terror in some area where people will start busting into people's houses.
And looting and even killing them for their properties, for food.
For food, basically.
To eat, basically. So, yes, we should think about dialogue, peaceful dialogue, and peaceful ways to resolve this issue. Next, we have Inikpi after the break. You stay tuned.
Senate President's derogatory remarks sparks debate on gender respect. Senate President Akpabio has apologized after making a controversial remark to Senator Natasha Akpoti during a legislative session, addressing her not to speak like she was in the nightclub. The comment has sparked widespread criticism, with many calling it disrespectful to women. Critics argue that such comments could normalize similar behavior in professional settings if not addressed. Gender equality advocates stress the importance of challenging such behavior to ensure respectful and harassment-free workplaces. Experts recommend that women assertively address inappropriate comments and that colleagues publicly support those targeted. Organizations are urged to implement policies and training to promote respectful communication and prevent gender discrimination. Senator Akpoti has received support from various quarters, with many calling for stronger measures to prevent such incidents in the future. The Senate President's apology has been acknowledged, but the call for greater respect and equality continues to resonate. So I'm very particular about this discussion, right? The respect or disrespect, of women, right? I think I was telling Elijah some days back that I had a similar experience, right, where it was in the workplace, and I'd just spoken with the boss or director, and then one of the male colleague came and said, why did you talk to the boss like? So he just seemed like, oh, you speak seductively to the boss, and I found that very inappropriate and disrespectful, very offensive, right? And so I understand people's point of view, or Nigerians' point of view, or people who also saw this comment as very inappropriate and disrespectful. as well. So I feel like if it is not addressed, if it is not cautioned, if it is not shunned, right, it would become normal, and people, it would happen in the workplace, in politics, everywhere in the surrounding, and people would just take it normally. And not
there's something called gender-based remarks.
Okay.
People make
Gender bias.
People make these remarks sometimes innocently.
Okay.
You get? They tend to say things like, "Oh, because you be girl now." They actually most times do not say it out of like being spiteful or anything,
Or
but
they
it's
do not
now
say, okay.
engraved like
subconscious.
in their subconscious. So you now, what I try to tell people is that educate yourself about remarks, because we now live in a sensitive era. You understand? People react easily. People react quickly. And you have to understand that things you say goes a long way in affecting how people think, how people view, how people react. I'm a feminist, you get. There are some things you cannot say in my presence. I will take action. I'll counter you. I process, my mind processes things differently from the average person who is not a feminist. So you should consider that as, if you want to go far, if you want to understand processes, you need to educate yourself about remarks. So in light of what happened, was it this week or this week? Last week, yeah. In the light of what happened, with such sensitive position as the Senate President, you should be able to understand and caution yourself.
Yeah, because the thing is, people look up to you.
People look up to
your
exactly.
position. So, the Senate President did it. Well, of course, what's there? Other people can just take it up from there.
Anyway, I have two stories to tell.
Okay.
Yeah, the first story is just very brief. Two brief stories. The first one is during the election, I think 2019 election, and I was in the vehicle and had the opportunity of interacting with some persons, fellow commuters. I was, what is the possibility of a woman being the president of Nigeria? And the men there in that group, including sadly a woman.
I think I have something to say.
The man said, how can a woman be
that.
president of Nigeria? What if she's pregnant? How should be? That was on that note. And the woman was like, oh, women, they don't think a woman can be president of Nigeria. Nigeria is too big for a woman. And then the second story is about Natasha Kuti. While she was running for 2019 election, she contested for governor, right?
Was it governor?
Yes, yeah, governor.
Okay.
She was contesting for governor, Kogi State.
Yeah.
The then governor at that time, who you call, some people call him the White Lion.
Is it White Lion?
Yes. White Lion. That's what some people. You know, he was actually not very fair in handling her because of his political interest, but he stretched it further and started attacking her based on agenda. When they were making some certain comment, which I find it condescending to repeat on her personality, because she's a woman who has worked hard to aid whatever she needs to do.
Yeah.
So saying this thing, that was Senator Akpabio later listening to what people were saying, and he apologized. And so I even have 4 daughters, and I want my daughters to grow and emerge into big women. But beyond Senator Akpabio, this is not about Senator Akpabio, it's about the society at large. Can we be more intentional, women? I'm talking to myself and other men out there.
And even the women.
And even the women too. Can we be more intentional? Everyone. Then please respect everyone, irrespective of the agenda. Respect the office. If you must address someone, say it properly. Respect them. Don't use sexist law.
Precisely. I find that very condescending, and I think that organizations should also create policies that promote respect to both gender. Women and men. I don't know if you understand me.
Gender equality.
Yes,
gender equality.
Yes. So I'm grateful for the organization where I work. They respect both male and female. I work with the UN, so yeah.
So Chidi, do you want to chip in something?
I don't look. Like I said, this matter has been so overflogged that at some point, I'm not even sure a lot of people who are raising up their hands even understand what happened or the backstory to this thing. Now, I'm of the opinion that I'm not even aware if Senator Natasha came out to say, I don't like what he said to me. So this has become a situation of manufactured outrages. Oh, this feminist group is calling for this thing. And then he gives a very manicured response. I said, was this what they wanted to hear? All this trouble that we're all clamoring for the man's head. I'm not a fan of any politician, but I'll call this one as he said it. He never said, you are not in a nightclub. He said, we are not in a nightclub. What happens in a nightclub? Everybody is screaming and shouting at the top of their voice. So it was if she had come out to say, do you know what, sir? I'm not comfortable with the things that you said. I would say, okay, Senate President, please apologize to this woman. Are we trying to say that Natasha Akpoti does not have agency to say this is not right? When I heard this, I thought maybe she was dressed. I mean, she's a beautiful, beautiful woman, and she's covered totally and all that. But my interest beyond all this outrage was the prayer she was asking. Inland waterway transportation, all these people screaming, and the man knocked it down. Even Senator Kingibe's own was the fire that happened in Abuja. And the way he just casually said, like, this is not our responsibility. That is what I wanted the outrage to be about. This is where we're supposed to call, okay, if Tinubu is our father, right? The vice president is what? Our stepfather or what? What's his name? Akpabio is our uncle. Is the national uncle. For him to say, oh, the nays have it, for me, that was my outrage. What these two women were saying was something that is so important to our lives. How would women who have just lost everything, or people, and the senator is saying, we need to help these people. You just say, no, that is not our whatever. And we know how much they are using to buy their cars. We know how much they are using to live their lives. It's our communal, it's our commonwealth that is keeping most of them there. They just say the nays have it and whatever. So my own is, what was she saying? And all of that has been lost to this noise while we are looking for apology. So what did he say? If I said we're not in a marketplace, say, oh, she says a market woman. If you say you're not in your kid, they'll say it's this. For me, that is not relevant. And like I said, Senator Natasha did not come out to say, I'm outraged. But for those who manufactured this outrage, I hope his manicured response was okay for them.
Okay, so although the issue is not about Natasha.
It's not about precisely.
It's beyond that.
It is being able to identify that, okay, this is a disrespectful statement.
Exactly.
It is actually an appropriate statement and needs to be cautioned. So it is beyond. She doesn't. I think it's good that women or other men can also come out to recognize that, okay, this is a disrespectful act or statement and it needs to be addressed. So
we live in a patriarchal society and everyone is aware of this, and people are sensitive to these remarks.
Precisely.
And they feel that most of these are sorry to cut you. Most of these remarks are deliberately being pushed to women, to downgrade them despite their place in life, despite how much they've achieved.
Right, just like the experience I had, and I was like, I have heard whatever response I'm able to get, right? Just like you said, right? I'm able to give suggestions. I'm able to, they've seen me deliver. So if my director or my boss is, welcomes my idea, it's because they've seen it, not because I am a woman, or not because I am a lady or a female, or not because I spoke to them exactly. For
God's sake, a feminine way of speaking.
No, that's what the colleague was trying to say. I'm just trying to
exactly.
That's part. No, but are there no men that have very sexy voices?
Exactly.
They do. See, look, do not let us cry wolf. Women also look at men in a sexist way. We do. You can say, this man, is it not men? That's how men behave. We say that every day.
We say
that every day. So do not let one party claim complete innocence.
Yes.
So that means that all of us should now draw
caution ourselves.
Pocketbook for talking.
It's just not for women.
It's not just for women.
It's for men.
Yes. But I know it's tilted more against. But where colleagues can no longer banter about things, and we carry ours. Okay, let us look at all that he said and see which statement we can beat to death. That's what I'm saying. That my personal opinion is that whatever they are doing there, they obviously have a very decent interaction or relationship, you know, as colleagues and all of that. My point is, where we are going to take umbrage, let us have some sense of quality attached to it. Let him revisit those prayers she had that we need. Yes, we needed, or we still need, our waterways to be developed for transportation. We need it. We need that those women in wherever, in Abuja, where that fight, we actually need that there should be a response, yes, to support these people, because women are almost always whatever. What people have failed to recognize with Uncle Akpabio now is that as they were going on their holiday and they've approved the 70,000, you say, okay, now, and I think again, that statement is tilted towards whatever. If you just had a baby and you employ a housemaid, it's 70,000. No? If you have small tailoring outfit, it's 70,000. No? It's only government. So are we going to now sleep and say, okay, women are the ones that carry babies. Women are mostly tailors. But I'm just saying that you have just refused to help support a bill that will help women rebuild their businesses, or people rebuild their businesses. And then so if the person starts to have a little tailor machine by the side, you say, oh, the person must pay 70,000 naira. Why would you now say such a thing? For me, that is, such statements are the ones we should catch him on. Not, yeah, okay, if Senator Oti is upset by that statement that time, fine, his apology. But for me, is that an apology? That's just another statement that he made. Okay, if that's what people want. Okay, if that's what people want. Okay. But I believe that Senator Natasha Akpoti has agency to say, this I didn't like, and this I like, or this one, I do not even want to dignify this statement. We pay this statement too much attention, and he ran with it. That's my own. Like I said, it is the meat of her gist that was more important to me. That her bill, we should say, take her seriously. That's it.
All right. But then, let's just be intentional about doing things right.
Yes.
Oh, certainly, I agree. Our words matter.
Appropriate about
including people and respecting people, including people living with disability. Those ones too. Some persons all tend to look down on them in some area. You see someone, you cannot, you don't even provide social amenities or support or facilities to support them. These guys are part of the society. Their input will still drive the economy and development. So everyone should be respected.
Chinedu will be next after the break. Just stay tuned.
There can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. Nelson Mandela. Holiday vigilance, protecting minors from predators. It's holiday time, but there is no rest for the wicked. Schools are closed and children are excited to be home to enjoy the unstructured time away from teachers, assignment, and academic rigor. But as children relax, it is time for parents and guardians to be on alert for the dangers lurking around. Predators are on the loose and are smirking at their potential victims. These victims are your children, boys, and mostly girls. And most of the perpetrators are familiar to them. Uncles, cousins, lesson teachers, domestic staff, pastors or imams delivering children from stubborn spirits, and in some bizarre cases, their fathers. Defilement of minors occurs in your homes, churches, summer schools, and uncompleted buildings, especially for child hawkers. UNICEF says 6 out of every 10 children in Nigeria experience emotional, physical, or sexual abuse before the age of 18, with half experiencing physical violence. Dear parents, be extra vigilant. Due diligence is required when outsourcing the care, entertainment of your children and words during the holidays. One of the most important skills your children need to learn this holiday is self-defense against the minors, against the monsters in our midst. So how do we protect our minors from the menace of rape and sexual assaults, child labor, and the incidents of rape. Now, every day when I open the newspapers, the pictures abound. 14-year-old girl molested, 2-year-old molested by somebody. It goes on, and boys are even part of it. A research was carried out, informal research, and found that a lot of children are molested in their homes. Nigerian children, their foretaste of sexual violence or sexual assault happened right in their homes by people, relatives who are living in their house. And now that it's holiday time, as children, parents won't stop work. So when they go off and all that, they leave their children. And some send their children to churches. If a child is being a child, you say, oh, this child has some stubborn spirit. You need to go and,
According to the WHO, 1.7 billion children are being molested, abused globally. And from these statistics, 1 out of 5 females have been abused and 1 out of 13 males. Yeah. You see the disparity that women, children, female children are more vulnerable.
Yes.
Vulnerable. So who are these abusers? We ask ourselves. They are within us, within our spaces. I'm sorry to use
familiar
uncles,
spaces,
uncles,
lesson
teachers,
even fathers.
Yes.
Fathers, so, and in some rare cases, mothers. Yes.
And mothers.
And
you cannot rule out anyone. Everyone's a suspect in this case. So how do we now protect these children? Well, first, we have to educate them about their bodies. You understand? Educate them about their bodies. We educate them about, we give them sexual orientation. We run away from sexual orientation too much. You see, there is someone, a friend, I think her child is like 6-7 years. I was just telling her, I was advising her that start giving this child sexual orientation. No, she's too young. She was shy. There's this thing we shy away from talking to children about their bodies, about their private parts, about telling them no one has access to your privates. You are a child, yes, but no one has access. I am mommy. Most times I have because I clean you up. I'm more like your major caregiver. So anyone else out of that box is not allowed. You should know, you should voice out. Now, most of these children, they are being told by these abusers that they will kill them, they will harm them. You must not tell mom, you must not tell daddy, I will harm you. It is your duty as a parent or a caregiver to tell these children that you can confide in me. No one is going to hear. No third party. You create this safe space.
Psychological space.
Safety. You have to create this psychological safety net for them.
Another issue I'm interested in what you said, the issue of poverty and child labor.
Yes.
Now you've talked about child abuse, sexual abuse of children. Now coming to the angle of other form of abuse of children. God gave you children, but let me come from the religious perspective. You got married, you prayed to God for fruit of the womb, and you got it. Now you got it, rather than investing in this human that God gives to you to grow to become someone great and responsible in the future, to grow, have a legacy or something, or perhaps call it your legacy. You rather see them as cash cow. I have 5 children, I'll send them on the street. I carry this on your head and go and sell. And these people are, for God's sake, under 10, under 5.
Do you know that
there was an interview
poverty starts
on
from
the
mind.
internet.
You see your children are cash cow at that young innocent age, rather than impacting in them and securing them.
You saw
for the
that
future.
clip on the internet where the young girl at 17, 16, she was already providing for the family.
There was a clip trending, you can tell them.
And she's not educated, like she's not in school.
She's not. She was saying, what are you doing? My boyfriend says
the family.
Can you imagine?
Just imagine that.
See, that is a failure of the society. And I'll tell you why. One of the saddest days for a mother is the day you carry a tray of oranges and put on your child's head and say, go out
there.
But
these women don't know this. Is there a way we can educate?
No. See, you are not, you didn't hear what I said. I said one of the saddest days for a woman is the day you put your tray of oranges on your child's head and say, okay, go out and hawk. Because you know the dangers. Maybe you also born into poverty, and this is the only way. Growing up, we encourage children. You see, Oyibo kids, they have lemonade stand. They're selling lemonade. They're making small. We're encouraging entrepreneurship for the children. My point is, There are times that children will have to help their parents because things are difficult. You cannot have a house full of children, maybe 10 to 15, 16, and then every day you go out and you come back home with 1 naira. My point is there a way, back to the government now, government intervention to support families? So you hear, oh, they're giving 5,000 naira or 30,000 naira, and you're asking yourself, a chupa of yam is 8,000 naira. How? Beans and whatever, 8,000 naira for this and that. So my point is, how do we, child labor, by the way, is a crime.
Yeah,
it's a crime, you know.
But the government has decided to look away like this.
Because the government is wondering, if we carry them, where are we going to keep them? How are we going to feed them? You know, so even so you hear, oh, people went for some sporting program, they'll come back, they give them $10,000, blah, blah, blah. You'll say even this one, you can have places where these families can go. And again, I'm happy that we're having the local government being empowered. So local governments now, you can go to them for support, or they can create these safe spaces where you know, oh, a woman has to work. There are some offices now, they have daycare, they support holiday program for children, because an unsettled mother is an unsettled staff.
Sure. I remember this story. I met a woman recently, I think early this month of July or late last June. Within that time, a woman, she had a daughter. She was working with her daughter in the night, begging for alms and food to eat. And I was looking at assessing this woman. I know she has hands and legs that can work. She's not mad. She's not mentally.
What work would she be doing?
Like whatever. But I asked.
No, you cannot. Whatever it is.
She can actually do things. What I mean, she seems healthy. Whatever work she wants to do. So I asked her, Madam, why are you in this situation? And she told me, okay, the place I was staying, they actually drove us out. They want to demolish the building because they want to sell it or something. And then she was going to do other things, but I think she lost money in the process. So her business was gone down. So she and her daughter was not, I asked how old is your daughter? She said the daughter was about under 17. She was not up to 18. So what is the plan? She said, I asked her, okay, can you go, do you have, and she's a Muslim, have you seen your imam? Your cleric, you go to a mosque, can they help you, the community, the Muslim community, maybe set you up? She said, unfortunately, she went to the imam so that the imam could be of help. Guess what the imam was telling her? The imam is interested in the girl. After having 2 wives. She said, like, I want to marry your daughter. So now the issue is, she said she doesn't want her daughter to marry the imam because she believes her daughter has a future.
That's a good one.
She said that she's hungry, but even if the man denies them food or shelter, she believes that she wants her daughter to go to school. And I said, okay, can you go to the local government? At least try. We have welfare services in the local government. So this is a very big problem.
It is, and you know, as you're taking it to religion, I'm saying that a lot of the churches have responsibility to the society. Churches and mosques, they have. But again, I don't like this where people abdicate their responsibilities and their senses to the man of God without you knowing. So when you have, this week or last week was reported, a pastor was raping a girl. He's been raping her since she was 10. This matter came to light when she turned 14. She had had 3 abortions for him. Yes, she's had 3 abortions for him. You know, and because the mother took this girl to stay with the pastor because she was stubborn or whatever, you know. So it's not even about I put the child in church. That is no longer good enough. It's just to make sure that you are very, very vigilant. You know, parents will now have their own parents brigade. That anywhere you have a cluster of kids, there will be a parent monitoring. Technology is helping. CCTV and all of that, but we know that the man who raped a 2-year-old girl he knew where the CCTVs were, and he moved away from it so that, you know, he will not be seen. So I'm just saying that sometimes you don't have to have it all. You can't have everything. If you choose to have children, you should be able to take care of them. Some of these children that are abused are not indigent children. They are not. Their mothers or their fathers would be able to say, okay, let me take a different kind of job that I'll be more available, or or let me take other hours. Thank God now for remote jobs, but even inside those homes, you find women who don't have time for their children.
You're talking about intentional
You have
parenting.
fathers, you have fathers that the children cannot even talk to. Their fathers are still like Samanja inside the house.
Yes.
You cannot, they are not approachable. They just want children where they will demonstrate during graduation, we wear cloth and come, ceremonial parenting, you know. So I'm just saying, but for those ones who really are interested, teach your children self-defense. That would be the first line of protection that they have.
I think schools should also,
government should
incorporate
also-
the self-defense.
Schools can, but parents can. It's your child. It's your child.
Of what use was 15,
It will.
13 years old?
You will know where to bite them. No, you know where to bite them.
Whose children are taking those what do they call
Self-defense,
taekwondo and all that.
I understand.
Their skills improved. Like the woman was like, one day the child, it's more like this reflex action. That the child was so strong. She can't even imagine that. He's a 10-year-old.
No, it's good.
It's not going to protect all children. It can't protect a 2-year-old or a 6-month-old who has just been defiled. But I'm saying largely, if you take your 10-year-old child for deliverance in the church, and the pastor wants to come and deliver her in a special kind of way, she can do something to him.
In fact, sorry to cut you. There's also something I wanted to say, right? The deliverance with clergy, men of God. I feel like I'm of the opinion that parents should, I don't know if there are times when
How do you leave your underage
exactly, that's what I
without
was saying.
The
parents
they are
should
talking
supervise.
with the Holy Spirit, so it's just
You can
one-on-one.
speak with the Holy Spirit with me being with my child.
No, the Holy Spirit wants privacy.
No, so I think the parents should
Holy
also
Spirit
take
doesn't
caution.
work like that.
Stop saying this man as
I
God.
think the pastors
And
themselves, if they are responsible, they know the right thing to do. They might not- they
They
will
are
not be
charlatans.
found in one
They are
thing.
charlatans that have opened churches.
If the pastors or imams or religious leaders are responsible people and sincere, men of integrity or women of integrity, they know the right thing to do. That will not be questionable.
And there are babalawos too, that people take their children to, and then they give them ogunfe. Instead of doing the right thing, they give them ogunfe, and the girls start to follow them. So it happened. So don't. It happened. My lecturer told me the experience. Love charm, yes. Bottom line, the holidays here is a time for fun. Is a time for the children to run free. But please, parents, all I'm begging is that do not let them be afraid. Do not let fear interfere with the pleasure and the fun of the holiday. Be vigilant, monitor everybody, and please take care of your children. That's it. Happy holidays, kids.
Alright, so with that being said, the end always seems to come too soon on The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, #The Advocate NG, or on X and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, #The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa. Till next week, same time on Plus TV Africa DSTV, channel 408. Let's keep advocating for a better society. Bye.
The silent motoring and energy transition revolution that the Nigerian middle class is yet to plug into. I am Bola Oba, and this is Plus Politics.
The profound improvements in EVs, that is electric vehicles, with longer-lasting batteries that can now go up to 600 kilometers per charge, the little or no environmental pollution that the ICE, that is internal combustion engines, in conventional vehicles emit, which has made governments in environmentally responsible societies to set dates for the elimination of ICE vehicles on their roads. The increased productivity that EVs, which are smart objects like your smartphones and can be leveraged as Internet of Things tools by owners to galvanize increased productivity even while they are on the road. Far more importantly, the dramatically falling price of EVs, the average price of EVs sold by BYD, the world's largest EVs manufacturer, in China last year was $12,000. Indeed, there are Nigerian manufacturers that are now advertising tear rubber, quote unquote, that's the newly assembled EV, SUVs, and ILOS type trucks for half of the prices of, say, Japanese or American equivalents. The unfolding EV good news for the Nigerian motoring public does not stop at the competitive pricing level. The Rural Electrification Agency, REA, and the National Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure, NASENI, have signed the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, for the establishment of a $150 million lithium-ion battery, the chief component of EVs, manufacturing and processing factory already reportedly putting up its plant in Nasarawa State. The question is, why are the Nigerian car purchasing middle class not enthusiastically ramping up the purchase of EVs with all the enumerated techno-productivity, environmental, pricing, and local lithium battery conferring exchange generation advantages? Joining us virtually to probe into the question is the Director General of National Automotive Design and Development Council, NADDC, Mr. Oluwemimo Joseph Osanipin, and literally live in the studio with me is the President CEO of Saglef Incorporated, a U.S. electric vehicle manufacturing company with a new assembly plant in Imota, Ikorodu division of Lagos State, Dr. Olugbenga Sam Fale. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much for having me.
Pleasure. DG, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for having me.
It's never too late to say congratulations. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you.
We wish you all the best in your tenure. We want to believe that you will leave a legacy that will be so profound that the world cannot discountenance. But how would you want to start? What would you want to tell us about electric vehicle technology and the position of NADDC?
Electric vehicle, that is one of the new energy vehicles that is available world over. And globally it's been embraced. Nigeria is not left out. Nigeria is gradually embracing it because that's the future of the mobility. Electric vehicle is the future of mobility, that's certain. And we are already embracing that because of many reasons. Number one, the climate effect of emission. An electric vehicle, especially when it's battery, is zero emission. So it is attractive for anyone and for Nigeria to embrace it. So, and apart from that, maintenance costs. You can see the parts, the engine parts that an IC vehicle we have, they are into thousands. But electric vehicle, that is the cost of energy and the cost of powering ICE through AGO or through PMS. You know that the cost compared to EV is so high. So EV also reduced that one dramatically. And that's enough advantage or enough benefits that will attract motorists to patronize or migrate from ICE to EV.
Thank you very much.
We are also embracing that.
I'll come back to you, DG. Doc, yes. You know, would you, you are a medical doctor.
Yes, I am.
And one way or the other, how did your love for electric vehicle, how did it start? Before we even get into what inspired you becoming an industrialist, setting up an electric vehicle assembly plant in Nigeria all the way from the US. Let's give it a human face first.
The short version. Honestly speaking, I was just one of those kids that could never make up their mind whether I wanted to be a doctor or an engineer, honestly. The last day of JAMB, my dad called me and said, you know you have to submit this form today, right? Pick one. So after listening to him, I said, okay, let me pick medicine. But it so happened that after I finished medical school, I went to the US and specialized in internal medicine, also specialized in clinical informatics, which is all the healthcare information technology, in healthcare. And I've always been a big believer in the danger to our planet of climate change. So I've always understood the need for renewables. So me being partly also just an entrepreneurial, guy, I felt that there are avenues in renewables for entrepreneurship. Just that was my segue into tech, and I just basically kept looking into this. I've been involved in the real estate business and other endeavors in the US, and I just felt, along with my partners in Saglev, who actually makes electric vehicles in the US, also a Nigerian like myself, we just got together and said, look, you can make an EV company, I will make an EV company. There's no point doing this separately, we'll do it together, and that's really how Saglev came about. But we thought that it was in the emerging markets where the opportunities are.
I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Let me go back to the DG and I'll come back to you on some very interesting. I really want to know how, when we live in the diaspora, we have a very rustic, very backward perception of Nigeria, many of us, because we cross-feed ourselves some misinformation about Nigeria. I'm sitting there thinking, because I once lived in the diaspora, I'm thinking, okay, how did you then cross that Rubicon of believing that electric vehicle would ultimately be accepted in the Nigerian market? But let me go to the DG for the next step. DG, I just want to know, we know that Ria and Naseni at the last COP28 signed an MOU with a Chinese concern, an international manufacturer entity that is setting up plant now in Nasarawa State. And there is no way that lithium-ion battery could be made in Nigeria that some Nigerian entrepreneurs would not think, oh, about time to harness the inherent opportunities of electric vehicle manufacturing or components manufacturing in some respects. What would be the strategy? I think I have a confession to make here, and the confession, Mr. DG, is that I was one of those in my capacity as a director of a company that consults for the NADDC. I was one of those that wrote the curriculum for electric vehicles. So an average Nigerian watching now may not know that there is a detailed curriculum for electric vehicle, from how to transition the average roadside mechanic to working on electric vehicles, to somebody who is doing a PhD program, say in a formal academic environment. So, but this is not about me. This is about you as the person that wears the authority of the NADDC intimating the Nigerian public with the opportunity. So I'm sitting there wanting to ask you, how is the NADDC planning to unshake the opportunity of this domestication of one of the major components of electric vehicle manufacturing in Nigeria?
Thank you for the question. Number one, you will know that electric vehicle, the major component in electric vehicle is the battery. In fact, battery accounts for between 40 to 50% of the cost of an electric vehicle. So what that means is, if Nigeria is investing in production of electric vehicle, in production of battery, it literally means that gradually we are investing in manufacturing of electric vehicle in Nigeria, because by producing the battery itself, we have contributed up to 40% of the component. That is contributed about 40% of the component. That means the component, the battery can give us 40% of the total cost of the vehicle, which is local components, increase in our local component. So that is very vital. Producing battery in Nigeria is vital. And again, apart from it increase our local content component, we can be able to drag down the cost of manufacturing a vehicle and an EV vehicle. And if you can do that, it means we can translate that one we can transfer that one to the buyer. That means the cost of acquiring an electric vehicle in Nigeria can also go down. We really appreciate that, and we hope this big investment can start yielding results by producing battery for Nigerians. One, what other thing we are trying to do, just as you mentioned, the curriculum developed, which we call National Occupational Standard. That standard is being critiqued and the validation has been done. By the time we are through with it, it's going to serve as the basis for training Nigerians, the artisans, and different level of training, either the artisan, the fresh graduate, and those people that already have the experience in EV, those people that want to manufacture EV, those people that want to work on EV. So we know that we get to a point where we need to bridge the gap in the knowledge. That is the people that will be working on the EV. And we need them to acquire the basic knowledge or have the basic expertise in handling that. That's why we came up with this NOS, National Occupational Standard, which we have critiqued and which the validation has been done. So this also will help in increasing the awareness, as well as help people to adopt, help citizens to adopt EV usage faster.
Thank you very much, DG. Doc, before I went to DG, I made a remark that I would want you to respond to. You know, the misinformation in our diaspora, technology and social media is now helping to bridge the gap, but about the time that you must have started flirting with electric vehicle, social media was not big then. And for you to have thought that, okay, I want to go into this and I want to take it to Nigeria, you must be a very adventurous visionary.
Well, actually, I have to confess, there's no point. I used to be the typical diaspora that is totally scared of Nigeria. I think counting, I think I've been in the United States now about 32 years or so, something like that. And out of that 32 years, if you add all the days I've spent in Nigeria, there's probably less than 8 weeks, maybe now 12 weeks total before I started this. So, but again, due to social media, due to just being inquisitive, I participated in trade missions from companies. I just happen to have an interest in entrepreneurship generally. So I came to Nigeria, met with the U.S. consulate, U.S. ambassadors, all those people. They taught us a lot about Nigeria. At that point, I started realizing that, look, the story that you get and the story that is the truth, there's a gap. Yeah, I'm not, I'm just saying that there is a mismatch. But when things happen, it gets blown out of proportion. And yes, there are some problems and there are some concerns. The security issues are there, corruption issue is there. But at the end of the day, look, I was educated here. And I tell people that at the end of the day, when I got to the United States, I had colleagues who were owing $300,000-$400,000
from medical school.
From medical school, and my own debt was zero. So at the end of the day, as a diaspora person, you can think up, down, left, right, center. You still owe the country something. The country invested in you. Again, the joking part of it is that, look, you're going to eat burger to the point where you can't even stand it anymore. You are going to want swallow. You're going to want all these things.
The emotional persona in you would naturally, at some point, beckon you in the direction of home.
So, but things are changing. People are seeing. And all my friends are shocked that I'm here. And as a matter of fact, I do live here for the most part, and I do go home maybe 2, 3. In fact, I shouldn't use that word because I go to the United States 2, 3 weeks a time, do meetings, attend to urgent businesses and all that, and then I'm back here for the last 2 years. That's how it's been. So I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the U.S. So this is changing. I see a lot of friends who are saying, wow, I cannot believe you are doing this because you used to be one of the worst. So again,
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you on how your flirtation, and now that has become a lifelong and I hope transgenerational love with EV started. I'll come back to you because I really want to give this a human context and also use the experiences of people like you to hold the Nigerian middle class. The Nigerian middle class is still reticent.
Definitely.
All those ifs and but you were at the very emergence of electric vehicle motoring. You had a kind of experience that an average Nigerian maybe. Let me go back to the DG. The NADDC, I must state, is one of the national treasures that I want to believe has been changed media-wise. I don't suppose many Nigerians even get to know the strategic importance of the NADDC in the quality of the motoring experience they get. Many Nigerians don't know. How do you intend to engage the Nigerian public and let them see, especially the Nigerian motoring public, and let them see the whole gamut of things you do to protect them by the quality and standard of the vehicles you allow to be imported into Nigeria and assembled in Nigeria, the quality and standard of the motoring experience they enjoy that many don't know, that even far beyond Standard Organization of Nigeria, the NADDC, is the first line of quality assurance when it comes to vehicular objects coming into this country. What are your strategies, Mr. DG?
Yes, thank you for that question because it's something that we know we are addressing it because a lot of Nigerians are not even aware of the existence of the council, and a lot of Nigerians are not aware of what we are doing and what we have achieved. So it's part of what we are doing. We have started some campaign, and in the next few weeks, we notice that we start telling Nigerians what we have been doing, and what we have achieved. So especially in the area of CNG and EV, and generally what our mandates are and what we have achieved in the last few years. So just as you mentioned, apart from tests and standards that we have established, working with Standard Organization of Nigeria, we've done a lot. And even apart from that, we are trying to work on ensuring that the material used for local parts or local components meet the standard before you now process the material to become parts. And for that also, we have started building. We have a material test center in Zaria, and we have component parts test center in Enugu that will soon be commissioned. Also, we have emissions test center in Lagos State University of Science and Technology, Ikorodu. That one also will soon come to life. So all this we have been doing in order to ensure that the quality of the vehicle that are coming to Nigeria and the quality of vehicle that are on Nigerian road meet international standard. So also to protect, we are doing that also, especially the emissions center, to protect the environment. So all these, we know they are not being known by Nigerians. But again, we are using social media now. We are using electronic media. And then the traditional newspaper, all this we are going to employ in educating Nigerians or bringing our services to the notice of Nigeria. So we will start that in the next few weeks, and Nigerians will know more about what we have done, what we are doing, and what we are about to do again.
I'll come back to you, Mr. DG, especially in the particular area of human capital development and the inherent opportunities that the council presents to the Nigerian youths, especially in the area of human capital development. I'll come back to you. Doc, we will go, we will soon get to the nitty-gritty of how SAGLEV came into being and why Imota Ikorodu, Nigeria. But I like to always give the human story element to serious, because people can identify in many respects with stories like that. So how did I used the word flirtation initially, but I know you are in love now with, how did it graduate from, okay.
So I want to crave your indulgence to tell you that without the NADDC, I don't want to forget to say this, without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. I think it's important to say that so that people can hear that without the NADDC, SAGLEV would not be here. So because we did not even know.
In a way, to the NADDC is like also an investment.
1,000%.
Investment conduit.
Yes, because
foreign direct investment conduit to Nigeria.
Not directly the foreign direct, but you see, we have these ideas, and we're in the United States, and we do manufacture cars in the United States, by the way. We have these ideas of what we want to do, but we don't know how to do it. We don't know what the policy is. The NADDC is who has guided us step by step to where we are. They are the ones that have pointed out to us. Now, it's a very interesting story of how we got here. As you know, we started out in Ghana.
Yeah.
And the things that happened in Nigeria fuel-wise started. It was the NADDC that said, okay, you guys...
Now you have a competitive
you guys,
business environment.
Yeah, because every time they would talk to us, we would tell them, but Nigerians have pretty much free petrol. We don't know that they are ready for EV. It was at that point they literally called us up and said, look, guys, give the excuse again, because that excuse is not valid anymore. So I just wanted to bring that up real quick.
Very important point.
Yes, very important point to make sure you give.
But ultimately, the removal of subsidy.
Yes, did it. Yes.
And presents the business opportunity that speaks to the fact that now the alternative energy.
Some of that, because you have to understand that while petrol was 50 naira a liter in Nigeria, it was over 850 naira a liter. Today, petrol is 1,340 naira a liter in Ghana. It's even more expensive in Abidjan. So it's not a matter of the business case. Even if petrol was $50 50 naira a liter, you would still have the benefits of using an EV.
Environmental.
And we can go into talking about all of environmental, the cost of
smart
the ease,
technology.
Yes, the ease of repair, the
productivity,
ease of maintenance, and the reduction in the total cost of ownership. You have all these benefits in the EV. But now going to your question, yes, the reason, you see, I can relate to how Nigerians feel now that, oh, there's no charging. You know, Nigeria has been a country that has suffered tremendously under the lack of power. We still are in this conundrum. So anytime you mention anything electric, the first thing in Nigerian is just natural. The human mind tells you, no, it's not possible. But however, every step that I've seen here, I went through it in the United States. To give you a story, very close friend of mine was the very first person that actually acquired a Tesla. My classmate, we've been classmates actually since primary school. So that's why I tell you
What year was that?
This was in 2012. The very number 27 Tesla that came off the lines, we drove that car. But I want to tell you this. When he picked up that car in Nebraska to get to Atlanta, okay, it took 4 days.
The two of you?
Well, I was smart enough to let him do that problem. I escaped it because somehow, he's an anesthesiologist, I'm an internist, so his time is more, so I escaped that. But I knew he was picking up the car, and we were all excited to see to test drive this thing. But incidentally, 4 days to move from Nebraska to Atlanta because you have to stop. There are chargers, but at that time, the charging system was very immature, even though there were Tesla superchargers. But to drive from Nebraska to Atlanta, the path. So I can relate because I lived it in the United States where there was, this is early 2012, where you have an EV, but you can't charge. So when people are telling me there's no charging, so again, I want to assure Nigerians that you see what we went through in 2012, in 2 to 3 years, you're not going to even remember all those things because all those problems are actually already being solved. I've driven an electric vehicle here a year and a half. Every day.
A fleet, actually.
Well, don't tell people I drive a fleet of EV. But
because I know you are a couple.
Yeah.
You've been to my office a couple of times.
Yes.
I have a confession to make. When it was about setting up Saglev factory in Imota, Ikorodu division, one of the companies where I'm a director actually selected young Nigerian technicians. We call them automotive mechatronics technicians. We trained fundamentally. They are still in training because they want to expose them to global standards. So they are still in training. But having said that, I think it's imperative. Journalistic ethics demand that I make that revelation. So
yes. So again, what happens is I can relate. But the good news is that in a very short time, this Tesla supercharger was all over to the point where you could easily drive that car pretty much nationwide on electric charge. Now, I actually right now hardly drive an internal combustion engine vehicle. I don't. 80% of all the charging for electric vehicles will actually happen at home.
Repeat that.
80% of electric vehicle charging, period, in this country, in any country, is going to happen at home. It's like that in the US, it's like that. So there are other little areas where you have to make some adjustments.
Doc, you know the irony for me. I'm sitting here thinking, most of us, notwithstanding whatever may be our perception of the reality of public power utility. Most of us don't sleep in the dark. We make arrangements.
Exactly.
And the same power with which we sleep can also
charge your car.
I'm not going to romanticize it. Charging equipment are still relatively expensive. We will get back to that. Let me go to DG.
Okay.
That is where we go in the direction
yes.
DG, thank you for still keeping this good time with us. Like I said when I was going out the last time I was with you, I know that the council, that's the NADDC, has a robust human capital development program that crisscrosses from hand-holding the average roadside mechanic. We call them the Baba Mufus or the Eshobes, and holding them from ignorance to being able to work with modern vehicles that are largely computers on wheels. Don't even let's talk about EVs now. A modern automobile are computers on wheels. You have vehicles now averaging about 7 ECMs, electric control modules, some far more. We know that apart from training those artisanal mechanics, you have programs that mentor people, undergraduates in universities. You are partnering with some tertiary institutions. That is actually why you have the emission facility in the Southwest in a tertiary institution in Lagos State. Lagos State University of Technology now, former Lagos State Polytechnic. How do you want to tell an average young person interested like he was in flirting with technology? What do you want to tell an average young person on how the NADDC can usher them into realizing their dream of being automotive mechatricians, or indeed somebody that works on or that can dabble into the world of EVs? Your floor.
Okay, let me start from known to unknown in for this particular question. When I say known, is from ICE. How did we manage, or how are we managing the ICE maintenance? Currently, we realize that even the ICE vehicle are changing. Some of the technicians, the ones we call mechanics, the technicians, some of them trained about 20, 15 years ago, and the technology has really changed. So what we have done is to organize training for the technicians across the country. And as of today, we have trained over 10,000 Nigerian youths. We have trained over 10,000 artisans. And in training them, we ensure that we move them from the type of vehicle they started with. We introduce the new vehicle, the new technology, and we let them keep abreast of the happenings and new technology that we have in auto now. So we've done the training across Nigeria. We have what we call sector skill council. So we have this sector skill. It consists of almost 17, 18 different agencies or people that have experience in different areas of auto, lecturers, people that are assemblers, artisans. All these people we brought them together, and they form what we call sector skill. And they develop a curriculum that we are using to train all the artisans. We train artisans that we call the roadside. We train fresh graduates in Midas so that they can design parts, they can design different things using Midas technology. So we've done all this for both skilled and unskilled artisan and skilled professionals in auto field. And that's what we intend to also do with the electric vehicle. We realize that electric vehicle, you need to be abreast with the current technology concerning that. And that's why we have started by first of all developing the curriculum. Because that curriculum is going to be the guide for everybody that want to play parts here, that want to play role here. Just as you are mentioning, you discussed with Doctor. Doctor was trained as a medical doctor, but today is now playing a major role in production of electric vehicle in Nigeria. The same way, because of the interest and because of expertise he has acquired outside the classroom. The same way we are trying to do, we are doing with EV. There are some people that we acquire this experience not in the four walls of university, but we want them to be grounded. And that's why we have come up with this National Occupational Standards concerning that developed the curriculum for EV. So we have done that, and any moment from now again, we will be embarking on nationwide training of youth. We are already in the process, and we are going to introduce our youth to the common things in EV, the common things, because in EV you don't have plenty parts. So we need to let them know how do you charge, what's the different kind of charging connectors that are available, then all the little details that they need to know, and then how can you maintain an electric vehicle. These are things we are going to do. And in doing that, we are going to partner with people that are playing in that field. We are going to partner with professors, engineers. We are going to partner with engineers that are practically professional engineers, and also the vehicle assemblers or vehicle manufacturers. All these people, we bring them together, and we are going to organize those training and let Nigerians know how to handle EV vehicle. When we did the ICE, after training, sometimes we give them some, we like call it take home, like a diagnostic machine, for example. And with diagnostic machine, I was in one state recently, and when they were talking to us, one of them mentioned that we have been able to move them from analog to digital mechanics. So the same way we are going to do in EV. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Where you left it, you've moved past, the anxiety, the initial anxiety level. Now,
yes. So just picking up from where, so those anxieties that you had about charging, those are normal. It actually has a name. It's called range anxiety, because you are worried, where am I going to charge? I have 400 kilometers, but 400 kilometers is a lot. It's a lot. So
one way 400 kilometers will take you to as far as
actually, I'll throw out some data shortly to make people really understand what 400 kilometers is. But having said that, what has happened is every concern that I see people having, I've lived through this. I can relate to it, and I understand, how these are very legitimate concerns. But the good thing is that people also need to take comfort in the fact that these are problems that other people have gone through, and people have actually walked their way through solving this. For example, charging. I have a charger at home. It costs, let me just throw out some numbers. If I were an Uber driver and I have our smallest product, for 4 hours you get 300 kilometers on that car. It costs 2,500 naira to charge that car. If you have the same vehicle in internal combustion car, 10 to 12,000 naira to fuel
per day.
And you are not going to finish that, because when we've been here on the ground collecting data for going on 3.5 years now, Uber drivers don't even drive 200 kilometers. So you will not even finish that charge. Not only that, if you have a car that has a 300 kilometer range and you are in Lagos, you are not going to charge but more than once a week, guaranteed. I don't charge more than once a week if I'm within town. So it's remarkable It really
If you're
relieves.
you mean if you're doing inner city driving?
Yeah, because don't forget that the entire, everywhere we go to in Lagos is about 22 by 24 kilometers. It fits in a box of 22 by 24. We don't drive a lot. We're just spending all our time in hold up. In Abuja, they drive a little bit more, but it's not a whole lot. So, yeah, people need to, but again, these concerns are valid, and our job is to actually make people understand, yes, your concern is valid, but now look at it this way. We have to educate the public, which is why we need the media. We have to partner with the media very tightly to educate the public and make them understand, because the truth is that the gas station is at home mostly, not where it's just, you have to just look at it a little bit different.
You don't have to go and be queuing.
No, you don't have to. And again, people talk about cost. Let me throw out some numbers to you. This is not a commercial. We just want to talk about EVs. So, an electric charger comes with, if by the time the EV is anywhere upwards of $25,000-ish, it will come with its own charger, 100%. Even if it were lower than that, and I'm just throwing out a number, a charger that you would put at home, you can easily get for $300-400. And
you charge your vehicle at home?
Yes, the charger itself. And we have trained technicians that will install it for you. So some of the lower vehicles, the more affordable vehicles, may not come with a charger, but you can easily have a charger by us installed for you at home. It's not expensive. Not only that, what we have done as a company is we have actually provided a charging platform. We have already signed contracts. This is not a commercial. People can find out there are malls already in Lagos where we have banks of chargers. So that if you are a rideshare driver and you don't have a home where you can install a charger, you don't have steady power at home, well, you can park your car, charge it for 4 hours, and you can park it at 8 p.m. at night. By 12 midnight, your car is charged, and you are ready for your next day's work. 2,500 naira versus 20. Because if you're using a mid-size, it will be 20,000 a day. So
sport utility vehicle?
Yeah, oh yeah, much more. So our story is not just about an EV. Our story is very much about jobs. Because don't forget that a lot of the rideshare drivers quit because they can't afford to pay 10,000 naira a day. They quit driving because, how do I know that? Part of our testing, we started ordering rideshare rides by ourselves. We just wanted to know. Apart from paying rideshare drivers to get data, we were actually entering rideshare in Lagos before we even started using our own cars for the drivers.
Rideshare or ride-hailing?
Ride-hailing, the same thing. Rideshare, ride-hailing. It's the difference between American English and...
Okay, because rideshare, what we understand rideshare to be in this part of the world is that we live in the same neighborhood.
And then we share. Yes.
We go in the same direction.
Yes, but
we
to
don't
us,
really want to be wasting this thing.
To us, it's just the same thing. The same difference between boot and bonnet.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
English.
But English. It's just English. Yes. But on a more serious note, we find out that these drivers benefit. It is about jobs. It is about making a living. It is about a guy who is spending so much on a vehicle that the vehicle itself, he cannot afford it. Now, by the time you give him a piece of equipment that the cost of maintenance is 50 to 60% less. And I tell people, look, I cannot compete with a Tokunbo car. But where I beat the Tokunbo car is this. Before your Tokunbo car reaches your hand from the port, you are spending money. Because that car has already spent 200,000 miles somewhere. You're already spending money on it.
To be honest with you, I was shocked about 2 weeks ago when I saw the advertisement gallery of one of the local EV assemblers. And I saw a sports utility vehicle, a typical sports utility vehicle that if you're looking at it, ostensibly, it speaks to the design, the look and feel of a Japanese or North American sports utility vehicle assembled in Lagos, and the cost is about half of an average Japanese sports utility vehicle that goes for, say, 50 million naira.
Yes.
And I was thinking, so can it cheap buy? Honestly, I was
well, you'll be surprised. So one of the things, actually, one of the hardest parts we had to figure out was how do we get these cars affordable to even come and do this in Nigeria. That was very difficult. We had to use my contacts, my partner's contacts, because he does manufacture cars in the United States, to find the right vehicle at the right price. And when we were coming, we had specific vehicles we wanted to compete against. I'm not going to mention anybody's name.
But given the paranoia that is now pervading Europe, because I was reading an article in the Economics magazine about 2-3 months ago, and Europe is alarmed now that EVs from a particular country are literally sweeping out, and they come with the best of smart technologies, Internet of Things technologies, like, you may even forget your smartphone at home, and the vehicle will serve as your smartphone, will make you run your office businesses, will make you run things at home. Maybe you forgot to put off the cooker. Let me go back to the DG for his epilogue. Mr. DG, we just have, as the person that personifies the standards for vehicular objects in Nigeria, the person that personifies the institution that also sets standard for how young Nigerians are trained to become specialists, auto maintenance technicians and engineers. How would you want to sign out from this show today? We know we're looking forward to many other opportunities for you when we have issues relating to automotive standards. But how would you want to sign out today, sir?
I want to sign out by assuring Nigeria that Rome was not built in a day. Just as Dr. Falaye mentioned, we have to start from somewhere. And with what we have on ground, we can really even scale faster than some of these developed worlds when it comes to EV adoption. First thing, we have to first of all disabuse people's minds, because by providing the right information to people, because there is this knowledge gap. A lot of Nigerians, just as you said in the beginning, did not know or still don't know that you can actually charge an EV car at home, because it depends on the size of the battery. Some of the car you can use AC or alternative currents to charge, just like the way you charge your phone. The same way you can charge your vehicle at home. And if you want to use fast charger, some of the assembler of EV, some of them have fast charging devices, which you can still use outside. I was at a place one day, and I was there with electric vehicle, with EV vehicle, and a top person that you would think to know about electric vehicle was Marvel. I was asking, am I sure this is real electric vehicle? And I said, yes. I have to take him around, explain everything before he could believe that truly we could put electric vehicle on Nigerian road. So this is first thing we need to address. Bridge the knowledge gap. Let Nigerians know this is possible. Despite the fact that we have power challenges, but we know, despite the power challenge, we still charge our phone We still use electricity at home. We still use electricity in our offices. The same can be done here. Again, on building the infrastructure, we know that some of the reason why the adoption is slow in Nigeria is the non-availability of infrastructure. And we know once someone have to start it, and that's why we are happy with Shaglev for starting it, and many others that have done a lot in pushing for adoption of EV. Because some people will say, oh, if I bring in infrastructure, we don't have the vehicle. And the people that want to buy the vehicle will say, I want to buy the vehicle, but there's no infrastructure. That means we have to start either by providing the vehicle, then investor will come and invest in infrastructure. Or we first of all start with infrastructure. But what we are doing is that we are building gradually, and that is a very good thing. Again,
Thank you very much.
He has mentioned something about cost. We know, I'm assuring Nigerians, the cost of ownership, the cost of owning an electric vehicle is far, far cheaper compared to cost of owning an ICE. Because we are only looking at cost of acquisition. We are not talking about cost of maintenance. We are not talking about cost of powering it. But when you bring the three together, acquisition cost, cost of maintaining it, and cost of powering it daily, you will realize that electric vehicle is far, far cheaper.
Thank you very much, Mr. DG. Thank you so much. We look forward to engaging you some other times, especially when it comes to enlightening our motoring public. Thank you. Doc, I really want to use this opportunity, your signing off opportunity, to let you speak to the Nigerian diaspora. I've got friends who make sure, and as an ex-diasporian returnee like you, I've got friends who make sure that their parents sleep in, they make sure that their parents don't sleep in darkness every day. They make sure that they have a car for mommy and daddy that should take them around. Many of them actually have cars parked in Nigeria, and many of them are not even aware that they are returnees like you, assembling electric vehicles in Nigeria. Because I know if many of them were to be aware that the assembly vehicle there are EV assembly plants in Nigeria, you know what? I don't want mommy to go and be queuing when there is a fuel shortage, or daddy to go and be queuing when there. So what do you want to, looking at your camera?
So what I want to tell the diaspora is that Nigeria that you see today is a totally different country. Okay, when I left, there was virtually no middle class. There's actually a bigger middle class in Nigeria. Going back to mommy and daddy, believe me, you do not want mommy and daddy to drive a car that is going to give them problem, and the mechanic is going to, be their best friend. The solution is to give them actually an EV, because now you're solving that reliability problem, and you're also solving the power problem, and then you're also solving the sending driver to go and drive, to go and queue in the gas station. But more importantly, I want to put your mind, as Bola and I were saying before the program, there is an actual investment opportunity for diasporans, because we all have cousins who need help and they reach out to us. But there is now an opportunity to invest in the renewable industry, and specifically electric cars, because now somebody can actually make a living using an electric car in ride hailing, using an electric car in mobility, using an electric car in mass transport. There are employment opportunities, but it goes back to that old saying of teach people how to fish rather than not giving them fish.
Feed them for a meal.
Yes.
Teach a man how to fish,
yes,
and you feed him for the rest of his
exactly.
life. Thank you very much, Doc. It's quite wonderful having you here. Maybe because I'm an automotive person with one eye. This is where we'll be wrapping it up for today. I am Bola Oba.
My name is Yetunde Adefolahan Odejayi, the fourth in line from my late parents, Reverend Jacob Adeshoga and Grace Folorunsho Badejo of blessed memory from Ijebu-Igbo. I was born and grew up in Ilesha, the old western region, now Osun State. Exciting days with great reminiscences. First, I am Yetunde because I was born shortly after my late father lost his mother. So, all respects for my father's mother were automatically transferred to me, as it was believed she was the one who came back. I remember I was so pampered by the late Mr. Oke, my teacher in primary 1 at Imesile, to the extent that my mother resisted and insisted I must repeat that class. Those were days when parents were less sentimental in ensuring their children had sound academic footing. Good old days. I think of our unblemished dedication to service, our disciplined lifestyle of waking up at 5 a.m. for morning prayers, engaging in household chores, arriving school early, eat lunch at 3 p.m., serve siesta for 1 hour, read till 7 p.m., and prepare for dinner by 8 p.m. Submit your assignments and essays for my father's scrutiny. Prayer time 9 p.m., bedtime 10 p.m. That was the routine. Good old days. We are who we are today through God's grace and because of those strict upbringing and high moral values impacted on us, not only by our parents, but from schools, places of worship, recreation, and even from our immediate community. I recall when Bami would be passing by and just order any recalcitrant child who had frustrated his parents to start living with us. At some point, we were over 23, living on a meager salaries of 2 teachers, Bami and Mami. Now, I stop to wonder, can we relive those old times again? Will our children believe us when we tell them our salaries at some point were not more than 36 naira a month as a teacher in a modern school in Ijebu-Igbo? The great concern now is to wish for a brighter future for the upcoming ones and join in this drive. Our children must not also refer to this era in future as good old days. We can change the narrative. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow, not the good old days. I join Shemore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Reforms introduced and implemented by the Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu-led administration are aimed at streamlining business development processes and building investors' confidence in the state's economy. And the Sanwo-Olu's government has been proactive in implementing business-friendly regulations and constantly reviewing ease of doing business policies to lessen challenges associated with new business registration and obtaining permits. The digitalization of services has equally eliminated bureaucratic bottlenecks while enhancing stability in the business environment, demonstrating a new push for an aggressive investment inflow to boost Lagos State's economic growth. This is a Greater Lagos vision. Lagos is indeed rising. I am Love Oyedoku. Welcome.
This is Lagos, the heartbeat of Nigeria, a city steeped in rich cultural heritage and now poised to become a global financial center.
We're at a Lot Mayor's show, and it's an opportunity for us to just depict what Lagos is all about. And it's only at an event like this, competing with other bigger cities and other nations, that you can get to tell your story. So it's storytelling time for us.
In a historic moment, Lagos made its inaugural appearance at the renowned Lord Mayor's show in London, a testament to its growing economic prominence.
Lagos is a big mega city on its own right now. It's the largest city in Africa. It's the biggest economy that is a sub-national in Africa. But we want to make it one of the international financial centers in the world. All we're trying to do is to be able to let the world know that Lagos is indeed ready for bigger business.
Lagos isn't just open for business. It's a gateway to the future, embracing innovation and welcoming investors from around the globe. We invite the world to witness Lagos's dynamism, progress, and the myriad of opportunities available for transformative, groundbreaking projects.
Lagos is indeed ready to take over the world in the financial space, in the economic space, and to truly really be able to tell both the Lagos, the Nigerian, and the African story, and be able to let other parts of the world know who we are, understand our culture, understand that we're the center of culture, entertainment, music in the whole of Africa, and to also be able for people to know what we have to give to the world.
So the whole idea, right, is for us to be able to let the world, get them to know what is happening in Lagos. But GDP of Lagos is actually bigger than the GDP of Kenya, it's bigger than Ghana, it's bigger than Rwanda, and it's bigger than Senegal. As a little sub-national, it's very big in how it stands, in how it sits, and it's all of that conversation that we think a lot of people need to know what is happening in Lagos, and how we can use the Lagos story, to sort of tell the African story.
On this episode, Ease of Doing Business, Governor Sanwo-Olu meets investors, guarantees returns on investments. Unemployment, Governor Sanwo-Olu calls for collaboration with stakeholders to tackle trends. Health insurance plan, Sanwo-Olu launches Ilera Eco Standard Jara. Details of these and many more when we return. Please don't touch the dial. Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has met with over 200 local and international investors at a pre-summit investors roundtable in anticipation of the 3rd African Social Impact Summit, ASIS 3.0. The event held in Victoria Island featured investment presentations, a question and answer session, interactive sessions, roundtable discussions, and deal rooms for prospective investors ready to sign memorandum of understanding and partnership agreements with the state government. Tagged Opportunity Made in Lagos, the event was aimed at highlighting investable projects in Lagos, particularly in health, arts, culture, creative economy, technology, agriculture, infrastructure, transportation, and telecommunications sector.
The event brought together a diverse array of stakeholders, including investors, policymakers, trade organizations, financial executives, industry leaders, and business experts. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu told the forum that the state is projecting a positive economic outlook driven by its growing population and the development of sustainable infrastructure to spur growth.
Anybody can do, as a leader, is not to improve whatever, environment he found himself in. So for us in Lagos, we've been a bit lucky. We've seen, consistent growth in our leadership profile, and the minimum we can do here is to ensure that we take that growth into a level that is enviable. And so we are completely committed at ensuring that we do not reverse the trajectory of the consistent and continuous growth that we've seen in the state. In the last 5 years, like we've said, we've seen our GDP grow by almost 50%, and so it is to make sure that we can continually, encourage, even in very difficult times, our investors to be able to have the conversations of de-risking, what could be their issues, what could be their concerns, and being able to give them that comfort, and that enabling, environment and assurance that whatever it is that they invest as a government will continue to play our own role and will ensure that, the investments are not only secured, but they can also be guaranteed of some, minimum return that would encourage and ensure that they stay around us. And doing this for us is not anything out of this. It's the minimum that we'll expect, that we should be guided with, or we should be gauged, about, and we will continue to do that. We know that Mr. President, he's equally committed. We can tell you that, clearly. He's equally committed, and we know that with everything that he has, he's pushing, to ensure that the country as a whole come out of whatever, economic wood we find ourselves right now. And the least we can do is for us to encourage him, is for us to work with him, and realize the countrywide, global growth strategy, that he has set for us. And so, that's what we're doing here, and that's what we're about.
The managing director of Sterling Bank, Abubakar Suleiman, said the summit meeting aimed to boost investor confidence in local markets and foster a business climate of greater trust.
The most critical thing for investing is that you have to be able to forecast what the future would look like. The moment you are no longer able to determine what the immediate future will look like, let alone the distant future, you are not going to invest. And that comes from, one, policies, right? You've got to have policy environment where there's predictability, there's clarity. And I think Lagos has done a pretty decent job of providing this policy environment. The other thing that then comes with that is, even if there's policy, will it be consistently applied? Would it be applied to every investor in the same way? Again, very important that you can estimate that the policy affects everyone in the same way. But ultimately, it comes down to there has to be a level of respect between government and the investor community. Because in the absence of respect, the communication that would lead to the building of trust will not exist. So I like that Lagos State continues to convene, continues to come in for events like the Africa Social Impact Summit, and of course bring in all the critical stakeholders, their commissioners, the head of agencies, and we have brought in the investors leading to this conversation. So yes, without respect, there is no trust. Without trust, there is no investment.
What I'm taking home is the fact that you can trust Lagos for continuity. So if you're investing in Lagos, there's a continuity plan. So in a lot of climes you invest, and much later when the particular government is over and done, policy somersault, there's no continuity. But if you're investing in Lagos, you're convinced that the continuity plan is already in place to ensure that even after this government is over and done, the policies that are in place can support your businesses and allow your businesses thrive. That's my take home from today. continuity, trust. Lagos is building trust in the hearts of investors. And of course, communication. Lagos is trying as much as it can to communicate the opportunities it has to the world, to Africa, to West Africa, and then bringing people together to review these opportunities directly from critical stakeholders, in the governor's cabinet. And Lagos, to a reasonable extent, on a scorecard of 100, Lagos is 80% secure, comparable to other states, other climes across West Africa. Lagos is one of the most secure cities, one of the most secure locations in West Africa and in Africa. So for a state that's as secure as Lagos, investment is safe. It's necessary for investors to come in. And then you look at connectivity. Some of the biggest technology companies in West Africa, some of the biggest technology companies in Africa are situated in Lagos. So if you're looking at connectivity, your businesses cannot thrive in a modern day world, in the 21st century, without proper connectivity. And Lagos has the right connectivity. Lagos has the biggest tech companies across West Africa located in here. Then for investments to thrive, you also look at an infrastructure. The infrastructure, road networks, rail networks, the governor spoke extensively about water transportation, our water networks, our road, our rails, electricity, our ports. Lagos has some of the biggest ports in West Africa and in Africa. They are all functional. They are all working. So these are some of the indices that people look at, investors look at, companies look at to put in money in any economy. And people talk about, the fluctuation in foreign exchange rates. That is a circumstance that's to a reasonable extent beyond the control of Lagos State. It's a global, I wouldn't say it's a global, I would say it's a countrywide, it's a nationwide problem. Even if you're not dealing with Nigeria, you're thinking about investing in other climes across West Africa, they also have their own challenges, which might not necessarily be, fluctuation in currency exchange rates, but there are other challenges that exist. So to a reasonable extent, Lagos has a lot of its challenges under control. And like we've always said, investors would always get their return on investment if they come to Lagos.
It's about time that we see a lot of philanthropic, long tenure development, investment in our environment. It's not about us today. It's about building for another 20, 30, 40 years. That should be part of a call that we have now. And it's only when you have this kind of committed investment that you can see that there will not be reversal into the growth trajectory of your environment. And that's what we're doing.
Sanwo-Olu highlighted promising investment opportunities in transportation, tourism, health insurance, and waterways, affirming the state government's commitment to advancing ambitious development plans for these key sectors.
Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has reaffirmed his administration's unwavering commitment to the Themes Plus development agenda, which aims to create an enabling environment for businesses to grow and thrive in Lagos State. The governor stated this in his keynote address at the 9th Lagos Corporate Assembly.
Gathered in this hall are members of Lagos State's business community, comprising chief executive officers, CEOs, captains of industry, and leaders of business membership organizations for the 9th edition of the annual BOS Meets Business Community event themed Unpacking Barriers to Ease of Doing Business, Accelerating Business Growth. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu was represented by his deputy, Hamzat Obafemi. He commended the resilience of the business community despite the current global economic challenges confronting their operations.
The implementation of this agenda, we have initiated numerous policy reforms to facilitate business operations in Lagos. We are simplifying regulatory processes, improving infrastructure, and leveraging technology to streamline interaction between businesses and government agencies. Our goal, therefore, is to minimize bureaucratic blockages and create a seamless experience for all businesses operating in our state. A case in point was when the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, in collaboration with the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, PEDEC, worked to align the interest of a state agency with those of a platinum member. I'm sure you know the company involved. This initiative facilitated a mutually benefiting working relationship by bringing both parties to the negotiating table in a spirit of fairness and equity. This collaborative approach is how we aim to continue working, fostering partnership between states, ministries, departments, and agencies, and members of the organized private sectors as allies in progress. As a government, we see this assembly as a crucial platform for public-private dialogue, where we collectively identify challenges, discuss solutions, and chart a course for sustainable economic growth and development. This is because we understand and recognize the power of stakeholder engagement and the importance of providing a listening ear to the business communities. Our resolve is to make this assembly a formidable platform for public-private collaboration, ensuring that your voices are heard and your concerns are addressed promptly. We are determined to turn the feedback we receive from you into actionable policies that will further ease the business environment in the state. Dear guests, I must commend the resilience of the business community despite the numerous challenges earlier highlighted, including the current global economic downturns confronting the operations. We have continued to innovate, adapt, and contribute significantly to the growth of our state. Your tenacity and entrepreneurial spirit are the bedrock upon which Lagos' economic success is built. So I assure you of our continued support as our administration is unreservedly committed to providing the necessary resources, infrastructure, and policies that will ensure your businesses not only survive but thrive. We will continue to engage with you, listen to your needs, and implement reform that will foster an environment necessary for your businesses to grow. Therefore, we assure you of our commitment to incorporating your feedback into our policy formulation and regulatory review, because this is the oil that wields our common and collective progress. So as we gather here together, let us all reaffirm our collective commitment to overcoming the barriers to ease doing business in our state.
Commissioner, Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, Folashade Ambrose Modibem, spoke on steps taken by the ministry to ensure a conducive environment is in place for businesses to thrive in Lagos State.
Cooperatives, Trade and Investment, MCCTI, is in the process of constituting an ease of doing business team that will be tasked with interfacing with stakeholders in the business community via a one-stop shop virtual interface. This will be technology-driven to meet the demand of the highly digitized local and global investors community. The virtual one-stop shop interface will be enabled with robust connectivity to strategic global business gateways and to enhance the state of the global business communities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as the nation's commercial hub and economic powerhouse, we recognize that a wholesome operating environment is key to job creation, poverty eradication, and overall economic development. I, along with all my colleagues, am more than confident that the present administration, under the able leadership of Mr. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and Mr. Deputy Governor Dr. Kadri Obafemi Hamzat, will stop at nothing to sustain and further build on the current milestones achieved. We will continue to build on the major drivers of the state's economy, increasing the contributions of the manufacturing sector, road transportation, building construction, wholesale and retail, telecommunications, financial institutions, and real estate. As an implementing ministry, MCCTI will continue to interface with other ministries, departments, and agencies here in the state, across other states of the Federation and at the federal level, including relevant local, international institutions alike. We will continue to collaborate with bilateral and multilateral chambers of commerce and industry to achieve and sustain the objectives of having an enabling environment, where doing business in Lagos will be much more easier.
As in the tradition, participants had ample opportunity to get responses to some burning issues bugging their minds.
We tend to believe the governor promised that the 4th mainland bridge will commence February this year. This is July. Is government telling us the truth?
The 4th mainland bridge will build through PPP, public-private partnership. So, and I don't know if you followed it, it was advertised internationally and locally. About, I think, 15 companies bidded. It was narrowed down to one. So the preferred bidder, of course, the secondary bidder. Now, that was not even done by Lagos State government for transparency. So our financial people, I think, was Pikmawick or something. Our lawyers were Lani Ajayi. So we got private sector to look at the sector. Okay, so the process is ongoing, but so they need to also raise finance.
The government's unwavering commitment to improving the ease of doing business in Lagos State was reaffirmed during the day's engagements, which reverberated as a clear message.
And in line with this administration's commitment to providing quality, affordable, and efficient healthcare services for Lagos residents, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has launched the Ilera Eco Standard Jara Health Insurance Scheme. The governor also commissioned 5 Ilera Eco virtual booths installed across the state to improve healthcare across for the informal sector, including market vendors, artisans, and other grassroots stakeholders. Speaking at the event, Governor Sanwo-Olu stated that these new initiatives mark a significant milestone in health insurance for Lagos State and Nigeria. He assured residents that his administration will continue to introduce policies and reforms to make healthcare more accessible and affordable. Governor Sanwo-Olu urged the informal sector, which makes up to 70% of Lagos State's population, to take advantage of the new Ilera Eco health initiatives and enroll. This, he said, will help the high out-of-pocket costs and medical bills that many residents face. Governor Sanwo-Olu recently signed an executive order to bolster the new health initiatives. He now encourages all Lagos residents to enroll in the Lagos State Health Scheme.
After, the commissioning, and you've heard all of the stories of what it's been doing in the various communities, these booths are designed to bring healthcare closer to the people and to expand the reach of Lashman's health insurance scheme, Ilera Eco, across the state. It is particularly useful for our hardworking market men and women who usually find it difficult to leave their stores or their shops, to leave behind their wares, or to take, a long trip to our various hospitals or our health or our primary health facilities, even when they're sick. They will now have this first-line health service in different informal businesses and clusters around. They will now have this next to them. I urge you to protect and maintain these facilities for the use of the community. I also want to call on other LGAs and LCD to support Lashman by facilitating the installation of more V-booths in these areas.
Oluwakemi Ogunyemi, the special advisor to the governor on health, commended the Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to health initiatives, emphasizing Lagos State's dedication to the lives and well-being of its citizens.
So we have included things like eye surgery. Cancer is now up to 5 million if you are under the scheme. We have increased the days of admission. We have added more diagnostic services and drugs. You will see that when we present today, it is a very, very robust plan, and it's still very affordable for the price that we are asking negotiants to pay. Even though we have the number, I think the pensioners are about 30,000 plus or thereabouts. We are currently in all the local governments, all 57 of them, registering them onto the scheme, and we are going to provide healthcare for them free of charge for 1 year. So the equity fund is going to serve the purpose.
That's all we have for you on this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Love Ikuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. You're watching Plus TV Africa and the program is Sports Business with Orufo Ezaga. Today we have another interesting edition for you. We're going to be talking about Nigeria's most successful sport, would you believe it? And it is in football. The sport in which Nigeria has consistently produced some of the best players in the world and in which we have also produced a world champion. All right, today, joining us from the United States will be Mr. Wellington Jigere, who was the 2015 World Scrabble Champion. And joining us from Abuja would be Mr. Toke Aka, who is the president of the Nigerian Scrabble Federation. So there you have it. We're talking about Scrabble, ladies and viewers. Nigeria has consistently performed, at the very height of the global game when it comes to Scrabble. In Africa, we are completely dominant. Currently, we have the African champions, the WAFU champions. We have a World Cup champion, a new event that was recently introduced. And Mr. Jigere himself beat the entire field in 2015 to become the first black person, the first African to win the World Scrabble Championship. So the question is, if we are so successful in Scrabble, why don't we know it? Why don't we know that we're the very best country in the world when it comes to Scrabble? A lot of people are still surprised when they find out that we're the top ranked nation in the world, but we are. In the top 50 of the world, there are at least 10 Nigerian players in the top 50. And that's in the top 15, you have at least 5 Nigerians in the top 15. So that is the way, that's how successful this country has been in the sport of Scrabble. Now, I think that there's a lot of stuff we can learn from why Scrabble has been so successful in this country, why we have been so successful globally when it comes to Scrabble. Other sports can learn from this and hopefully adopt, these ideas or the insights from this in their own sports in trying to become a lot more competitive on the global stage. All right. So I'm going to give you a minute to take a short break. We're going to go on a short break, so that you can really prepare yourself, loosen up a bit, invite a friend or two to join you in the conversation, and also give my guests some little time to settle in. When we return, I'm going to have Mr. Wellington Jigere joining us, and then Mr. Toke Aka. So take a minute, and we'll be back. When we return, the business begins. You're welcome back to Plus TV Africa, and the program is Sports Business with Orufuo Eizaga. Today we're going to be talking about Scrabble. And when it comes to Scrabble, Nigeria is the sport for us that is the winningest sport, let's say. It's the sport where Nigeria completely, can be relied on to perform time and again. We already have produced the world champion. We have produced several African champions, several WAFU Cup champions. And today, joining us on this program will be Mr. Wellington Jigere, who is the very first African, the very first black person to win the World Scrabble Championships. Mr. Jigere joins us from the United States of America. Hello, Wellington, how are you?
I'm happy to be here with you, sir.
Okay. It's been a long time, I've followed you in recent time. I've seen that you have been participating in different tournaments in the United States. So tell us, what has the experience been like in the States?
Well, my experience has been very, very wonderful in the States here. And I first came here last year for the World Championship. And we had a couple of high-profile tournaments lined up in the last couple of weeks. And I thought to come in and rep Nigeria once again. And it has been a very, very fruitful endeavor so far.
Okay, so just recently, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, Mr. Aita Karo, who is the defending champion, if I'm right, of the WAFU Cup, won the World Cup Scrabble Championships. So what was that tournament about? Was it the same as the tournament that you won in 2015?
No, not exactly. The World Cup, WORD Cup, is actually an initiative brought about by what we call the Collins Coalition. So you see, in the United States over here, they use what we call the NWL word source, which is their lexicon for adjudicating their tournaments. But then there is also an increasing number of people who would rather play the lexicon that is being used by the rest of the world, which is the Collins Scrabble word list. Okay. So we have a situation whereby there's an increasing number of people who want to play what the rest of the world is playing, and then that is what's vested what we now known as the Collins Coalition in the United States here. So the Scrabble World Cup is an event that was put together by the Collins Coalition to give a world-class tournament that's where the lexicon to be used in featuring would be the Collins Scrabble words. So that is how the World Cup came about. Then it is different from the World Championship in that in the World Championship you have a situation whereby each country has a quota to be filled, and everybody is by country representation. Whereas the World Cup is just anyone who could pay their way and is eligible to participating. So that is just subtle differences. But in terms of the strength of the field and the strength of the players participating, I can assure you that it is no soft field. And the feat that was pulled by our own Eta Karo is by no means anything less than what others have achieved in the past. So it was a really, really sterling performance from him, especially since he more or less dominated the field from almost the beginning of the tournament till the very end. So that is just, there you have it, basically.
He defeated you as well, did he?
Yeah. I managed to finish in second position at the end of the day. And I met him twice in the course of the tournament, and he floored me on both occasions effortlessly.
Oh, okay. And you see, when I looked at the list of participants and their final positions, it was Nigerians were, everywhere. Nigerian won the main category and the Division B. Another Nigerian won the Division B. If Scrabble is this popular, why is it not such a big deal? But what I would say instead is, why is it not a bigger deal than it is today in Nigeria?
Well, we all know how the sports generally is in Nigeria, and there is this popular saying in Nigeria that there is just one sport, football, and then there are the other non-sports, which is non-football. So basically, in Nigeria, we have a situation whereby any sport that isn't football hardly receives the kind of traction and attention that it needs to thrive. So that is basically one of the major reasons that I think is affecting Scrabble's growth. But then, if you also look at it, Scrabble is a relatively young sport. That is also another critical factor.
Okay.
In fact, as we speak, there are many who would argue that Scrabble cannot be considered an actual sport.
Okay.
And they have whatever reasons that they give. But those of us who know enough will tell you that if you talk in terms of the amount of effort and preparation that it takes to do well and maintain consistency at the top level of Scrabble, it is by all means a bona fide sport.
This is a sport, as you know, that I also play, and I can back you 100% in what you have just said. The fact that Scrabble is not about whether you have a PhD or whether you have a professorial chair. It doesn't matter whether you speak the best English. Scrabble is a game that requires you to know certain words. Some of them are not even English words. So you need strategy, you need good tactics and all of that. But basically, do you feel like Scrabble is... The Nigerian sports industry, for instance, is beginning to wake up. I hear you when you say that people don't take sports seriously in Nigeria, and I totally agree with you. But the local sports industry seems to be waking up again. All right. Do you think that maybe this is an opportunity for a game like Scrabble to begin to get into the conversation of Nigerians?
Yeah, I would very much like for Scrabble to get more in the conversation, because I think in the past we have done our own little bit, and I must really use this opportunity to thank the media for giving us the sort of attention that they have been able to give us in the past. And I'm really, really grateful to the media. Without the amount of love that the Nigerian media has shown us, and even the global media, we wouldn't have been where we are currently. But like it is said, we still have a lot of room to grow, and we are still a relatively young sport, and hopefully in the years to come we would achieve the necessary level of support that is required to propel a young sport as ours to its zenith. But when it comes to the raw potential of being a national sport, I can assure you that Nigeria has all what it takes. We not only have my crop of players, those around my age grade who have who built on the gains that the past generation garnered, and to get us where we are now. We also have a lot of young stars that are more than ready and hungry to carry the torch. As we speak, the current African Scrabble champion is a young star from Unilag, who is still an undergraduate. Not only that, we have the current West African champion, who is also a young star from Unilag. So that is just to tell you how the younger generation is proliferating in this sport. So there is a lot of potential in Scrabble. There is a lot of potential in we continually dominating world Scrabble in the years to come. So there's a lot to be gained from supporting Scrabble and getting more Scrabble activities out there.
See, Wellington, I was going to hold this question for later. But no, the question I'm about to ask now, I was going to hold it for later. Okay. But what you have said has generally prompted me to move in a different direction. And this is the fact that Scrabble has consistently been a top sport with Nigerians. We have consistently excelled in Scrabble. Not just now, from way back, in the early 2000s and even before. So tell me, what do you think is the trick behind playing Scrabble in Nigeria, and then without having to travel to America or to Europe or anywhere else in the world to develop yourself, you can get on the world stage and win a world championship?
Okay, I think one of the major things that is working for Nigeria as it relates to dominance in Scrabble is the sheer number of people who play Scrabble in Nigeria professionally. You see, Nigeria is one of the few nations where the sport of Scrabble is actually recognized as a mainstream sport. You have a situation whereby we even have the Scrabble featuring in the Nigerian Sports Festival for almost 2 decades now. And that has actually been a very major boost for us. So you have a situation whereby some people who would otherwise be jobless and unemployed are taking upon Scrabble as a means of employment.
Yeah.
The pay might not be very up there, but at least it gets a lot of people by. There are programmed athletes in so many states of the federation. There are coaches, there are youth coaches, there are secretaries, there are all kinds of. Scrabble has been able to provide basic employment for so many people all over the nation. So when you look at how deep Scrabble goes into its grassroots, it is one of the major factors that has accounted for our dominance. And you now have a situation whereby someone who is being paid to play Scrabble, imagine someone who his state is putting on its payroll to represent them at championships. More or less, that person does Scrabble professionally. So, and the person is required to make the necessary inputs to stay at the top of his game, and that is what that is the kind of situation and kind of commitment you have from so many persons in Nigeria, and that alone is one of the major factors that has led to Nigeria's dominance in the world. Then another key factor that has led to our dominance is our unique style of play. You see, one of the things that is unique to Nigerian Scrabble is how malleable our style of play is, and how that we can naturally grind through relatively difficult board situations, and whereas a lot of top players from other parts of the world can more or less flourish in an open board. But in the case of Nigerian Scrabble, you have players who can do well, whether the board is closed, whether the board is open, technically sound players all around. And that is, so basically, I think the sporting structure that I've explained earlier on, and how technically sound our players are, I think those are the major factors that have accounted for our dominance in World Scrabble.
I think that, okay, so because I play a bit of Scrabble, Wellington, is it a bit of Scrabble I play even? Me, you know me too. In my small club that I play, you know that I'm the goat of that club. Do you understand?
Yes.
So,
I've visited your club.
Yes. You know, but here's the thing, yeah. The two things that you have talked about. Well, and they're two critical things. And I think this is what I want the other sports in Nigeria to learn from. You know, I tell people that when a national Scrabble competition is being played, the quality of the field is as good as the quality of the field anywhere in the world. So you can learn, you can play at the very highest level, you can play at the very highest levels in Nigeria, you know, without having to leave Nigeria, and you go out of Nigeria and become a world champion, which is, for instance, not the case with football or any other sport. You play to a little degree in Nigeria, and you have to leave to go and become a better player. That's number one. Number two, there's a Nigerian identity to the Scrabble that we play, right? Meaning that, for instance, in football speak, Wellington, please correct me if I'm wrong. If this was football, Nigeria would be known a bit like the Italians are known. You know, the Italians are
totally correct.
They're a very defensive team. It's very difficult for you to beat. They say football is a game that two people play, and in the end, the Italian wins. They defend. It's very difficult to score against them and all of that, and they can score against you. And that's what Nigerians do when it comes to Scrabble. We can make it very difficult for you to play, and then in the end, we scrap to like a 2 or 3 point lead victory or something. Wellington, what do you think? Do you think that's true, or you know, there's something else?
I think it is true to an extent, because basically the reason I say it is true to an extent is that Scrabble is a very dynamic game, and you have a situation whereby when the game goes tight and rugged and all that, it is only players who have had a sufficient technical foundation that can actually navigate their way through those times.
Players who can grind.
Yes, who can grind through those times. Yeah. So naturally, Nigerians are grinders. We grind to survive, not just to play Scrabble. Yeah. So we have a situation whereby we have more or less every player who played Scrabble from Nigeria has, whether he likes it or not, acquired this ability to grind through these times. But it so happens that at the very top level in the world, you now have to acquire some other characteristics to add to this ability to grind.
Yeah.
It is these added advantages that, when fused with these grits that comes with grinding, that is what more or less accounts for how we have been able to remain at the top of World Scrabble for so long. The other critical factor is the sheer number of good players that Nigeria have. In most parts of the world, the US, for example, not excluded, you have a situation whereby you have a couple of very good players, as in ex-players who can score excellence if graded on Scrabble.
Yeah.
Then you have a huge lacuna between that class of very good players, and you now have a lot of average players who play Scrabble for fun, who play Scrabble for relaxation, who see it as a way of vacationing after after a long couple of weeks or months of working and all that. But in Nigeria, the case is different. In Nigeria, you have a situation where you have the very good players, a whole lot of them. Then you have like 100 good players who can actually strive with these very good players. Then you now have a whole lot of another category of semi-good players before you now get to the average players who are a whole lot also.
Yeah.
So that is where that is the situation where you have in Nigeria. So when we storm an international event, for example, you have a situation whereby any class of Nigeria you meet is going to be a tough match for you.
Yeah.
You are not going to meet someone at the back tables and then you are going to be hoping that this is going to be an easy victory. You are still going to have to grind through. So that is what some of the characteristics that has made our Scrabble what it is. But when you say Scrabble, Nigerian Scrabble can be given an analogy of the Italian football, I think you are correct. But in the grand scheme of things, in terms of dominance at the very top level in the world, most of the players who have been able to achieve that have been able to, those who have been able to acquire some of these extra bits to add to the game.
Okay. So there's a trend. I'm not too sure whether I'm right. So you have to speak to that. Of seeing players from Delta State, for instance, excel in Scrabble. You know, we've produced a lot of champions. You are one of them as well. You know, and having grown up in Saple in Delta State, I can tell you that if you go in Saple, for instance, you find people playing Scrabble, not because of the position they are in their education, not their educational status. People just play it because they love the game. Some are not even good educationally, but academically, sorry. But you know, they are excellent Scrabble players. What do you think is responsible for that? Do you have any? Is there anything you guys say in the Scrabble community that's the reason why?
Basically, I think for lack of a better word, I would say the high rate of employment is actually an added advantage when it comes to
employment or underemployment or unemployment.
Unemployment,
yeah.
I meant to say.
Okay.
So when you have a situation whereby a lot of our youths are maybe relatively underemployed, it gives us a lot of time at our disposal. And most of the times you have a situation whereby we can put that time to meaningful use. And Scrabble is one of such activities that we can put that time into. We also have chess. And so you have a situation whereby in Delta, for example, I think another critical factor that accounts for a whole lot of good players coming from Delta, but I would also say that was relatively in the not so distant past, because currently the #1 Scrabble playing state in the nation is Lagos. Lagos has more or less taken over from Delta, and they are really achieving a lot of strides, especially with their younger players. But coming back to why Delta was at the top for so long, you have a situation whereby a lot of the good players, a lot of the very good players were residents in Delta. And Scrabble is such a game that, like I pointed some time back, we are still a growing sport, and basically some of the technicalities and theory of the game is not in the mainstream media, or it's not easy to lay one's hands on. So most of the times you have to learn from the top players themselves, and there's no way you can learn from them by watching. You have to play them. And since most of them were residents in Delta back then, it made it easier for people who were aspiring champions to do so just by rubbing shoulders with these people.
Okay,
and one could also argue that one of the major reasons that has made Lagos State, for example, to decline to the #1 status in terms of Scrabble play recently was still basically the exodus of many of the top Scrabble playing gurus in the South to play to the West, because recently you have a situation whereby most of the top Scrabble competitions are being held
in Lagos,
in the West, and people generally gravitate towards where things are happening. Yeah. So more or less, things are happening more for Scrabble in the West now, and everybody is going there. So you now have a situation whereby if you need tough players to spar with or to train with for an upcoming championship, the odds are that you find more of them in the West Lagos, than anywhere else. Yeah. And in the relative relatively short past, we had a situation whereby the South was that hot, especially with a situation whereby we had the Godswill Akpabio Championship during the time that our benefactor, Godswill Akpabio, was the governor of Akwa Ibom State. So people were journeying to the South to participate in Scrabble activities, to train for Scrabble activities. But right now, the situation has reversed, and we have the West dominating Scrabble right now.
Okay, Wellington, it's been a brilliant time with you. We're going to go on a short break. And when we return, what we're going to be talking about will be the business side of things, because this is sports business after all. How do we make Scrabble, how do we turn Scrabble into a lucrative sport? Is there any do we have opportunities to do that? Do we have ideas that are already in the works, either here or overseas? Because globally the game is suffering in terms of commerce. How do we make it a bigger commercial success? When we return, we're going to be speaking with the 2015 World Scrabble champion, Mr. Wellington Jigere. Don't go away.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and listen to the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
Hello, you're welcome back to the program Sports Business with Orufuo Ezaga. You're watching Plus TV Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios in Victoria Island, Lagos. We've been speaking with Mr. Wellington Jigere, the 2015 World Scrabble champion, about Scrabble and Nigeria's, amazing success in this sport. Now we're going to try and find out from Mr. Jigere, who is in the United States and who has had a huge well of experience, a deep well of experience in Scrabble as a sport, to try and see how we can turn sports into more of a commercial success. Because right now playing Scrabble isn't something that most people will tell you can pay the bills. So Wellington, how are you?
I'm very fine, sir.
Okay, so Wellington, tell me, how do we turn Scrabble into, a commercial success, such that players can live well off playing the sport?
Well, from my point of view, I think the answer is easy. Basically, sports thrives on sponsorship and branding of its champions. So it gives people something to look forward to. Take, for example, the highest paying Scrabble tournament in Nigeria for every given year for a couple of years now it hasn't exceeded maybe ₦1 million, and we don't have many of those. So if you have a situation whereby the situation was different, whereby maybe the highest paying championship was in the neighborhood of ₦5-10 million, and you have like a couple of those in any given calendar year, you can now have a situation whereby someone who is trying to go professional in Scrabble can have a target that, okay, let me say if I can put my ass in order and do well in one or two of these championships, not necessarily emerging champion. If I can emerge champion, fine. But if not, we have a situation whereby we could realistically strive to be in a top so bracket, and that would give me this and XYZ amount of income. So it's a realistic projection. But in the situation where we have right now, it is not realistic, because you can actually do well and still struggle financially. I've had a personal experience in that, and it's not that easy to becoming a professional in Scrabble. So that is one angle. Another angle that Scrabble can become more lucrative to its professional players is the angle of brand representation and sports ambassadorial roles. So you have a situation whereby most of the top brands in Nigeria, they usually favor what we call mostly comedians and people in showbiz and all that as ambassadors for their brands. And Scrabble, as we all know, is not as showmanly as some of these people desire, and we don't attract the level of followership that most of these mainstream brands think they desire. So it's more or less we have a situation whereby for those of us who are able to attract a few sponsorship here and there, it is more or less on the CSR side of things, and it shouldn't be that. Every mainstream sport cannot thrive on that. So if you have a situation whereby, let's say the current African champion, who is an undergraduate, has like a situation whereby he's one of the brand ambassadors for Glo, for example. It gives a realistic target for those who are coming up to work harder to say that, okay, if I can win the next African championship, I could possibly become a Glo ambassador also. And you know how these things work. Once these monies start coming in, it has a way of trickling down to all through everyone. So I think that is one key area that would actually help turn Scrabble into a more profitable sport. And I've actually been exploring this area for a long time, and there hasn't really been much success over the years.
Okay. See, look, you were the world champion, right? And when you won the world championship, there was a lot of buzz, that a Nigerian had conquered the field globally. Did you get any sort of endorsement, brand endorsement, or because there was noise, there was a buzz, and it's a good thing, because Scrabble is a sport that you can almost link with academic success, or something that should drive academic inspiration. So I'm a bit surprised that you guys don't get a bit more from brands that are interested in trying to inspire our young to be more academically focused, or so did you get any such interest, endorsements?
Well, basically, to answer your question, the response is zero. So we didn't have any such endorsements. We didn't have any such overtures. We actually made a lot of efforts. I can remember signing up with one or two sporting agencies and people who a lot of effort was actually done, and but it so happens that. But I think one of the major factors that accounted for our relatively slow success in that was because we were more or less breaking new grounds.
Yeah.
You had a situation whereby there were instructions in place to make this possible, and I think because of the work, some of the work that we were able to do back then, it is if we can build on such efforts, I think we can be breaking ground in that respect soon enough. But in terms of what it was back then and what we have currently, we don't have that yet, and it would actually be quite interesting if we could break ground in that respect.
Yeah. Okay. So again, let me go back to a point that you made earlier, and that's the fact that one, the champions are not well paid, and by the way, this is a problem across all sports in Nigeria. Yeah, the champions are not well paid because organizers probably don't understand that sports business is all about the players, all about the stars. It is the stars that the fans follow, and it is the fans that the advertisers and sponsors follow. So if you don't have the right players, or players that inspire young people or people in society to want to be like them, if you don't have those sort of players that inspire aspiration of interest, and you don't have, then you wouldn't have fans following the stars. And if they're not following the stars, they're not following your sport. If they're not following the stars, they're not following your sport, the sponsors are not following you. So yes, we need to create stars. And then secondly, you talked about the regularity of competition. There's not enough money that's paid out as prize money, and there's no regular competition. So you earn 1 million today, you wait another 5-6 months to have another shot at such a paltry sum. All right, so yeah, but this is not a problem that seems to be a Nigerian problem. Scrabble is struggling across the world. What do you think?
Basically, I wanted, like you pointed out a while ago, I wanted to quickly add that there's a difference between a champion and a star. Yeah, it takes followership to make a champion a star. It takes concerted efforts, and it so happens that we haven't been able to have that with Scrabble yet. The effort is being made, and we are doing the best that we can, but I think we still have to double down on the efforts. We still have to really do that. So when we get to a situation whereby we can actually have our champions achieving stardom, that is what inspires followership. And most of the times, because of how Nigeria is nowadays, followership has more or less been reduced to, for lack of a better word, pecuniary measures. So if someone is an acclaimed champion, for example, and an acclaimed star, and he can't show you where he parked his G-Wagon or his Range Rover or whatever, and you see him trekking up and down, for example, he doesn't have the enablement to evoke the kind of followership that is more or less required to attract these top brands. So you really cannot blame these top brands, for example, because they have to get something from the arrangement. They can't just throw money at nothing. So we still have to put a lot of effort into building our champions and into turning them from not just champions into stars. By the time we have a situation whereby our champions emerge as stars, they achieve stardom, not just by winning championship, but by their commitment. It's a whole tough process. Some of us have put some effort into that, but we still just haven't broken ground yet. And this is where we really need some kind of push especially from lovers of the game and people, the well-to-do people who follow the game. So if that doesn't happen, I'm sorry, Scrabble cannot be a lucrative business anytime in the future.
That's very excellently put, and I quite like the distinction you drew, by saying that being a champion doesn't make you a star. You can be a champion, and to become a star is a totally different conversation. Now, part of what would, in today's world, part of what would create stars, right, is social media. That's the technology through which today you can go to bed a non-entity, and in the very following day, by some 30-minute post you make, you become a global star. I don't see anything happening in Wellington from the Scrabble community on social media. I don't see any champions that are talking about anything to do with Scrabble. I don't see any Scrabble tricks, for instance, where champions do create several anagrams from words that that create the wow factor in the public. So even the Scrabble community is not marketing itself well. Scrabble organizers need to wake up and do more. So tell me, what do you think? Am I wrong in saying that? Because, by the way, I also find that the Scrabble communities are highly emotionally involved communities. Yet, we don't see that, that translate to a wider audience, And to do that, you have to get out of your comfort zone and reach out to people with maybe Scrabble tricks and Scrabble facts and Scrabble, tidbits that will grab their attention.
Well, basically, the thing with one of the major things that is plaguing Scrabble administration, not just in Nigeria, but the entire world, is that you have people who administer and manage Scrabble development who are more or less doing it part-time. It is not easy to see someone who does Scrabble promotion or Scrabble administration full-time. And that is that is one distinctive factor. When you do something part-time, you can't expect the 100% effort. Yeah. And when that 100% effort is not there, you can only have half-hearted outcomes. That is just the gospel truth. Yeah. So until we have such a time where the people who actually are tasked with promoting Scrabble are those who have an actual stake in its development, people who, for example, rely on the outcome of this promotion to, for example, earn a living.
Oh, okay.
Do it full time.
So that is not the federation, for instance. Because the federation cannot rely. I don't think officials of the federation, for instance, would rely on Scrabble for a living.
Yeah, they can't do that, and you know how difficult it is to even make ends meet in Nigeria nowadays. So it's not an easy thing. So it's a multifaceted issue, and I must also add that our champions have still not helped matters over the years. We have people like myself in the relative past who we are more or less JJCs on the
media space.
So
you people are nerds now.
Sir?
I said you people are nerds.
Yeah, we're more or less nerds. You have a situation whereby you can actually even find it difficult to even get a Scrabble champion to grant you an interview. So most of the times you have a situation whereby our story is not being told the way we want it to be told. Most of us focus on play, and that is something that has to change. We have to be more media friendly. We have to do a whole lot more. But all these factors, because most of the times when you pay too much attention to these other fringe aspects of the game, it actually affects your level of play. Those who are doubling down efforts on practicing and all that, you find yourself in a situation whereby your form drops and all that. So if you really must maintain some level of consistency, it sometimes requires pulling out from that. So we have a situation whereby our stars or our champions are not media friendly enough. They don't have the right structures to plug into outfits that could now more or less the business of promoting Scrabble can more or less now be outsourced So you have a situation whereby if a star can afford to have a team responsible for its media projection, its media interaction, it will go a long way. But you have this, I don't think for now we are looking in that direction. So we have to look in that direction. We have to make these efforts in order to be able to break grounds in these and make Scrabble a lucrative industry.
That's a bit like what Lukman, what's his surname now?
Lukman Owolabi.
Yeah, that's a bit like what Lukman Owolabi has been doing with Scrabble in recent years. We wish him all the success.
Yeah. Now we must really give him a lot of kudos for the work he has done.
What he has done, yeah.
A whole lot of other persons who have also put a lot of effort.
Yeah.
We must also give them kudos for the effort that they have done. I mentioned our current Senate president, who was an avid lover of the game so many years back.
Does he still support the game?
It's difficult for me to answer. Maybe our president, Mr. Toke Aka, who was supposed to join us, would have been in a better position to answer that.
He was unfortunately unable to do so.
Mind. Toke Aka has also been a very huge blessing to the Scrabble community. So for now, we have a situation whereby everybody who is doing one thing or the other for the Scrabble community is doing it out of self-sacrifice. So we have to transform from that level into a situation whereby you could actually get something by helping to promote Scrabble. I think until we get to that point, it will still continue struggling.
Okay. By the way, Mr. Toke Aka sent his apologies. He was caught in the Abuja, all of the commotion in Abuja right now, and so he was unable to make the program. He was supposed to join us via Zoom, and you need to be settled in a comfortable place to be able to do that. All right? So on a final note, Wellington, we need to bring this home now. Very quickly, what do you think Scrabble needs to do to become a mass audience, real-time sport? Because that's where the money is. You want to be able to get 100 million people or 10 million people watching a game of two people playing on a board on television or your mobile devices, right? How do you think Scrabble is going to do this? Is this something that you guys are discussing or you're trying to innovate around?
Yeah, a lot of effort is being put into televising Scrabble and making Scrabble viewer-friendly and all that. I think the effort is still being increased, and one of the things I'm focusing on while in the States here is to kind of break into that aspect myself. But I think we still, another critical area that we must pay much attention to is in promoting and making our stars presentable. So we have to do that. Because every sport is driven by its stars.
Yeah.
There are people who don't know anything about football, but they've heard of the name Messi. They know of Ronaldo. There are people, Ronaldo has the highest number of followership in the world today. You can't tell me that everybody who follows Ronaldo follows football.
Yeah.
Some of them don't even know jack about football.
Yeah.
So you have to have stars. You have to have a star that people can rally around. You have to, whether you like the person or not, you have to sometimes drop whatever your feelings are about the person and rally around the person. Because you just have to recognize that if this person shines and shines and shines, this sport which you love would have no option but to gravitate and attract some of these fringe benefits of the stardom. So we have to invest in our stars. We must do that. Then we must have people who are more or less willing to give of their time, even if it is not going to yield much remuneration in the interim, and hope that things would turn out for the better in the future. And then, of course, we must also find a way of attracting the goodwill of the corporate entity, of the corporate world, because most of it, we can't rely on this alone without having people who are willing to take a chance on us, who are willing to take a bet on us.
All right, Wellington. It's been absolutely brilliant having you on the program today. This is going to be an ongoing discussion. There's so much to talk about. It's a rolling wave, really. So much to talk about in Scrabble, in tennis, in football, in basketball, in volleyball. There's so many sports with huge potential to become lucrative industries in Nigeria. And I think that what we do on this program is try to, drive the conversation around sports as a huge opportunity for any country. Thank you very much, Wellington, for making this. And I'm sure we're going to invite you again in the future to talk some more about Scrabble. And if anybody is watching us now on this program that knows the game of Scrabble, even if you don't know it, if a Nigerian is a world champion of a sport, at least one brand at least in this country should have said, behold, champion of the world. All right? Nice having you, Wellington.
Thank you very much, sir. It was nice being here.
Good. And so, ladies, viewers, until we meet again next week, you can engage with me at Orufor on Twitter or at Kenneth Orufor Ezaga on Facebook and Instagram. Until we meet again, this is me saying, be productive, be good, and stay safe.
Fundamentally, hustle culture is about work